Zhongyuan Mayoi, a student and a member of the Mafia, suffers from severe social anxiety. His unique ability, talent allocation, enables him to augment skill points for game characters. It is rumored that the creators of Doki Love Jujutsu High have embedded hidden Easter eggs. Deciphering these Easter eggs would allow one to inherit the game company. Without hesitation, Mayoi resolves to complete the game in a mere fortnight. This game allows for enhancements in attack power, defense, charisma, and initial affinity. In a moment of distraction, Mayoi inadvertently maxes out the attack attribute. Within the game, Mayoi is a fragile character with a ceiling on attack power. Due to his excessively high attack value, he inadvertently delivers a devastating blow to the NPC Gojo upon their first encounter, sending him flying. He checks the affinity values for the target character Geto, 13, and for the non-target character Gojo, 98. Despite 3 days of effort, Geto's affinity remains unchanged. As someone plagued by social anxiety, Mayoi feels quite exhausted. He decides to abandon pursuing the target character and instead focuses on leveling up, resulting in a significant increase in affinity. Mayoi swiftly eliminates a special grade cursed spirit that ambushes them. Geto's affinity increases by 10, unlocking the friendship phase. Gojo, blushing, remarks, "You don't have to come specifically to save me." Mayoi confronts the higher-ups, exclaiming, "Do not rob the youth of these young people." Geto's affinity rises by 15, unlocking the close friend phase. Gojo vocally agrees, "Exactly. His youth belongs to me, although there's also Yuta and Shoko." While escorting a star plasma vessel, Mayoi sustains serious injuries in an effort to protect Geto. Geto's affinity increases by 30, unlocking the ambiguous phase. Gojo embraces Mayoi, tears cascading onto his face. Mayoi is left perplexed, wondering if NPCs can also cry. One day, Gojo suddenly inquires of Mayoi, "What do you think of me?" Mayoi responds, "What do you mean?" Gojo stammers, "Well, could we possibly have a relationship beyond friendship?" Filled with suspicion, Mayoi checks Gojo's affinity value, 100. Mayoi exclaims, "Non-target characters should refrain from over-dramatizing. Thank you." After enduring countless trials, although Mayoi fails to achieve a happy ending, he successfully deciphers the Easter egg and inherits shares in the company. During a news interview, Mayoi remarks, "Due to Gojo's interference, my first date with Geto turned into a horror story." The reporter appears puzzled. "Those two characters don't exist." Mayoi responds, question mark. As spring break concludes, he advances to high school and encounters Geto and Gojo at the school gate. Mayoi quietly departs and calls his brother, "Bro, I'm not going to school anymore." Chapter 1. The graduation ceremony at Yokohama Municipal High School has concluded, and students congregate in groups within the classroom, discussing how to spend their vacation. Amidst the soft urging of others, the class monitor approaches the boy sitting alone at the back, timidly initiating conversation. "Zhongyuan, would you like to join us for dinner at the Yakitori restaurant tonight?" The boy, referred to as Zhongyuan, indifferently turns his head. This youth possesses striking features, with alabaster skin and slightly long crimson hair cascading beside his face. His greenish, almond-shaped eyes shimmer with a detached and languid light, reminiscent of a wildcat. Zhongyuan Mayoi, shouldering his backpack, casts an expressionless glance at the class monitor and, in a barely audible voice, murmurs, "I will not go." "Oh, I'm sorry for bothering you." Classmates watch as Zhongyuan Mayoi exits the classroom. His deskmate laments, "In 3 years, I've hardly exchanged a few words with him, as he never converses with others and often takes leave. However, it seems he performs exceptionally well academically." The homeroom teacher mentioned he could easily gain admission to prestigious schools with a deviation score above 73. Zhongyuan Mayoi does not hear the discussions behind him. He walks through the corridor with a cold expression and, upon reaching a secluded spot, exhales deeply. Zhongyuan Mayoi, student and Mafia member, is often misunderstood as having a terrible disposition due to his naturally stern expression, a source of great distress for him. By heaven and earth, he is not ill-tempered. He merely suffers from ordinary social anxiety. The car sent to fetch Nakahara has arrived at the school gate, and as he opened the door, he beheld a magnificent bouquet of peach and orange Persian daisies resting on the seat. Nakahara Yayoi cast a puzzled glance at the driver. "These flowers were sent to you by the Nakahara cadre. Wishing you a joyful graduation, the driver quickly elucidated, having read the unspoken question in her eyes. He is on a business trip to South America and will not return until tomorrow. Nakahara Yayoi cradled the bouquet in her arms. Seeing her in good spirits, the driver summoned his courage and asked, "Esteemed future cadre, will you be joining the Mafia after graduation? Last summer, you annexed the maritime routes of other organizations, bringing great profits to everyone. We are all eagerly anticipating your return." Nakahara Yayoi believed she was offering the driver a kind gaze, but to her surprise, he trembled and immediately fell silent. Like the other grassroots members of the Mafia, he admired this young superior, yet could not help but feel a tinge of fear towards her. After a moment's pause, the driver cautiously inquired, "Where will you be heading next, esteemed future cadre?" "Home, to play games," Nakahara Yayoi replied leisurely as she donned her headphones. The game Nakahara Yayoi referred to was a newly released romantic strategy game, Doki Love Jujutsu High. Its immense popularity stemmed from the late creator Seki's announcement that he had embedded 3 Easter eggs within the game. The first to uncover an egg would inherit his entire fortune and company shares. Seki was the chairman of the largest gaming company in the world, and his wealth could sustain an entire small nation. This was far more lucrative than working for the Mafia. Moreover, Nakahara Yayoi's unique abilities were closely tied to gaming. She often played RPGs and simulation games to relieve stress, making her a gaming prodigy. She resolved to utilize her spring break to swiftly complete the secondary game within a month. Upon returning to her apartment, Nakahara Yayoi entered her study and placed the Persian daisies into a vase. Jujutsu High was fully installed, and a light golden icon appeared on her desktop. She clicked the icon, and the loading screen gradually materialized. Nakahara Yayoi skillfully closed her eyes, and a blinding moonlit glow enveloped her. When she reopened her eyes, she found herself in the game's initial space. Influenced by her abilities, every game Nakahara Yayoi played transformed into a holographic mode, with the system automatically generating a character based on her appearance. Among the hundreds of games she had played, Jujutsu High bore the closest resemblance to reality, mirroring her own likeness. A luminous screen manifested before Nakahara Yayoi. "Would you like to alter your appearance or physique? Would you like to adjust your voice?" She repeatedly pressed no, and the screen finally flickered, revealing a succinct line of text, "Talent Allocation." This was Nakahara Yayoi's unique ability. She could enhance any skill point of her game character without limitation, unbound by the constraints of the game's universe. As a gaming genius, Nakahara Yayoi had little regard for shortcuts, rendering her ability seemingly redundant. However, now it could shine brilliantly. Jujutsu High allowed only one skill point to be enhanced, with options of attack, defense, initial affection, or charisma. Undoubtedly, initial affection was the laziest choice, yet charisma could significantly enhance the efficiency of her strategies. Indeed, charisma was of greater importance. Nakahara Yayoi maximized the allocation to charisma, but inadvertently slid her finger and selected attack. Attack increased by 100,000. Nakahara, she had maxed out her attack value in a romance game. Her lips silently mouthed curses at herself. The enhanced skill points could be modified, but the cooldown period lasted 2 weeks. In other words, she would have to wait another half-month to reselect charisma. Time was of the essence. Her competitors numbered in the millions. With each passing second, her chances of success dwindled. Nakahara Yayoi decided to take a bold gamble. Wasn't it merely about maxing out the attack value in a romance game? No problem. A seasoned player who could speedrun getting over it in 32 seconds feared nothing. The character card had already been generated based on her choices. Name: Nakahara Yayoi default. Attack. Asterisk friendly reminder. An excessively high attack value may affect the gaming experience. Constitution: 50, asterisk an ordinary person with poor defense and a weaker physique. Charisma: 90, asterisk a breathtaking beauty who could eclipse the moon and stars. Jujutsu power: 60, asterisk a talent that is rather unremarkable, with a cap of a level 2 sorcerer. Technique: a shadow technique, asterisk limited by Jujutsu power. You may only summon one Shikigami. Player has confirmed the character card. Characters for strategy are loading. In mid-air, a halo coalesced into form, gradually transforming into 2 young men. Nakahara Yayoi's gaze was drawn to Satoru Gojo. The boy's light blue eyes resembled clear gemstones, and he smiled fearlessly, his white hair fluttering in the breeze, brushing his brow like feathers. White hair. Nakahara Yayoi was a fan of white-haired characters, but unfortunately, there were few in the real world. She could only indulge herself by creating paper dolls and RPGs. And Satoru Gojo, a broad-shouldered, long-legged, handsome youth with white hair, perfectly matched Nakahara Yayoi's aesthetic. The other young man was named Suguru Geto. He sported long, deep black hair and had a cheerful demeanor, with slanted fox-like eyes that shimmered with a hint of mischief. Fox-like eyes. Although Satoru Gojo had white hair, Suguru Geto possessed those captivating fox-like eyes. Please select a character for strategy. You may change it within 7 days, after which it will be invalid. Could it be that I cannot select them both? Nakahara Yayoi found herself in a quandary. Perhaps she should first examine their character designs and make a decision afterward. He clicked on the profile of Satoru Gojo, a special grade sorcerer, powerful and aloof, with an initial affinity value of 0. Aloof indeed, he mused. Last year, Nakahara Mai completed a mission alongside Renosuke Akutagawa, and throughout an entire day, their conversation scarcely exceeded 10 sentences, with 8 of those uttered by Akutagawa himself. Social anxiety and aloof characters are indeed incompatible. It is best to abandon Satoru Gojo. Nakahara Mai then opened the profile of Suguru Geto, another special grade sorcerer, described as gentle yet obsessive, with an initial affinity value of 12. Quite intriguing. Obsession of a special grade sorcerer falling for me. School setting. It certainly sounds promising. He is the one. The character Suguru Geto has been selected for Gonglit. Please designate a character name. Would you like to use the default Nakahara Mai? Since it is a single-player game, it matters not if I use my real name. Nakahara Mai clicked confirm, and the moment his fingertip touched the screen, he was enveloped in a radiant flash of moonlight. The game commenced. In a dilapidated house, there sat a creaky wooden chair, occupied by a middle-aged man in a suit, alongside the orphanage director, whose identification badge hung prominently on his chest. Nakahara Miyuki surveyed his surroundings, deducing his own identity. He was a 15-year-old boy who had grown up in an orphanage, and the man before him, Ito Terahiko, was about to adopt him. Ito scrutinized Nakahara with a discerning eye and inquired of the director, "Is this the one?" The director appeared to be in awe of the man, unable to meet his gaze, and tremulously replied, "He has a handsome appearance, a sharp mind, and often claims to see monsters. I contacted several orphanages, and only this child meets your requirements. He seems rather sullen." Although Ito was critical in his demeanor, he was, in fact, quite pleased with Nakahara. With an air of arrogance, he gestured dismissively to the director, stating, "I have matters to discuss with him." The director, understanding the unspoken cue, withdrew. Ito sat across from Nakahara and cut straight to the chase. "Boy, do you know about sorcerers?" As a seasoned RPG player, Nakahara keenly sensed that this was a pivotal moment in the narrative. He promptly pressed the save button. Save successful. Nakahara shook his head, never heard of them. Ito pulled him over to the window and asked, "What do you see?" Outside lay a desolate expanse of grass, where a shadowy creature lurked within the underbrush. It was about half a meter long, with sharp teeth, resembling a ferocious little beast. Nakahara replied, "A monster." This creature was known as a cursed spirit, and sorcerers were the professionals who exorcised them. Ito declared, "Tomorrow, I will send you to a school for training sorcerers. Your task is to keep an eye on someone. Who? You do not know him." After a brief hesitation, Ito continued, "His name is Satoru Gojo. Why should I monitor Satoru Gojo?" Nakahara's instincts flared with caution as he scrutinized Ito's profile. High-ranking sorcerer, political adversary of the Gojo family. So, he was a villainous NPC. Nakahara immediately envisioned an intricate tale of political intrigue. With his naturally glum expression, Nakahara often wore a countenance that suggested deep contemplation. At that moment, he furrowed his brow, his gaze akin to that of a dying wildcat, with emerald eyes that sent chills down one's spine. Ito was taken aback. Could this fellow have ulterior motives? Filled with suspicion, he exited the room and shook his head at the director, saying, "No, the red-haired boy is too astute. Find me someone more compliant. You have missed the opportunity to encounter your target." Due to his inferior physical condition, he contracted cholera in the orphanage and ultimately passed away. Bad end. The surrounding scenery vanished in an instant, and Nakahara found himself back in the initial space. He was taken aback. It seemed that becoming the adopted son of a villain was part of this game. However, the identity of a spy significantly raised the stakes, and it appeared rather intriguing. Nakahara relished the challenge of hard mode. This unexpected turn of events only fueled his enthusiasm. It matters not. Am I not merely a villainous character with maximum attack value? He accessed Save File 1. Save File 1 loaded successfully. Boy, do you know about sorcerers? Nakahara made a gesture to halt the conversation, forcing a compliant smile, and smoothly introduced himself. I can see cursed spirits and understand that sorcerers are the professionals who exorcise them. To leave the orphanage, I am willing to fulfill all your tasks, including but not limited to acting as a spy. Ito Terahiko responded. He summoned the director, stating, "This child is clever and obedient. I am very satisfied. Let us proceed with the adoption paperwork." Nakahara breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless, he would at least have the opportunity to meet Satoru Geto, serving as an undercover operative placed beside Satoru Gojo, a mere pawn in the grand scheme. Chapter 2. Ito Terahiko valued efficiency and took Nakahara away that very day. Upon arriving home, he instructed the butler to escort Nakahara to his room and handed him a copy of Chronicles of Sorcerers, containing the profiles of all students at Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu Technical School, demanding that he memorize it at once. Nakahara opened the file on Suguru Geto, scanning the text with an impassive expression. He murmured softly, "Born in Tokyo, both parents devoid of cursed energy. He was discovered by Yaga Yoshinobu while saving a child plagued by a cursed spirit. Ah, so he is a helpful sort. A second-degree kendo practitioner. Graduated from a prestigious private school, his family must be well off, and he appears quite intelligent and physically capable. He conceals his identity as a sorcerer from his family, residing on campus for extended periods, only returning home during the new year, likely a sign of strained family relations and a lack of belonging." An hour later, Nakahara closed the book. The wall clock indicated 11 o'clock. Just like in the real world, Nakahara needed sleep. While he could rest within the game, he returned to reality each night to avoid worrying Nakahara Naka. He rubbed his shoulders and mused, "What time is it outside?" A series of numbers materialized in the air, 13:05. Still early, let us skip the night. No sooner had he spoken than the clock's hands began to spin rapidly, finally halting at 7. Nakahara gazed at the bright sky outside, stretching leisurely. At last, he would meet Suguru Geto. Following the butler's guidance, Nakahara made his way to the garage. Ito Terahiko had been waiting for some time. As soon as Nakahara entered the car, he unexpectedly inquired, "What is Satoru Gojo's birthday?" Nakahara had an excellent memory. Having perused the 200-page Chronicles of Sorcerers, he had roughly memorized the contents after a single read. He replied effortlessly, "December 7th. And his technique? As the heir of the Gojo family with the 6 eyes, Satoru Gojo could perceive the techniques of others and utilize Limitless to negate all attacks. The battle with the highest fatality rate in history? The Heian period, during the campaign against Terra no Sukun in Hida Province." Ito Terahiko nodded in satisfaction. Recognizing the boy's astuteness, he would not have to expend effort on training. He handed Nakahara a new mobile phone and a credit card. "You are to gather information on Satoru Gojo's preferences and document the individuals he interacts with, reporting to me weekly." Understood. Ito instructed the driver to commence their journey. And amidst the roar of the engine, the car sped toward the outskirts. Approaching noon, they arrived at Jujutsu High to enroll his adopted son in the 2nd year. Ito resorted to some dubious means. Unable to appear at the school himself, he entrusted Nakahara with a letter of recommendation, instructing him to visit the homeroom teacher independently. The school was nestled among the mountains, with a convoluted road leading to it. After meandering for 10 minutes, Nakahara finally located the office. Inside, a robust middle-aged man was sighing as he graded papers. Yaga Yoshinobu, homeroom teacher for the 2nd year at Jujutsu High. Upon hearing Nakahara's entrance, Yaga lifted his head. He took the recommendation letter without even opening it, carelessly placing it aside. "The principal has already informed me that you have been jointly recommended by 10 sorcerers, meeting the criteria for admission without examination." Nakahara Yayoi keenly sensed that Yaga Yoshinobu harbored a dislike for him, or rather, for what he represented at a higher echelon. Yaga pointed to the sofa, gesturing for Nakahara Yayoi to take a seat. He seemed to be awaiting someone, occasionally raising his arm to glance at his watch. Moments later, a knock echoed from outside the office. A gentle, languorous voice drifted in. "Teacher Yaga, Shauko said you were looking for me?" The newcomer was Suguru Geto. Upon seeing the target of his strategy, Nakahara Yayoi's social anxiety radar began to blare. This game felt all too real. He could discern the arc of each strand of Suguru Geto's hair, the delicate sheen of his skin, and the lean yet sturdy muscles hidden beneath his uniform, his chest rising and falling with each breath. Suguru Geto noticed Nakahara Yayoi and greeted him warmly. "Are you the transfer student? Good afternoon." With that, he flashed a smile, his slender eyes curving into crescents, resembling a cunning fox. Nakahara Yayoi felt his heart nearly stop. He had played numerous dating sims and had long desensitized himself to game characters. Yet, the art style of Jujutsu High was far too close to reality. No matter how he looked at it, Suguru Geto was a living, breathing person. Nakahara Yayoi abruptly turned his face away. No. He couldn't treat him as just a paper character. Overcome by sudden social anxiety, Nakahara Yayoi began to feign deafness, lowering his head to pretend to fiddle with his phone. Praying to be overlooked, Suguru Geto paused, perceptibly falling silent. Yaga Yoshinobu was preoccupied with grading papers, delegating the task of showing Nakahara Yayoi around the campus to Suguru Geto. With no other choice, Nakahara Yayoi reluctantly followed behind him toward the teaching building. Observing Nakahara Yayoi's reluctance to engage with others, Suguru Geto kindly refrained from conversation, only occasionally advising him to watch his step. The classroom was housed within a historic building, the corridors bustling with activity, the floor polished to a gleaming sheen. The second-year classroom was quite spacious, featuring only 3 sets of desks, haphazardly arranged in a line. The desk on the right was the most orderly, with notebooks and stationery neatly stacked in the drawer, while the left desk was somewhat chaotic, a lighter hidden within a pencil holder. And the middle desk crammed with jars of candy and snacks, exuding the sweet scent of chocolate balls. Suguru Geto brought in a new set of desks and chairs from the storage room, intending to place them on the far right, but realized the classroom's width was insufficient to accommodate 4 desks side by side. He muttered to himself, "Looks like they'll have to be in 2 rows." Observing from the sidelines, Nakahara Yayoi's mind sparked with an idea. A perfect opportunity. Based on experience, sitting next to one another is often the breeding ground for romantic developments. Whether in coming-of-age films or romance novels, sharing a desk possesses an inherent uniqueness. Borrowing stationery, playful elbow nudges, and secret hand-holding beneath the desk, all are romantic experiences exclusive to desk partners. Splendid. He wanted to share a desk with Suguru Geto. Suppressing his social anxiety, Nakahara Yayoi quietly said, "Suguru, I would like to sit beside you." Suguru Geto appeared surprised. "Really?" "Yes." Upon receiving this affirmation, Suguru Geto smiled slightly and moved the tidiest desk to the second row, placing it next to an empty seat. 2 pink heart-shaped icons popped up above his head. Affection level 1, affection points 13. This was incredibly easy. Nakahara Yayoi was delighted to discover that the difficulty of courting Suguru Geto seemed remarkably low. Boosting affection points was a breeze. Suguru Geto, a boon for the socially anxious. Unbeknownst to him, he had been categorized as beginner-friendly. Noticing that Nakahara Yayoi lacked stationery, he casually offered him a few pens. "Haven't you bought your textbooks either?" Nakahara Yayoi shook his head. The bookstore selling the textbooks was situated in a rather obscure location. And Suguru Geto thought of a solution. "I happen to be free this weekend. I can accompany you there. For now, let's share the textbooks." Nakahara Yayoi murmured a soft thank you, feeling touched by the consideration. Those gentle fox-like eyes were indeed his ideal type. Suguru Geto used disinfectant wipes to clear the dust from Nakahara Yayoi's desk, saying, "That should do it. Let us head to the dormitory. There are plenty of empty rooms. Choose one you like." Nakahara Yayoi nodded and walked toward the classroom door. Just as he pulled it open, a figure flashed past, colliding with him. His face found itself buried in the other's chest, the smooth fabric of the uniform brushing against him, followed by the firm sensation of well-defined muscles. Ah, how resilient. With such realistic pecs, it was no wonder this game was rated R, 15. Nakahara Yayoi stepped back, distancing himself from the owner of those muscles. Stealing a glance at the person, it was none other than Satoru Gojo. Up close, he was even more handsome than his initial model, his white hair resembling crystallized frost. His eyes hidden behind sunglasses, sparkling with an enchanting brilliance. Satoru Gojo's appearance was perfectly aligned with Nakahara Yayoi's XP, and he couldn't help but stare for a while before silently averting his gaze. Satoru Gojo rubbed his chest where he had been bumped, frowning as he asked, "Hey, Geto, who is this little shrimp?" Nakahara Yayoi thought, "I really want to punch him." As Nakahara Chuya's younger brother, he was somewhat sensitive about his height. Although he was already 8 centimeters taller than his brother, he constantly worried about halting his growth, forever remaining at 1.68 meters. Suguru Geto subtly kicked Satoru Gojo. Attempting to divert the conversation, "Nakahara is a transfer student." Satoru Gojo's expression darkened. Unlike the oblivious Suguru Geto, he had heard of Nakahara Yayoi. He had once overheard family members say that a high-ranking individual wanted their child to enroll in Jujutsu High, bribing over 10 sorcerers to obtain admission without examination. Satoru Gojo despised those corrupt old geezers and, by extension, Nakahara Yayoi. He strolled casually next to him, hands in his pockets. "Recommended by 10 sorcerers, huh? You must be quite impressive." Satoru Gojo looked down at Nakahara Yayoi, a smirk playing on his lips. "You haven't received your student ID yet, have you? I heard there's a test for evaluating sorcerer levels tomorrow. Don't go running away in tears when you encounter a cursed spirit." Nakahara Yayoi felt flustered. He quietly opened Satoru Gojo's profile. Special grade sorcerer, powerful and aloof, affection level 0. This guy's character was falling apart. Clearly, he was both loquacious and sharp-tongued. A cheeky young master. How was that even remotely aloof? A fierce wave of sarcasm surged within Nakahara Yayoi, but his naturally cynical expression betrayed nothing. His gaze even exuding a hint of disdain. To Satoru Gojo, this was tantamount to provocation. He removed his sunglasses, leaning in closer to Nakahara Yayoi. Upon closer inspection, your cursed energy is quite weak. It feels like you would be flattened by a level 3 cursed spirit. Satoru Gojo leaned in further, their noses nearly touching. Nakahara Yayoi harbored a secret. Due to his delicate facial skin, he blushed easily. Intense physical exertion causes one to flush. Emotional excitement ignites a similar response. And even prolonged conversations with others can leave him crimson-faced. This predicament vexes him greatly. Nakahara Mo, a timid individual, would go to great lengths to unearth any rumors circulating within the Mafia's internal forums, determined to silence the source of such gossip for eternity. Fortunately, his subordinates harbor a profound respect for the notoriously ill-tempered quasi-officer, often reporting tasks from a considerable distance, thus safeguarding his secret from exposure. In summary, Nakahara Mo blushed due to the sudden proximity of Fushiguro Wataru. The blush gradually spread to his earlobes, the swiftly rising temperature almost melting his brain. Driven by this overwhelming heat, he made a regrettable decision. He extended his hand and gave Fushiguro Wataru's shoulder a gentle push. Nakahara Mo swore he did not exert any force. However, the nearly 6-foot-tall youth flew across the room like a stuffed bear, colliding dramatically with the wall. With a resounding crash, the wall crumbled. Nakahara Mo exclaimed, "Wow, is this the power of a full-on attack?" It seemed he would have to exercise caution around Satoru Geto. If he accidentally harmed his target, it would surely send shockwaves through the gaming community. He was not the only one left speechless. Suguru Geto regarded Nakahara Mo's slender arms with astonishment, while Fushiguro Wataru, amidst the ruins of the wall, glared at him furiously, refusing to rise. "Are you trying to kill me?" he bellowed, pointing at the fallen debris. "If I hadn't activated Limitless, I would have been dead." What utter nonsense. Nakahara Mo had played hundreds of games and had never encountered an NPC that could not be revived. Nevertheless, Fushiguro Wataru clearly held a different view. As numbers popped up above his head, ultimately revealing a line of text, affection level, 98. Nakahara Mo thought, how absurd. As the saying goes, one's flaws are magnified when compared to others. In stark contrast to Fushiguro Wataru's shortcomings, Suguru Geto's steadiness highlighted his arrogance and the extreme difficulty of his conquest. Thank goodness he hadn't chosen him. Annoyed, Nakahara Mo muttered, "Can we disable NPC notifications? Disable Fushiguro Wataru's affection level notifications?" The system prompted him, restoring default settings. Nakahara Mo clicked yes. He coldly mused, "You are just a mere NPC, unworthy of conquest, with a dreadful personality, possessing nothing but good looks. Who cares about you?" Chapter 3. With the notifications disabled, the interface became much more streamlined. Unlike Fushiguro Wataru, whose affection level had plummeted to 98, Suguru Geto remained remarkably composed as he assessed the wall's shattered surface, concluding that repairs were necessary. He left to call Yaga Masamichi in the hallway, leaving Nakahara Mo and Fushiguro Wataru staring at one another in the classroom. Fushiguro Wataru glared at Nakahara Mo, clearing away the rubble as he crawled out from the debris. What a reckless fool. Though protected by Limitless, Fushiguro Wataru emerged unscathed, yet he exaggeratedly brushed off his sleeves to express his indignation. Before long, Suguru Geto hurried back into the classroom. He handed his phone to the two, saying with a hint of sympathy, "Yaga-sensei has something to say to you." Fushiguro Wataru turned his head, making a face at Nakahara Mo. "It's all your fault." Yaga Masamichi, evidently exasperated by his troublesome students, spoke in a weary tone. "You two fought upon your first meeting. Can you not behave yourselves?" He continued, "Nakahara Mo, you have vandalized property, and Fushiguro Wataru, you provoked your classmate. You are both sentenced to 2 weeks of on-campus labor, tasked with cleaning the leaves from the back mountain, starting next month." Fushiguro Wataru raised his hand. "Teacher, I don't want to sweep the floor with the transfer student," he argued vehemently. "Can't you just punish me alone?" A sound of knuckles cracking came from Yaga Masamichi. "Fushiguro, I have finished grading the exams. Do you wish to know your score?" "No, goodbye." Fushiguro Wataru immediately hung up the phone. Suguru Geto sighed sympathetically. The back mountain is filled with laurel trees, and this time of year, there are particularly many leaves. You will have a tough time next month. Fushiguro Wataru sat on the desk, irritably twirling a pen. "It's all because that guy hit me for no reason," he accused Nakahara Mo. "You must have immense strength. You shattered the wall with a single punch. Are you Godzilla?" Nakahara Mo squinted his eyes. Since taking over the business left by Dazai Osamu at the age of 12, no one had dared to challenge him. He felt a surge of anger, his social anxiety seemingly cured. "You started it, you sunglasses-wearing idiot." "Huh. As the two prepared to argue again, Suguru Geto swiftly grabbed Nakahara-mo's arm, half dragging him out of the classroom. Ignore him. Let's go. We still need to organize our dorms. The dormitories of Jujutsu High School were single rooms, adorned in a rustic and elegant style, equipped with basic furniture. While the bathroom and laundry facilities were communal, Suguru Geto and Fushiguro Wataru's dorms were on the third floor, adjacent to one another, with an empty room on either side. He explained, "We live on the east side, near the woods, which has a more beautiful view than the west side. You can choose a room next to us. Though any floor is fine." Nakahara-mo quietly replied, "This place is perfect." He opened the doors to both empty dorms in succession. Fushiguro Wataru's adjacent room was impeccably tidy, while Suguru Geto's next door appeared quite aged, evidently vacant for many years, emanating a damp, musty smell. He chose the room next to Suguru Geto. Although it was time to organize, Nakahara-mo had nothing to unpack. Ito Terahiko only intended to use him to monitor Fushiguro Wataru, showing no concern for his quality of life, and had not prepared any belongings. Suguru Geto also noticed Nakahara-mo's empty hands and inquired, "Did you not bring any daily necessities?" Nakahara-mo shook his head. "That's unfortunate. The dorm only has furniture, and personal items need to be provided by you." Suguru Geto pondered, "I have a new toothbrush and towel. You can use those." He added, "The school is too far from the city. You can buy other things on the weekend." This confirmation aligned with Nakahara-mo's suspicions. Suguru Geto was indeed attentive to detail. While Suguru Geto returned to the dorm to fetch personal items, Nakahara-mo sat at the desk, planning his next moves. According to the creator Seki's will, one must uncover 3 hidden eggs to achieve victory. However, the contents of these eggs had not been disclosed, nor had their locations been revealed. It was up to the players to explore. Up until now, Nakahara-mo had found no clues. He thought, instead of floundering aimlessly, it would be prudent to pursue Suguru Geto first. Since this was a romance game, the hidden eggs likely pertained to the targets of conquest. 10 minutes had passed since Suguru Geto left, when Nakahara-mo decided to seek him out in the adjacent dorm. To his surprise, he spotted Fushiguro Wataru lurking suspiciously by the door. "What are you doing here?" Fushiguro Wataru, caught in the act, stood up straight and nonchalantly chewed on a hard candy, declaring, "I'm watching you." Nakahara-mo felt a pang of guilt, as if pricked by something. Why? The profession of a sorcerer is universally acknowledged as one fraught with peril, and no high-ranking offspring has ever expressed a desire to enroll in a prestigious institution. A month ago, the former principal prepared for retirement, and the current period is critical for the transition of power. I harbor suspicions regarding your ulterior motives. Nakahara Yayoi, with a heart laden with trepidation, finally found solace. Fortunately, Satoru Gojo misconstrued his true intentions and possessed no evidence to the contrary. He replied nonchalantly, "Think what you will." Gojo took this as an acquiescence, sauntering into the room with an air of indifference, as if he had no intention of leaving. Veins throbbed at Nakahara Yayoi's temples. His feelings towards Gojo were profoundly complex. This vexing young master was both arrogant and undeniably beautiful, possessing a visage of striking allure. In short, he loathed Satoru Gojo, yet was enamored by his looks. Under Gojo's scrutinizing gaze, Nakahara Yayoi found himself restless, nearly despairing as he realized his cheeks were beginning to flush once more. In his mind, he penned a scathing essay. What on earth was Satoru Gojo's fixation on him? This game was of the 1v1 genre, and once a target was chosen, it was not easily changed. There should be no scenarios of chaotic entanglement. Since he had opted for Suguru Geto, why did this NPC persist in his pursuit? Could it be that Gojo was a support character? It is common knowledge that in strategy games, there is always a tool used to propel the plot forward. No, Gojo did not merely advance the narrative. He significantly hindered the progression of the strategy. Could it be that he was an antagonist? Suguru Geto was yet unaware of Nakahara Yayoi's background, a person of his integrity. If he were to discover that Yayoi had secured his recommendation through bribery, his impression would surely plummet. Indeed, Satoru Gojo was undoubtedly the villain. With this realization, Nakahara Yayoi glared fiercely at Gojo. Gojo, taken aback by being cast in the role of the antagonist, leaned in closer, intrigued by Yayoi's sudden ire. "What are you scheming now? Oh, you're blushing? The heating is too intense." "That's a lie, it's freezing. The heating is too intense. Why are you suddenly angry?" Just then, Suguru Geto returned, carrying daily necessities, and upon hearing Gojo's ruckus, he could not help but smile wryly. What's all the commotion about this time? He not only brought towels and toothbrushes, but also cradled a set of pajamas, sheets, and a pillow, exuding the scent of sun-dried fabric. With Geto's assistance, Nakahara Yayoi tidied the dormitory, and the once eerie room finally breathed life. Disappointed that nothing particularly entertaining had transpired, Gojo pouted and darted back to his dorm to play games. The second-year students had no classes today, and after several mental rehearsals, Nakahara Yayoi mustered his courage and seized Geto's arm. "Suguru, what are your plans for this afternoon?" "Well, I intend to visit the dojo to practice martial arts with teacher Yaga's cursed corpses. Would you like to join? Staying in the dorm is quite dull." Nakahara Yayoi was more than eager to accept. His martial skills were a legacy from Nakahara Chuya, and 4 years prior. He could hold his own against an 18-year-old Osamu Dazai, placing him among the upper echelons of the Port Mafia. However, in order to create more opportunities for interaction, he decided to feign being a novice in martial arts. He replied softly, "I'm quite poor at martial arts." Suguru Geto scrutinized Nakahara Yayoi. The red-haired youth had a tall, slender frame that appeared somewhat frail, indeed resembling someone lacking in martial prowess. He felt a pang of concern. Recognizing that hand-to-hand combat was an essential skill, and a sorcerer could very well meet their end without it. "I'm fairly familiar with combat techniques. If you don't mind, I can guide you," Geto offered earnestly. Nakahara Yayoi's scheme succeeded, and he nodded vigorously. 3 hours later, he lay on the smooth judo mat, nearly in tears, regretting not having saved his progress. Suguru Geto was a stern instructor. "Nakahara-kun, are you well rested? Let us practice the katawa strangle again." Geto knelt beside Nakahara Yayoi, urging him to lock his arms around his shoulders and neck as he had just been taught. Having shed his outer coat, Geto wore only a white shirt, the contours of his muscles more pronounced than ever, clearly a testament to his relentless training. With beautifully defined biceps. At that moment, he extended his arm, awaiting Yayoi's grasp. For other players, this might be a boon. But all Nakahara Yayoi wished was to pinch the bridge of his nose. There were myriad ways to torture social phobia, and this need not be one of them. Facing Geto's sincere gaze, Nakahara Yayoi reluctantly extended his hand, grasping his left shoulder. "Like this? Exactly, well done. Now keep pushing until you topple me." He genuinely aimed to teach him. Nakahara Yayoi found himself helpless, repeatedly muttering that he was merely a cardboard cutout, clutching Geto's arm. The dojo was heated to a comfortable warmth, and their skin began to glow with heat. Pressed against Suguru Geto, Yayoi felt as though his brain might melt. He was nothing like a mere cutout. The sensation was strikingly real. Geto gently prompted, "What would you do if I pinned you down?" Leaning against Geto's shoulder, Nakahara Yayoi, feeling dizzy, replied, "First, I'd push you away, then lock your neck." "Correct." Geto nodded in satisfaction. Nakahara Yayoi sighed inwardly. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. He had come to win over Suguru Geto, not to learn martial arts. Geto's earnestness was making him question whether this was truly a strategy game. Based on experience, when affection exceeded 10, appropriate physical contact could enhance favorability. In the games Nakahara Yayoi had played, even in the most challenging, such as Silver Soul, Crimson Edo, with Takasuji Shinsuke, or Gi Love City with Kurura, physical contact would yield a 1% increase in favorability, though Kurura seemingly only offered a 0.2 increase. In any case, Suguru Geto's initial favorability was notably high, and he was exceedingly considerate towards players. Following conventional tropes, he should be a low-difficulty character, allowing for an easy happy ending. Indeed, this was it. Nakahara Yayoi identified the source of his unease. Since their acquaintance, aside from that unexpected moment, Suguru Geto's favorability had not risen a single point. Chapter 4. High Favorability. Low Efficiency. This reminded Nakahara Yayoi of another character, Tamayo from Taisho Romance, Demons, and Love Songs. Tamayo boasted an initial favorability of 30, being exceedingly enthusiastic upon their first meeting. However, as the plot advanced, Nakahara Yayoi discovered that he was not only difficult to please, but also prone to leading him to the perilous dead end of being devoured, making him akin to a Taisho-era Hannibal. Could it be that Suguru Geto was similarly designed to be hard to please? Noticing the furrow in Yayoi's brow, Suguru Geto asked with concern, "Nakahara-kun, are you feeling faint?" Before Nakahara Yayoi could formulate a response, his thoughts were disrupted. He regained his composure, coughed discreetly, and shook his head. Geto suspected that Nakahara Yayoi was merely putting on a brave face, deciding to terminate their practice. By this time, the slanting sun had already set, and gazing at the afterglow of the twilight, he proposed, "Since it's so late, shall we go for a meal?" Nakahara Yayoi had no objections, and the two made their way to the cafeteria together. In order to test his hypothesis, Nakahara Yayoi resolved to take the initiative and attempt to follow the established patterns to elevate Suguru Geto's favorability. If he succeeds, it indicates that he is not a particularly challenging character. According to the conventional design of strategy games, casual conversations often enhance intimacy and may even unlock hidden storylines. What should they discuss? Nakahara Yayoi scrutinized Suguru Geto's profile, and a series of labels surfaced in her mind: an exemplary student, estranged familial relationships, prone to getting bogged down in details, an idealist, and emotionally perceptive. Perhaps they could converse about the past. After much contemplation, she finally summoned the courage to speak. Geto-kun. Did you gain admission through recommendation? Yes, I come from a non-sorcerer background. I am the only one in my family who can see curses. Nakahara Yayoi recalled the bizarrely shaped black creature. Curses do seem rather unsettling. When I first encountered a curse, I was so frightened that I cried. Suguru Geto chuckled at the memory of his past embarrassment. Later, my parents took me to see a psychologist, who diagnosed me with delusional disorder and prescribed tranquilizers for 2 years. The tablets felt like cotton stuck to the roof of my mouth, and tasted dry and bitter as they dissolved. Nakahara Yayoi inquired about his life at the Jujutsu High, and Suguru Geto answered each question, his laughter ringing out brightly when recounting amusing anecdotes about exorcising curses. Though Suguru Geto was in high spirits, her feelings of affection did not seem to grow. Nakahara Yayoi sighed inwardly. Her initial assessment was correct. Suguru Geto was indeed a complex character, warm on the outside yet cold within, akin to Kinji Hakari, making him a challenging target to pursue. Regret began to creep in. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a line of text materialized before her. Would you like to change your target? This feature would expire in 6 days, usable only once. Choose wisely. What if she switched to Satoru Gojo? Nakahara Yayoi recalled Satoru Gojo's handsome visage and nodded in satisfaction, only to be reminded of his arrogant demeanor, which promptly extinguished her audacious idea. Perhaps she should reconsider him only as a last resort. Fueled by a fierce competitive spirit, Nakahara Yayoi regained her composure and began contemplating her strategy. Firstly, she needed to cater to his preferences. After several hours of observation, she noted that Suguru Geto frequently protected the weak. From this, she deduced that he possessed a chivalrous spirit, likely to be captivated by a gentle and innocent type. Indeed, a stubborn yet delicate transfer student would certainly appeal to him. A frail and tender transfer student, this would be her new persona. As she plotted her schemes, her mind brimming with cunning ideas, she arrived at the cafeteria, ravenous, having burned through a considerable amount of energy. In the game, she needed to eat. During her time playing Don't Starve, she had lost 12 pounds due to food scarcity, which prompted Nakahara Chuya to enforce a strict rule requiring her to return home for meals, only allowing her to return to the game after eating. Suguru Geto approached the self-service ordering machine and casually asked, "What do you like to eat?" Balancing school with work, Nakahara Yayoi usually sustained herself on vegetable salads and bread to minimize her break time, lacking any particular favorites. If she had to choose, it would probably be cold dishes. Cold dishes, she replied. Cold dishes? Our tastes are quite similar. The cold noodles in the cafeteria are delightful, but unfortunately, they're not available yet due to the chilly weather, Suguru Geto lamented. With her mind burdened by worries and no preferred dishes, Nakahara Yayoi opted for a fruit and vegetable salad along with a cola. They picked up their trays and made their way to a window-side seat. Suguru Geto gazed at the verdant salad bowl and remarked, "You must have depleted your energy. Won't this be too little for you?" A slight gurgle emanated from Nakahara Yayoi's stomach, seemingly affirming his words. Suppressing a chuckle, Suguru Geto feigned a troubled expression. "I didn't expect the soba portion to be so large. I might not finish it. By the way, if you don't mind, could you help me with the fried shrimp and stir-fried noodles?" As he spoke, he pushed his tray toward Nakahara Yayoi. Suguru had ordered a soba set along with a generous portion of fried shrimp and stir-fried udon, causing their table to overflow with food. In hindsight, it seemed he had intentionally purchased so much food to share the stir-fried noodles with her. Realizing this, Nakahara Yayoi felt her cheeks warm. "Thank you. Don't mention it." "Eat up," Suguru Geto smiled. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, his amber eyes gleamed with warmth, akin to amber itself. The ambience was just right, and Nakahara Yayoi keenly recognized this as an opportunity to enhance their rapport. Her wish, however, was thwarted. A fluffy white head appeared at the door as Satoru Gojo strolled into the cafeteria, yawning. He had slept the afternoon away and arrived for dinner only as the sun dipped below the horizon, unexpectedly encountering Nakahara Yayoi. They exchanged glances of mutual disdain. Satoru silently muttered, "Annoying," while Nakahara Yayoi mouthed a silent curse. Satoru Gojo's persistent presence consistently disrupted her chances for intimate conversations with her target. At that moment, a hoarse female voice emerged from behind Satoru Gojo. "Are you going in or not? Don't block the way. I'm starving." The girl who spoke had a cool demeanor, a cigarette dangling from her mouth, clearly a seasoned rule-breaker. Nakahara Yayoi recognized her from the roster. Her name was Ido Shoko, a classmate of theirs. Ido Shoko and Satoru Gojo went to fetch food, and 5 minutes later, they sat down beside the two. Satoru's tray was piled high with 3 servings of caramel pudding. He even drizzled an excessive amount of maple syrup over the pudding, nearly drowning it in sweetness. Nakahara Yayoi, not fond of desserts, viewed Satoru's actions as akin to submerging a meat dumpling in sugar, an abomination that should be eradicated. Adhering to the principle of not engaging in conflict, but respecting differing tastes, she silently turned her head away. Nakahara Yayoi had no intention of provoking trouble. However, Satoru Gojo caught the fleeting glimmer of disdain in her eyes and asked, "What are you staring at?" It seemed he was deliberately attempting to provoke her. Nakahara Yayoi felt the urge to punch Satoru Gojo again, but mindful of her gentle persona, she instead offered a veiled jab. "Satoru-kun, you really do enjoy sweet foods, don't you? How adorable." Satoru, oblivious to the sarcasm in her tone, glanced at her with a puzzled expression. "Don't suddenly compliment me. It feels strange." Nakahara Yayoi was left speechless. Satoru Gojo seemed somewhat dense, perhaps not truly foolish, just excessively oblivious to emotional subtleties. Having received an unexpected compliment from his rival, Satoru felt compelled to reciprocate. Without looking up, he stated, "Hey, the time for the ranking assessment has been confirmed. It will take place tomorrow at 7:30 a.m. on campus." Ranking assessment? Nakahara Yayoi recalled that Satoru had mentioned this term upon his arrival, but she had been so entranced by the striking beauty of the white-haired individual that she had paid little attention to the conversation, only remembering that his voice was quite pleasant. "What is that?" she inquired. "You don't know this?" Satoru laughed gleefully. "You are completely oblivious to the world of sorcerers, aren't you? Your techniques are rather weak. You might even struggle to achieve the lowest rank." He leaned closer and whispered, "No wonder you were so desperate to gain admission without an exam." Satoru Gojo's voice was deep and melodious, each syllable floating into Nakahara Yayoi's ears, sending a tingling sensation through her. His lips were almost brushing against her ear, and the warmth of his breath grazed her hair, sending a shiver down her spine, as if transformed into a faint current of electricity. Mayoi Nakahara's cheeks burned crimson. He averted his gaze from those around him, mumbling that he would take his leave, and swiftly dashed out of the cafeteria. Suguru Geto sighed helplessly, reproaching Satoru Gojo. "Nakahara possesses remarkable talent, yet he lacks proper guidance. Your words are rather harsh, Gojo." With that, he tidied up the utensils and hurriedly followed after him. Satoru Gojo stood there, staring blankly at Nakahara's retreating figure, taking some time to regain his senses. "Shoko, did you see that? That guy turned red." "Yes, it's quite evident." Gojo felt a mixture of frustration and anger when I spoke to him at noon. He wore that same expression. Why? Who knows? Nakahara always maintains a stoic demeanor, as if he were angry. When you provoked him, I thought he might actually hit you. Angry? Is that why he turned red? That makes sense. He does have a rather unpleasant temperament. Gojo, filled with suspicion, sniffed at his collar. Could it be that he despises the scent of grapefruit shower gel? Shoko Jaju, exasperated, put down her chopsticks. "All right, let me check." She pulled out her phone, opened the search engine, and quickly typed a line. "Why do classmates blush when they see me?" 3 nonsensical attributes: bad temper. Half a minute later, Jaju raised her head. "Gojo, Nakahara has feelings for you." The dessert spoon in Satoru Gojo's hand clattered onto the table. Unfazed, Jaju recited, "Under the influence of hormones, adolescents often develop romantic feelings for the opposite or same sex. This is a normal phenomenon. Do not feel guilty. Enjoy your youth." That's what it says. Gojo mechanically picked up the dessert spoon, resembling a rusted robot. Jaju stifled laughter, nearly running out of breath. She had suspected the truth for some time, but Gojo's shocked expression was too amusing, and she decided to keep playing the fool, sharing this delightful tidbit with the songstress. Gojo was questioning his very existence. "No way, right?" "Oh, quite possible. Although you're a scoundrel, you aren't bad-looking," Jaju remarked candidly. "I am fully aware of that." "Feeling rather smug, are we?" Jaju casually tossed a cigarette, but into the trash can. "I've had my fill. Go find someone else to confide in about your romantic troubles. Farewell." Gojo buried his head in the crook of his arm, muttering to himself with a blend of emotions. "No way. That guy has such a terrible temper. He punched me the moment we met." But Jaju's intuition is usually spot on. "Oh right, he just complimented me on being cute." Chapter 5. Nakahara Mayoi was equally troubled. Satoru Gojo's strikingly handsome face was undeniably dangerous. Every time they conversed, he felt his cheeks flush, greatly detracting from his gaming experience. Frowning, he left the cafeteria, and before he had walked 100 meters, a light, cheerful footstep approached from behind. It was Suguru Geto. He did not mention the earlier unpleasantness, but casually inquired, "Are you heading back to the dorm?" "Yes. Let's walk together. I want to go back and take a shower. It's been so humid lately. I feel sticky and uncomfortable." The mid-spring weather was both cold and damp, leaving Nakahara drenched in sweat and feeling utterly miserable. He resolved to accompany Geto to shower, hoping to wash away the bothersome chill with warm water. Upon reaching the bathroom, he felt a twinge of regret. He knew it was a communal facility, but he hadn't anticipated its stark simplicity. Before him was an old-style bathhouse accommodating 20 users, poorly lit and dim, as if a ghost might emerge at any moment. Most importantly, the bathhouse was merely partitioned with dividers, lacking doors, allowing one to easily glimpse the sexy backs of others. Bathing here required a certain boldness. Nakahara did not consider himself particularly forthright, hesitating at the entrance. Geto, perceiving his hesitation, offered a wry smile. Teacher Yaga wanted to renovate the dorm last year, but the higher-ups allocated very little funding to the school, and they have yet to gather enough money. Just make do. You'll get used to it in a few days. With that, he unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his sun-kissed neck and chest. Nakahara steeled himself. After all, what was it but a naked paper doll? How significant could it be? He too shed his outerwear, tossing his discarded clothing into the storage basket. Nakahara's tall frame, enveloped in a thick woolen coat, initially appeared almost sickly thin, but once stripped of his clothing, it became evident that he possessed a well-defined physique, muscular and proportionate. He chose to ignore Geto's sexy back and focused intently on his own space as he slipped into a partition. Upon turning on the hot water, he discovered a predicament. The bathroom lacked shower gel. Having never resided in a school dorm before, he only now realized that public bathhouses differed from hotels in that one needed to bring their own bathing supplies. At that moment, Geto knocked on the divider. He seemed to have anticipated this scenario, leaning partway out of his own space to offer Nakahara his shower gel and shampoo. Use mine. Geto, having spent considerable time outdoors exorcising cursed spirits, had developed a healthy tan that glimmered like honey. His physique was one that appeared slim in clothing yet toned without. The foam cascaded from his chest along his mermaid line down to his lower abdomen, disappearing into the obscured area beneath the mist. Truly deserving of an R-rated game. He adhered to a strict code. The bathhouse lacked heating, and even with the water set to the highest temperature, one could not escape the chill. After showering, the two hurriedly donned their clothes and made their way to the washroom to dry their hair. Nakahara's hair was soft and thick, and when wet it became particularly heavy, cascading like copper down to his shoulders, always challenging to dry. The lingering chill of spring made him shiver, feeling as if the roots of his hair might freeze. Geto chuckled in amusement. Let me help you. He took the hairdryer, extending his hand to gently tousle Nakahara's damp red locks. Being cared for so attentively by a peer made Nakahara feel somewhat awkward. However, considering his frail persona, he accepted Geto's kindness. Relaxing on the bench, he suddenly recalled Gojo's earlier words and turned to ask, "Did you also undergo the great assessment, Geto?" "No, I did not. I exorcised a first-level cursed spirit before Teacher Yaga and was directly rated as a first-grade sorcerer, without any testing." Nakahara understood. His identity had been fabricated by Terahiko Ito. The higher-ups lacked records of his exorcisms, thus they orchestrated an assessment to confirm his grade. Nakahara instinctively sensed that this was a crucial plot point. His competitive spirit flared, overshadowing his social anxiety, and he pressed on. "The lowest grade for sorcerers is level 4, correct?" "Indeed. If one does not reach level 4, can they still attend Jujutsu High?" "I'm not sure," Geto replied with a shake of his head. "All I know is that those unable to exorcise cursed spirits are assigned to the intelligence department, becoming part of the window." Nakahara was familiar with this term. The window refers to those relegated to a secondary role, solely responsible for intelligence work, with minimal intersection with sorcerers. He immediately envisioned a tragic tale of star-crossed lovers forcibly separated and hastily opened his character card. Talent is unremarkable, with a ceiling of second-grade sorcerer. He let out a sigh of relief. Not particularly high, but sufficient. Yashio found himself unable to see the character card hovering in midair, and he noticed that Yayoi Nakahara was frowning intently at the empty space, causing him to worry about her mental state. He offered her some reassurance. "You have already enrolled. This test is merely to determine your level for future task assignments, so there's no need to feel overly anxious." "That's not it. I'm not anxious." Nakahara's pale explanation only heightened Yashio's concern. He stood up and, in an effort to help Nakahara relax, purchased 2 bottles of warm milk from a vending machine, handing one to her. "Drink some milk. It aids in sleep." Nakahara timidly accepted the bottle, cradling the warm glass in her hands. It was a rare experience to receive concern from someone other than her brother. She had no friends, and her subordinates tended to avoid her. When she was recently promoted to a junior officer, Morohashi had asked her to select 2 trusted aides as deputies. She pondered for 3 whole days, but could not come up with suitable candidates. Yashio's caring demeanor was like a soothing balm, enveloping her in a gentle warmth. Nakahara mused that if Yashio were a real person, it would be exceedingly difficult not to be moved by him. After finishing her drink, Yashio gathered his stationery and notebook, heading to the study room to catch up on his homework from the previous day. Nakahara returned to her dormitory alone, languidly collapsing onto her bed. "Check real time," she muttered to herself. 15:11. She had spent most of the day in the game, but in reality, only a mere 2 hours had elapsed. This was a built-in buff of her ability. Time flowed much more slowly within the game than in the outside world. Nakahara was quite fond of this buff last summer. She would sneak into the decelerated world of Tree Simulator to catch an extra half-hour of sleep, leaving behind a legend that Nakahara, the junior officer, needed no sleep. The time flow in Jujutsu High was 6 times slower than the real world, and she calculated that if she took a nap now, she could play games all night long. Snuggling under the covers, she caught a whiff of a refreshing herbal scent from her pillow, likely the fragrance of laundry detergent. The aroma seemed to possess a hypnotic power, lulling her into a drowsy state, making her eyelids heavy and hard to keep open. Unconsciously, her eyes fluttered shut, and she fell into a deep slumber for a full 12 hours. For Nakahara, this was a fantastical notion. She had long suffered from insomnia, considering it a miracle if she managed to sleep more than 6 hours. Yet, that was indeed the case. She sank into a blissful sleep, only to be awakened the following morning. Nakahara felt a hand resting on her forehead, and the person, filled with concern, brushed back her hair, placing the back of their hand against her forehead as if to gauge her temperature. She assumed it was Nakahara Naka, mumbling in a sleepy protest. "Let me sleep for another 5 minutes. No, you'll be late." "What? That's a lie. I'm on vacation." Nakahara reluctantly opened her eyes to see Yashio's face. He stood by her bed, worry etched on his features. His hair was unbound, and the glossy strands cascaded down, brushing against Nakahara's arm. So close. Nakahara felt a jolt of surprise, pulling the covers back and rolling half a meter away to the edge of the bed. "Be careful. Don't fall." Yashio quickly caught her. Nakahara had been sleeping so soundly that no amount of calling could rouse her. Yashio even feared she might be ill. When she finally awoke, he felt a wave of relief. "Get up quickly. The examiner has arrived, and Teacher Yaga is urging you to go to the examination hall." Recalling the scent from the previous night, Nakahara surmised that the reason she could sleep for 12 hours was likely due to that fragrance. The setting of Jujutsu High was entirely drawn from reality, even boldly promoting itself with a parallel world slogan, claiming that everything within the game could be found in the real world. Last month, Nakahara Naka had been responsible for a gemstone trade that faced fierce competition from other merchants, causing him considerable stress as he practically lived in his office. Only sneaking home at 2 in the morning, Nakahara resolved to buy a few bottles of the same laundry detergent to improve their sleep quality. Hesitantly, she spoke. "Yashio, the scent on the pillow, is it from the laundry detergent?" "Scent? Yes, I really like that smell." Faced with Yashio's gaze, Nakahara's voice dwindled to a near whisper. "I used a disinfectant and fabric softener. I'm not sure which one you mean." "How about this? Smell my shirt. If it's the same, it should be the softener." With that, Yashio leaned down, pointing to his collar. Nakahara leaned closer and indeed caught that invigorating herbal aroma. "Is it this?" "Yes." Strangely compelled, Nakahara glanced at Yashio's face and thought, how handsome this person is, with his elegantly arched eyebrows that seemed to have stepped right out of an ancient painting. Yashio, too, casually stole a glance at Nakahara. The transfer student possessed a pair of beautiful green eyes. He always appeared expressionless, like an emotionless puppet, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the glimmer of intelligence and cunning within his gaze. Their eyes met in the air. At that moment, Wataru Fushijiro was stealthily exiting the dormitory. He had been awake all night, the words of Nanami still echoing in his mind. Every time he closed his eyes, her confession replayed in his thoughts, lingering like a haunting melody. He had pondered over his feelings until he faintly heard Yashio speaking, realizing that dawn had already broken. Fushijiro was eavesdropping intently on their conversation. But when their words suddenly ceased, curiosity gnawed at him, prompting him to feign passing by to see what the two were up to. He pushed open the slightly ajar door and beheld Yashio and Nakahara huddled together, their expressions a complex blend of confusion, suspicion, and displeasure. Chapter 6. The sound of the door opening startled Nakahara and Yashio. They snapped back to reality, turning their faces away to avoid each other's gaze. Yashio was the first to regain his composure, pointing to his collar as he explained, "Nakahara wanted to smell my fabric softener." "Huh, what's there to smell?" Fushijiro said, clearly not pleased. Nakahara's demeanor shifted drastically. In front of Fushijiro, she resembled a startled cat, yet when close to Yashio, she appeared so calm and at ease. Nakahara recognized this contrast as well. Perhaps it was Yashio's gentle voice or his nurturing concern. Being around him made her feel relaxed and joyful, alleviating her social anxiety. Noticing the atmosphere had turned somewhat somber, Yashio decided to redirect the conversation. He smiled and said, "Why do you look so glum, Wataru? You didn't seem this troubled even when facing failing grades at the end of the term. Are you feeling down?" "Not at all." Fushijiro's attempt to deny his feelings only drew attention to them. Yashio, keenly observant, picked up on Fushijiro's unusual demeanor. He sensed that Fushijiro's attitude towards Nakahara had shifted compared to before. Fushiguro had been tossing and turning in bed all night. His hair was a disheveled mess, with a stubborn lock of bangs sticking up like a scorpion's tail. Miyuki Nakahara was plagued by obsessive-compulsive tendencies, unable to resist stealing a few glances. To his astonishment, Satoru Gojo was also covertly observing him. Without his signature sunglasses, Gojo's azure eyes sparkled with a clarity surpassing the bluest skies, and Nakahara could even faintly see his own reflection within them. This individual was undeniably striking. As their gazes locked for a fleeting moment, Nakahara's heart raced, and a wave of heat surged to his cheeks, igniting a sense of despair within him. In this pivotal instant, a sudden inspiration struck Nakahara, prompting a recollection from 7 years prior. 7 years ago, Nakahara, burdened as his brother's tag-along, had joined the port Mafia under the guise of a buy-one-get-one free offer. Aware that his unique ability was rather lackluster, rendering him ill-suited to thrive among the multitude of sorcerers, he approached his direct superior, Koyu Ozaki, to express his desire to learn the art of assassination and become a proficient killer. He had initially expected to be mentored by Ozaki, only to learn days later that he would be sent to the underground lair, holding the king of assassins, becoming a student of Wayland. Nakahara despised the prospect of mingling with strangers, feeling despondent and sighing heavily each day. At that time, Osamu Dazai had yet to betray their trust. He was still a trusted senior figure in Nakahara's eyes. Upon learning of the younger man's distress, Dazai advised him to envision Wayland as a pumpkin-headed figure to ease his nerves. Grateful to Dazai, Nakahara found that this tactic proved effective, both then and now. Imagining Gojo as a pumpkin allowed Nakahara's gaze to gradually lose its intensity, and the heat in his cheeks dissipated almost instantly. Pointing at Gojo's tousled bangs, Nakahara remarked, "Your hair is sticking up, you might want to fix it." This marked Nakahara's first proactive attempt to engage Gojo in conversation, yet for reasons unknown. Gojo reacted with unusual fervor. He abruptly took 2 steps back, one hand pressing down on his errant hair tips while the other pretended to adjust non-existent sunglasses, exclaiming, "No. Please don't talk to me out of the blue. You nearly scared me to death." Nakahara was left perplexed, thinking to himself that this NPC was exceedingly peculiar. At the back mountain, the venue for the level assessment had been meticulously prepared. The higher-ups had erected a tent that only Nakahara could freely enter, enveloping the entire mountain within its confines. Inside the tent, 20 level 4 cursed spirits, 5 level 3, 2 level 2, and 1 level 1 cursed spirit were strategically placed from the base to the summit, arranged according to their ranks. The examiners revealed no scoring criteria, only issuing a 4-character edict: do your best. Unfamiliar with the terrain, Suguru Geto accompanied Nakahara to the back mountain like a parent escorting a child to an examination. Gojo, with nothing better to do, followed along. Outside the examination grounds, aside from the familiar figure of Yaga Masamichi, there were 2 unfamiliar faces. One was Yoshinobu Gakugenji, the principal of the Kyoto Jujutsu High, serving as the official observer for this assessment. The other was a high-ranking official whose identity remained concealed, tasked with the role of examiner. The examiner donned a metallic mask reminiscent of a guillotine, with a vulture perched upon his shoulder, intermittently emitting a haunting cry. His technique, aptly named bird manipulation, allowed him to control avian creatures, sharing visual perception with his trained vulture and projecting its view. The examiner possessed some knowledge of Nakahara's background, but as Ito Terahiko had concealed it well, he merely understood that this student was related to a high-ranking individual, with no further details. He forced a disingenuous smile at Nakahara, exclaiming, "I've heard great things about you, and I look forward to seeing your performance today. A talent of such renown must surely be capable of exorcising a level 1 cursed spirit, right?" This statement was laced with veiled insinuation. The examiner was deliberately elevating Nakahara's stature, implying that if he failed to achieve a level 1 rating, it would suggest he was undeserving of such accolades and had relied on manipulative means for his endorsements. Nakahara quickly cast a glance at Geto, who, having reached a point of no return, was compelled to confront a level 1 cursed spirit. Suddenly, the alarm clock held by the examiner rang out, and the vulture took flight, circling above Nakahara's head. The test had commenced. Yaga, harboring little fondness for the transfer student, nonetheless felt a pang of sympathy as he watched the young man approach the cursed spirits scattered throughout the examination ground. He seized Nakahara's arm, whispering a caution. "You only need to exorcise 1 level 4 cursed spirit to pass the certification. The spirits at the summit are exceedingly dangerous. There's no need to take unnecessary risks." Nakahara offered no verbal response, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He stepped into the tent, and the vulture emitted a piercing wail, following closely behind him. Fortune smiled upon Nakahara, for upon entering the examination ground, he encountered a level 4 cursed spirit. Level 4 cursed spirits, known as flyheads, were typically small in stature and possessed lower attack power. This particular fly head was dangling from a branch, resembling a gelatinous slime. Nakahara, eager to test his skills, softly murmured, "How does one utilize a technique?" The response echoed, "Technique, a form of shadow magic. Please envision your cursed energy flowing within, directing its power towards your palm." Following the guidance, Nakahara extended his hand, feeling the warmth of energy coursing through his body, flowing down his arm and gathering in his palm. Shikigami loading. A sphere of white light appeared in his palm. Nakahara reminisced about the captivating SSR Shikigami he had drawn in past RPG mobile games, each uniquely beautiful. Particularly a male figure often adorned with a fox mask who had captured his heart. What form would this Shikigami take? With bated breath, Nakahara gazed at the orb of white light, eagerly awaiting the Shikigami's emergence. Summoning successful. As the white light dissipated, what materialized in Nakahara's hand was a plump, round, snow-white creature resembling a felted toy, a silver-throat long-tailed tit, colloquially known as Fat Gio. Upon spotting the cursed spirit, Fat Gio chirped excitedly and darted into Nakahara's sleeve. Nakahara sighed, realizing why Gojo had mocked his technique. The latter had likely discerned the true form of the Shikigami through his 6 eyes. Gojo's restraint in refraining from laughter was perhaps his final act of kindness. With no other choice, Nakahara tiptoed to capture the fly head clinging to the tree. The cursed spirit felt akin to a slippery, gelatinous jelly. A moment's inattention could cause it to slip through his fingers, instinctively tightening his grip. Nakahara was taken aback as, empowered by limitless attack strength, he effortlessly crushed the cursed spirit. Yet, the remains did not vanish. The fragments on the ground writhed, piecing themselves back together into their original form. It seemed that physical attacks would not suffice to exorcise the cursed spirit. He would need to employ cursed energy. Nakahara felt a wave of frustration wash over him. His upper limit was that of a level 2 sorcerer. Should he attempt to exorcise the spirit through conventional means, it would only expose the meagerness of his cursed energy, granting the insufferable examiner exactly what he desired. The vulture, keenly observing Nakahara's troubled expression, emitted a mocking series of cries. How vexing. Nakahara Yayoi lowered her gaze, the cool, dim light flickering in her eyes. Indeed, although her cursed energy was feeble, she possessed an unparalleled, boundless attack power. If she were to amalgamate her cursed energy with her extraordinary attack value, perhaps she could yield a result exceeding 11-2. With this thought in mind, Nakahara Yayoi summoned her cursed energy once more, channeling it to her fingertips. She extended her finger and lightly flicked the 4th-level cursed spirit. The cursed energy distorted the very fabric of space, and with a series of crackling sounds, a black spark flared at her fingertip, shattering the spirit upon contact. This time, the spirit's remnants did not coalesce again, but sublimated like heated iodine, dispersing into deep purple smoke. Nakahara Yayoi experienced a moment of profound enlightenment. So, this was the true application of cursed energy. Having grasped the method, she embarked on an effortless and joyous ascent. She encountered cursed spirits along the way, dispatching them with physical exorcism, regardless of whether they were 4th, 3rd, or 2nd level. Each passing cursed spirit was easily purged at her whim. The simplicity of the task rendered her somewhat bored, mechanically executing the application of cursed energy, flicking her fingers for the next spirit, yawning repeatedly. Outside the arena, everyone watched her exorcise the spirits through the vulture's perspective. Unbeknownst to Nakahara Yayoi, her seemingly simple trick was, in fact, a high-level technique known as Black Flash. Demanding considerable skill from a sorcerer, many spend their lives without mastering it. Ever since Nakahara Yayoi first unleashed Black Flash, Yaga Yoshinori had removed his sunglasses to scrutinize her movements closely. He had to admit his initial judgment of the young girl had been flawed. In a mere few minutes, Nakahara Yayoi had self-taught a high-level technique. Moreover, he had never heard of a sorcerer capable of executing Black Flash with just 2 fingers. Yaga Yoshinori mused to himself, this child has immense potential. Hearing his words, Legenji Kashin scoffed. Congratulations, you've acquired a student of exceptional talent. While Legenji's tone dripped with sarcasm, Yaga Yoshinori keenly sensed that the well-informed elder was, in fact, quite pleased with Nakahara Yayoi, even harboring a degree of envy towards Tokyo Jujutsu High. Another individual taken aback was Gojo Satoru. During their first encounter, he had assessed the transfer student's techniques with his 6 eyes. Weak cursed energy. A spirit devoid of offensive power, barely capable of exorcising even a fly. This was his first impression of Nakahara Yayoi. Yet, the reality proved that she was indeed extraordinary. Had he misjudged her? Gojo Satoru frowned, his fine lashes casting shadows over his eyes, obscuring his emotions. Within the examination hall, Nakahara Yayoi had successfully reached the mountaintop. Remembering Yaga Yoshinori's advice, She pressed the save button, overriding save 1. The summit was desolate, revealing only a vast expanse of swaying pine trees. The exam's exit was situated beside a pine tree. Crossing the curtain would conclude the level assessment. Nakahara Yayoi looked around, but saw no trace of the first-level cursed spirit. Had it already been exorcised? She simply wished to expedite this narrative point, not wasting time confirming, and pushed aside the curtain. Suguru Geto had long been waiting at the exit, grinning as he waved at Nakahara Yayoi. Gojo Satoru stood behind Suguru, donning sunglasses at some unknown point. Hands shoved into his pockets, striking a pose that was both aloof and stylish. Just as Nakahara Yayoi was about to step out of the examination hall, she noticed a change in the expressions of Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto. They stared intently behind her, simultaneously exclaiming, "Beware of the cursed spirit." It turned out that the first-level cursed spirit at the summit had not been exorcised. It had merely concealed its presence within the underbrush, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. It finally seized its chance, leaping from the bushes to attack Nakahara Yayoi, its massive form flattening the surrounding pines. Nakahara Yayoi had no time to retaliate. Upon this realization, Gojo Satoru did not hesitate to extend his hand, aiming for the spirit's fading silhouette. Technique reversal, red. A blinding red light erupted from his palm, radiating a dazzling brilliance as it surged toward the cursed spirit like a dragon in flight. The moment the red light illuminated the pine forest, Nakahara Yayoi felt a sudden warmth in her chest. Gojo Satoru's mastery of red was insufficiently refined. His technique not only obliterated the cursed spirit, but also pierced through Nakahara Yayoi's chest. Due to the self-preservation mechanism of her powers, she felt no pain. She merely sensed a salty, metallic taste flooding her throat, as blood erupted from her mouth and nose, staining her garments crimson. Nakahara Yayoi was fragile. Forget about red. Even a casual blow from Gojo Satoru could claim her life. You have been mistakenly injured by Gojo Satoru, resulting in immediate death. Dead end. How careless. She almost forgot that this game was a challenging RPG disguised as an otome game, fraught with pitfalls that could lead to death at any moment. Loading save 1. Nakahara Yayoi reassured herself that having the opportunity to experience such a realistic death was not entirely a loss. In truth, more than the death itself. She was astonished by Gojo Satoru's actions. An NPC with a nearly negative affinity score had attempted to save her, which was indeed beyond her expectations. Save loading complete. Nakahara Yayoi returned to the mountaintop. Everything was just as it had been before. She drew back the curtain. And Suguru Geto and Gojo Satoru shouted for her to be cautious of what lay behind her, with a blinding red light emanating from Gojo Satoru's palm. Yet this time, Nakahara Yayoi was prepared. She did not afford the cursed spirit the chance to ambush her, the moment it revealed itself. She had already concentrated her cursed energy at her fingertips. Slightly turning, she flicked her fingers with an air of nonchalance, effortlessly exorcising the spirit. She exited the examination hall unscathed. Suguru Geto approached to check if Nakahara Yayoi was injured, and upon confirming her safety, he cheerfully remarked, "Wonderful. This way, you can also achieve a first-level evaluation." Everyone believed the assessment had concluded smoothly, including Legenji Kashin, the official observer, who nonchalantly congratulated Yaga Yoshinori before preparing to depart. Unexpectedly, the examiner halted him. "I suspect Nakahara Yayoi has committed an act of cheating. This evaluation is void." Chapter 7. Yaga Yoshinori replied gravely, "Do you have any evidence?" The examiner coldly huffed, pointing at Nakahara Yayoi's sleeve. The chubby creature hidden within her sleeve seemed to sense something, timidly peeking out. Upon seeing the menacing vulture perched on the examiner's shoulder, it shrieked and transformed into blue smoke, vanishing. The examiner sneered. Nakahara did not employ any birth techniques. "This is the evidence." Upon hearing this, Nakahara Yayoi finally understood. This old man was not doubting her integrity. He simply found her disagreeable and was nitpicking. Suguru Geto also recognized that the examiner was deliberately provoking trouble, his brows knitting together. After spending the last 2 days together, he discerned that Nakahara Yayoi was a quiet person. If she engaged in a verbal dispute with others, she would likely be at a disadvantage. He positioned himself protectively behind Nakahara Yayoi, speaking sternly to the examiner. "Is this the rule of the assessment? Why was it not stated beforehand?" Yaga Yoshinori was taken aback by his words. Suguru Geto possesses a temperament characterized by moderation and restraint, even when inundated with tasks by his superiors. He accepts them with unwavering calmness and without a hint of complaint. Yet, this very Suguru Geto surprises all by addressing his superior with such an assertive tone. The examiner is equally taken aback. To the conservative faction, individuals like Suguru Geto, who lack the pedigree and status of a sorcerer, are mere expendable pawns. Insignificant and easily dispatched. The examiner never anticipated that a powerless student would dare to counter his assertions. his gaze sweeping over Suguru with a mixture of anger and disdain. He elongated his tone with a hint of condescension. So, do you believe that Moi Nakahara can exorcise 28 cursed spirits solely through the use of Black Flash, without employing cursed techniques? Indeed, Suguru Geto replied, maintaining his composure. The examiner scoffed. A faint shadow crossed Suguru's brow. What are you laughing at? Suguru, you are unaware. Kageyama Yoshin explained, stroking his beard leisurely. Black Flash consumes a tremendous amount of cursed energy. Even a special-grade sorcerer could not possibly use it 28 times in succession. This is indeed hard to believe. With the notary's endorsement, the examiner swelled with pride. Since Principal Kageyama also harbors doubts, this assessment, his words were abruptly cut off by a sharp snap of fingers. The snap belonged to Satoru Gojo, who sat nearby, idly fiddling with the grass by the roadside. That fellow truly exorcised every single cursed spirit. Moi Nakahara turned his head in surprise, scrutinizing Satoru as if he were a stranger. Was Satoru actually speaking up for him? Was this a dream? Satoru, noticing Nakahara's astonished gaze, made a face at him. Nakahara understood. While Satoru indeed harbored no fondness for him, he held an even greater disdain for the abuse of power by the higher-ups. For the moment, they had formed a mutual alliance of convenience. Upon hearing Satoru's words, the examiner's expression flickered with trepidation, falling silent. Who was Satoru Gojo? The prominent heir of the Gojo clan, renowned and formidable, even the higher-ups regarded him with caution. Some even speculated that upon Satoru's ascension, the sorcery world would undergo a significant upheaval. The examiner dared not maintain his arrogance in front of Satoru, instantly adopting a more submissive demeanor. He cautiously inquired, "Are you certain? The six eyes can perceive all curse techniques, and Satoru's judgment carries substantial weight." Satoru, somewhat impatient, remarked, "Nonsense." The cursed energy he released was exceedingly minimal. Even if he utilized Black Flash 28 times consecutively, it would not result in significant depletion. However, insufficient cursed energy would render him incapable of exorcising high-grade cursed spirits. Satoru gestured toward Moi Nakahara, signaling him to quickly demonstrate his extraordinary strength to astonish the examiner. Nakahara hesitated. He still wished to maintain his weak persona. If he left Suguru with a profound impression of his immense strength, his plans would be thwarted before they even began. Nevertheless, the concept of possessing immense power while appearing frail was quite fashionable, so perhaps it could work. After weighing his options, Nakahara acquiesced. He surveyed his surroundings and selected a massive rock measuring 2 meters in length and width. Then, he extended his slender fingers and gently flicked the stone wall. With a resounding explosion, the rock shattered into pieces. Whether intentional or accidental, several fragments hurtled toward the examiner's head. The examiner was taken aback, gasping for breath as he bent down to avoid the debris, utterly flustered and unable to maintain his haughty demeanor. Witnessing this scene was far more impactful than the view from a vulture's perch. Actions speak louder than words. Kageyama Yoshin couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the boy's extraordinary talent and limitless potential. Folding his arms, he speculated, Nakahara possesses considerable strength, compensating for the shortcomings in cursed energy, thus allowing him to keep the consumption at a minimum. Indeed, a clever approach. Yaga Yoshinori shot him a glance. So, do you believe Nakahara cheated? Cheated? Certainly not, Kageyama Yoshin declared, waving his sleeve. The examiner has made a misjudgment. The results of this assessment are valid. Nakahara, the higher-ups will issue a formal document within 2 days, rest assured. The examiner had already retreated to a distance, brushing off the dust from his garments as he approached the car parked by the roadside, ready to make a swift exit. Wait, you stop right there. Satoru Gojo called out suddenly. The examiner froze, compelled to halt in his tracks. Satoru, with a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, said indifferently, "Since there has been a misjudgment, there ought to be consequences. Old man, be sure to include the matter of him defaming the student in your report. I will keep an eye on you." Kageyama Yoshin understood just how troublesome this young master could be and recognized the formidable influence of the Gojo family. Satoru could easily obtain the original report. Reluctantly, he opened the record book and inscribed the words examiner's negligence. The examiner's face darkened. He seethed internally, wondering why Satoru, who had only known Nakahara for a mere 2 days, felt the need to defend him. Had Satoru not meddled, the examiner might have managed to argue a bit longer. But he dared not provoke the future head of the family and could only resign himself to misfortune, clutching the incessantly squawking vulture as he made a hasty retreat. Kageyama Yoshin also brushed off his sleeves and walked toward the car. As he passed by Yaga Yoshinori, he casually remarked, "Yaga, this student is a rough diamond. Be sure to guide him well." The relationship between the two schools was far from harmonious, and receiving praise for Yaga's student from Kageyama Yoshin was akin to forcing him to eat a fly. The term rough diamond was the highest compliment he could offer. Yaga Yoshinori watched the elder depart, his gaze lingering for a moment before he waved to the 3 students. Come on, let's return to class. The group made their way toward the teaching building. Nakahara and Suguru walked side by side, while Yaga Yoshinori and Satoru Gojo led the way ahead of them. As they traversed the woods, Satoru suddenly slowed his pace and naturally inserted himself between Nakahara and Suguru, effectively separating them. He abruptly asked, "Hey, Nakahara, is the clothing under your coat red?" Feeling gratitude for Satoru's timely intervention, Nakahara's view of him began to shift. He no longer regarded him with the same indifference as the previous day. He unfastened the toggle of his wool coat, revealing a white crewneck sweatshirt. "No," he replied. Satoru tilted his head in confusion. "That's strange. I could have sworn I saw your shirt was red, a deep crimson." "Red?" As Nakahara recalled the moment when he was pierced through the chest, blood splattering forth and staining his clothing a vivid scarlet, a chill ran down his spine. Could it be that they retained memories from before the reset? At that moment, Suguru interjected, "Perhaps you misremembered." Suguru's gentle voice seemed to possess a certain enchantment. Upon hearing him speak, Nakahara's anxious heart began to settle. Game characters could not possibly retain memories from before the reset. He had been worrying needlessly. Satoru continued to mumble to himself, "No way." Seeing that he remained unconvinced, Nakahara rolled up his sweatshirt, revealing a gray t-shirt beneath. "See, nothing else here." Nakahara Yayoi inadvertently rolled up the hem of his t-shirt, revealing a slender waist. His skin was fair and smooth, the contours of his waist resembling finely sculpted jade, with muscles that flowed gracefully. Gojo Satoru's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly reached out to pull the shirt back down. "That's rather strange of you," Nakahara remarked. Suguru Geto leaned in, chuckling as he teased, "It's quite rare to see Gojo misinterpret something. By the way, I observed quite clearly that when Nakahara was attacked by the cursed spirit, you unleashed Hollow, didn't you?" Gojo was momentarily stunned, his body trembling slightly as he desperately concealed his unease. "What? I did not." Geto scoffed at Gojo's stubbornness before turning to Nakahara. "You must have witnessed it, right?" Nakahara thought to himself that not only had he seen it clearly, but he had also experienced it firsthand. As Gojo and Geto awaited Nakahara's response, the night moth, noticing the trio had halted, turned back to regard them with confusion. Why were they all staring at him? The collective gaze made Nakahara feel somewhat anxious, and he pondered what he should say. Nakahara, too, was a gentleman who would help an elderly lady cross the street, and under his guidance, he had learned to be equally courteous. When treated kindly by others, it was only proper to express gratitude. After much contemplation, he raised his head and gazed into Gojo's cerulean eyes, earnestly stating, "Thank you, Gojo." The impact of this simple phrase was more potent than hollow. Gojo stared at Nakahara in a daze, only snapping back to reality after a moment, awkwardly averting his gaze. "I was merely concerned that the cursed spirit might burst forth from the tent." Chapter 8. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Gojo's face, hidden behind his sunglasses, seemed to take on a slight flush. "No way." As Nakahara contemplated this curious observation, a massive red pop-up window abruptly appeared before him, obstructing his view. Warning: external interference detected. While engaged in the game, his abilities would automatically monitor for nearby individuals. Should anyone come within 5 meters, this warning would activate. Nakahara furrowed his elegant brows. Who could it be? He ceased his abilities, exiting the game. Everything before him vanished, and Nakahara felt a rush of cool air as he fell back onto the sofa in his study. The newcomer was a young man clad in a grass-green suit, appearing to be in his 20s. He had an upright demeanor and was exceptionally tall, looking quite distinguished, more akin to law enforcement than a member of the Mafia. The young man leaned in, saying, "Pardon the intrusion, Mr. Yayoi. Are you engrossed in a game?" This individual was Nakahara Yayoi's aide, Tsukiyama Hayato. Nakahara was often brooding, resembling a fierce wildcat, causing the Mafia's subordinates to regard him with trepidation, often avoiding him. Tsukiyama was an exception. His carefree nature meant that even when Nakahara wore a dark expression, he remained unaffected. Consequently, after Nakahara was promoted to quasi-officer last year, he meticulously selected Tsukiyama as his sole aide. Tsukiyama entered the study bearing several folders, respectfully announcing, "Quasi-officer, there are several contracts requiring your signature." The moment Nakahara received the contracts, he transitioned into work mode, meticulously scrutinizing each clause, ensuring that the other party was not engaging in any verbal trickery, and assessing the previous year's revenue of the collaborator to gauge the potential gains for the Mafia. With nothing else to do, Tsukiyama stood beside the desk, observing his superior in a daze, harboring great respect for this young officer. Nakahara, despite his academic commitments, only had the weekends and summer breaks to immerse himself in the Mafia's affairs. Nonetheless, his achievements far surpassed those of his peers. For years prior, former officer Osamu Dazai had defected, and Mori Ugai transferred all his assets to Nakahara's name. Many seasoned elders expressed dissatisfaction, repeatedly attempting to impeach Nakahara, but their efforts were consistently quashed. Subsequently, Nakahara proved that Mori's choice was indeed the optimal one. He managed the foreign liquor trade, and during every summer and winter break, the Mafia was able to establish new maritime routes, monopolizing Japan's smuggled liquor market. Last summer, the Mafia's net profit surged by 12, earning Nakahara the title of Performance King for the summer and winter breaks. Tsukiyama's gaze wandered to a large bouquet of Persian daisies in a vase. He felt a surge of emotion, reflecting that the quasi-officer was a child who valued familial bonds. Though Tsukiyama was somewhat oblivious, he was not a fool. He noticed that due to Nakahara's taciturn nature, many held grave misunderstandings about him, believing his aide to be living in dire straits. What nonsense! Each time this crossed his mind, Tsukiyama sighed in frustration. How unfortunate that the quasi-officer's reputation was so maligned. He truly wished everyone could see that Nakahara was a good person. Tsukiyama stepped closer to the vase, picking up a glass spray bottle to water the daisies. As he did so, he muttered indignantly, "Honestly, how can they say he is intimidating? The quasi-officer is merely a child." "Tsukiyama, who are you talking to?" Nakahara's voice floated in from behind, startling Tsukiyama, causing him to nearly drop the spray bottle. Nakahara had a knack for appearing unexpectedly, often giving him quite a fright. "Please don't keep scaring me, quasi-officer," Tsukiyama complained, patting his chest in relief. "You're so jumpy," Nakahara replied, handing him the signed contracts. "There are no issues. Take them back to the leader for review." Despite Nakahara's severe social anxiety, he rarely experienced it in front of familiar faces, occasionally even sharing a joke. It is worth mentioning that those he considered familiar included only Nakahara Chiwiya, Ozaki Kawiya, Tsukiyama Hayato, and Osamu Dazai. Observing Tsukiyama's hesitant demeanor, Nakahara inquired, "Is there something else you wish to say?" Tsukiyama's eyes sparkled as he lifted his head. "Quasi-officer, you're truly amazing. You always seem to know what I'm thinking." He indeed had a message for Nakahara. This morning, upon learning of Nakahara's graduation, Mori Ugai had contacted Tsuyama to inquire when Nakahara would return to work. Mori was a cunning old fox, not only offloading troublesome tasks onto his aide but also feigning concern, advising him not to rush Nakahara and to respect his wishes. However, Mori had miscalculated. Tsukiyama disregarded the platitudes and distilled the core message. "The leader is urging you to come back to work." Nakahara shook his head. "I want to be working this holiday." "Huh, don't you need money? I remember you saying you required a substantial amount." "I found a faster way to earn money," Nakahara replied, turning over a game box set aside, revealing the title, Doki Love Jujutsu High. "I know that game." Tsukiyama Hayato clapped his hands, as a forum thread discussed which character was easier to conquer. He seemed to be addressing Nakahara Yayoi, who made a threatening gesture. "Stop that. Do not ruin my gaming experience." As a seasoned gamer, he prided himself on not watching any gameplay videos or searching for walkthroughs. Nakahara Yayoi crossed his arms and stated, "In any case, inform the leader that I will not be returning to work this month. I will make up for it with overtime later." Tsukiyama Hayato felt somewhat troubled. He genuinely feared Mori Ugai, yet he did not wish to pressure Nakahara Yayoi. The junior officer was merely a 15-year-old boy, at an age where one revels in playfulness. It was perfectly understandable to want a month of respite after graduation. Who would force a 15-year-old to work overtime during his holiday? Tsukiyama Hayato, straightforward by nature, wore his thoughts openly on his face. Nakahara Yayoi, perceptive as ever, deduced the source of his distress. He extracted a piece of stationery and a pen from the pile of documents, saying, "I shall write a personal letter. Otherwise, you will have a difficult time explaining." The leader could sometimes be quite demanding. Tsukiyama Hayato gazed at his youthful, spirited face, and a wave of guilt washed over him. He was the deputy to Nakahara Yayoi, and despite his fear of Mori Ugai, he could not side with outsiders. "No need for that. I will return to report right now." Tsukiyama Hayato attempted to seize the pen, but it seemed as if it were welded to Nakahara Yayoi's hand, unmoving. He stared at Nakahara Yayoi's slender fingers, perplexed. Had the junior officer's strength increased? Nakahara Yayoi was skilled in martial arts, yet constrained by his age and physique, his power was relatively feeble. If an arm wrestling competition were to be held within the Mafia, he would likely rank below average. At that moment, Tsukiyama Hayato suddenly realized that Nakahara Yayoi had grown considerably taller since last year. Enlightenment struck him. Nakahara Yayoi was still in his growth phase, which explained the increase in his strength. His gaze toward Nakahara Yayoi softened with affection. Tsukiyama Hayato mused, "The junior officer is still just a child." Nakahara Yayoi responded with a quizzical expression. After finishing the letter, he shoved the stationery into Tsukiyama Hayato's hands, urging him to leave. Yes, indeed. I'm just a child. Go report to the leader quickly. You wouldn't want to lose your salary." After sending off his deputy, Nakahara Yayoi returned to his study and sighed deeply. He activated his supernatural abilities once more, and the light screen reappeared. Do you wish to enter the game? Yes. Nakahara Yayoi found himself back in the game. As he opened his eyes, he realized he was lying in a classroom, leaning against a warm and soft object. What was happening? He vividly remembered that when the warning appeared, he was traversing the forest with Suguru Geto and the others. Why had he suddenly materialized in a classroom? Nakahara-kun? He heard someone call his name and looked up in response. It was then that he noticed he was leaning against Suguru Geto, the warm and soft object being his chest. A rush of heat flooded Nakahara Yayoi's face as he abruptly sat up, nearly colliding with Suguru Geto's chin. He scanned the room. Suguru Geto, Ijiri Natsuko, and Yaga Masamichi were present, but Wataru Fushiguro was nowhere to be found. Seeing Nakahara Yayoi's bewildered expression, Suguru Geto explained. You fainted just now. How long ago? When you were chatting with Wataru. Nakahara Yayoi calculated the time. It appeared that after returning to reality, his game character had lost consciousness. This was the first time he had fainted due to disconnecting from the game. In all the games he had played previously, there had been no need for manual pauses. Once he returned to reality, time in the game would stop until he returned. Nakahara Yayoi felt a twinge of oddity, but dismissed it. The talent distribution had been evolving. 12 years ago, it merely amplified skill points, but after years of self-improvement, Nakahara Yayoi could gradually enter the game himself, even dining and sleeping within it. This was likely a result of the evolution of his supernatural abilities, though it was not particularly convenient. With that thought, Nakahara Yayoi shifted forward slightly, attempting to break free from the embrace behind him. Just as he prepared to rise, he was restrained by Suguru Geto and Ijiri Natsuko. Don't move. Your blood sugar is a bit low, Ijiri Natsuko advised. Natsuko is correct. Sit still, Suguru Geto added. I was going to carry you to the infirmary, but the only bed has been used to store a corpse. Suguru Geto quickly gestured to Ijiri Natsuko, signaling her to refrain from mentioning anything gory. Ijiri Natsuko shrugged and fell silent. She approached the water dispenser at the back of the classroom, filled a cup with cool water, and handed it to Suguru Geto. Have him drink some water. His lips look a bit dry, Ijiri Natsuko suggested. Suguru Geto took the paper cup and effortlessly brought it to Nakahara Yayoi's lips. Nakahara Yayoi thought to himself, as the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. For he had unwittingly established a persona of fragility. This was undoubtedly good news. However, being fed water by his peers felt exceedingly strange. He quietly snatched the cup and gulped down the cold water, coughing as it went down. Suguru Geto observed him with concern, asking, Are you still dizzy? Are you feeling unwell? Nakahara Yayoi vigorously shook his head. Suguru Geto remained skeptical, sitting cross-legged and patting his own knees. If you're still dizzy, you should lie down and rest a bit. You can lean against me. It should be more comfortable. Nakahara Yayoi was not dizzy at all, but after a moment's consideration, he acquiesced and lay down, resting his head on Suguru Geto's lap, fully embracing his fragile persona. Chapter 9. With Nakahara Yayoi resting on Suguru Geto's lap, he could gaze up at his face with the slightest tilt of his eyes. Nakahara Yayoi marveled at the exquisite craftsmanship of the model maker. So handsome. How does one sculpt such perfectly shaped fox-like eyes? He thought, feeling a desire to learn. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor, and Wataru Fushiguro rushed into the classroom. He had sprinted back from the infirmary, slightly out of breath, clutching 10 bottles of glucose replenishment liquid. Upon spotting Nakahara Yayoi lying on Suguru Geto's lap, he froze momentarily, as if his circuits had been interrupted. He plunged into a prolonged mental whirlwind. Wataru Fushiguro had spent a restless night speculating that Nakahara Yayoi had knocked him aside because he disliked physical contact with others. However, the scene before him shattered that assumption. Narrowing his eyes, Wataru Fushiguro spoke to Nakahara Yayoi with a hint of sarcasm. Hey, that guy is awake, right? How long is he going to lie there? Nakahara Yayoi inwardly cursed himself, so engrossed in observing Suguru Geto's face, he had forgotten to pretend to be faint. He quickly closed his eyes and feigned a weak groan. His pale complexion and faintly colored lips gave him a particularly fragile and sorrowful appearance, evoking deep concern. While Nakahara Yayoi's acting skills could not rival those of Osamu Dazai, deceiving the naive Wataru Fushiguro was more than adequate. Wataru Fushiguro took the bait. Believing Nakahara Yayoi was genuinely unwell, he hastily opened a bottle of glucose solution, thoughtfully inserted a straw, and then handed the glass bottle to Nakahara Yayoi. Gojo Satoru leaned casually against the desk behind him, displaying an air of nonchalance. However, upon closer inspection, one might discern that his gaze occasionally flitted towards Nakahara Yayoi, who was surreptitiously observing him. Nakahara Yayoi, in turn, noticed Gojo Satoru's attention, leading to a swell of suspicion. Was he concerned about him? The sudden friendliness of a character with a negative affinity score was indeed disconcerting. After consuming a bottle of saccharine glucose, Nakahara Yayoi felt revitalized. The remaining 9 bottles of glucose solution were lined up on the podium. Prompting a heavy sigh from Yayoi Shoko, she reproached Gojo Satoru. Honestly, I told you 2 bottles would suffice. No, there's no need to return them. Just place them in the first aid kit. They might come in handy later. Gathering the glass bottles together, Yayoi Shoko made her way to the storage cabinet. Upon discovering that the glass bottles were surprisingly warm, she pondered, how strange. The glucose solution was supposed to be stored at room temperature. It's freezing outside, yet it feels warm to the touch. A sudden realization struck her, and she turned to look at Gojo Satoru. Today, the temperature was a brisk 16 degrees. Typical of early spring's chill, yet Gojo Satoru had his uniform jacket unbuttoned, revealing a thin shirt underneath, his collarbone tinged with red from the cold. Yayoi Shoko understood. Gojo Satoru had likely tucked the glass bottles into the inner pocket of his jacket, pressing them against his skin through the shirt to warm them. The run back from the infirmary to the classroom took about 3 minutes, just enough time for the chilling solution to reach a suitable temperature for consumption. After a series of unexpected events, Yaga Yoshinobu decided to cancel the morning history class, allowing the 4 of them to rest until 2 in the afternoon before lazily heading to the playground. This afternoon, there was only one gym class, focused on cursed tool training. Cursed tools, as the name suggests, are weapons imbued with techniques and cursed energy. They require no additional infusion of cursed energy to use, making them exceptionally user-friendly for sorcerers with weaker cursed powers. Suguru Geto and Gojo Satoru excelled in physical combat, and Yaga Yoshinobu never participated in the teaching, allowing students to take the cursed tools as they pleased and practice at their own pace. Yayoi Shoko was not a combatant, so she graciously declined to train, opting instead to leisurely return to the dormitory. Meanwhile, Gojo Satoru sat alone on the grass at the edge of the playground, seemingly preoccupied with something. Suguru Geto looked helplessly at his 2 classmates and suggested to Nakahara Yayoi, "It seems it's just us left. Shall we go to the storage to fetch some cursed tools?" "Sure." The 2 made their way to the storage room beside the gym, where Suguru Geto explained, students at Jujutsu High can access cursed tools at any time. However, the more valuable items are stored underground, and this is merely a small selection. Despite being just a portion, the storage room was still filled to the brim. These cursed tools were meticulously maintained, their edges polished to a pristine shine, each blade glimmering menacingly. Nakahara Yayoi examined the cursed tools in detail, gradually forgetting about his original objective. This was a recurring flaw of his, during his time playing Gi Love City. He had once become so enamored with a Bien-style sword that he left Kurura behind on his own. 10 minutes later, after hastily browsing through the storage, Nakahara Yayoi suddenly realized he had neglected Suguru Geto. His cheeks flushed slightly as he apologized. "Sorry, I zoned out. Don't worry about it. When I first came here, I was just as curious," Suguru Geto reassured him. Nakahara Yayoi's high attack power was well suited to weapons, and as he surveyed the array of cursed tools, he mused that if he could find a suitable weapon, he might unlock new skills. While Black Flash was convenient and swift, it lacked the excitement of gameplay. Cursed tools were far more intriguing. Nakahara Yayoi's eyes fell upon a short bow hanging on the wall, while Suguru Geto picked up his usual cursed tool, and together they exited the storage room. Gojo Satoru was waiting for them on the playground. Upon seeing the 2, he hurried towards them, exclaiming, "I learned it." Suguru Geto, perplexed, asked, "Learned what?" Gojo Satoru deliberately kept them guessing, evading a direct answer. Nakahara Yayoi speculated, "It must be about producing Black Flash with his fingers." Gojo Satoru's smile faded. Nakahara Yayoi's deduction was eerily accurate, leaving Gojo Satoru feeling dejected, his shoulders slumping in disappointment. With a long sigh, he resignedly admitted, "Correct." He then extended his arm and snapped his fingers in an empty space, unleashing a crackling burst of black sparks. His cursed energy was boundless, and with its amplification, the Black Flash stirred a tempest, shaking the branches of nearby trees. Despite successfully executing the Black Flash, Gojo Satoru remained listless, muttering in dismay, "You all guessed it. How boring." Suguru Geto and Nakahara Yayoi exchanged glances. Suguru Geto clapped his hands, stating, "It truly was unexpected. You managed to master that technique in such a short time. Impressive." Nakahara Yayoi reluctantly joined in, murmuring, "Yes, very impressive." Upon hearing Nakahara Yayoi's praise, Gojo Satoru blinked. For a fleeting moment, Nakahara Yayoi fancied that a pair of snowy white cat ears sprouted atop Gojo Satoru's head, as if he were delighted, gently swaying back and forth. The unpredictable weather of late spring took a turn. By the time school ended, the previously clear skies darkened ominously, unleashing a torrential downpour. None of the 3 had brought an umbrella, and they were left with no choice but to sprint back to the dormitory from the playground. Nakahara Yayoi's woolen coat was quite thick, leaving him with only damp hair while the rest of him remained dry. Gojo Satoru shielded himself with a history textbook, similarly avoiding the worst of it. Suguru Geto was not as fortunate. Upon returning to the dormitory, he was thoroughly soaked, water dripping from him. He gazed up at the overcast sky and said to Nakahara Yayoi, "I checked the weather forecast, and it seems this rain will last until tomorrow night. Do you have an umbrella?" Nakahara Yayoi shook his head. "No worries. Let's head to school together tomorrow." "My umbrella is quite large," Suguru Geto replied, gesturing helplessly at his drenched clothes with a wry smile. "I need to take a shower. See you tomorrow, Nakahara." "See you tomorrow." After bidding farewell to Suguru Geto, Nakahara Yayoi shook off the droplets from his coat and returned to his room. Before he could even change out of his damp shirt, he received a phone call from Ito Terahiko, the shrill ringtone echoing throughout the room. Nakahara Yayoi flinched. For someone with social anxiety, a continuously ringing phone felt like a death knell. Nakahara Yayoi suffered from a fear of phone calls. He despised answering them. Each time he heard the ringtone, it felt as though a sharp needle had stabbed into his chest, tightening his stomach. His subordinates respected Nakahara Yayoi's preferences and never called him, opting instead to communicate through text messages. Thanks to their consideration, Nakahara Yayoi had not received a phone call in 3 years, nearly forgetting the terror associated with the ringing. Now, hearing the long-lost ringtone, his heart raced to 100 beats per minute. In a fluster, Nakahara Yayoi fumbled for his phone, pressing the call button. "Hello?" Ito Terahiko's voice came through the receiver. "Nakahara, did you settle into school smoothly?" Worried about being overheard by his neighbors, Nakahara Yayoi lowered his voice. "Yes, quite well." Ito Terahiko paused before commanding, "Within an hour, send me all the information you've gathered, including Gojo Satoru's preferences and daily habits. The more detailed, the better." Nakahara Yayoi cursed inwardly. He was utterly overwhelmed by the stagnation of his feelings for Suguru Geto, nearly forgetting about the ticking time bomb that was Hiko Ito. When Hiko Ito did not receive a prompt response from Yayoi Nakahara, he impatiently urged, "Hey, are you listening?" "All right." Yayoi Nakahara hung up the phone. He sat at his desk, pulled out a sheet of draft paper and a pencil, staring blankly at the white page in distress. Yayoi Nakahara was at a loss. He had known Wataru Washiyu for only 2 days and had not gathered any meaningful information. It seemed he would have to fabricate it himself. Yayoi Nakahara picked up the pencil and neatly wrote the name Wataru Washiyu on the paper. He closed his eyes, recalling Wataru's visage. He was strikingly handsome. A charming cat-like man with a rather unpleasant personality, capable of devouring 3 servings of pudding drenched in maple syrup, an absolute sweet tooth, and exceedingly irksome. "Never mind. Let us tone it down a bit," he amended, somewhat annoying. Yayoi Nakahara tore off another piece of sticky note paper and began jotting down the keywords that came to mind. Still, he felt utterly lost, twisting the pencil in frustration. It was so challenging to write. He had to ensure Hiko Ito was unaware of his poor relationship with Wataru, while also concocting Wataru's daily life. This task was more arduous than an exam essay. Yayoi Nakahara faced the greatest challenge of his gaming career, feeling especially vexed. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. The visitor was impatient. Before Yayoi Nakahara could speak, he pushed the door open and entered. It was Wataru Washiyu, holding a recently issued level certificate along with a color-printed design for the standardized uniform of the school and a blank size chart. "It's time to order your spring uniform. The logistics department needs your measurements," he stated. Yayoi Nakahara, already feeling somewhat guilty, nearly leapt from his seat upon hearing Wataru's voice. He lowered his head and quickly glanced at the desk. The draft paper bearing Wataru's name lay conspicuously spread out on the table, while the sticky notes listed a series of keywords, with cat-like man and handsome standing out prominently. He absolutely could not let Wataru see this. Yayoi Nakahara positioned himself in front of the desk, discreetly rolling up the draft paper and stuffing it into his notebook. Chapter 10. Wataru Washiyu's keen eyes caught sight of Yayoi Nakahara hiding something. But by the time he approached, Yayoi had successfully destroyed the evidence, leaving only a solitary pencil in view. Wataru inquired, "What were you just writing?" Yayoi Nakahara casually picked up the nearby Chronicles of Jujutsu Sorcerers. "Just reading." Wataru appeared skeptical. He did not press further, pushing aside the pencil and placing the form and color print in front of Yayoi Nakahara. "Hurry up and fill it out. I need to get back to the dorm to play some games." Wataru wrinkled his nose in dissatisfaction. "Jit is doing laundry, so I'm stuck doing this." The uniforms at Jujutsu High were uniquely designed. The school provided a basic template, allowing students to customize the details to their liking. They could even modify the top into a sleeveless crop top or the bottom into trendy pencil pants, and it would be perfectly acceptable. Finally, Yayoi Nakahara understood why Suguru Geto could boldly wear delinquent-style wide-leg pants. He spread out the design. There were 2 options for the uniform. Option A resembled Wataru's attire, a form-fitting black uniform, while Option B was a modified kimono, with wide sleeves and loose hakama cascading to the ankles. Akin to the onmyoji of the Heian era, Wataru was curious about how Yayoi Nakahara would alter the uniform and sat beside him, observing him fill out the form. However, it didn't matter. Yayoi Nakahara had mastered the secret to overcoming social anxiety. He envisioned Wataru as a handsome pumpkin, successfully ignoring his presence. Yayoi Nakahara's aesthetic had long been influenced by figures like Osamu Dazai, and when it came to uniforms, it had to be a crisply tailored black coat. Or at the very least, a black suit. The A option was perfectly fitted and aligned with Yayoi Nakahara's taste. He unhesitatingly picked up the pencil and marked option A. Wataru seemed surprised. I thought you'd choose B. That's what those traditionalists at Kyoto High prefer. I'm not one of them. That's true. Wataru conceded after a moment of silence, then pointed to the remarks section, reminding him, you can adjust other designs here. Change the coat buttons to a zipper or shorten the pants. Yayoi Nakahara preferred a tailored fit, ideally with a slightly shorter top to avoid hindering movement. Wait. A subtly fitted top. Wasn't that exactly Wataru's uniform? Yayoi Nakahara glanced at Wataru. Wataru's uniform was sleek and fitted, precisely the effect he desired. Their tastes were remarkably aligned. Yayoi Nakahara refused to wear the same outfit as Wataru and promptly crossed out the words to shorten the top, adding instead that he required cufflinks and a black octagonal hat. He envisioned the final effect of the uniform and, satisfied that it would not be mistaken for a couple-S outfit with Wataru, he finally relinquished. Just last month, Yayoi Nakahara had ordered a new outfit. He remembered his measurements and successfully filled in his height and inseam, returning the form to Wataru. Finished? There's also this. You need to sign and provide a fingerprint. Wataru pulled out another sheet of gray-brown paper. Fingerprint. Yayoi Nakahara repeated in confusion. Is it really that complicated? It's a requirement from higher-ups. They're ridiculously old-fashioned. Wataru shrugged. After signing and fingerprinting, the certificate also needs to be submitted to the school for the student ID. Yayoi Nakahara gestured at his empty desk. I don't have any ink. I have some in my dorm, in the third drawer of the desk. Just get it yourself. Yayoi Nakahara didn't want to go out, and pursed his lips in reluctance. Wataru leaned back in his chair, comfortably stretching his legs, staring at me. Help. I'm not going out again. The hallway is soaked with rainwater and leaves. It's filthy. Unable to rely on him, Yayoi Nakahara had no choice but to step out of the dorm. Just as Wataru had said, the storm raged outside. As he pushed the door open, a gust of wind nearly shoved him back inside. Concerned that Wataru might sneak a glance at his draft, Yayoi Nakahara took only a few steps before stealthily retreating. Bursting through the door once more, Wataru jumped at the sound of the door swinging open, looking up in confusion. Why are you back? Yayoi Nakahara had no ill intent. He merely wanted to confirm whether Wataru was peeking at his notes. Seeing him still sitting obediently in his spot, Yayoi silently exited. Wataru observed Yayoi Nakahara's slender figure, mistakenly thinking that the wind outside was too strong for him to maneuver properly. Deep within, Wataru felt a rare twinge of guilt for sending a boy who had fainted from low blood sugar earlier that morning out into the storm. It seemed rather unkind. Come in. I'll get it. Outside, Yayoi Nakahara shook his head meaningfully. No need. Wataru was perplexed. And it wasn't until the door creaked shut that he suddenly realized. Hey, were you just suspicious that I might steal your things? Who would want to steal your stuff, Nakahara? Wataru exclaimed in frustration, but the thunderstorm outside drowned out his angry declaration, leaving Yayoi Nakahara oblivious to his outburst. What the heck? Annoying. Satoru Gojo, in a fit of irritation, sank back into his chair, poised to confront Mia Nakahara upon her return. In the stillness of the room, with nothing to occupy his mind, he began to scan his surroundings in an attempt to pass the time. Nakahara, exhibiting a hint of compulsiveness, had meticulously organized the stationery gifted to him by Shigeru Geto the previous day, stacking it neatly on the left side of the desk, with the spines of the books arranged in an orderly manner. Yet, a single piece of paper disrupted this harmony, its corner defiantly raised, jutting out and marring the aesthetic appeal of the arrangement. Gojo's gaze fixated on the offending sheet, and an acute intuition tightened within him. Indeed, all clues had converged. Moments earlier, he had distinctly observed Nakahara concealing something behind him, leaving only that pencil in plain sight. Given the absence of valuable items in Nakahara's dormitory, his decision to turn back and surveil him suggested an ulterior motive. The mind of the illustrious detective Satoru Gojo raced with possibilities. Undoubtedly, there was but one truth. Nakahara had been inscribing information that he could not be privy to. A diary? Or perhaps a letter to family? Gojo's focus remained on the protruding paper, as he grappled with a moral dilemma. Having been raised in an environment of elite education, the noble upbringing of the Gojo heir forbade him from invading another's privacy by prying into their diary. However, considering Nakahara's privileged background, he could not be deemed an entirely innocent individual. If the notes were indeed directed to family, A mere glance at the address would reveal the identities of those behind him. After much internal conflict, Gojo, laden with guilt, extracted the sheet of paper. If it were a diary, he would close it. If it pertained to high-ranking individuals, he would scrutinize it further. With this rationale, he cast a furtive glance. To his astonishment, the draft bore only 3 words, Satoru Gojo. Adjacent to it, a yellow sticky note scrawled in a hasty hand contained a handful of phrases, among which he could vaguely discern the words sweet tooth and handsome. Gojo felt as though struck by lightning, his earlier intentions of confrontation dissipating entirely. He found himself rising and sitting again, pacing around the desk before expanding his search, flitting about the room like a headless fly. Ultimately, he returned to the desk, feeling like a thief as he sheepishly returned the draft paper, daring not to look a second time. Could it be that Nakahara truly harbored feelings for him? Restless, Gojo felt compelled to share his thoughts with another. He opened his phone, pondering how to conceal crucial information while dialing the number of Kinji Hakari. The call connected. Gojo, speak quickly, don't hog the line. The songstress is about to call me. Hakari said. What circumstances might compel someone to write another's name on paper? Gojo hurriedly inquired. Kinji, possessing a keen intellect, effortlessly deduced the truth. Whose name? He playfully probed. Not anyone I know, just someone I stumbled upon on Twitter, don't overthink it. Gojo rapidly denied. Well, Hakari extended the last syllable. It could very well be a love letter. He heard a muffled thud on the other end, as Gojo's trembling fingers accidentally dropped the phone. Meanwhile, Nakahara had traversed a corridor strewn with twigs, leaves, and puddles, arriving at Gojo's room. Following instructions, he located the box of ink pads in the drawer. Before departing, he took a moment to observe Gojo's room. Despite the identical layout of the dormitories, this particular space appeared exceptionally spacious and luminous. The walls were painted a soft beige, and the hanging artwork above the bedside, along with the plush, sage green carpet beside the desk, all reflected the owner's refined aesthetic. Nakahara cast a few glances at the artwork before slowly closing the door behind him. Upon returning to his dormitory with the ink pads, he immediately sensed something was amiss in Gojo's demeanor. Gojo was covertly observing him. A look of hesitation etched on his face. Pretending not to notice, Nakahara methodically signed his name and pressed his fingerprint on the document. Yet Gojo showed no intention of leaving. Growing increasingly anxious, Nakahara devised a plan to evade the report. He tilted his phone to discreetly snap a photo of Gojo seated at the desk and sent it to Hakari Ito. He also sent a text, Mr. Ito. Gojo is lingering in my dorm, and I have no time to write the report. This outcome seemed far more satisfying to Ito than a mere report. He promptly replied. His tone markedly transformed. No need to rush. If you're busy, just spend time chatting with Gojo. It would be best to become close friends. Submit the report over the weekend. Once a week is sufficient. Try to socialize with Gojo in the meantime, and let me know when you run out of funds. A cold chuckle escaped Nakahara, nearly audible to Gojo, prompting him to hastily cover his mouth. It was as if Gojo had suddenly made up his mind, turning to ask, what were you writing just now? Nakahara had long forgotten the report. Gojo's expression suggested he was skeptical of Nakahara's honesty. If it were a love letter, it would surely end in failure, of course. I don't know who you like. It's what the morning zodiac forecast said. Today is not a suitable day for confessions. Nakahara was momentarily taken aback. A love letter? What was that? So vague and disconnected. Could it be an NPC's hint? Intrigued, he thought it worth inquiring, and thus, he dragged a chair over to sit across from Gojo. He attempted to trigger the keywords, articulating deliberately, quest? Side quest. Instance. Gojo's expression gradually morphed into one of confusion. Why are you speaking like a robot? Nakahara shifted his approach, trying to glean information about Suguru Geto's ideal type. What do you like? What is your type? Upon hearing this, Gojo appeared as if struck by lightning, his breath nearly halting. There was potential. Nakahara gazed intently at Gojo and softly asked, what must I do to be liked? Unbeknownst to him, when focusing intently, his voice would drop in volume. The question came out in fragmented whispers, unmistakably a testament to shyness. For reasons unknown, Gojo's face flushed. Nakahara queried. Gojo seemed eager to escape the situation, one hand covering his reddened cheek while the other hastily grasped the documents on the table, retreating towards the door. He even politely murmured a quiet good night. Nakahara, now thoroughly perplexed, pondered how a plethora of nonsensical dialogue had failed to trigger any side quests. Such an odd NPC. Chapter 11. Miya Nakahara cherished his high-quality sleep within the game, swiftly casting aside thoughts of the vexatious Gojo, tearing the draft paper to shreds and tossing it into the wastebasket before comfortably settling into bed, cocooned in the warmth of his blankets. Enveloped by a refreshing aroma of greenery, he soon succumbed to slumber. Unlike the previous night, he did not enjoy a peaceful sleep, awakening in a cold sweat as dawn broke. He was not jolted awake from a nightmare. Like Nakahara Nakaya, he seldom dreamt. Rather, it was the dull ache in his right knee that roused him. The walls of the dormitory were constructed from solid wood, offering no resistance to moisture. Outside, the rain poured down in torrents, rendering the room cold and damp. Chujin Yayoi bore an old injury on his right knee, a remnant from his days living on Libo Street, which would flare up with a dull ache on rainy days. Subsequently, after he and Chujin Nakaya joined the Mafia and relocated to a high-rise apartment equipped with a dehumidifying system that operated around the clock, his affliction finally subsided. Yet, to his dismay, after so many years, it had resurfaced within the confines of the game. With a resigned sigh, Chujin Yayoi rolled up his trousers to inspect the scar. In the faint morning light, his leg appeared remarkably fair, accentuating the prominent seam scar that traversed his knee like a centipede. Chujin Yayoi and his brother hailed from the same laboratory, having been nurtured as experimental subjects within incubation pods. However, Chujin Yayoi's abilities were deemed utterly worthless to the researchers. He was a failed specimen, too regrettable to dispose of but equally useless to retain, leading to his prolonged neglect within the pod. That fateful year, the emergence of Arakawa obliterated the entire base in an explosion. In the chaos, the failed experiment was entirely forgotten as everyone scrambled to salvage remaining data, leaving Chujin Yayoi to fend for himself. Only one researcher, harboring ulterior motives, recalled that a young Esper could fetch a handsome price on the black market. Thus, he clandestinely activated the pod and absconded with him. Regrettably, Chujin Yayoi's abilities were so lackluster that, despite the plummeting price, he remained unsought after. The researcher, left with no other option, took him in, intending to raise him until he could be sold. For 6 years, Chujin Yayoi lived with the researcher, who had a volatile temperament and frequently resorted to violence against him. It seemed the researcher possessed some form of ability as well. On one occasion, with a mere flick of his fingers, Chujin Yayoi was hurled against the wall by an invisible force, shattering his right knee and inflicting a permanent injury. Thus, the origin of his scar was revealed. As Chujin Yayoi traced the slightly raised seam of the scar, he pondered how remarkably realistic this game was, even replicating the player's scars with precision. He felt a twinge of regret. Had he known, he would have been more cautious when creating his character card and opted to eliminate the scar. The vague sensation of pain rendered Chujin Yayoi completely unable to sleep. Leaning against his pillow, he squinted his eyes, lying in a half-awake state for half an hour. As he languished on his bed, Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto gradually awoke. Suguru Geto, adhering to his promise from the previous day, prepared to escort Chujin Yayoi to school. He donned his uniform, hung a long umbrella outside the door, and headed to the washroom to freshen up. There, he encountered Satoru Gojo, who was brushing his teeth. Noticing Suguru Geto hurriedly tying his hair, Satoru yawned and asked, "What is up with you today, leaving so early? Don't you usually leave just in time for class?" "I made plans with Chujin-kun. He doesn't have an umbrella, so we agreed to go together," Suguru replied, spraying a bit of styling spray on his comb to tidy a stray lock of hair. Perhaps he intended to grab breakfast in the cafeteria before heading out, so it was better to leave early to avoid tardiness. Satoru's movements suddenly froze, nearly causing him to swallow the minty foam. Once Suguru finished grooming, he departed, and Satoru promptly tidied up his toothbrush and facial cleanser, feigning nonchalance as he followed Suguru toward Chujin Yayoi's dormitory. Suguru knocked on the door. "Chujin-kun, are you awake?" Please wait a moment," came a muffled reply from within. Upon hearing Suguru's voice, Chujin Yayoi hastily changed his clothes, using his arms to support himself as he slowly moved to the edge of the bed. Tentatively, he gripped the bedside table to stand, attempting to walk. Thankfully, although his right knee throbbed slightly, he could still walk normally. Chujin Yayoi felt relieved. In the past, when the pain flared, he could hardly move without the aid of crutches. After years of treatment, his condition had improved significantly. He ambled to the door, turned the lock, and was met with Suguru Geto's smiling face. "Good morning." "Good morning." Chujin Yayoi's gaze inadvertently met Satoru Gojo's behind Suguru, and both felt a tinge of awkwardness due to the events of the previous day, hastily averting their eyes. Chujin Yayoi wished to conceal his leg injury from Suguru, so he leaned casually against the doorframe, shifting his weight to his left leg. He believed he was successfully masking his discomfort, yet Satoru saw right through him. "Is your right leg injured?" he asked, his perceptiveness surpassing Chujin Yayoi's expectations. Seeing his ruse unravel, Chujin Yayoi reluctantly rolled up his pant leg to reveal the scar on his right knee. "It's just an old injury. It aches a bit on rainy days, but it's nothing serious." Though he spoke lightly, the scar appeared quite grotesque, causing both Satoru and Suguru to frown involuntarily. After a moment of contemplation, Satoru snapped his fingers. There's a wheelchair left by previous students in the storage room. It may have been in use for years, but it should still function properly." "A wheelchair?" Chujin Yayoi's lips twitched. He had no desire to sit in a wheelchair and become the center of attention for the entire school. He attempted to decline. Wait. Suguru's voice overpowered his feeble protest. Do you have the key? Chujin Yayoi tried to resist. No. Satoru pointed toward the end of the corridor. The key to the storage room has always been hanging on the bulletin board. Chujin Yayoi felt utterly despondent. Suguru nodded. Bring it over. I'll accompany Chujin-kun downstairs. Chujin Yayoi had surrendered. You sorcerers are truly eager to help, he remarked. Suguru supported Chujin Yayoi down to the first floor, and within minutes, Satoru returned, pushing a wheelchair. Faced with the overwhelming kindness of the two, Chujin Yayoi found it hard to utter a refusal and allowed himself to be half-heartedly assisted into the wheelchair by Suguru. I'll push the wheelchair, Satoru offered. All right. Then I'll hold the umbrella. Thus, Chujin Yayoi reluctantly accepted his fate. Seated in the wheelchair, he was propelled forward by Satoru, with Suguru shielding them from the rain with the umbrella. Along the way, he could distinctly feel the stares of passers-by, their gaze filled with curiosity. Suguru, ever considerate, tilted the umbrella toward Chujin Yayoi to shield him from the downpour. Chujin-kun, is your leg still hurting? Chujin Yayoi mechanically shook his head. It's fine. My leg doesn't hurt anymore. Under the scrutiny of onlookers, he felt as if he might vanish from existence. Fortunately, given the scarcity of faculty at the Jujutsu High School, they encountered only 5 or 6 sorcerers, limiting the scope of any embarrassment he might face. As they passed the cafeteria, Satoru slowed his pace. Do you want to grab breakfast? Chujin Yayoi, having skipped dinner the night before, felt quite hungry and answered quietly yet firmly, yes. Upon receiving his affirmative response, Satoru immediately changed direction toward the cafeteria. To save time, the trio purchased cream bread and hastily exited the cafeteria. Geto, how many minutes do we have left? Satoru asked. 3 minutes, Suguru replied, glancing at his phone. We should hurry. Being late would be troublesome. We might get scolded by Teacher Yaga. Satoru quickened his pace. With an expressionless demeanor, Nakahara Yayoi pressed down the flapping collar of her garment, pondering to herself that Gojo Satoru must excel in physical education. He pushed the wheelchair with such agility that he could practically compete in the Olympics. Gojo, could you slow down a bit? Raindrops are splashing on my face. Don't come complaining to me. It's not my fault, I forgot the umbrella. It was clearly Gojo's fault for running too fast. Suguru Geto deliberately tilted the umbrella, shielding himself and Nakahara Yayoi while leaving Gojo exposed to the rain. Now, will Nakahara still get wet? Hey, you're doing this on purpose. Listening silently to the banter between the two, Nakahara couldn't help but smile slightly. Thanks to the efforts of Gojo and Suguru, the trio ultimately arrived at the classroom just in time, stepping in as the bell rang. Yaga Yoshinobu and Inamaki Tuj had been waiting for a while. Upon seeing Nakahara in a wheelchair, Yaga expressed his surprise. Are you injured? Suguru answered for her. Nakahara has a recurring injury. Her leg is in pain. Yaga appeared rather troubled. The higher-ups have dispatched a mission for this afternoon to exorcise a curse in a remote town. I had intended for the 3 of you to go together. Suguru suggested, 2 of us will suffice. Let's have Nakahara stay at school to recuperate. After a moment of contemplation, Yaga nodded. You're right. Nakahara, you and Tuj will remain at school. The afternoon mission will be handled by Suguru and Gojo. Unwilling to forfeit any opportunity to spend time with Suguru, Nakahara immediately protested. Teacher Yaga, I'm not injured. Please allow me to participate in the mission. To prove her point, she pushed against the armrests and stood up, a remarkable feat of modern medicine. Yaga was taken aback. He had encountered many sorcerers evading tasks, but a student determined to exorcise curses despite their injuries was a rare sight. How brave she is. Yaga's gaze toward Nakahara was imbued with a newfound admiration. The morning's lesson was sociology, and lacking a textbook, Suguru moved his desk beside hers, sharing his book. They sat incredibly close, their shoulders touching, their heads nearly together, almost feeling each other's breath. Nakahara's heart stirred. There it was, the cliched yet sweet scenario of sharing a textbook with a classmate. Meanwhile, Gojo was also searching for his sociology textbook. He abhorred theory and often slacked off during classes. But seeing Nakahara and Suguru engrossed in their studies stirred an unexpected annoyance within him, prompting a rare desire to pay attention. After rummaging for quite some time with no success, he quietly inquired Inamaki, Tuj, did you bring your book? No. The two exchanged glances for 3 seconds before simultaneously turning to the back row. In unison, they moved their chairs, situating themselves on either side of Nakahara and Suguru, effectively sandwiching them in the middle. The 4 of them sat neatly in a row, quelling any budding ambiguity. Nakahara sighed internally. This was not the outcome she had desired. Chapter 12. Nakahara had initially believed her leg would be fine by the afternoon, so as soon as class ended, she slipped into the cursed tool warehouse beside the gym to borrow the short bow she had admired yesterday, eagerly anticipating the chance to try her new toy. However, reality proved her naivete. The damp and chilly weather hindered her recovery, and by the time they were set to leave, her right knee still ached, forcing her to retrieve a pair of underarm crutches from the infirmary. The location of the curse was a remote town in Niigata City, far from Tokyo. The three of them could only take the train to Niigata and then transfer to a bus. After several transfers, they finally arrived at the town at 4 in the afternoon. Gojo couldn't help but grumble. Seriously, the higher-ups always send us to these remote, desolate places for missions. It's infuriating. Suguru chuckled. The higher-ups must have their reasons for arranging it this way. Think of it as a business trip. A trip? Wow, your perspective is quite optimistic. What could possibly be fun in the wilderness? Enough already, Nakahara interjected, not looking up from her notes. The higher-ups want us to find a sorcerer named Kimura Shota first. He should have information about the curse. Let's move. Once Nakahara became serious, her demeanor shifted dramatically. Not only did she become more talkative, but her voice also grew louder, and her tone turned decisively calm, exuding a leader-like presence. Unbeknownst to her, Gojo was interrupted mid-sentence by Nakahara's sudden assertiveness. Initially irritated, he felt his annoyance dissipate as he caught sight of her sparkling green eyes. As if a soothing stream flowed through him, his anger vanished entirely. The usually unruly Gojo obediently fell silent, truly refraining from speaking. Following the address provided by the higher-ups, the trio entered the town and arrived at Kimura Shota's residence. Kimura Shota was a second-grade sorcerer who had learned of the arrival of the famed Six Eyes the day prior and was anxiously awaiting Gojo's arrival. Upon hearing the doorbell, he sprang up and rushed to open the door. Having heard of Gojo and Suguru's reputations, he was not particularly surprised to see the two well-groomed young men. Instead, it was the unassuming, strikingly handsome red-haired youth who startled him. Kimura had never encountered such a brooding young man. There was not a hint of youthful vigor on his face, and his hauntingly green eyes sent chills down his spine, resembling a dying wildcat. How intimidating. Unaccountably intimidated. Kimura averted his gaze from Nakahara's face and lowered his head to let them pass. Please, come in. There were 2 steps leading up to Kimura's door, and Suguru discreetly extended an arm toward Nakahara. Understanding his intent, she linked her arm with his muscular one, and with a slight exertion, he lifted her up. Gojo observed this scene with a disdainful smirk. Kimura guided them into the living room and briefly explained the current situation. It turned out that ever since the curse was classified as a grade 1, the higher-ups had dispatched sorcerers to the town for 3 consecutive days. However, all 3 sorcerers had gone missing without a trace. Gojo crossed his arms, revealing an irritated expression. Huh, no wonder they assigned this task to us. We're just here to clean up the mess left by the weak. How dull. Nakahara, scrutinizing the town's map, contemplated for a moment before speaking up. So, the higher-ups want us to rescue the 3 sorcerers before exorcising the curse? Her chilling gaze made Kimura squirm uncomfortably. He immediately straightened his posture and respectfully replied, yes. You are absolutely correct. Nakahara was all too familiar with the expression of submission and fear on Kimura's face. She sighed softly, realizing she had frightened him again. Choosing silence, she quietly retreated, trying to hide behind Suguru to spare the innocent NPC from any psychological trauma. However, in the eyes of Kimura Shota, Nakahara Yayoi merely looked down upon him and was unwilling to converse. He was perplexed as to what he had done to offend this aloof youth. Feeling a mix of anxiety and mild irritation, Suguru Geto noticed Nakahara Yayoi's subtle movements and leaned forward, interrupting Kimura Shota's line of sight. He inquired, Mr. Kimura, we are still unaware of the location of the cursed spirit. Kimura Shota snapped back to attention. I completely forgot. My sincerest apologies. He extended a finger and traced a large circle along the edge of the map. The entire mountain, he lowered his voice, the entire mountain is its territory. As long as one approaches the mountain ranges surrounding the town, they will be assaulted by its techniques. Yet, we just crossed the mountains to enter. Suguru Geto pointed at the road in confusion, and we were not attacked by the cursed spirit. The cursed spirit only appears after dusk. This mountain range is vast. Even with Mr. Fushijiro's 6 eyes, searching for it during the day is futile. Nakahara Yayoi understood. Aside from its rank, they knew nothing about this perilous cursed spirit and would have to wait until after dusk to ascend the mountain in darkness. He glanced at his phone. There was still at least an hour until sunset. Nakahara Yayoi thought to himself that remaining in the living room would only add pressure on Kimura Shota. So he strapped on his short bow and, leaning on his cane, stood up. Upon his departure, Kimura Shota visibly relaxed. Suguru Geto, observing this, chuckled, Mr. Kimura, do you find Nakahara's personality a bit difficult? I truly apologize. Please do not divulge this to him. Kimura Shota's face flushed with embarrassment, his voice dwindling. You misunderstand. I merely wish to convey that Nakahara is not adept at socializing with strangers, hence his reticence. He harbors no prejudice against you. Suguru Geto was a master of persuasion. He appeared congenial, his expression exuding sincerity, regardless of the veracity of his words. Once they passed through his lips, they seemed to carry an enchanting allure. Kimura Shouta found himself believing him. He placed a hand on his chest, instinctively exhaling in relief. Is that so? That child does indeed seem rather somber at first glance. I was a bit frightened just now. Meanwhile, Nakahara Yayoi had reached the courtyard, leaning on his cane. The previous day, Suguru Geto had already introduced the bow's rank and name. It was dubbed the 8 Cold Arrows, classified as a Grade 1 cursed tool, perfectly aligned with Nakahara Yayoi's level. He examined the short bow in his hands. Just as he knocked an arrow onto the string, Suguru Geto emerged. With a smile, he approached Nakahara and asked, "Would you like to test the power of the 8 Cold Arrows?" Yes, Nakahara Yayoi's eyes sparkled. Suguru Geto, well-versed in weaponry and familiar with the cursed tools of the Jujutsu High, was no exception regarding the 8 Cold Arrows. He tapped the black iron arrow, stating, "The 8 Cold Arrows possess a recall technique. Once the arrow is shot, a soft call will summon it back to the user." Nakahara Yayoi nodded. "I understand." Suguru Geto politely stepped back, gesturing to the open courtyard. "Go ahead and give it a try." Nakahara Yayoi complied, tightening the bowstring. There was a poplar tree in the yard. He initially intended to shoot an arrow at its trunk, but considering his extraordinary attack power, he worried it might cause psychological or financial damage to Kimura Shouta. So, he raised his arm, directing the arrow skyward. He released the bowstring. A sharp sound sliced through the air as the arrow soared into the heavens. Wherever it passed, the moisture in the air instantly crystallized, blooming into chilling ice flowers. The arrow did not halt. It continued its ascent, nearing the clouds. Nakahara Yayoi mused, "Ah, I see." With the boundless enhancement of his attack power, the effective range of the 8 Cold Arrows had similarly been amplified. He could only softly murmur, "Come back." The arrow that had flown into the clouds immediately altered its trajectory, hurtling back towards Nakahara Yayoi at an incredible speed. Wait. Suguru Geto had only mentioned that the 8 Cold Arrows could be recalled by the user, but he had not clarified how this recall functioned. If it acted like a boomerang, Nakahara Yayoi shivered. He was certain that if struck by the 8 Cold Arrows, with his fragile defense, he would undoubtedly perish on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the 8 Cold Arrows drew nearer, stirring a chilling wind. Nakahara Yayoi relinquished any notion of resistance. Just as he contemplated saving his progress, a slender hand suddenly reached out from an angle behind him, intercepting the 8 Cold Arrows. More precisely, it did not grasp it, but rather blocked it. The arrow collided with an invisible barrier, coming to an abrupt halt, suspended in midair, just 5 centimeters from the hand. "Be careful. Shizuku is not here, and no one can save you." It was Satoru Gojo's voice. Nakahara Yayoi looked up, tilting his head back, and indeed saw Gojo's face. He instinctively replied, "Thank you." "No need." Gojo turned his head away, adding, "I didn't come specifically to save you. If you were mortally wounded, we would still have to carry you back to school on a stretcher." Gojo turned his head away again, continuing, "The 8 Cold Arrows were crafted by a sorcerer from the Edo period. Its recall technique is controlled by language. Just add an adjective, like slowly, and it will return in a gentle manner." Upon finishing, he deactivated his limitless technique and placed the 8 Cold Arrows into Nakahara Yayoi's hand. Nakahara Yayoi stared in astonishment at Gojo's retreating figure, thinking, "This guy is oddly kind." Half an hour later, Kimura Shouta, seeing the sun dip below the horizon, hurried out to remind, "You three, it's time to enter the mountains." He stood by the door, bidding farewell, and according to custom, politely wished Suguru Geto and Satoru Gojo great fortune in their endeavors. As Nakahara Yayoi passed by him, Kimura Shouta mustered his courage and called out, "Nakahara-kun, I wish you a safe journey." The fact that Kimura Shouta initiated a conversation with him left Nakahara Yayoi quite taken aback. Surprised as he was, he did not neglect his manners, nodding at Kimura Shouta and softly saying, "Thank you." Kimura Shouta felt a surge of emotion. Suguru Geto had not deceived him. Nakahara Yayoi truly was a good child. The trio bid farewell to Kimura Shouta and, under the still bright sunset, made their way towards the mountain foothills. As they ventured further from the town, the cobbled narrow path grew increasingly dilapidated, eventually giving way to a bumpy trail overrun with thorns and weeds. Niigata City had also experienced rain yesterday, saturating the soil and rendering the mountain path exceptionally muddy, each step producing a squelching sound. Nakahara Yayoi, leaning on his cane, found it nearly impossible to advance. The ground was particularly slippery. With each step he took, he slid down several centimeters. Nonetheless, he stubbornly refused to seek assistance from Gojo or Geto, gritting his teeth to keep pace behind them. Both Gojo and Geto slowed their steps. Observing Nakahara Yayoi's struggle, Suguru Geto could not help but interject, "Nakahara-kun, don't push yourself. Stay here and wait for us. The darkness is closing in, and you might fall. Nakahara Yayoi shook his head. It's all right. Suguru Geto frowned, moving in front of Nakahara Yayoi, slightly bending down. Get on. I'll carry you. A soft chime resonated within Nakahara Yayoi's mind, as his astute intellect commenced an exhilarating whirl of thoughts. What could Sumeragi-ji's intentions be? Had his affections for him truly intensified? Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Nakahara Yayoi accessed Sumeragi-ji's affection meter, revealing a value of 13. A hollow chuckle escaped him. His heart felt desolate as he accepted Sumeragi-ji's goodwill with an impassive countenance. He nestled against Sumeragi-ji's back, his cheek resting against the broad expanse of his shoulder. The gentle breeze stirred a few stray strands of black hair at the nape of Sumeragi-ji's neck, brushing softly against Nakahara Yayoi's face, evoking a tender, ticklish sensation. Since he turned 12, Nakahara Yayoi had not been carried by anyone, and as he gazed at Sumeragi-ji's silhouette, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. He softly murmured, "Sumeragi-kun, if you grow weary, please set me down." "Nonsense, you are quite light," Sumeragi-ji replied with a smile, tilting his head slightly. Chapter 13. Sumeragi-ji, ever considerate, moderated his pace to ensure Nakahara Yayoi's comfort, walking with a graceful and steady gait. Yet, Nakahara Yayoi felt an unsettling prickling sensation, as if a watchful gaze weighed heavily upon him, none other than the penetrating stare of Fushiguro Wataru. Why was this fellow fixated on him? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Nakahara Yayoi turned to glance at Fushiguro Wataru, only to find him feigning nonchalance, casting his gaze elsewhere. Unable to discern the reason behind this scrutiny, Nakahara Yayoi buried his questions deep within. After traversing a thicket of thorny underbrush, they finally arrived at the foothills, entering a forest shrouded in thick mist. Nakahara Yayoi sensed an almost imperceptible aura of cursed energy lurking within the fog, instantly sharpening his awareness. They had reached their destination. The landscape at the foothills starkly contrasted with the sunny meadow behind them, while the grasslands basked in the warm glow of the setting sun. The dense forest ahead loomed ominously, enveloped in dark mist. Sumeragi-ji observed the dimming light of the day and instructed, "Wataru, set up the barrier. It would be troublesome if a non-sorcerer were to stumble into the woods. I have no desire to pen a 3,000-word reflection." Nakahara Yayoi, having perused relevant literature on barriers, understood that this was a means of safeguarding sorcerers. The barrier could obscure non-sorcerers' perceptions, rendering them oblivious to the passing of cursed spirits and the sorcerers battling them. According to the Chronicles of Sorcerers, practitioners during the Heian period lacked the awareness to employ barriers and would often exorcise cursed spirits in plain sight of non-sorcerers, resulting in widespread panic and a series of disturbances. The legend of the Night Parade of 100 Demons quietly arose during that era. In the aftermath, the sorcerers of the Gojo clan expended considerable effort to convince non-sorcerers that the mythical creatures, such as the Great Tengu and the Shiranui, were merely figments of folklore. In essence, contemporary sorcerers exercise utmost caution to conceal their existence from non-sorcerers. Sumeragi-ji softly intoned an incantation, "From darkness born, darker than black, all impurities and filth. Be purified." As his words fell, the barrier enveloped the entire mountain range like a curtain, deepening the shadows of the forest. Nakahara Yayoi switched on a flashlight and declared, "Wataru, please retrieve the topographical map." A serious expression returned to his face, his eyes shimmering like emeralds. Such a commanding tone was rather irksome. Though Fushiguro Wataru grumbled incessantly, he complied, extracting the map and even holding it aloft for Nakahara Yayoi's convenience. Focusing intently on the map, Nakahara Yayoi pointed to a stream traversing the valley, stating, "We are likely situated to the west of this point. I heard the sound of flowing water earlier." His finger traced along the valley. "If we proceed half a kilometer further, we will reach the confluence of 3 mountain ranges. It's not far at all." "Agreed," Sumeragi-ji replied. "Let's search in order, starting with the leftmost mountain." Nakahara Yayoi had no objections. Meanwhile, Fushiguro Wataru leaned back, arms crossed behind his head, responding nonchalantly, "Whatever. I can find any cursed spirit, no matter how well it hides." Just as they were about to set off, Nakahara Yayoi hesitated momentarily before tapping Sumeragi-ji on the shoulder. "Sumeragi-kun, please set me down. My legs no longer ache as much." Sumeragi-ji glanced worriedly at his right leg. "Are you certain?" "No problem. The contour lines on this slope are quite sparse, and the incline is gentle. I can walk on my own." Respecting Nakahara Yayoi's wishes, Sumeragi-ji released him. However, due to the dense fog surrounding them, he feared Nakahara Yayoi might lag behind. So he retrieved a roll of bandage from the first aid kit, saying, "Nakahara-kun, extend your hand." Nakahara Yayoi, puzzled, offered his left hand. Sumeragi-ji cut a length of bandage, tying one end around his own wrist and the other around Nakahara Yayoi's, securing it with 2 sturdy knots. If you feel you can't keep up, just tug on the bandage, and I'll stop. Understood, Nakahara Yayoi replied, clenching his fists with reluctance. How frustrating. The target of his affections was more adept at flirting than he was. Fushiguro Wataru, having observed their interaction throughout, felt an unbidden surge of irritation. Accustomed to being the center of attention, whether from his kin or fellow sorcerers, he had never experienced the feeling of being overlooked. Only today, preoccupied with his own thoughts. Had he noticed Nakahara Yayoi engaging in conversation with Sumeragi Jui all day, hardly sparing him a glance. At 16, Fushiguro Wataru was at an age where he craved recognition. Unwilling to be left in the shadows, he abruptly interjected, his gaze sharp. What about me? As Sumeragi Jui was busy calibrating the compass. He handed the bandage to Nakahara Yayoi, saying, Nakahara-kun, you help him with that, otherwise he'll nag endlessly. Taking the bandage, Nakahara Yayoi wrapped one end around his wrist and coldly instructed, hand. Fushiguro Wataru, akin to a kitten just mastering the art of shaking hands, quickly extended his left wrist. Fushiguro Wataru not only possessed a handsome visage, but also boasted elegantly long fingers, with neatly trimmed nails that bespoke of his privileged upbringing. Lost in thought, Nakahara Yayoi momentarily neglected his actions, inadvertently tying the bandage into a bow. The evening breeze caused the bow to dance lightly around Fushiguro Wataru's wrist. Fushiguro Wataru. Were you doing that on purpose? After a brief pause to regroup, the trio resumed their journey. Guided by the topographical map and compass into the depths of the forest, the fog thickened, reducing visibility to a mere 30 centimeters. Leaving Nakahara Yayoi sandwiched between Fushiguro Wataru and Sumeragi Jui, unable to see either of them. Suddenly, a low rumble of thunder echoed from somewhere unknown. Sumeragi Jui's voice emerged from the mist. Did you hear that? It seems it might rain again. His voice faded. Sumeragi-kun? No response. Nakahara Yayoi tugged at the bandage, only to discover it had snapped cleanly. His heart tightened as he pulled on the other end, realizing Fushiguro Wataru had also vanished. He bent down, feeling the damp earth beneath him, only to find the footprints behind him had disappeared as well. Indeed, the dense fog is a technique of the cursed spirits, inadvertently transporting them to disparate locations. No wonder the 3 sorcerers have vanished. This forest, with its thick trees, renders it nearly impossible to navigate back in the darkness. The immediate priority is to locate the others. After a moment's hesitation, Nakahara Yayoi set aside her cane, enduring the sharp pangs in her right knee, and ascended a towering redwood tree, reaching a point 20 meters above the ground. From this vantage, she could survey the entire forest, where thick fog enveloped the mountains, and lightning erupted from within, thunder reverberating through the heavens. Lightning emerging from the fog? Nakahara Yayoi sensed something amiss. She steadied her breath and observed for 5 minutes, discerning a pattern. The lightning radiated from the central peak in a clockwise manner. 1 flash per minute. It appeared that the thunderstorm was also a manifestation of the cursed spirit's techniques. Concerned for the target's survival, she anxiously scanned the surroundings, hoping to catch sight of Suguru Geto amidst the oppressive shadows of the trees. Unfortunately, while she failed to find Geto, she stumbled upon a massive black sphere suspended beneath the trees, a mere 200 meters away. What could that be? Is it related to the cursed spirits? Curiosity overcame her. She mused that the absence of a bad end notification regarding the target's demise indicated that Suguru Geto was currently safe and thus warranted no further worry. If an accident were to occur, she could simply reload the game. She pressed the save button. Save 1 has been updated. Nakahara Yayoi descended the redwood and approached the enormous black sphere. Her instincts proved correct. The sphere was shrouded in a curse, a product of the cursed spirits. It was smooth and elastic, composed of thick natural rubber. She patted the sphere, and it unexpectedly rolled, revealing something struggling within, emitting a muffled sound. Upon closer inspection, it was a cry for help. Someone was trapped inside. Nakahara Yayoi drew an 8-cold arrow and sliced through the rubber. The sphere ruptured, and 3 strangers tumbled out. Indeed, the 3 missing sorcerers. They had gone days without food, battered and weak. They collapsed to the ground, taking time to regain their composure. Once they regained consciousness, they noticed Nakahara Yayoi and inquired about her origins. Are you reinforcements sent by the higher-ups? Which school are you from, and what year? I am a second-year student from Tokyo Jujutsu High, Nakahara Yayoi replied, adding, I will escort you out of here. The sorcerers exchanged glances. They were skeptical of the youth before them. Nakahara Yayoi appeared far too young, resembling a mere child. Trusting her to escort them seemed less prudent than remaining where they were. One of them asked, Hey, kid, are you in the same class as Satoru Gojo? Did he come as well? Yes, Nakahara Yayoi nodded. Upon hearing this, the 3 sorcerers sighed in relief. So, Satoru Gojo was here too. Excellent. Let us wait for Gojo to come to our aid. He will surely rescue us. You should have mentioned that sooner. We were worried for nothing. They spoke freely in Nakahara Yayoi's presence, subtly implying that she was no match for Satoru Gojo's prowess. Glancing towards the direction of the lightning, Nakahara Yayoi calculated the time, estimating that this area would soon be struck by lightning. Exercising patience, she urged, "Let us leave here first. The thunderstorm is imminent." The sorcerers dismissed her words with derision, laughing at her concern. Frustrated, Nakahara Yayoi pondered why NPCs in other games were so one-dimensional, merely serving to assign tasks and provide information, devoid of any moral compass. Yet the NPCs in Jujutsu High were almost entirely untrustworthy. To ensure an escape route, she added another save. Save 2 has been successfully recorded. No longer willing to engage in idle chatter with the sorcerers, she adopted a pragmatic approach. She seized the black rubber sphere and sliced it into a long rope, binding the 3 sorcerers together. Before they could react, Nakahara Yayoi grasped the other end of the rope and dragged them towards safety. "What is this kid doing? We're injured. Are you trying to kill us?" The sorcerers attempted to struggle, but Nakahara Yayoi had tied the rope exceedingly tight. They could not escape. Forced to be dragged along the ground, Nakahara Yayoi reflected that had she known this would be the outcome, she need not have wasted her breath. A more forceful approach suited her far better. Chapter 14. The 3 sorcerers could scarcely believe that Nakahara Yayoi would actually bind them and pull them along. Sorcerers value lineage and family ties, and despite internal conflicts, they maintain a veneer of politeness. Tearing off the mask of civility was an unthinkable breach of their shared understanding. These 3 sorcerers hailed from prestigious families, having inherited the customs of their predecessors, and Nakahara Yayoi's brusque and decisive actions left them astounded. Yet, Nakahara Yayoi was indifferent to such conventions. In the competitive environment of Rikyo Street, might reigns supreme. After joining the Mafia, she had undergone the harsh training of the Wallan, cultivating a mindset of relentless pursuit of her objectives. The means by which she achieved her goals were her own prerogative. Nakahara Yayoi believed her task was to ensure the sorcerer's survival. Their injuries were of no concern to her. Thus, she dragged the 3 sorcerers for several hundred meters without a shred of guilt. One sorcerer's clothing was torn, thorns lacerating his exposed back, leaving a trail of blood. He was entirely battered, gasping in agony. This was tantamount to torture, and he could not help but cry out in despair, "Hey, you're going too far. Did you hear that? Let us go." Nakahara Yayoi did not even glance back. "No, my mission is to get you out alive. I cannot allow you to escape. Do you have no humanity?" Nakahara Yayoi disregarded his spittle-flecked accusations. The other 2 sorcerers fared no better. They were plagued by insects, their faces swollen and red, itching unbearably. However, their hands were bound, leaving them to awkwardly rub their faces against their shoulders. One of them muttered through gritted teeth, "I've never seen him before. He is probably just like that cursed user from Tokyo Jujutsu High, a non-sorcerer by birth. Suguru Geto, right?" His companion expressed disdain, recalling that when he first became a sorcerer, he could barely manage a simple spell and nearly got exposed as a non-sorcerer. These guys truly lacked decorum and act recklessly. When it came to non-sorcerers turned sorcerers, their tone dripped with contempt. Nakahara Yayoi regarded their insults as mere background noise, but upon hearing this, she felt a flicker of concern. The Chronicles of Sorcerers had mentioned that many powerful techniques were inherited through bloodlines within families. For instance, the Zenin clan's 10 shadow techniques, the Kumo clan's blood manipulation, and the 6 eyes of the Gojo clan. Consequently, non-sorcerers typically lacked exceptional innate techniques and had to rely on powerful families for support. It seemed the sorcerers placed greater emphasis on lineage than she had imagined, categorizing individuals into hierarchies based on their family backgrounds. Nakahara Yayoi furrowed his brow. As a first-grade sorcerer without a lineage of sorcerers, Suguru Geto must have faced considerable envy and even covert malice from those hailing from illustrious families. Fortunately, with the progressive mindsets of Satoru Gojo, Yoshinobu Yaga, and Shoko Iori, the decayed unwritten rules that plague many others simply do not exist within the Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu Technical School. When Nakahara Yayoi became lost in thought, his expression remained stern, his reddish-brown eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes, rendering him inscrutable, leaving others guessing about his contemplations. The trio of sorcerers, upon witnessing Nakahara Yayoi's somber visage, instinctively recoiled. Even the one who had been incessantly complaining lowered his voice, silently mouthing curses. As Nakahara Yayoi snapped back to reality, he glanced at his phone to check the time. Almost there, he murmured to himself. His predictions were remarkably precise. No sooner had he spoken than blinding flashes of lightning pierced through the dense fog, striking exactly where they had just been. The lightning ignited the surrounding trees, even cleaving a massive banyan in twain, the thunderous roar shaking their very chests. The sorcerers, still in shock, gazed at the blazing woods before turning to Nakahara Yayoi with expressions of bewilderment. Had he not intervened in time, it would not merely have been the forest that lay charred, but they themselves. This unassuming youth had discerned the patterns of the lightning. In truth, identifying such patterns is not particularly challenging. However, lost in the night's thick mist while constantly on guard against cursed spirits, it was a daunting task just to remain composed, let alone to seek out any patterns. Yet this young man effortlessly predicted the trajectory of the lightning, compelling them, albeit reluctantly, to acknowledge his extraordinary observational skills. The sorcerers, aware of their own shortcomings, sheepishly fell silent. Nakahara Yayoi had long since grown accustomed to the sorcerers' hushed curses, treating them as mere background music, and now found their abrupt silence somewhat disconcerting. After dragging the three sorcerers along for a few more minutes, he suddenly heard a different sound amidst the deafening thunderstorm, a sound akin to a deer's call, yet reminiscent of a beast's howl, incredibly melodious. One sorcerer suddenly exclaimed, "It's a dragon." Nakahara Yayoi followed the direction of his finger into the distance. In the mist, a white dragon glided freely, sometimes vanishing into the fog and at other times peering out from the trees, radiating a dazzling spectrum of colors. Nakahara Yayoi had seen it in the records. It was one of the cursed spirits subdued by Suguru Geto, known as the Rainbow Dragon. Geto's technique, cursed spirit manipulation, is precisely as its name suggests, the ability to subdue cursed spirits for one's own use. Why would Suguru Geto release the Rainbow Dragon? Had he found the cursed spirit? Nakahara Yayoi's questions demanded answers. He pulled out his phone, hesitated for a moment, then quickly dialed Suguru Geto's number. "Hello?" Suguru Geto answered. "It's me, Nakahara Yayoi." "Nakahara? I'm surprised you know my number," Geto replied, a hint of astonishment in his voice. I saw it on the student roster." Undoubtedly, this was a fabrication. Nakahara Yayoi had memorized every detail about Suguru Geto, from his techniques to his birth date, from his family background to his phone number, all flawlessly retained in his memory. Suguru Geto, trusting Nakahara completely, accepted his lie. He informed Nakahara that since hearing the thunder, he had been teleported to the bottom of a cliff. After a challenging search for an escape route, he had unfortunately encountered a lightning strike, and after much trouble, had finally discerned the lightning's patterns to escape the storm zone. "Where are you? Are you safe?" Geto inquired. "Yes, quite safe. I've also found 3 missing persons." Nakahara Yayoi assessed the incapacitated sorcerers on the ground and added, "They are injured, but only lightly." Geto breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as you're unharmed." "And you?" Nakahara Yayoi asked. "I encountered a manifestation of a cursed spirit, but have yet to locate its true form." "Is it troublesome?" "Indeed, it's multiplying rapidly. It has already replicated itself 7 times. Suguru Geto's voice trembled slightly as he evaded the cursed spirit. Nakahara Yayoi gazed at the undulating rainbow dragon, estimating the distance. "Geto, please leave that slope within 30 seconds. What are you planning?" "To shoot an arrow," Nakahara Yayoi replied succinctly, ending the call. The 3 sorcerers, bewildered, exchanged glances. One of them even snickering. "Shoot an arrow? Youngster, take a closer look at the map. We are at least 3 kilometers apart." Another sorcerer pointed at Nakahara Yayoi's bow. Suppressing laughter, "Is that the 8 cold arrows? I've heard of that cursed tool. It's considered exceptional among first-grade tools. But the effective range of a short bow is merely a few hundred meters. Just give it up. Don't disrupt Suguru Geto as he exorcises the cursed spirit. Stay put. I'm counting on him and Satoru Gojo to get us out of here." Nakahara Yayoi did not respond, merely casting a cold glance at them before turning his attention back. He drew an arrow and knocked it on the bowstring, pulling it taut as the evening breeze rustled his garments. Chapter 15. Suguru Geto hung up the phone and swiftly decapitated a cursed spirit with his cursed tool. To alleviate Nakahara Yayoi's concerns, Geto had lied. In reality, the situation here was far more dire than he had described. Nearly 100 manifestations of cursed spirits surged from the ground, relentlessly attacking him, since the true form had yet to be exorcised. Even if he repelled one wave of cursed spirits, new manifestations would inevitably arise, leaving him exhausted. They were like a sticky mass of mud, with only their claws and fangs exceptionally sharp, capable of severing a human's leg with a casual swipe. Geto's arm bore scratches, and with no time to bandage them, blood flowed freely, staining his sleeves. In his years since enrolling, Suguru Geto had encountered numerous first-grade cursed spirits. Yet this cunning and unpredictable adversary was unlike any he had faced before. He surmised that this cursed spirit was likely stronger than an ordinary first grade, nearly approaching special grade. He recalled Nakahara Yayoi's warning from the phone call and hastily glanced at his watch. 23 seconds remaining. Geto called to the Rainbow Dragon. "Come." The Rainbow Dragon, engaged in tearing apart a cursed spirit, immediately spat out the remains and returned to his side. He nimbly leaped onto the dragon's back, patting its horn. Let us go? The snow-white giant soared into the sky, carrying Suguru Geto aloft, away from the ground. The cursed spirits, unable to fly, emitted urgent growls as they scrambled to pursue him, piling atop one another like sardines in a frenzied attempt to climb towards the rainbow dragon. The sheer number of cursed spirits amassed into a small mountain, with the one at the summit lunging at the rainbow dragon, claws raised, attempting to inflict a fatal wound. In that precarious moment, an arrow pierced through the clouds, glinting with icy brilliance. It was the 8 cold arrows. It traced an exquisitely thin, elongated azure arc through the air, hurtling towards the cursed spirits. The arrow moved with astonishing speed, even stirring up a tempest. Despite the distance of 1,000 meters, Suguru Geto felt the chilling gust rush toward him. The technique of the 8 cold arrows, known as cracking like a blue lotus, possesses the remarkable ability to plummet the surrounding temperature. As the arrows traverse the air, clouds and mist instantaneously crystallize into snowflakes, which flutter down gently, carried by the evening breeze. In an instant, the 8 cold arrows streaked across the sky like a comet. That azure glow blazed like a lightning bolt, piercing through the mound of cursed spirits. The technique unfurled like a blossoming lotus, casting a frigid light that illuminated the heavens as brightly as day. 2 seconds later, Suguru Geto heard a resounding crash that echoed through the skies, the sound of the 8 cold arrows shattering the rock layers. This deafening noise reverberated for 3 kilometers. The brilliance of the 8 cold arrows was blinding, prompting the sorcerers to instinctively shield their eyes. Only when the radiance faded did they lower their hands, staring in disbelief at the obliterated hillside. Just half a minute prior, the sorcerers had been confidently awaiting a setback from Mayoi Nakahara, but now, their expressions were devoid of mirth. They had witnessed the entire spectacle. Nakahara had employed no enhancement techniques whatsoever, relying solely on her innate strength to send that arrow soaring 3 kilometers away, striking the group of cursed spirits with pinpoint accuracy. In Nakahara's hands, the 8 cold arrows exhibited a fearsome potency. Unfazed by the astonished gazes of the sorcerers, Nakahara calmly lowered her short bow, gazing at the collapsed hillside across from her. Lamenting that the arrow was likely beyond recovery, she unstrapped the quiver from her shoulder, counting the remaining arrows, 5 in total. Throughout the process of knocking the bow and obliterating half a mountain, Nakahara's expression remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Her eyes hung heavy, distant, and cold, harboring a hint of disdain. The 3 sorcerers felt a chill in their hearts, inching back half a meter, striving to distance themselves from this enigmatic youth. At that moment, Nakahara's phone rang. The beauty of her face, previously indifferent, now displayed a flicker of emotion. The incoming call caused her scalp to tingle, and she hastily retrieved her phone. Glancing at the caller ID, Suguru Geto's number, before pressing the answer button. Hello? Nakahara, I've returned to the ground. The manifestations of the cursed spirits have all vanished. Geto hesitated, seemingly pondering how to express himself. The hillside is gone. Each time Nakahara answered a call, her heart raced, yet somehow, upon hearing Geto's voice, the tension that gripped her heart dissipated entirely. She found his voice to be remarkably soothing. Merely hearing him speak brought her unparalleled comfort. Geto continued, Nakahara, the fog here has crystallized into frost. There won't be any lightning in the short term, so it's quite safe. Hurry over, as thunderstorms are likely to arise where you are. All right, I'm on my way. No, don't move. Stay put. The rainbow dragon will come to fetch you. As soon as Geto finished speaking, Nakahara heard a distant, elongated cry. The rainbow dragon soared into the air, whipping its long tail and gracefully gliding to Nakahara's side. Its bright yellow eyes glimmered faintly in the darkness. The rainbow dragon leaned closer, sniffing the air around Nakahara, before obediently bowing its head. Nakahara first lifted the 3 shivering sorcerers onto the back of the cursed spirit, then, with a delicate leap, gracefully ascended herself. The rainbow dragon slowly ascended into the air, gliding steadily forward. Its silky mane refracted beautiful hues under the moonlight. Nakahara, feeling a twinge of envy, discreetly reached out and unceremoniously stroked its mane. The rainbow dragon's scales were remarkably tough, yet its fur was astonishingly smooth, prompting Nakahara to touch it once more. Having been tamed by Geto for half a year, the rainbow dragon was quite intelligent, aware that Nakahara meant no harm. It even raised its head, allowing her to caress its mane. 1 minute later, they arrived at their destination. The 8 cold arrows had not only left behind a massive meteorite crater, but also caused a drastic drop in temperature throughout the forest, plunging the area into a wintry abyss where temperatures had already fallen below 0. Nakahara shivered from the cold, wrapping her coat tighter around herself. Looking down, she spotted Geto standing on the pristine white snow, smiling and waving at her. Nakahara reciprocated the gesture before turning her gaze to the bound sorcerers below. They huddled together in fear, resembling startled birds, their eyes wide with terror as they stared at Nakahara. She must ensure that Geto did not witness this scene, as it would tarnish his image. Approaching the sorcerers, Nakahara drew an arrow and severed their bindings. What transpired here must remain confidential. Do not disclose it to anyone. Especially not to Suguru Geto. The three sorcerers nodded in a panic, terrified that this brooding youth might use her arrows to sever their necks. The rainbow dragon gradually descended. To Nakahara's surprise, the 8-cold arrow remained intact, standing upright in the center of the crater, piercing through a slab of granite. The rainbow dragon dutifully picked up the arrow, returning it to its rightful owner. The 8 cold arrows emitted a chilling aura that froze the blood, causing the rainbow dragon to shudder and emit a plaintive whine. Geto approached, reassuringly patting its horn, prompting the rainbow dragon to close its eyes and transform into a fist-sized cursed spirit orb, which he then retrieved. Geto turned to Nakahara, saying, with such a commotion, Wataru should be able to locate us. Let us wait here for him. Once everyone is reunited, we can discuss our next steps. Nakahara had no objections. At that moment, she caught a whiff of blood from Geto and frowned. Are you injured? Geto discreetly hid his arm behind his back. Just a scrape, nothing serious. Hand me the first aid kit. Nakahara spoke with an air of authority. She efficiently retrieved bandages from the kit, expertly tending to Geto's wound. During her training in assassination techniques, she often found herself accidentally cut by daggers and shurikens. Thus, to avoid hindering her training, she had self-taught surgical skills. And her bandaging technique was remarkably professional. Geto chuckled, you're quite adept at this. Yes, you could consider me as Kinji's assistant, Nakahara mused, imagining the scene she had just described, allowing a slight smile to grace her lips. This subtle smile did not escape Geto's notice. When Nakahara smiled, the gloom that typically shrouded her countenance dissipated, revealing a youthful innocence befitting her age. After securing the bandage, she declared, all done. Thank you. Before Geto could finish his sentence, a resounding explosion interrupted them. The blast emanated from a cave atop the mountain, not far from their location. A brilliant red light pierced through the crevices of the rocks, igniting the withered leaves and erupting into fierce flames. That was the radiance of red. A figure stumbled out of the inferno, coughing as the black smoke choked him. It was Wataru. After parting ways with Nakahara and Geto, he had lost his sense of direction, wandering aimlessly through the forest. Fortunately, a mere 3 minutes prior, he had spotted the cursed spirit's core hidden deep within the cave using his 6 eyes, and he had ventured into the cavern, intending to exorcise it with red. Alas, yet again, he had made an error. The reversal of the technique had shattered the stone wall, causing the cave to collapse, and he had barely escaped with his life. Satoru Gojo exhibited no awareness of his miraculous escape from peril. Upon catching sight of Nakahara and others, he laughed heartily, exclaiming, I've made my escape. The butterfly knot of the bandage on his wrist fluttered conspicuously in the breeze. Nakahara overheard the whispers of the sorcerers. Why is Satoru Gojo sporting a butterfly knot? Perhaps it's a matter of fashion, though I fail to comprehend it. Nakahara replied, my apologies. Behind Gojo, a colossal cursed spirit collided with the rock wall, revealing its true form. Enveloped in a shroud of dark gray mist, its overwhelming size rendered its face indistinguishable to Nakahara. As Gojo sprinted away, he shouted, Nakahara, act swiftly. Understood, Nakahara responded quietly, drawing an 8-cold arrow. Just as he was about to release an arrow to vanquish the cursed spirit, he hesitated. This spirit was formidable. Suguru Geto might wish to subdue it. If Nakahara were to exorcise it unilaterally, it could jeopardize his already limited favorability. Contemplating this, Nakahara discreetly turned his face to observe Geto's expression. Gojo, acutely aware of his subtle movements, sensed the reason for Nakahara's delay. It was indeed because of Suguru Geto. As Nakahara wavered, the cursed spirit caught up to Gojo, unleashing a torrent of poisonous gas. Without hesitation, Gojo activated his limitless technique, isolating the noxious fog. He turned to face the spirit, his earlier mirth vanished, replaced by a somber countenance. Even the oblivious cursed spirit quailed before his icy gaze. Gojo extended his hand. A brilliant crimson light erupting from his fingertips. Cursed technique reversal, red. Perhaps influenced by his emotions, this instance of red was exceptionally successful and fiercely potent. Just as the cursed spirit contemplated fleeing, it was ensnared by the scarlet radiance, obliterated in an instant, leaving behind only a wisp of smoke. Gojo lowered his arm and approached Nakahara and the others with an impassive demeanor. Noticing his despondency, Geto attempted to uplift the atmosphere, remarking, today's technique reversal was flawless. Wasn't it, Gojo? Is that so? Gojo's response was notably cold. He maintained his stern expression, failing to acknowledge the three sorcerers who bowed to him, leaving them in a state of unease for an extended duration. Nakahara remained the sole individual unperturbed. He returned the 8-cold arrow to his quiver, deliberately ignoring Gojo. He was acutely aware of the reason for Gojo's ire. It stemmed from his inaction during the cursed spirit's pursuit. Nakahara felt a surge of frustration. Gojo possessed the limitless technique and was a villainous NPC. He was convinced that Gojo would survive until the conclusion, as his demise would not spell Gojo's end. This individual was indeed irksome. Gritting his teeth, Nakahara turned his head aside, unwilling to gaze upon the vexatious NPC. Geto, noticing the discord between his two classmates, found himself caught in the middle and could only offer a resigned smile as he prepared to contact the assistant supervisor. He sought their input, stating, "I should notify the higher-ups. These 3 seniors still require medical attention." Neither Gojo nor Nakahara responded. With a sigh, Geto was about to dial when a figure emerged from the thicket, snatching his phone away. "No need to call. I'm right here." The newcomer was a white-haired woman with a high ponytail, her movements remarkably agile. Aside from Gojo, none of the others noticed her arrival. She was Mayoi, the assistant supervisor of Tokyo Jujutsu High, possessing the technique known as crow manipulation, which allowed her to control crows. Mayoi had been supervising first-year students Kinto Nanami and Yu Habara in Hokkaido, but hastened back upon observing some irregularities in Niigata City through the crow's perspective. As Mayoi appeared, several crows descended from the treetops to perch upon her shoulders. Geto, astonished, remarked, "Aren't you supposed to be in Hokkaido, May?" "Indeed. But I witnessed some violations, so I returned." Mayoi stroked her chin with a finger adorned in purple nail polish, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. "What a troublesome bunch you are." Her gaze drifted, almost imperceptibly, towards Nakahara, causing him to clench his clothing in anxiety. To his surprise, the exorcism of the cursed spirit did not attract her ire. Instead, she turned to the 3 sorcerers and inquired languidly, "Why did you refuse to heed Nakahara's instructions? Remaining behind to await the other sorcerers when he urged you to withdraw?" Nakahara's spirits lifted. Long live the white-haired woman. All white-haired individuals are good-hearted. In stark contrast, the expressions of the 3 sorcerers darkened considerably. We were merely concerned that Nakahara lacked sufficient strength, so Mayoi interrupted. "Nakahara was appointed as a supporter by the higher-ups. Your lack of faith in him amounts to questioning their judgment." The sorcerers were rendered speechless, their faces paling as they lowered their heads in shame. Mayoi extracted a monitoring record book, elegantly inscribing a line with her feather quill. As she wrote, she stated, "Regardless of your excuses, impeding the exorcism of a cursed spirit will require you to explain yourselves to the supervisory department upon your return." Having completed her record, Mayoi sighed and complained to Geto, "This job is truly exhausting. Who would take it if not for the high salary?" Nakahara wholeheartedly agreed. He merely wished to earn some extra money. Why must he encounter the insufferable Gojo? Mayoi still had to report to the higher-ups, remaining on-site with the 3 sorcerers. Given Geto's injuries, she contacted the higher-ups to expedite the transport of the students back to Tokyo. The higher-ups informed them that the vehicle for transporting students would only arrive at midnight, urging Gojo and the others to proceed to the town station to await their arrival. As the trio retraced their steps to the town, their flashlight had long since vanished, forcing them to rely on the illumination of their phones to navigate the darkness. Gojo and Nakahara, akin to opposing magnets, managed to find the farthest corners from one another, much to Geto's amusement and exasperation. Upon nearing the town, they encountered an elderly lady walking her dog. Noticing their disheveled appearance, she kindly illuminated her flashlight and guided them to a well-lit area before departing with her dog. Geto observed the woman's retreating figure and remarked softly, "The residents here seem quite friendly." Nakahara inquired, "What makes you say that?" "Well, during our exorcisms, due to a lack of information, we often consult local residents, and it's not uncommon for us to be mistaken for con artists," Geto replied. He recounted an incident from 6 months prior when he, Shoko Iori, and Gojo traveled to a remote village in Kagoshima to exorcise a spirit. Gojo had inadvertently severed a family's corn crop with his technique. They had voluntarily offered compensation and even inspected the damage. It turned out only a handful of corn stalks had been cut. To their astonishment, the villagers firmly insisted that they had ravaged all the farmland and demanded an exorbitant compensation of 500,000 yen. They even rallied friends and family to blockade the 3, preventing their departure. "And what happened next?" Nakahara Yayoi inquired, her curiosity piqued. "I initially intended to pay and leave, but Wataru adamantly refused and seemed eager to confront the villagers," Geto recounted with a hint of exasperation. "Fortunately, Teacher Yaga arrived just in time and extricated us with a financial settlement." Nakahara blinked, contemplating the situation. According to the modus operandi of the Mafia, Dealing with such greedy and foolish individuals should involve a blend of intimidation and deceit to compel their compliance. Although not as skilled as Dazai Osamu, Nakahara did possess a modicum of talent in interrogation and intimidation. As they spoke, they arrived at the town station. Wataru declined to sit beside Nakahara, choosing instead to retreat to a bench on the opposite side, distancing himself from the pair. Unperturbed, Nakahara continued her conversation with Suguru. Pondering a solution, she remarked, "Most people harbor a deep-seated fear of ghosts. A mere threat from your cursed spirit would likely instill fear in them." Suguru shook his head disapprovingly. "We cannot threaten non-sorcerers or inflict harm upon them, Nakahara. Such actions would contravene the sorcerer's code. If this were to come to light, we would be branded as curse users. But you have all been extorted. The villagers must perceive us as fraudsters, believing us to be immensely wealthy." Suguru replied with a measure of understanding. After all, the identity of sorcerers is confidential. From their perspective, our incessant inquiries about the village affairs undoubtedly paint us as a band of deluded swindlers. Nakahara opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. She mused that extorting 500,000 yen was but a triviality compared to the dark dealings of the black market, where abductions of those with special abilities for monetary gain, and even murder for organs, were commonplace. Suguru was far too benevolent, perpetually gauging others by his own moral compass, thus underestimating the brutality of human nature. Such unwavering integrity, coupled with a tenacious disposition, would likely lead him down a perilous path should he ever confront the ugly truths of humanity. Once again lost in thought, Nakahara stared at the ground until Suguru's voice roused her from her reverie. "Nakahara, did you happen to spot a convenience store?" "Yes, there's one near the gas station." "Are you feeling hungry?" "Not particularly, but I am rather parched and would like some banana milk." "Is that all you require?" "Just the banana milk will suffice. I intend to draft a report on the train, and consuming carbohydrates will only make me drowsy." As Suguru stood, he inquired, "What would you like to eat?" Nakahara, worried about the possibility of his wound reopening, pushed him back onto the bench. "I'll go buy it. You stay put." Without waiting for Suguru to respond, she dashed past Wataru with unwavering focus, heading towards the 24-hour convenience store at the gas station. Upon finding the desired banana milk, she noticed a red tag emblazoned with "Buy one, get one free." At the checkout, she addressed the clerk, "I do not need the promotion, one bottle is sufficient." The clerk, smiling, shook her head. "That is not possible, dear customer." She forcibly stuffed 2 bottles of banana milk into the shopping bag. Nakahara sighed, leaving the store with a tinge of exasperation. She was not fond of sweet milk. Typically, she abstained from sugary treats unless she felt faint from hunger. What was she to do with the extra bottle? Should she discard it? Slowly, she made her way back to the station, her thoughts wandering to Dazai Osamu's visage. When Nakahara was appointed as the squad leader, Dazai had imparted that managing subordinates required strategy, emphasizing one principle. Together with the memory of Dazai, Nakahara echoed, "Sugar and slaps." Lifting her gaze, she observed Wataru, who sat alone on the bench engrossed in a game of Tetris. She pondered that antagonizing NPCs was ultimately unwise. She might as well offer the banana milk to Wataru, who enjoyed sweet treats and might appreciate it. As she passed by him, Nakahara halted, extracted a bottle of milk, and extended it towards him. Still irked, Wataru replied tersely, "Do you want it?" He scrutinized her with suspicion before lowering his gaze to the banana milk, declining to accept it. "I don't want it. You drink it." He crossed his arms, still sulking. "If you're not hungry, then why buy 2? Wataru retorted angrily. Nakahara, feeling exasperated, omitted the detail about the buy one get one free offer, coldly stating, "It's for you." Wataru was taken aback. Although he had not forgotten the events of half an hour prior, and still bore a grudge, the knowledge that Nakahara had specifically purchased banana milk for him softened his anger slightly. His emotions were writ large upon his face, revealing a conflict over whether to continue being upset. Nakahara pressed the banana milk into his hands before turning to leave. Chapter 16. They returned to school in the early hours, where Naki Iroha utilized a reversal technique to treat Suguru's wounds. The 3 were utterly exhausted, hastily bathing before retreating to their rooms for rest. The following day was Saturday, a reprieve from classes. Nakahara deliberately silenced her alarm clock, allowing herself to sleep in until the sun was high in the sky. The next morning, sunlight streaming into her room roused Nakahara from slumber. She buried her head into her pillow, stretching luxuriously. After 3 days of restorative sleep, she felt a relaxation she had seldom experienced before, and her spirits soared. Even the faint dark circles under her eyes had vanished. She resolved that once she completed this game, she would embark on a second playthrough solely for the purpose of replenishing her sleep. Nakahara ran her fingers through her hair, rising leisurely to wash up. As she passed Suguru's dormitory, she cast a furtive glance. The door was ajar, yet the room was empty. Where could Suguru be? Narrowing her eyes, She recalled that upon first viewing Suguru's profile, she had surmised he maintained a daily exercise regimen. She made her way to the eastern corridor, gazing towards the playground, and indeed spotted Suguru jogging in the morning light. Nakahara thought to herself that once Suguru returned, she would feign a chance encounter and invite him to breakfast. With this intention in mind, she entered the washroom. She nearly forgot that aside from herself and Suguru, another resident occupied this floor. The sound of running water echoed from the washroom. Wataru was washing his face. Like Nakahara, he too had awakened naturally, still groggy as he lathered his cheeks with cleanser. His face coated in foam, exuding the aroma of white tea. Thanks to his 6 eyes, Wataru could sense Nakahara's presence even with his eyes closed. He immediately frowned. Shifting a step away, it seemed that after a night of contemplation, he had chosen to maintain his displeasure. Nakahara, however, was unfazed. She had enjoyed a restful night and was in high spirits, disinterested in squabbling with an NPC. She approached the sink next to Wataru's, proceeding with her usual routine of brushing her teeth and washing her face with ease. Through the mirror's reflection, she discreetly glanced at Wataru. He wore a loose camel-colored sweater and beige trousers. Although devoid of a logo, Nakahara's keen eye recognized the sweater as part of Joseph's gradient collection. The attire perfectly aligns with the persona of a young heir. Nakahara Yayoi glanced once more at Wataru Gojo's visage. Despite harboring a sense of aversion towards him, she could not deny his undeniable attractiveness. Seizing the moment while Gojo had his eyes closed, Nakahara unabashedly scrutinized his features and secretly devised a plan. Once they completed the Jujutsu High School challenge, she would create a character in The Sims that bore an uncanny resemblance to Gojo. However, given Gojo's striking handsomeness, achieving a flawless likeness would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. At that very moment, consumed by her fanciful thoughts, Gojo seemed to sense her gaze and abruptly turned his head. "Are you staring at me?" he inquired. "How perceptive." "No," Nakahara replied, averting her eyes. Gojo, suspecting dishonesty, attempted to open his eyes for confirmation but inadvertently allowed cleansing foam to seep into them, letting out a soft owl. The sound was irresistibly adorable, prompting Nakahara to stifle a chuckle that nearly caused her to choke on her toothpaste. Gojo furrowed his brow, his face adorned with foam. "Did you just laugh?" he asked. Nakahara quickly suppressed her smile, insisting, "I did not." Fearing that Gojo might elicit another laugh, she hurriedly rinsed her face and dashed back to her dormitory. Nakahara had not forgotten about Ito Terahiko's observation report. She had narrowly escaped scrutiny last time, but this time her luck was unlikely to hold. Locking herself in her room, she pulled out a sheet of paper and began to fabricate a narrative. Yesterday's experiences had ignited a wealth of inspiration within her, and she emphasized Gojo's insatiable sweet tooth in her report, depicting him as an inevitable sugar addict destined to grapple with high blood sugar in 5 years. She also vividly described Gojo's indifferent expression while exorcising cursed spirits, blending truth and fabrication, and painted him as a twisted individual who relished the act of killing. With fervor, Nakahara penned 3,000 words in an hour, her talent shining through. Examining her report, though it was a fabrication of about 90 fantasy, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Excellent. It not only tarnished Gojo's reputation but also withheld any valuable intelligence from Ito Terahiko. Truly perfect. Anticipating Suguru Geto's return, Nakahara leisurely leaned back in her chair, sipped her water at a measured pace, and then rose to feign a chance encounter. Sure enough, Suguru returned, freshly bathed and dressed in his usual attire, ready to head to the cafeteria for breakfast. Spotting Nakahara, he greeted her with a smile, his eyes narrowing playfully. "Good morning. Nakahara, what are you up to?" "Having breakfast." "Me too. Let us go together." They descended the stairs together and encountered Wataru Gojo on the first floor, holding a cup of vending machine coffee. Gojo, having gotten foam in his eyes, had a hint of redness at the corners. Upon seeing Suguru and Nakahara, he quickly donned sunglasses, yet Nakahara still caught sight of his reddened eyes. A twinge of guilt struck her, knowing her actions were somewhat responsible. So when Suguru suggested the three of them have breakfast together, she did not object. They made their way to the cafeteria. Nakahara gradually grew more acquainted with Suguru, shedding some of his previous social anxiety. Though still reserved, he was far more open than when they first met. Suguru, perceptive as always, noticed this change. Previously, Nakahara's responses were curt and icy, but now he occasionally offered more than a mere He mused, Nakahara seems to have a rather lively personality. Why did he suppress himself before? Their conversation meandered, and somehow, it turned to food. Both Nakahara and Suguru opted for simple meat floss bacon sandwiches, while Gojo maintained the old family tradition of enjoying grilled mackerel and miso soup accompanied by a small bowl of rice sprinkled with sesame seeds. Suguru chuckled, noting the similarity in taste between him and Nakahara. Seizing the moment, Nakahara extended an invitation. Suguru, if you ever want to go out for a meal on weekends, please count me in. Sure, just let me know if there's something you want to eat, and we can plan a meal together on the weekend. Suguru was taken aback by Nakahara's initiative, casually inquiring, did you live in Tokyo before? Gojo, unusually silent until now, slightly turned his head, evidently intrigued by the topic and eavesdropping. Nakahara understood the reason. Through the city where Nakahara had lived as a child, Gojo could trace high-rise residences, thereby uncovering the individuals behind him. Nakahara had nothing to hide and spoke candidly. I used to live in Yokohama, but I often visited Tokyo for leisure. I'm quite familiar with the city. Gojo tilted his head, a look of confusion crossing his face. It seems there aren't many high-rises in Yokohama. After finishing breakfast, Suguru suddenly recalled his promise from 3 days prior. Nakahara, let us head to Shinjuku this afternoon. We agreed to go shopping for clothes, daily necessities, and textbooks. Surprised that Suguru still remembered, Nakahara nearly forgot about it himself. Suguru then asked Gojo, are you coming along? Gojo, sipping his miso soup, stubbornly kept his sunglasses on, the lenses fogged by steam. Not a chance, he scoffed. True to his word, that afternoon, Suguru and Nakahara took the train to Shinjuku Isiden. Nakahara was particularly eager to purchase the same fabric softener that Suguru used. Upon entering the supermarket, he made a beeline for the household section, searching for the detergent aisle. Suguru followed closely behind, curious about Nakahara's fondness for that specific fabric softener. You really love that scent, don't you, Nakahara? Yes. Why is that? There should be plenty of similar herbal-scented detergents. Look, this one has a herbal scent too, and the volume is larger than the one I bought. Feeling somewhat childish, Nakahara lowered his voice, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. That scent helps me fall asleep quickly. Suguru's expression turned incredulous, his eyes widening slightly. Hypnotic, is it? I'm not sure. I used to suffer from insomnia, but when I smell that scent, I can fall asleep within 3 minutes. Suguru's expression grew more serious. Nakahara, you're not under some kind of curse, are you? Nakahara shrugged, remaining silent. The enchantments in the game would not affect reality. Simply put, if he used a skill in the game that allowed him to restore energy by sleeping for an hour, it would be entirely ineffective. This was due to a self-preservation mechanism, preventing Nakahara from being harmed by the game's debuffs. Suguru still pondered over this matter, his face thoughtful. After a long moment, he suddenly realized and whispered, Nakahara, I understand now. There's a cursed spirit-s technique on your pillow. Huh. Satoru Gojo elucidated. During last year's final examinations, I suffered from insomnia due to overwhelming stress. Among the hundreds of cursed spirits I have captured, one possesses a hypnotic technique. Consequently, I employed it to cast a sleep-inducing spell on my pillow. Thus, I inadvertently forgot about this matter and ended up giving you that pillow. Satoru Gojo expressed his regret, pondering whether there might be any side effects, suggesting that perhaps Shiratori should examine it upon their return. Mayumi Nakahara remained silent. This implies that, within the confines of this game, the buff was indeed effective for him. Before he could even assess whether this development was fortuitous or adverse, he sensed a gaze fixated upon his back. Cautiously, Mayumi turned around. There, hiding behind a shelf, was Satoru Gojo, stealthily trailing them. Unfortunately, his tall stature rendered him completely conspicuous. Mayumi Nakahara remarked, one of the cardinal sins of an assassin, a person of considerable height should never undertake surveillance. Approaching Satoru, he inquired earnestly, Satoru, how do you reconcile being nearly 190 centimeters tall while attempting to follow us? Mayumi vocalized this inquiry at a normal volume, causing the surrounding onlookers to converge their attention upon them at the mention of following. Satoru hastily pulled up his scarf to obscure his face, grumbling, Mayumi Nakahara, I absolutely detest you. Chapter 17. The commotion created by Satoru and Mayumi, who were in a playful tug-of-war, drew the attention of the mall security. Noticing the security personnel approaching them while reaching for a walkie-talkie, Satoru felt a surge of apprehension. He quickly separated Satoru and Mayumi, flashing a charming smile to assuage the onlookers. They are my classmates, and their playful antics have caused quite a disturbance. I sincerely apologize, Satoru explained, bowing politely. His amiable demeanor exuded warmth, and the passers-by were swayed by his words. The security guard merely shook his head and departed, concluding it was all in good fun. Oh, it appears they are merely jesting. Indeed, they do look like high school students, though that white-haired fellow is absurdly tall, nearly reaching the shelves. Shoo. Once the crowd's gaze diverted, Satoru lowered his scarf. Satoru teased, didn't you claim you didn't want to hang out with us? Satoru, with a hint of guilt in his eyes, evasively replied, there are many brands releasing new seasonal items, so I thought I'd take a stroll in the city. It was purely coincidental. His acting was quite poor, and both Mayumi and Satoru were not convinced by his flimsy excuses. Satoru hesitated, Could it be that you felt neglected, prompting you to follow us? No way. Satoru suddenly raised his voice, almost drawing the attention of others once more, only to be silenced simultaneously by Satoru and Mayumi. After the farcical reunion, Satoru seamlessly integrated himself into their company, trailing behind them leisurely. Since discovering that the sleep-inducing effect stemmed from a technique, Mayumi felt dejected. He had initially intended to purchase fabric softener of the same brand to enhance his sleep, only to find that the soothing effect was merely a buff from a technique, leaving him utterly disheartened. After completing his shopping for daily necessities at the supermarket, Mayumi followed Satoru with a lackluster spirit, heading towards the clothing store. Mayumi was notoriously particular about clothing styles. However, due to his demanding work schedule, he rarely indulged in shopping. Each time he needed new attire, Hayato Tsukiyama would select 3 or 4 outfits for him to choose from. Gazing at the myriad of garments in the boutique, he felt overwhelmed and decided to seek Satoru's assistance. Satoru, what type of casual wear do you prefer? Me? Perhaps something casual, as I often travel for work on weekends. My everyday attire must allow for ease of movement. Satoru noticed Mayumi's struggle with decision-making and, after a moment of contemplation, chose a hoodie and a pair of straight-leg jeans. What do you think of this ensemble? Although Satoru's selection demonstrated a commendable aesthetic sense, it did not align with Mayumi's personal style. The Mafia would feel incomplete without a coat, much like an early riser deprived of coffee would wither away. Satoru also leaned in, pointing at a black, oversized trench coat. How about this one? He hastily added, I just picked it randomly. I didn't think it particularly suited you. Mayumi glanced at the coat and smirked. Satoru had quite the eye for fashion, faced with an indecisive dilemma, yet embodying the spirit of an adult. Mayumi extravagantly purchased both outfits. After all, his smartphone wallet was linked to Terahiko Ito's credit card, allowing for carefree spending. Exiting Isetan with numerous large paper bags, Satoru checked his notes on his phone, stating, Next, we should procure the textbooks. That bookstore closes at 10:30. We need to hurry. The textbooks for sorcerers were exclusively available at a designated bookstore, conveniently located in Shinjuku, not far from Isetan. To reach the bookstore, they had to navigate through a basement bar that displayed a closed sign, followed by a heavy iron door that required the infusion of cursed energy to open, ultimately leading them down a sparsely populated alley to its end. The bookstore lay nestled deep within the alley. As the trio entered the bookstore, they emerged covered in cobwebs. Coughing as they brushed off the dust, Mayumi looked up, intrigued by the quaint little shop. It was filled to the brim with various tomes, and the proprietor had lit numerous scented candles, casting a dim, warm glow that rendered the bookstore both inviting and antiquated. The owner, an elderly sorcerer, scrutinized Mayumi and kindly inquired, Are you Nakahara from Tokyo Jujutsu High? I have heard you have been recognized as a grade 1 sorcerer. Congratulations. Mayumi was taken aback, not expecting her to recognize him. Satoru interjected nonchalantly, There are very few sorcerers capable of employing Black Flash. Word of your ability to snap your fingers to unleash it has spread far and wide. The owner nodded in agreement, indeed. While they conversed, Satoru had already delved into the stacks of books, locating the textbooks required for the semester. After flipping through the pages to confirm there were no missing sheets, he returned to Mayumi and handed him the books. Nakahara, these are the ones. The warm glow of the scented candles illuminated his eyes, and Satoru's gaze was imbued with such gentleness that it softly brushed against Mayumi's cheek. Mayumi's emotions were quite complex. He had grown weary of monitoring Satoru's affection levels. Despite his efforts, there seemed to be no growth whatsoever. Satoru was undeniably gentle, yet his affection barely reached the threshold of acquaintance, failing to unlock even the friendship tier. Why was it so? Suddenly, Mayumi recalled Katsura Kotaru, a character from Gintama, the Crimson Edo. He had once regarded Katsura as a primary target, yet their values had never aligned. Despite their emotional journey progressing smoothly, they frequently clashed due to narrative constraints, ultimately culminating in a dramatic and unfortunate ending. Mayumi felt a sharp pang in his heart. In the past, during his forays into otome games, he would often fabricate different personas for himself based on the character's traits. The aloof character paired with a sunny disposition, the tsundere paired with a straightforward, brash individual, while the eccentric character would be swiftly abandoned for the next, lest he be reminded of the psychological scars left by Nisso in GI Love City. The persona of the daughter flower has been declared a failure. It is in stark contrast to Nakahara Yayoi, and he finds it exceedingly arduous to embody, yielding no fruitful results. So what must he do to earn Suguru Geto's affections? Perhaps the misstep occurred from the very outset. Suguru Geto is an idealist who seeks a partner that resonates with his soul, not the fabricated persona conjured by Nakahara Yayoi. Allowing things to unfold naturally is undoubtedly the best approach. Nakahara Yayoi experienced an epiphany at this moment. Just then, Suguru Geto's phone emitted a ringing sound, and upon glancing at the caller ID, His expression immediately darkened. It was Teacher Yaga. Wataru Fushiguro displayed a similar look of distress. Teacher Yaga was hastily making a call on the weekend, indicating that a task had been assigned. As anticipated, Teacher Yaga got straight to the point. The higher-ups had dispatched 2 urgent new missions. After a brief discussion with Suguru Geto, they decided that each would take on one task separately. He added, "Geto, let Nakahara take the call." Suguru Geto handed the phone to Nakahara Yayoi, who took a full 10 seconds to mentally prepare before placing the receiver to his ear. "Teacher Yaga, do I have to go on a business trip too?" The tasks were relatively light, and the 2 of them were sufficient. Teacher Yaga was rifling through documents when a rustling sound came from the other end. "However, you lack experience, and I hope you can gain more by accompanying them on the trip." Nakahara Yayoi, while speaking on the phone, had been wandering aimlessly and had unknowingly reached the 2nd floor of a bookstore, where Wataru Fushiguro and Suguru Geto could no longer hear him. An ominous premonition washed over Nakahara Yayoi as he bluntly asked, "Do you want me to assist Wataru Fushiguro?" "Of course not. You can choose between Fushiguro and Geto." Before Teacher Yaga could finish, Nakahara Yayoi responded without hesitation, "Suguru Geto." His swift answer momentarily stunned Teacher Yaga, who inquired, "Aren't you going to review the materials before making a decision? Geto's business trip is quite far." "No need. Please let me be in a group with Geto." Nakahara Yayoi instinctively felt this was a pivotal plot point. Fearing a change of plans, he deleted the previous 2 save files and created a new one, save file 1. On the other end of the electromagnetic spectrum, far away in the office of the high school faculty, Teacher Yaga hung up the phone, muttering to himself. It seems Fushiguro and Nakahara are not on amicable terms. He contemplated that harboring grudges with other sorcerers was unwise and resolved to create more opportunities for the pair to spend time together to mend their differences. Chapter 18. The tasks assigned to Suguru Geto and Nakahara Yayoi were of utmost urgency, and under the pressure of the director's office. The 2 promptly set off to the school to pack their belongings and sorcery tools, boarding the vehicle dispatched by the higher-ups without delay. Their destination was even more remote than Niigata City, situated in the mountainous region of Morioka, where access was challenging. To reach the site of the cursed spirit sighting as swiftly as possible, they boarded a small plane to the nearest airport, followed by a helicopter to the village. Nakahara Yayoi experienced mild motion sickness, prompting Suguru Geto to relinquish the window seat to him. Leaning against the window, he gazed at the rugged mountains. He mused that the management of sorcerers was far more ruthless than Mori Agai, who, even during the expansion period 2 years ago, would never have coerced him into working during his vacations. Sitting beside Nakahara Yayoi, Suguru Geto also stared out at the expansive forest. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow and murmured, "I don't know why, but I feel an unsettling sense of foreboding." Nakahara Yayoi perceptively inquired, "Is there an anomaly?" "No, just a gut feeling." Suguru Geto recalled the experience of being extorted 6 months prior and squinted. Teacher Yaga had mentioned that exorcising cursed spirits in remote areas was often quite challenging. And he was not without reason. Suguru Geto remained furrowed in thought, his melancholic demeanor affecting Nakahara Yayoi as well. Nakahara Yayoi opened the electronic documents sent by Teacher Yaga, reviewing the information collected. This task was of relatively low difficulty, involving the exorcism of a secondary cursed spirit residing in a shrine. According to the report, the witness was a passing 3rd-grade sorcerer who stated that all the cursed spirits remained docile within the shrine, posing no threat to others. This fact raised suspicions for both Nakahara Yayoi and Suguru Geto. Cursed spirits are born from the negative emotions of non-sorcerers, and the weak cursed energy emitted by non-sorcerers also serves as nourishment for them. These spirits, residing just a few hundred meters from the village and the shrine, could easily attack humans, yet have never stepped foot outside. Could there be something of significant cursed energy hidden within the shrine? With this thought, Nakahara Yayoi felt a surge of excitement. The experience of being an avid RPG gamer told him that there was certainly something amiss, likely related to an Easter egg, which he could not afford to overlook. While Nakahara Yayoi and Suguru Geto were deep in thought, the helicopter arrived at their destination. The village lacked a helipad, forcing the pilot to find a flat patch of grass amidst the trees for a gradual landing. At this moment, the sun was setting, casting a dim light outside. Only upon landing did Nakahara Yayoi and Suguru Geto realize that numerous people were concealed in the woods at the edge of the grassy area. Nakahara Yayoi counted carefully. There were indeed over 30 individuals. These were the villagers, each holding a wooden torch soaked in diesel. Upon the helicopter's landing, they ignited their torches. Silently, they surrounded the helicopter, neither approaching nor speaking, their faces expressionless as they stared at the 2. The flickering firelight illuminated their features, rendering their visages eerie and unsettling. Nakahara Yayoi refrained from hastily disembarking. He scrutinized the torches, discovering that they were adorned with talismans for exorcism. This was clearly not a warm welcome. Nakahara Yayoi had already surmised that these villagers bore ill intentions. He recalled the extortion incident Subaru Geto had faced in Kagoshima, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he touched his wallet in his backpack. The higher-ups had provided them with 50,000 yen, but the villagers appeared fierce and robust, suggesting it might not suffice. The pilot also sensed the villagers' hostility, nervously swallowing and urging, "Are you getting off or not? I'm a bit afraid those guys will come and smash the cockpit. I need to return." Suguru Geto and Nakahara Yayoi exchanged glances and stepped off the helicopter. The pilot, stating he would return to pick them up the next day at noon, hurriedly started the engine and departed. The vanishing helicopter seemed to embolden the villagers, who silently approached with their torches, gradually closing in around the two. Nakahara Yayoi sighed. He always tried to avoid interactions with strangers. If communication was unavoidable, he would indicate to his aides or subordinates to speak on his behalf. However, when faced with a critically important task, his social anxiety often miraculously dissipated. Just at this moment, Nakahara Yayoi's mind was solely focused on the prospect of the Easter egg, and even with the villagers' collective gaze upon him, he did not experience a sudden onset of social anxiety. Nakahara Yayoi lifted the suitcase containing 8 cold arrows and said, "Geto, let us go." He was disinclined to dawdle with the villagers and intended to ignore them, proceeding as planned towards the shrine. A burly man with a face full of beard obstructed their path. He mumbled a question. "Where do you hail from?" The villager's strong dialect from Muraoka rendered it incomprehensible to Suguru Geto, but fortunately, a subordinate of Mayumi Nakahara, who hailed from Muraoka, was able to decipher the man's words. "Tokyo," Nakahara replied. Upon hearing this word, the man's expression shifted subtly. He exchanged furtive glances with his companions and pressed further. "Where are you headed?" "To the shrine," Nakahara responded. As soon as these words left his lips, the surrounding villagers glared fiercely, brandishing torches as they encircled them. Nakahara recognized this expression well. His role in commercial trade occasionally required him to undertake more sinister tasks, and he was familiar with the look that marked enemies of the Mafia when they were driven to desperation and murderous intent. The villagers were harboring thoughts of violence. The bearded man grinned oddly, revealing his smoke-stained yellow teeth. "You cannot go to the shrine. It is haunted." With that, he menacingly waved the axe he held. Nakahara glanced at the other villagers and noted that nearly all of them were armed. Pitchforks, shovels, axes, and more. Some villagers were more cautious, deliberately concealing their weapons behind them, while others brazenly wielded theirs, the metallic blades gleaming ominously in the flickering firelight. Nakahara's expression darkened. His pallid complexion and cold demeanor, coupled with piercing green eyes that glinted like the malevolent spirits said to lurk in the mountains, made him appear rather unsettling. The bearded man instinctively took a half-step back, feeling unnerved, but quickly regained his composure, lifting the axe as if to bolster his courage. "He's just a kid. What am I afraid of?" The villagers exchanged glances, waiting for someone to take the lead. A few bold souls stepped forward, brandishing their weapons, attempting to intimidate the two seemingly defenseless youths. "Stay away from our shrine. Get lost. Scram." Suguru Geto, noting Nakahara's icy countenance, feared that his companion might act impulsively against the villagers. Having witnessed Nakahara's formidable strength, he knew that a mere flick of his hand could shatter a wall. If he were to engage in combat with these non-sorcerers, Nakahara could easily crush their skulls, transforming the metaphor into a grim reality. Geto discreetly gestured with his fingers. A winged cursed spirit emerged from behind him, unfurling its membranous wings to position itself between Nakahara and the villagers, subtly pushing their weapons aside. Leaning down, Geto nearly whispered into Nakahara's ear, "Don't act rashly. The window is monitoring us." Nakahara pursed his lips and gradually relaxed his clenched fists. Geto was right. While annihilating these people would be effortless, if he were to unleash his wrath, he would be branded a sorcerer, leading to a tragic end akin to Geto's. Patience was required. "Let us not engage with them," Geto softly reassured. "Let's withdraw for now and seek another opportunity to approach the shrine." Understood. Nakahara retracted his glare at the villagers, and he and Geto retreated step by step, moving toward the outskirts of the village. The villagers, seeing them back away, did not pursue. They formed a perimeter around the village, vigilantly observing the movements of Geto and Nakahara. Nakahara switched on a flashlight to consult the map, expressing his frustration. "The shrine is perched on the edge of a cliff halfway up the mountain. We must navigate through the village's narrow paths to reach it." Geto gazed at the torches outside the village, then turned back, winking at Nakahara. "We have the rainbow dragon. There's no need for concern. The villagers can't guard all night. Once they let their guard down, we can slip in." The night had grown deep, and the dew in the forest was heavy, soaking their shoes and socks. Fortunately, Geto discovered that they were near a popular hiking spot. Crossing a small wooden bridge ahead would lead them to an inn. thus sparing them from the fate of camping out in the forest. The two proceeded to the inn and booked a suite. They fabricated a tale of being hiking tourists, and the innkeeper, believing their ruse, enthusiastically shared the most popular trails while processing their check-in. Geto, intent on gathering information, began by complimenting the beauty of the inn's garden, then mentioned his desire to see the cultural landmarks of Morioka. After engaging in small talk, he casually inquired, "There's a small village nearby, right? Is it worth visiting?" "Village?" The innkeeper paused, shaking his head vigorously. "I've run this inn for 3 years and have never been to that village. The villagers there seem rather unfriendly." Geto feigned surprise, pulling out his phone to show the map, pointing to the shrine's marker. "Can we go there? I wish to see the shrine of Morioka." The innkeeper shook his head even more emphatically. "Do not go there. During the new year, my guests wanted to visit the shrine, but were stopped by the villagers. At first, they claimed the shrine had collapsed and was under repair, but later they changed their story, saying it was haunted and forbidding us from approaching. It's all very eerie." Both Nakahara and Geto felt a sense of disappointment. The innkeeper was not lying. However, as an outsider, he too was shunned by the villagers and was unaware of the shrine's true nature. Out of politeness, Geto continued conversing with the innkeeper, while Nakahara quietly said, "I'll take the luggage back to our room," then picked up Geto's backpack and his suitcase, making his way alone to their suite on the second floor. This inn was nestled in the heart of the forest, with picturesque scenery outside. After placing his luggage down, Nakahara approached the window and opened it. He discovered a book wedged behind the curtain, an old and weathered copy of Arthur Conan Doyle's Holmes series, likely left behind by a previous guest. Its pages slightly yellowed from exposure to the elements. As Nakahara flipped through the book, he stumbled upon a page marked with a red highlighter. He softly read aloud, "Brutal acts, concealed crimes, may transpire year after year in such places without detection." A golden system prompt suddenly popped up in his view. "You have triggered the Easter egg quest, the hidden crimes." The first egg. Nakahara had never anticipated discovering an Easter egg in such a location. This unexpected delight cleared away the gloom in his heart. He examined the book repeatedly. But aside from that passage, there were no further clues. What did hidden crimes signify? The only possibility that came to Nakahara's mind was that the villagers, resorting to violence to thwart their access to the shrine, could not possibly be motivated by the absurd notion of it being haunted. There must be a secret concealed within the shrine. Chapter 19. Nakahara gazed at the rolling green mountains, estimating the shrine's location. The shrine and the inn were separated only by a stretch of forest, and at the speed of the rainbow dragon. It would take merely 40 seconds to reach. Checking the weather forecast, he noted that around 1 o'clock in the morning, the sky would be overcast, obscuring the moon and stars, an opportune moment for stealth. Decision made. He would head to the shrine at 1 o'clock, determined to uncover the secrets the villagers had concealed. He had just closed the book Sherlock Holmes when he heard footsteps ascending the staircase. It was Suguru Geto. With a grave expression, Geto entered the suite and spoke in hushed tones. "The boss just informed me that although the villagers have consistently shunned outsiders, they have resolutely forbidden anyone from approaching the shrine, and this has been the case since 2 years ago." 2 years ago? My Nakahara was taken aback and immediately accessed the electronic records, which prominently displayed a line indicating that the shrine was constructed during the Taisho era, abandoned for many years, and restored by nearby residents 2 years prior. The timing seemed exceedingly suspicious. In this remote mountain village, the inexplicable restoration of an abandoned shrine, coupled with the prohibition against outsiders, felt as if it had been plucked from the pages of a horror comic. Nakahara and Geto exchanged glances, wordlessly acknowledging their shared apprehension. A living sacrifice. A cloud of doubt loomed over them. Could such a heinous act truly occur in this desolate, secluded village? With a permanent population of less than 100, how could they possibly offer so many sacrifices to the cursed spirits each year? After a moment of contemplation, Nakahara broke the silence. "Geto, let us visit the shrine at midnight. I checked the weather forecast. Around 1 in the morning, it will be overcast and foggy, with low visibility. We should not be discovered." Agreed. The two were in perfect accord. They both sensed the weight of melancholy in each other, tacitly deciding to shift the subject. The usual smile that adorned Geto's face had vanished, and he forced a brief grin, inquiring, "Are you hungry? Shall we order room service?" Nakahara readily concurred. "Sounds good." The suite was equipped with meal service, and upon learning that they had not dined, the boss soon arrived with a tray of food. Dinner consisted of delicious noodles with fried sauce and cold dishes. However, both Nakahara and Geto lacked appetite. They set a low table by the window, gazing at the mountainous landscape outside, engaging in half-hearted conversation. Despite the dark undertones of the narrative, Nakahara quickly regained his spirits, reminding himself that this was merely a game. He casually asked, "Did you notice that the villagers' torches were adorned with talismans?" "Yes, they are exorcism runes. It seems we have been perceived as harbingers of misfortune, Geto replied, swiftly casting a glance at Nakahara, concerned that he might be troubled by this. He reassured him, it's mere superstition, do not take it to heart. Nakahara picked up a piece of cold jellyfish salad and remarked, I thought we would only be mistaken for fraudsters. I had no idea they regarded us as unclean beings. That is a common occurrence. People have little understanding of sorcery. To them, we resemble medieval witches. At this juncture, Geto recalled an amusing incident and chuckled. My parents also found it hard to accept my enrollment. When I received the notification from the Jujutsu High, they tore it up. Nakahara's chopsticks paused midair, remembering clearly how Geto had concealed his identity as a sorcerer from his family. They were only aware that he attended a school in Tokyo and had no inkling of his daily endeavors in exorcising cursed spirits. Nakahara was curious about what transpired then, yet felt it might reopen old wounds for Geto, leaving him in a quandary. Nakahara, who struggled with social anxiety and was not adept at reading the atmosphere, often inadvertently spoke hurtful words. During his time living with Shirosei Fuyahiko, he had frequently pointed out Fuyahiko's mistakes bluntly, infuriating the prideful young man. Only 2 years ago did Nakahara realize this flaw and developed a habit of contemplating his words before speaking, which rendered him even more taciturn. In that moment, he pondered and hesitated for half a minute before finally asking, do your parents oppose your being a sorcerer? No, I have not disclosed my true profession to them. If they were to learn that I exorcise cursed spirits, they would likely send me to a mental health facility, Geto replied, a flicker of melancholy crossing his face as he mentioned his family. Jujutsu High publicly claims to be a religious institution akin to a Catholic school, if I recall correctly. In any case, when they discovered I refused to advance to the high school division, opting instead to apply to a religious school on the side, my father tore the acceptance letter to shreds. It took them 6 months to come to terms with the reality. Nakahara refrained from responding. Lacking parents himself, he found it difficult to relate to Geto's predicament. As for the researcher who had clandestinely taken him from the laboratory, despite being his nominal guardian, he merely provided him with 1 meal a day to ensure he did not starve. Nakahara scrutinized Geto's expression carefully. He appeared unusually composed, as if recounting a tale detached from his own life. Was Geto not the least bit angry? Confused, Nakahara furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to offer some token of comfort. Suddenly, Geto's phone, resting on the table, began to vibrate, and the screen displayed the name Satoru Gojo. Geto picked up the phone, puzzled, muttering to himself. Why is Gojo calling all of a sudden? To ensure Nakahara could hear the conversation, he switched to speaker mode before answering. Gojo, is there an urgency? None at all. I'm quite free now. I've just exorcised a cursed spirit. My task location is in Yokohama, which is close to the school, so I'll be back shortly. Geto sighed enviously. That was quick. And you? How is it going? Geto succinctly outlined their situation, emphasizing the villagers' bizarre behavior and his and Nakahara's reactions. No way. Nakahara has a long face. Gojo's laughter echoed from the other end. That guy occasionally does the right thing. Geto sighed resignedly. Gojo continued. I also think you're too rigid in your approach. What's this about not harming the weak? If it were me, I'd just throw a few punches with Nakahara. He can't fight back. He would end up killing the non-sorcerers. Geto nearly laughed, glancing at Nakahara seated beside him, silently forming the words. Should we tell him you're on the call? Nakahara raised a finger to his lips, silently answering, no. He was curious to see what further mischief Gojo would utter. However, Gojo abruptly shifted the topic with an awkwardness, asking, you mentioned you're staying at an inn? Yes. The higher-ups allocated 50,000 yen, so we opted for a suite. Geto described the spacious room, noting its lack of a bed. They could only sleep on the tatami mats. There was a brief pause from the other end. You two probably want to have time to sleep tonight. They would be sneaking off to the shrine to exorcise cursed spirits, likely staying up all night. Gojo fell silent once more before casually inquiring, what is Nakahara up to? Nakahara had been waiting for this moment. He leaned closer to the phone, raising the volume. Are you looking for me, Gojo? They could distinctly hear Gojo's breath hitch for at least 3 seconds. Then, the call abruptly ended, and the line buzzed with a busy tone. Nakahara remarked. Did he hang up just because he heard my voice? Was that really necessary? Jie Yashao chuckled softly, feeling a peculiar sense of confusion. Weird Go often disturbed others during missions. Yet there was always a reason behind his antics, be it showcasing a recently taken photograph or sharing a random cold joke that would leave the recipient in a state of disbelief. However, this time, he had posed a few trivial questions before abruptly hanging up. Jie Yashao pondered. What could be the cause of such an unusual behavior? At 1 o'clock in the morning, as forecasted, a thick blanket of clouds rolled in, obscuring the moon and the starry sky. Jie Yashao and Nakahara Yayoi sprang into action. They stealthily descended to the first floor without waking their boss, slipping into the garden of the guest house. Jie Yashao summoned the rainbow dragon, and the two mounted its back. gripping its mane tightly. The rainbow dragon adeptly navigated the treetops, soaring towards the shrine under the cover of clouds. Within half a minute, they arrived at the shrine. Everything proceeding remarkably smoothly. The shrine appeared quite ordinary, save for the eaves cloaked in cursed spirits. Jie Yashao glanced around and remarked, just as the window suggested. It's mostly minor spirits. No second-tier cursed spirits have made their presence known for now. Nakahara Yayoi nodded, cautiously circling the shrine to assess the situation. He soon spotted a tent a mere 600 or 700 meters below, illuminated from within. Clearly, someone was active there. He tugged at Jie Yashao's sleeve. Look, there are guards below. To their surprise, these individuals were still on watch at such a late hour. Jie Yashao furrowed his brow in frustration. Though it soon relaxed as he said, no matter, they will take at least 5 minutes to reach us. We shall act swiftly. Nakahara Yayoi nodded in agreement, understood. For safety's sake, let us leave one person outside to keep watch. If spotted by the villagers, we can hide. Concerned about the potential for complications, Nakahara Yayoi raised his hand. I wish to take on the task of exorcising the cursed spirits. Jie Yashao considered the absence of high-level cursed spirits within the shrine and recognized that this would provide Nakahara Yayoi with valuable experience. Thus he consented. Very well, he cautioned. However, should you encounter any danger, be sure to contact me immediately and do not overexert yourself. Nakahara Yayoi nodded vigorously, filled with anticipation for the task at hand, and stepped into the shrine. In his quest to trigger the hidden treasure, he rummaged through the shrine, touching everything in sight. Even the statues were not spared. Regrettably, Nakahara Yayoi uncovered nothing but a layer of dust. Is it truly this elusive? He muttered in disappointment, squatting down to tap the ground tiles sequentially, as if playing an escape room, hoping to uncover a hidden mechanism. Each tile was solid, producing a crisp sound with each tap. Just when Nakahara Yayoi was on the verge of giving up, he finally heard a dull thud. Thump. Beneath this stone tile lay an empty space. Without hesitation, Nakahara Yayoi pried open the tile, revealing a narrow passage leading to a basement. He flicked on his flashlight and descended the steps. The basement was eerily empty, devoid of cursed spirits, seemingly a void. However, upon sweeping the beam of his flashlight around the room, he discerned something tucked away in a corner. Turning the light towards it, he discovered 2 short-haired girls. They bore a striking resemblance to one another, likely twins. Both were ensnared by heavy chains around their legs, their faces devoid of color, and their fragile arms marred by wounds. From them, Nakahara Yayoi sensed a potent curse energy. They were sorcerers. Chapter 20. The 2 girls stared at Nakahara Yayoi with wide, dark eyes, fear evident in their gaze. Hello, Nakahara Yayoi approached cautiously. What are your names? The girl with slightly lighter hair spoke weakly. Kageda, Nanako Kageda. This is my sister, Mimiko. Nakahara Yayoi pointed at the chains binding their feet. Who imprisoned you here? Was it the villagers of that hamlet? Nanako Kageda hesitated, and Mimiko whispered, Tell him, I don't think he is a bad person. Encouraged by her sister's words, Nanako took a measured breath and recounted their tale. Behind their small mountain village lay a vast cemetery. 2 years prior, a cursed spirit had ravaged the village, and the villagers believed it to be the work of vengeful ghosts. The shaman they had summoned claimed it was the wrath of the divine, and only by restoring the shrine and sacrificing a child could they appease its fury. The villagers repaired the shrine, yet none were willing to offer their own children, leading to a stalemate lasting half a month. Eventually, they conspired to target the Kageda twins. These children were orphaned, with no one to care for them. Their demise would provoke little concern. Moreover, their peculiarities had already marked them as harbingers of misfortune in the eyes of the villagers. Thus, on a fateful midnight 2 years ago, the sleeping Kageda sisters were bound and thrown into the shrine by the villagers. To their astonishment, the villagers discovered that the malevolent spirits were indeed drawn to the offerings, entering the shrine and never emerging again. 3 days later, a handful of daring villagers ventured to inspect the sisters' bodies, only to find them alive. The 2 girls stood within the shrine, their bodies battered, most of the spirits having dissipated, yet a few remained, confronting them. The Kageda twins possessed the ability to vanquish malevolent spirits. This unexpected revelation filled the villagers with joy, and they imprisoned the sisters in the shrine's basement, forcing them to contend with the cursed spirits. Each time a cursed spirit descended into the basement, in a desperate bid for survival, they would engage in fierce battles until the spirits were exorcised. Yet, their bleeding wounds would only attract new cursed spirits, perpetuating a vicious cycle that afforded the villagers 2 years of peace. Finally, Nanako Kageda, hugging her knees, murmured, I don't know why everyone despises me and Mimiko. Not a single person opposed when we were locked in the basement. It's because we are monsters, isn't it? Mimiko clutched her pink doll tightly, recalling a childhood incident where a boy threw moldy rice at her, and when she shielded herself with the doll, He was suddenly strangled by a rope and hung beneath a bridge. Had it not been for his grandmother's timely intervention, he might have perished. Nanako buried her head between her knees, murmuring, "Yes, this is the divine retribution we face for being monsters." Nakahara Yayoi's brow furrowed deeply. He had indeed prepared for the worst, suspecting the villagers might sacrifice the living, yet he never anticipated their cruelty to extend to imprisoning two innocent children in a basement, subjecting them to relentless attacks from cursed spirits. He approached the two girls, illuminating their injuries with his flashlight. They had endured 2 years of inhumane torment. Their bodies covered in scratches and scars from their sorcery, and many wounds had become infected due to the dank, filthy conditions of the basement. Softly, Nakahara Yayoi said, "Let us free you from these chains." He grasped the chains, and with a gentle tug of his fingers, the 2 chains, as thick as his forearm, shattered, sending sparks flying. "Congratulations, you have completed the hidden task of unveiling a concealed crime, unlocking the treasure. You have received clues for the second treasure." Was it truly that simple? Although somewhat taken aback, at this moment, rather than the reward itself, Nakahara Yayoi yearned to swiftly conclude the unfolding narrative, prompting him to dismiss the notification. Just as he shut it down, a shadow abruptly flickered before him, an intermediate cursed spirit. Seizing the opportunity while Nakahara Yayoi was caught off guard, descended upon him, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs that sank into his shoulder. With a flick of his hand, Nakahara Yayoi expelled the cursed spirit. He felt no pain and could not gauge the severity of his wound. It was only upon the spirit being flung away that he realized it had severed his artery. Blood gushed forth the moment the fangs retracted. Nakahara Yayoi's blood attracted the cursed spirits within the shrine, which began to silently crawl into the basement, inching closer to him. Kage Naneo let out a brief gasp, exclaiming, "The demons have entered." The vigilant Suguru Geto, upon hearing her shriek, understood that Nakahara Yayoi must be in peril, prompting him to dash into the shrine and locate the entrance to the basement. Nakahara-kun, the beam of his flashlight swept across the 3 figures, illuminating Nakahara Yayoi's shoulder. Drenched in blood, and the 2 girls huddled in the corner, along with the cursed spirit lurking above them. Nakahara Yayoi pressed firmly on his wound to staunch the bleeding. Raising his pale face to declare, "They are victims. Exorcise the cursed spirits." "Understood," Suguru Geto replied succinctly. Thousands of semi-transparent white entities, known as the ship phantom, emerged behind him. The phantoms dispersed throughout the shrine, swiftly enveloping the entire area. They lunged at the cursed spirits, extending their slender claws to shred and devour, tearing the howling spirits into fragments. Wherever they passed, the cursed spirits were completely exorcised. Suguru Geto returned to Nakahara Yayoi's side, rushing over to inquire, "Are you all right?" Nakahara Yayoi felt no pain and initially overlooked the injury on his shoulder, but at that moment, he became aware of his limbs growing weak from excessive blood loss. He admitted, "Not very well. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Let us head upstairs. It's too damp down here, and the dust may lead to infection." To avoid aggravating the wound, Suguru Geto lifted Nakahara Yayoi, carrying him toward the basement exit, and waved to the Kage sisters, signaling them to follow. He made a call to Mayoi, informing her of Nakahara Yayoi's critical blood loss, urging her to contact the higher-ups immediately to dispatch a doctor for a transfusion and subsequently return to the Jujutsu High for treatment. Leaning against Suguru Geto's shoulder, Nakahara Yayoi briefly recounted the situation regarding the 2 girls. After listening to his account, Suguru Geto fell into a prolonged silence. He had never fathomed that such vile and ignorant individuals existed in the world. Nakahara Yayoi observed Suguru Geto's expression. He had his head bowed, devoid of a smile or anger, simply gazing calmly at the ground, leaving his thoughts inscrutable. As Nakahara Yayoi studied Suguru Geto's profile, a series of impression tags surfaced in his mind: intelligent, prone to stubbornness, persistent, and easily driven to extremes. A heaviness settled in his heart. Meanwhile, Kagamameko, dragging her pained legs, made her way to the shrine's entrance. Having not seen the sun for 2 years, as she spread her arms to feel the mountain breeze, she caught sight of flickering flames. Villagers wielding torches were approaching. The night watchman, hearing the wails of the cursed spirits, hastily awakened others and hurried toward the shrine. At this moment, they were no more than 100 meters away. Kagamameko's breath nearly caught in her throat. Her hands trembled as she rushed back to her sister's side. "Naneo, they are coming." Suguru Geto and Nakahara Yayoi exchanged knowing glances, immediately discerning to whom she referred. Nakahara Yayoi's blood had thoroughly soaked his clothing, and he urgently required professional medical attention. Remaining here to await a doctor was the optimal solution. Suguru Geto said, "The cursed spirits have been exorcised. They likely won't cause any further trouble, will they?" His voice dwindled, clearly lacking conviction in his own words. Before long, the villagers stormed into the shrine, their demeanor aggressive. Suguru Geto shielded Nakahara Yayoi and the Kaga sisters behind him, his expression impassive as he stared them down. This time, the number of villagers was greater than before, with nearly all the adult men present, led by a grizzled elder. He raised his torch to scrutinize the shrine's interior, discovering that the swirling shadows had altogether vanished. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at Kaga Naneo. Hey, what trickery is this? Where are the demons? Kaga Naneo, terrified, shrank behind Suguru Geto and Nakahara Yayoi, remaining silent. Suguru Geto responded. All the cursed spirits have been exorcised. Exorcised? What does that mean? Can you too, like those monsters, kill demons? The elder appraised the pair with disdain. Indeed, Suguru Geto's tone was as frigid as ice. The elder, clearly unconvinced, shot him a glare and beckoned the two girls. Come here. Don't hide behind them. Suguru Geto extended a hand to block the Kaga sisters. These children are sorcerers. I will take them away, and you will not continue to torment them. Several villagers snickered derisively. Take those two monsters away. Not a chance. The elder retorted impatiently. There's a vast expanse of wild graves up in the mountains. This place is frequently haunted. Even if the previous demons have vanished, new malevolent spirits will surely appear. If you take these two monsters away, who will protect us from them? Suguru Geto could hardly believe his ears. Such unabashed malice was a first for him. He endured, asking, what must I do for you to release them? Money? This proposition elicited greedy expressions from many villagers. The elder was no exception, his eyes gleaming as he inquired. How much can you offer? 5 million. I can arrange payment by tomorrow. Suguru Geto gestured to Nakahara Yayoi, stating, I will remain as a hostage, on the condition that you release him and the two girls. Do not agree to him. That guy looks capable. We can't let him go. Let the injured boy stay. Suguru Geto instinctively clenched his fists. He patiently explained, he has lost too much blood. He must receive treatment, or he will die. The villagers were only concerned with their own interests, indifferent to whether the hostage lived or died, firmly refusing to relent. Suguru Geto glanced down at Nakahara Yayoi, whose lips had turned completely white, his face devoid of color, and his fingers chillingly cold. There was no more time to wait. Even using techniques in front of non-sorcerers was irrelevant. He had to get Nakahara Yayoi out. Ignoring the villagers' obstruction, Suguru Geto cradled Nakahara Yayoi in one arm and grasped the Kaga sisters with the other, striding toward the shrine's exit. The elder signaled, and several villagers quickly seized Nakahara Yayoi's arms, shouting, Stop! Don't touch me! Nakahara Yayoi, agitated, shook off their grasp, only for the movement to tug at his wound, causing a warm jet of blood to spurt forth, splattering onto the ground, and a few droplets landing on Suguru Geto's face. Suguru Geto's pupils suddenly dilated. Before Nakahara Yayoi could react, he glimpsed the shimmering scales of the rainbow dragon flash past. In the impression of Nakahara Yayoi, the rainbow dragon was a docile cursed spirit. However, this time, under the instruction of Suguru Geto, it revealed a ferocious side. The rainbow dragon shattered the walls of the shrine, flicked its tail, and lunged at the screaming villagers. It opened its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, and severed the heads of 3 villagers. Nakahara Yayoi was left in shock, stiffly turning his head to gaze at Suguru Geto, who maintained a calm, inscrutable expression. Suguru Geto had used the cursed spirit to kill 3 non-sorcerers. Nakahara Yayoi felt his mind overloaded with information, nearing the brink of collapse. Chapter 21. After slaying the 3, the rainbow dragon did not cease its rampage. It spat out the severed heads and let out a long howl before turning its attention to the other villagers. This rabble, who were inherently cowardly and feared the strong, had dared to provoke Suguru Geto and Nakahara Yayoi due to their youth. They had not anticipated that Suguru Geto would resort to murder. Seeing the heads of their fellows drop to the ground, they were paralyzed with terror, screaming in despair as they attempted to flee the shrine. Yet the rainbow dragon was swifter. Before the villagers could even exit the shrine, they were methodically slaughtered. Blood splattered within the shrine. The Shibara sisters trembled as they hid behind Nakahara Yayoi, who instinctively reached out to cover their eyes. Nakahara Yayoi pondered that regardless of the reasons, killing even one non-sorcerer would lead the higher-ups to classify him as a curse user, thereby sentencing him to death. From the moment Suguru Geto unleashed the cursed spirit to kill the villagers, he had embarked on an irreversible path. Everything transpired too abruptly for Nakahara Yayoi to save his progress. If he wished to start anew, he could only load save file 1. Returning to the moment when Yaga Yoshinobu was making a phone call, perhaps it was best to continue the narrative. There might still be a glimmer of hope. Nakahara Yayoi seriously considered the possibility of defecting alongside Suguru Geto. A life on the run seemed appealing, yet this game was classified as a school romance simulation. If he were to forcibly alter fate, it would likely result in a dual demise ending, and he at best. Moreover, Suguru Geto's character was exceedingly complex. Should he appear in an R-rated game, he would inevitably be the type destined for a dark and ruinous conclusion, making a happy ending nearly impossible. Nakahara Yayoi was profoundly troubled. He mused that there was indeed another solution to eliminate future troubles, to change his target and start afresh. A line of text popped up before Nakahara Yayoi. Would you like to change your target? This function would expire in 3 days and could only be used once. Choose wisely. Would switching to Satoru Gojo reduce the difficulty? As Nakahara Yayoi wrestled with his decision, the rainbow dragon was wreaking havoc, nearly leveling the shrine. After slaughtering all the villagers, it finally returned obediently to Suguru Geto's side and vanished. Suguru Geto stood at the center of the shrine, his sleeves stained red with splattered blood, hands marred with crimson. He turned to face Nakahara Yayoi, not approaching him, but opening his arms to display the blood on his hands. Calmly, he declared, Nakahara, I've taken lives. According to the Sorcerer's Code, I am no longer worthy of being called a sorcerer. This is all my decision, leave quickly. And do not let the higher-ups suspect any connection between us. Unbeknownst to him, the dense clouds had dissipated, and the moon re-emerged, casting a soft glow. Suguru Geto stood amidst the ruins of the shrine, the silvery moonlight illuminating his face. His expression was one of utter calmness, his golden brown eyes fixed on Nakahara Yayoi, their depths resembling a still lake. After a moment of silence, Nakahara Yayoi stepped through the blood-soaked ground towards Suguru Geto. No, I believe they had it coming. Suguru Geto's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Nakahara Yayoi approached him, standing beside him and grasping his bloodied hands. In a hushed tone, he added, if I were you, I would have done the same. Suguru Geto scrutinized Nakahara Yayoi's pale visage, attempting to discern the sincerity behind his words. Ultimately, he concluded that Nakahara Yayoi was not lying. With a resigned smile, Suguru Geto replied, what foolishness are you saying? If others were to hear you, you would be arrested by the higher-ups, Nakahara. Just then, a light pink heart icon appeared above his head. Affection 50. Affection value, 63. What? Is this truly happening? The affection value, which had stubbornly remained stagnant for 3 days, had surged by 50 points at such a moment. Nakahara Yayoi felt overly sentimental, beginning to doubt his own abilities in navigating a romance game. His moment of melancholy did not last long. Shibara Mimiko suddenly looked up, having heard a noise from afar, and tugged at Nakahara Yayoi and Suguru Geto's sleeves. Look, it's a plane. Suguru Geto lifted his gaze and indeed spotted a large transport helicopter soaring over the mountains toward them. He gently released Nakahara Yayoi's hand. The sorcerers are here. You must take these 2 children and leave. Do not speak to me. No. Nakahara Yayoi's stubbornness left Suguru Geto both amused and exasperated. Just as he intended to speak, a voice boomed overhead. A flash of blue light appeared above the shrine, and suddenly, a figure emerged. Satoru Gojo, fingers interlocked, materialized before Suguru Geto and Nakahara Yayoi. Both were momentarily stunned. Satoru Gojo himself found it hard to believe. He had previously only been able to utilize cursed technique reversal for short-distance movement, yet this time, he had achieved long-distance teleportation. For minutes prior, Satoru Gojo had returned to school, hearing the news of Nakahara Yayoi's injury. He was uncertain of his thoughts at the time, feeling a tumult of emotions, and immediately inquired about the precise location from Yaga Yoshinobu. Upon receiving the coordinates, he activated his technique, successfully arriving at the shrine. Before he could celebrate his newfound ability for long-distance movement, he was met with the horrific scene of the shrine. Satoru Gojo could perceive the swirling remnants of cursed energy and traces of techniques. With just a glance, he easily deduced that Suguru Geto had unleashed the rainbow dragon, resulting in the deaths of 56 non-sorcerers. His eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to his classmate, who was always so principled, then to the bodies scattered around. What on earth have you 2 done? Behind Satoru Gojo, the large helicopter descended slowly. Medical personnel, carrying stretchers, streamed out, loudly inquiring, who is the injured party? 5 or 6 first-grade sorcerers peered out from the doorway. They had originally come for reinforcements, but mid-flight, they received another urgent command: Suguru Geto's betrayal and immediate execution. One sorcerer spotted Suguru Geto and swiftly raised his cursed tool. His weapon was a shotgun, capable of shattering human skulls from a distance of 800 meters. The barrel was aimed at Suguru Geto, and the sorcerer pulled the trigger. Suguru Geto saw the weapon's muzzle but made no attempt to resist, calmly closing his eyes. Chapter 22. Li Qingfeng swallowed the words that had risen to his lips, bowing his head to eat. What awaited him was a profound silence. Yan Qianding suddenly lifted his head, encountering an extraordinarily alluring visage. Very well, I understand. I shall convey this to the president, Zhang Tianming remarked nonchalantly, preparing to depart. Genie, on what grounds do you claim to be an envoy of the Minghuo sect? Which faction do you belong to? I have never encountered you before. The young man furrowed his brows deeply. However, Within mere moments, those formidable creatures surged forth once more, their terrifying presence unmistakable. Genie, how is it that you possess no rank? You are clearly capable of refining 6th grade elixirs. Tang Xin could not help but exclaim. The great bear's eyes burned crimson. Having suffered such humiliation in front of so many, he was seething with rage. Ignoring his injured ear, he lunged forward, delivering a resounding slap to the blood wolf's snout. Both Xianlong Kingdom and Kangnan Kingdom are great nations, yet the rivalry is fierce, as 2 tigers cannot coexist on one mountain, resulting in frequent conflicts. Often accompanied by remarks that lack decorum, Jiang Yifeng began to unbutton his shirt, followed by loosening his belt. With all preparations complete, he stumbled into the bathroom, and shortly thereafter, the sound of running water echoed within. Upon hearing Dr. Su's words, Lu Jiemo, who had been anxiously watching him, finally relaxed. Relieved that all was well. No, Director Lu, I am merely an ordinary civil servant, drawing a salary without any other sources of income. It is perfectly normal to need a loan in times of urgency, Yang Jie replied. Guan Shuang believed that Liang Xian's affection for Yuan Shao was merely a fleeting thought in Liang Xian's heart, a secret she had inadvertently glimpsed. She even felt that this was an unspoken secret between her and Liang Xian. Yang Jie, you've arrived. Why didn't you inform me in advance? Yin Jiao suddenly exclaimed, her eyes lighting up upon spotting Yang Jie. Lu Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us go, madam. As a businessman, he had sensed the commanding aura of Prince Qing earlier. Perhaps he truly was a prince after all. At that moment, Wan Ming heard a voice behind her, filled with gritted teeth, which sounded oddly familiar, as if it was a voice she heard every day. Jiang, it is all you're doing. You cannot let my son recognize me. Consort Xian suddenly lunged at me in a fit of madness, forcefully pulling out an arrow from below her shoulder and brandishing it. Dragging me away from Nanxing, the arrowhead pressed against my neck. Yet this did not alter the reality of He Lanyeo being bullied. Every time He Lanyuan returned, everyone would tone it down, but once he departed, their mischief escalated. Knowing the rigid royal protocols, He Lanyeo refrained from looking up, merely speculating whether that voice belonged to the emperor. The servant has heard that young Master Gu is gravely ill, and the renowned Dr. Yin from the imperial capital has been summoned multiple times, changing prescriptions often, yet he shows no signs of improvement. Fu Shui spoke with a hint of sympathy. Unbeknownst to her, her words caused those present to twitch at the corners of their mouths. Doubting her intentions were to celebrate rather than disrupt, he needed to beseech Gu Qinfeng. If Gu Qinfeng were to spare Gu Qintao, then matters concerning Gu Qintao could be resolved privately. The fragment of Lingbei lightly adhered to Lung Yu's chest, emitting a gentle glow that enveloped both individuals within a luminous veil. If digging 3 feet underground could unearth Lu Demila, Gu Sheng believed they could certainly excavate dozens of meters immediately. Regarding the name Lin Xia, Gu Chenai dared not mention it in front of Gu Qinfeng. Nor could he bring himself to call her mother, opting instead to refer to her indirectly. Lung Yu stood before the bell, absorbing the power emanating from within, continuously refining the last vestiges of bloodline within. Only a handful remained in the venue, with second aunt crying out in pain. There were people present, yet they were too preoccupied to attend to her. Calming his mind, he sensed a change, drawing the magic stone from his back into his dantian, while forming hand seals to summon the overwhelming vitality within. Fuming with anger, Shu Xen puffed her cheeks, signaling her displeasure, and deliberately turned her head away. Thus, that evening, after settling into her guest room, Yunxiu swiftly immersed herself with tenfold enthusiasm into her personal space. Consequently, even though the command from Elder Brother Zhou was to eliminate these unarmed individuals, he felt no qualms, merely a sense of frustration. Stop beating around the bush. The Hungman has summoned me here for a purpose, so speak plainly, Chen Kumo continued. Should the emperor command the guards to apprehend Mo Rijin, it was likely that he, having shot down several individuals with arrows, would escape with Lu Su. Wu Hua casually grabbed a piece of paper and calculated. If he were to produce this television series, he would need a substantial sum for funding. The final figure had already soared well beyond 1.3 million, indicating he would need to devise additional strategies to generate income during the production. In an instant, Hong Jun's eyes regained a moment of clarity, his heart seizing painfully as he knelt, clutching Lu Su's leg. Lu Su hurriedly assisted him, leading him aside while disregarding the fearful gazes of those around. Sun Wu made 3 phone calls before the other party finally answered, providing him with a rendezvous point. I must take my leave. I will be reborn at the Majao Caves. Mu Lu turned, his deep voice gentle. Meanwhile, the ailing Taizhang Huang had not yet fully assessed his remaining forces before collapsing onto the bed, appearing even more aged and desolate. Chapter 23. The two of them had arranged to embark on a boat tour today. Their affections had always been evident, even to the point of teasing their son. However, At this moment, the priority was to conserve their strength and gather intelligence on the whereabouts of the tiger-killing gang, avoiding impulsive actions. The tiger-killing gang lurked in the shadows while they remained in the open, further complicated by the devilish sect instigating discord. All matters should be viewed with a long-term perspective. Yi's Hixing, fully aware she could not escape, knew that even at the ends of the earth, he could retrieve her. Stuck in this stalemate, she resolved to open the car door and take a seat. Just then, enemies in the distance began to perish one after another as if by self-detonation. What he truly contemplated was his master's warning to remain docile alongside Zhu Beiji and not to cause trouble. What was the meaning of that? Yet, the power of that light exceeded all expectations, ruthlessly obliterating the enigmatic energy and piercing through the head of the leading pirate. It was a nascent force, displaying strength equivalent to a Teiji Xianxian presiding over it. And among them was one who was no ordinary Teiji Xianxian of the first or second tier. However, it was Reinhardt, who had thrown the National Alliance into disarray, leading and inciting nations to withdraw from the alliance, and subsequently creating this chaotic situation, whose words were simply unacceptable to reason. Tai by jinxing, create a hole in the ground. I wish to see what this divine beast truly resembles, Qi Tianshou said, staring at the corpses of the two true immortal realm cultivators. Chun Yuan, will you revert to how you once were, simply needing my coaxing to feel better? Zheng Siyu murmured to herself. Yet, as a prominent official of the state, he was of an age that could be considered a forebear of Yan Qi, and thus he could not take the initiative to visit Yan Qi's villa. Instead, he planned to host a gathering as the Mid-Autumn Festival approached and, in due course, send an invitation to Yan Qi at Dr. Ali's residence. Conan utilized the telephone to arrange a meeting with Ms. Judy. Wang Hao inhaled deeply, unable to suppress a sigh of wonder. Indeed, one's cultivation level determines the realms one may access. Had it been before, such secrets would not have awaited his discovery. It is akin to the gathering of distant relatives around a dining table, engaging in comparisons of their offspring. Bai Rian turned to glance at the smiling Ji Xiongwei, perceiving no hint of discontent. After all, how could she smile if she were unhappy? How could she wish them a harmonious union if she were not at ease? How could she support Liang Miao in a timely manner if her heart were troubled? Gao Yakin linked her arm with Fu Yuebin's as they approached the dining table, greeting the already seated Fu Rong in unison. Who are you? Came a voice, laden with critique. You have been commenting on us. Where is your gift? As the saying goes, when one seeks the limelight, jealousy inevitably follows. At that moment, Moriya Miyako, along with other suspects such as Yamamoto Jiro and Ito Tomoko, arrived at the scene in response to police inquiries. He understood that she had returned, disregarding everything to meet him, yet she was on a date with another man, deceptively claiming it was for work. However, at the moment when Ice Chun had struck 30,000 times, in his eyes, the Xianming iron had already reached a state of perfect refinement. Senior sister, we possess 2 pills, yet here in the Qingyu sect, we have no means to sell them. We hope to enlist your assistance in exchanging them for some sect contributions. As he spoke, Zhang Hu took out a jade vial from his kinkan bag and handed it over. The package encasing the instant noodles was made of thick paper, suggesting good quality, with handwriting inscribed upon it. Younger brother, what are you doing? We are brothers. There is no need for such formality, Li Tianj hastily interjected, lifting Ice Chun. Witnessing that the martial practitioners from earlier were no match for Han Mei, some onlookers shrank back, fearing the wrath of this formidable high school student. Tong Xing's sentencing had left Zhou Qianxian in deep sorrow, regretting her earlier refusal to lend money to Tong Xing. Upon seeing Song Qingtian, her pent-up resentment and remorse suddenly found an outlet. The divine healing master thrives in life, while those of the fire element succumb to death. Only through the cultivation of a complete Qinglian can one fully master this divine ability. Moreover, she sensed that when the Qinglian is born, this fire lotus will reveal its unique significance. Rumors of a wealthy beauty supporting him circulated, even suggesting that his rise to fame was due to a benefactor behind the scenes. Du Zhan was astonished. Upon opening the box, he discovered a jade gourd, identical in shape to the plush toy Yao Yao often embraced. As for me, although I do not fully grasp its meaning, her words evoke a faint sense of a farewell message. After thoroughly explaining the purpose and effects of the rain god token to Xiao Yui, Lu Fu cast a half-smile at him, predictably encountering a wide-eyed expression. Guatingfei, how dare you run upon seeing me? The voice of the saint's consort, Ren Suerong, echoed through the ancient tomb like thunder, leaving a buzzing sensation in the ears. At this moment, the applicants had completely surrounded the tent. Soon after, a list was presented. Murong Lin patted Xiao Yui's shoulder, and together with the 2 princes, they settled into their seats, ready to enjoy the spectacle. This price had surpassed Yi Feng's expectations. He initially thought selling it for 1,800 gold coins would be a success. Chapter 24. The watermelon remained unfazed, leaning against me as he continued with his game. The online community erupted in fervor, reading their comments. I felt an overwhelming urge to find a piece of tofu to end it all. In just 2 or 3 days, I began to miss him profoundly, silently blaming myself for causing him so much worry. Considering the distress and anxiety he must have endured these past few days, my heart ached fiercely, longing to see him, to throw myself into his embrace. In truth, Lu Shu understood this to be a character flaw of his own, often referring to it as a limitation, yet he remained indifferent. Jiang Shan, unable to contain herself, grasped Zhang Minjiayu's hand, guiding it gently across her face. Her eyes softly closing as her long eyelashes quivered beneath the light, glistening with unshed tears. No wonder they say no banquet is perfect. Had I known that a simple fried egg would come at such a cost, I would refuse to eat, even if a knife were at my throat. Zhang Minjiayu protested, his face etched with reluctance. Ning Xiu shared this sentiment, yet it would not be appropriate for him to act. After all, he was, in any case, an official of the court. Is it truly precious? What is its worth? Sun Ruxin leaned against Liu Kan, enviously inquiring. Seizing a great opportunity is not something everyone can experience. This was, in fact, a high compliment, signifying that everyone had benefited from the services of Nanj City. Lin Rue suddenly sprang forth, like a leaping cheetah, swiftly overtaking the thief and positioning himself in front of the latter. Of course, I wholeheartedly agree. Iron Man believed that Ma Jun was also a mad scientist. He felt a fondness for him and quickly expressed his approval. The curse left by the Poison Queen, Elise, was indeed intertwined with emotions. Originally, Kilisi held a noble status and a pure heart. Although cursed, she managed to coexist peacefully. Liu Kang had leapt to intercept the arrow. But as he ascended, the arrow's overwhelming force pressed him back to the ground, where he struggled for a long time before managing to rise. Today, the Tang army besieged the camp, and Jin Yuanshu felt anxious, crouching in the low observation post made of stone and wood, barely elevated above the ground, to monitor the Tang army's every move. Listening to the prince and Sinfeng exchange words, it seemed like an endless abyss. An argument that could never unveil the truth of the matter. The sharp spider spear pierced through the rock barrier, embedding itself deep within Ike's chest. And crimson blood gushed forth, staining a large portion of his garments. This thought reminded Houdini of a prophecy he had heard in his youth, a malicious curse, obliterated in darkness, would return to the path of the wind, and the holy light would herald a new era. Yet, following the intense shock, her mind was filled with vast emptiness, leaving her momentarily disoriented. The second task involved clearing all creatures threatening human life, including large insects and the like. Even desperate rabbits were included. Any creature capable of biting would be exterminated without mercy. Lao Yao and Jin Shi drove 2 vehicles to escort Huang Jianhua and others back, while San Bo and Rao Defu returned to their homes, concluding the day's wedding festivities. Producing a hefty silver ingot from his pocket, the attendant couldn't help but chuckle, thinking to himself that the offspring of wealthy families were indeed different. Their casual displays of wealth were remarkable. Gu Zinian had long been aware of these matters, but hearing them from Yi Qinglan's lips carried a uniquely stirring flavor. Li Hongzhe gazed solemnly toward the direction of Yao Tingxia, his eyes fierce, brimming with murderous intent. As his lips slowly parted, Shintong seemed to sense an underlying meaning. Since Lan Yu had taken him to meet her relatives, it indicated that she regarded him as her official fiancé. He excitedly grasped Lan Yu's hand and declared, "Yu, let us marry next year." In truth, Shintong had also just thought of this and blurted it out. Han Fu, observing the sweating Huang Yan, gently called out twice toward the door. While softly adjusting Huang Yan's position on the bed, he indeed spoke no lies. I could feel that his mastery of techniques was on par with mine, indistinguishable. A gentle voice resonated from afar, filled with a captivating allure. The incrimination of Huang Hong is inevitable. Wang's Haihao handed over the 1,000 yuan to the elderly gentleman, along with all the money from Huang Hong's vehicle. Various rumors circulated incessantly, and in a moment, Li Feng was transformed into a creature with 3 heads, 5 hands, 11 fingers, and 3 feet, with an unfathomable number of toes. The day after the news broke, Mu Ran, perplexed, made his way to Yi Yang's home for an exclusive interview. Thunder crackled as he hastily departed, his legs trembling, his walk a comical sway, leaving the onlookers in disbelief until the 2 figures vanished into the misty rain, prompting everyone to return to their village. Initially intending to win favor with the beauty, he inadvertently allowed you to reap a substantial benefit. Captain Zhang was consumed with rage and regret. After perusing the official page produced by BF, Mu Jing paused his ongoing watch of the LCK professional match and promptly opened a new page to search for the ongoing BF competition. Thus, this summer, aside from tirelessly training at the gym, Eon also made appearances in various business settings, impeccably dressed. The most effective way to silence that fellow and have him face the consequences was to enact change through action. Eon succeeded, and as a result, his emotions erupted after 4 games of the NBA regular season. During the final wave of minions, when both sides reached a total of 90 last hits, the true contest commenced. Leewin initiated a powerful ability to swiftly clear the minion wave, followed by using a shield to mitigate damage with her E skill before launching AQ to secure the last hits, simultaneously applying a debuff and igniting her opponent for a forceful output. Chapter 25. The back garden was not far from Xuen Ninglin's courtyard. A group of people marched towards the courtyard gate, and as they approached, they could hear distant shouts, angry curses, and the sound of someone weeping, creating quite a commotion. For the first time, Tian Shu felt a twinge of fear regarding Wang Long, or rather, the shattering of his own ambitions. I believe everyone is now clear. Let us select which task to pursue next. Qianjin glanced at the wanted criminals and remarked, after all, if a fight were to break out, unless the phoenix of the underworld reverted to its true form to engage in hand-to-hand combat, her magical foundation would be thoroughly countered by him. A massive lava hand swept across, causing Xiangzi and Carlo to furrow their brows and swiftly retreat, as a searing path of flames scorched the ground before them. Now, in preparation for the annual intensive training, the Legion stationed on this plane had temporarily relocated to another area, leaving behind a high-ranking general and a contingent of logistical personnel to make various arrangements for the arriving guests. My only regret is that my first kiss was initiated by me. I desired to have my first kiss taken by the boy who kissed me first. Anna's eyes gleamed with determination. Mo Zishan, half convinced, took a bottle of red elixir, poured some into her hand, and rubbed it onto her face, immediately feeling her skin tighten, followed by a sudden oily sensation as the surface of her skin began to detoxify. You've brought someone to amuse yourself, haven't you? Crafting weapons with these trinkets? Are you certain you haven't emerged from the dark church? The more Chun Zaizi spoke, the further he strayed from the point, but Shirley Yang, eager to hear about her family's past, urged him to elaborate further. Chun Zaizi recounted tales of the mountain-moving man, all of which were remarkable and seldom heard. The pangs of sorrow and pain were indescribably distressing at that moment. The snow ape secretly vowed that even if it could claim 100 territories like the Great Snow Mountain, it would refrain from disturbing this place. All because of the fierce Xiao Yinjian standing up for the Great Snow Mountain, which sparked this rare thought. Just when the Gourd Daoist feared that the Gourd sect was on the brink of catastrophe and might face annihilation, Xiao Yinjian's lascivious laughter echoed throughout the air. With an even more audacious demeanor than the Flying Fish Daoist, Xiao Yinjian casually emerged from the gourd and strode out confidently. During dinner, my mother sat across from me, sighing softly. As I continued eating, increasingly uncomfortable, her sighs made it difficult for me to swallow. I stared blankly at the chaotic situation before me, my heart plummeting. I had been hesitating whether to inform my mother about Li Xiu's romantic involvement, pondering if sharing what the teacher had said might alleviate the situation. To my dismay, after waiting the duration of a meal, Xiao Yinjian's figure remained ensnared amidst the thick, electric serpents and terrifying thunder, showing no signs of escape. As if the persistent electric serpents had firmly ensnared him, leaving no room for escape no matter how hard he tried. Casting a glance at Zhou Yongzhen, who was happily eating, I decided it best not to burden her with these matters to spare her worry. Yinan lit a cigarette and stepped aside to answer the call. The captain tossed the communicator to Lin Rue, knowing the bosses were likely seeking a report from him. Yinan turned around, halted his steps, and scrutinized him. Li Kinku clearly had his own plans. Otherwise, why would he be so eager to acquire shares in the XS Group? Unexpectedly, Lin Hao did not rush to accept the purple diamond essence, looking at it in disbelief. With his knowledge, he certainly understood the rarity of such a substance. Although he was unaware that the purple diamond essence in Xiao Yinjian's possession was of superior quality, he was acutely aware of the scarcity of the substance in recent times, coupled with the fines imposed by the company, which were all allocated to compensate other members rather than forcibly collected by the company. This inadvertently minimized the grievances among the members. Speak, otherwise you shall perish. Lan Yuer displayed no signs of emotional fluctuation, her complexion pale, as if she were a block of ice that had remained frozen for millennia. Wang Fan's face flushed with embarrassment as he discreetly glanced at the closed door and began tidying up the battlefield. Recruiting soldiers during a large-scale enemy invasion should, in theory, yield poor results, as the common folk knew it would entail risking their lives. Hence, Yuhan intended to demonstrate through harsh realities that Wang Jian's demands were absurd. But unexpectedly, he was met with a resounding slap to the face. The affectionate calls, so melodious, were now out of reach, elusive and intangible. What happened? The inexplicable phenomena hinged solely on whether the craftsmen of the Qin dynasty could successfully unlock the starship. Yet this did not hinder Yuhan and others from being curious about the unforeseen occurrences amidst their intense discussions. Before the demon god realm became what it is known today, it was once a flourishing world, much like the myriad realms, armed with runestone machine guns, runestone swords, and runestone shields. They, under Mu Yudi's command, completely overwhelmed their adversaries, fighting almost in a manner akin to a relentless pursuit. Countless questions swirled in Yun Yuo's mind, and when she summoned her ice mirror to tidy her appearance, she was taken aback. The two Taoists' faces turned ashen. Although the cold had not fully dissipated, they were drenched in sweat, their white robes nearly soaked through. The Buddhist dust was flung into the air, swaying back and forth with each step. You should know my intent. Princess Taiping seemed a bit vexed as she turned away. Xiao Yao is not an ordinary person. Even General Jin was single-handedly subdued by him during the confrontation. Zhou Tian earnestly remarked. Chapter 26. Madam, you need not worry. It is quite possible that this time Britain may be expelled from Southeast Asia. Hence, such situations will not arise. Zhang Jiaxi said with a smile. Under the rule of Jin, apart from the old subjects of Jin, many common folk in various regions have scarcely enjoyed the glory brought forth by its might. Hualan was momentarily taken aback, pondering for a moment before raising her head and awkwardly saying, Young master, you, desiring to marry them immediately is rather challenging, almost impossible. It's nothing at all. Qing Song first responded to Yu Tianfeng, then turned to Ling Chong Kong and inquired, Ling Chong Kong, how do you find it? Our Qinglong sect is certainly not something an ordinary sect can compare with, right? In this manner, he exhibited none of the arrogance he had displayed when reprimanding Tong Kunren. Meanwhile, Gu Yun, who was unaware that he bore the hopes of the entire medical god sect, had already embarked on his path of trials. The moment Gu Yun stepped into the spirit power gate, he felt a violent spinning sensation, and then darkness enveloped him, leaving him utterly oblivious. 2 days later, Mao Renfen escorted Chun Luoxu's aircraft back to Chongqing, protected by a squadron of fighter jets. The water and wood primordial sovereigns showed no mercy, launching a series of relentless attacks as soon as they caught sight of them. The two could only evade, lacking the time to remove their garments, until they were cornered, battered, and left spitting blood. Guan Quan merely played a trick. He certainly would not truly leave destitute. However, once he voiced this notion, his elder and second brother would undoubtedly intervene. At noon in the bamboo forest, the sporadic calls of birds finally imbued him with a genuine sense of returning to the beautiful village. No need. I've already had ice cream, he chewly said, turning back to her room, although the door remained ajar, suggesting she did not mind Zhang Cheng entering. I do not consume such things. However, it would do you well to prepare some. Mu Ronggang had just trekked up the mountain and was likely famished. Junzi remarked. Upon seeing Shi Yao open her eyes, Shui Yuling Miao immediately fluttered its wings and leaped onto Shi Yao's shoulder. Before Xiaoyan could speak, a man among the five, surnamed Sha, coldly sneered, his tone dripping with sarcasm that evoked distaste. In truth, the Cat Pearl had been within Ji Ning for a month, bestowing her with boundless benefits. Through her meditative purging, the demonic energy within him had diminished significantly, and his dubious intentions had naturally been cast aside, leading to a profound transformation toward righteousness. Of course, as the unborn child in her womb grew, slight variations in the pulse were commonplace. Yet, the pulse of Lu Myron at this moment deviated from what it ought to be at this stage of her pregnancy. Had it not been for the corroborative medicinal powder, mere pulse examination would have revealed nothing amiss. Walking alongside Xiao He on the welcoming mountain of Qingyun Villa, Rong Wangzai could not help but marvel at the grandeur of the estate. In other places, a reception typically entails a courtyard or a few houses, whereas Qingyun Villa's reception was embodied in an entire mountain. Upon entering, the mingled stench of smoke and alcohol from those around was exceedingly unpleasant. The tea's fragrance, though faint, was remarkably invigorating, wafting through the air and creating an illusion that it belonged solely to the heavens, a scent oddly familiar, as if it had been encountered before. At the moment Xiao Yan made his appearance, Zhou Baiai maintained a composed expression, swiftly launching an assault with a punch that unleashed a wave of energy. The air screaming as if it were about to collapse the very space around them, instantly landing with unerring accuracy upon Xiao Yan's chest. Doubt lingered in her mind. She had always felt that Mei Er's origins were shrouded in mystery, and that she did not seem to belong to the prince. Yet, from whence did she truly come? Or was she merely another pawn of the prince? Reflecting on the intensity of the shuriken attack moments ago, Shan Liang concluded that at least 3 or 4 ninjas lurked in the shadows. Although he did not understand why they refrained from striking during his moment of vulnerability, he remained vigilant, assured that ninjas were indeed concealed nearby. These glass spheres emitted a cerulean light before suddenly bursting in midair. At the moment of their explosion, tendrils of green smoke began to spread forth. Let us see how formidable your defenses truly are. Jiang Huiran exerted a measure of force, delivering a punch towards the giant python's head. The great serpent, however, was no ordinary creature. It swiftly altered its course, evading Jiang Huiran's strike, while its tail swung down like a colossal axe aimed at him. Almost choking on his own saliva, Hugo seized a cup from the table to quench his shock. Now that the confrontation had begun, Zhang Tian no longer concealed his prowess. He immediately retrieved a long sword from his spatial ring. Currently in another's territory, he lacked confidence in his magical abilities, yet he had unwavering faith in his spiritual cultivation, having repeatedly turned peril into safety, relying solely on his mastery of spiritual energy and sensing techniques. Possessing a sensing ability akin to the wood element would allow for the analysis of medicinal properties. Qin Zhao boasted a sensing prowess comparable to the wood element, and with each breath, he discerned the nature of the drug in question. Upon hearing Qin Hao's agreement, Zhang Zifeng looked up, her bright eyes devoid of a single tear. Jia Lan's expression was one of helplessness. Clearing his throat, he attempted to speak. But Zhang Feng coolly interjected, "Your topic has concluded. I do not intend to waste any more time. Either withdraw or prepare for battle." Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a colossal humanoid shadow cast a reflection on the ground under the sunlight, startling the two. Not far away, a 10-meter-tall, giant zombie leaned against a high building, slowly emerging. Chapter 27. If you refuse to eat, then become a starving ghost. The police also found it pointless to engage with a condemned criminal. After all, the man was destined to die, so what was there to argue about? Yet, upon reconsideration, after all, it was dark within the cave, and he likely could not see much. Coupled with his gratitude towards Situ Jianese, he felt little aversion to the act of being scrutinized, allowing Situ Jianese to observe him freely. "If you refer to me as brother, then there is no hope. However, if you call me big brother, I might consider it." Yitan chuckled, casually flipping a magnifying glass in his hand. Gently rising onto her tiptoes, Zhong Kikai cast aside her shyness, wrapping her arms around Xiang Yang's strong waist, planting a kiss on his lips. "Is that so?" Richard snapped his fingers, and in an instant, several shadows appeared behind Kelsugad, their blades striking toward the guards at Kelsugad's back. The guards vanished into wisps of black mist without uttering a sound. "Aren't you my junior disciple? Who are you? And how dare you intrude upon Hungshan at this hour?" Upon hearing Wang Jing's male voice, Ding Xian abruptly turned around, only to find that the figure before her was not her junior disciple Ding Yi, but an unfamiliar handsome man. He splendid. Did you all see that? There are indeed some clever individuals among you." The Crow leader discerned the shift in circumstances, his mind brewing with ulterior motives, mockingly addressing his subordinates. The members of the Crow Legion behind him, all with bloodshot eyes, forced a few hollow laughs. The walls and bed in the room were stained with blood. Xinyu knelt on the ground, her left hand clutching her abdomen, blood smeared across her stomach and hands, while her right hand supported her weight on the floor. Her once adorable and somewhat childlike pajamas now drenched in crimson. Although their conversation was brief, everyone was acutely aware of the dangers they had faced along the way. Do not speak of such vast distances. Even stepping outside this base for a mere moment poses a threat to life. The lineage of the Guardians? Xinyu had never encountered this term before. What exactly are they safeguarding? How many years have they been isolated here? And how have they managed to survive all this time? Why does their spoken language mirror that of the outside world? A cascade of questions flooded Xinyu's mind. A wine glass came hurtling towards her, shattering upon impact. Yet Chun Mo's hand remained unscathed by the shards of glass. Is it possible? What if she were to gain admission to a university in the city? In her previous life, He Xiao had indeed enrolled in Feng City University, likely to be closer to Zhou Ziyu. The other three, however, dutifully retrieved their essence crystals, akin to a thunderous roar. Essence crystals are indeed valuable, but one must be alive to wield them. The entrance to the north-south bridge in Dian City was obstructed by a makeshift barrier of abandoned cars and sandbags. Behind this barrier stood 2 rudimentary watchtowers on either side of the bridge, each equipped with a large crossbow. Within each tower, 2 sentinels, armed with bows, arrows, shields, and long swords, stood vigilant. Some formidable spiritual fires, taking advantage of the temporal storm's onslaught, managed to escape through the fissures of the Sea of Flames barrier. However, before they could revel in their freedom, they were swiftly engulfed by the overwhelming temporal storm, wilting and dissipating into mere motes of spiritual energy. Bulan couldn't help but ponder the future. What if she settled down and had children? If all her money was spent on games, how would she afford the milk formula for her child? Yet, Bulan remained focused on her task, deftly wielding a kitchen knife as she chopped vegetables, secretly admiring her improved culinary skills. Once, The sweets everyone savored turned to shards of glass overnight, leading countless souls to doubt love. Although the void-breaking magic eagle ultimately failed to break free from the shackles of this realm, its assault did halt Duofeng's path of destruction. Send me the address and lend us a large truck. Su Yuxin accepted the task without hesitation. In that fleeting moment, she felt the cold sensation that lingered on her cheek vanish abruptly. The void koan drifted leisurely in the sky, bearing Ling Feng, who was immersed in fervent cultivation. No sooner had he spoken than the ancient elder's call came through, urging Elder Lu to join him for a discussion. He struck Bai Xinggun's large head with his palm, and the Jushin fruit promptly burrowed into Bai Xinggun's spiritual platform, settling securely in a corner of the jade bed. Li Mu set down the gourd and immediately produced hundreds of mid-grade spiritual stones, defensive spiritual artifacts, refining materials, and alchemical ingredients. Of course, the AM organization's AK-7 is a highly classified piece of technology, a cutting-edge product recently developed by the United States, known only to a select few. And the AM organization only brought a limited supply due to its exorbitant costs. In truth, if one were to insist on your presence, would your heart not also be tethered to him? We have placed you in a difficult position. Hanzi observed her deliberate evasion with a nod of conflicting emotions. Qi Wan feigned ignorance, attempting to circumvent him, but he seemed to possess an uncanny awareness, beckoning her with a casual gesture. However, with the desk now moved, as he walked through the corridor, he found himself greeted by numerous acquaintances, suddenly transformed into a figure of significance. Goodness, I never expected you to attract such unwanted attention with your attire. Ling Feng remarked incredulously. Is it true? Is it beyond remedy? The principal took a moment to force out a response, his voice resembling a sound choked by an insufferable weight. At that moment, Yu Qingquan could not ascertain the identity of the newcomer, but upon witnessing Chen Xiaofeng drenched in sweat, he immediately understood that today's matters could be resolved smoothly. Li Tian did not console Yao Wanyu as he did with Li Hua Er. Instead, he simply patted her back in silence, allowing her to weep freely and vent her emotions. This time, let it serve as a gesture of gratitude to the Jinyu clan for nurturing her. If she wins this competition, Jinlinger will choose to depart from the Jinyu clan. Gu Zhao took long strides, swiftly moving from the bathroom to the bedside, extending his arms to lift Lu Yen, carelessly depositing her onto the soft bed. With a smile, Gu Zhao dismissed the notion that marriages between prominent families, like the Meng and Lu clans, would ever be within his reach, regardless of their decline. Meng Rehua's inquiry was strategically crafted to unsettle Gu Zhao, thereby securing a greater advantage for herself. Chapter 28. I employed some unconventional methods to elicit their confessions, and indeed, they spoke with remarkable honesty. Qin Chuan smiled. The emperor could not tolerate Nair Su, fearing his influence after 2 decades as a prince, particularly given his lineage shared with the Kong prince and Shunqing County prince, which held considerable sway in the royal circles. Now, Dali was busy on the 3rd underground level of Dawn Island, attempting to summon the matriarch through a guard while he awaited her arrival at the teleportation array. I hope Ding Zun delivers this letter to my old friend. Miezheng retrieved his jade decree, embedding a message within to introduce Su Yu to his old friend and request assistance in locating the celestial compass. His adoptive father's past teachings forbade the acceptance of unjust wealth and the emergence of greed, yet he found himself compelled to speak favorably of their biological father under duress, naming the Chao family men for their performance in the political arena. Moreover, some individuals, who outwardly resembled influential figures, were in fact serving another powerful individual, a common occurrence. System prompt. The commander of Death Queen Island, Natasha, requests an investment of 10 million gold coins to demonstrate cooperative sincerity. If other children were to bully him, as his grandfather, it is only natural that he would stand up for him. Yet, this instigator happens to be from the young prince's residence. For tanks, shields are the core of their defensive capabilities. It can be said that the majority of tank skills revolve around shields, such as the Knight's Holy Shield, the Warrior's Shield Wall, and numerous skills that enhance shield attributes. Trust me, allow me to open it. Towin resolutely decided to confront the ominous void alone. However, in matters of the heart, selfishness breeds narrow-mindedness. Desire and anticipation can lead to hysteria and heartbreak. Each exquisite spiritual artifact is a treasure beyond imagination in the cultivation realm. The emergence of a single supreme spiritual artifact could incite an unprecedented upheaval within the entire cultivation community. His eyes revealed shock and horror that he could not conceal. Laid bare for all to see, Su Rao's gaze deepened with a mocking understanding, tinged with derision. Upon hearing the words of Yun Yudi, Teacher Han felt a swell of emotion, though overshadowed by his concerns. This incident was purely accidental, and neither Shin Molin nor Zhao Bin made it public. According to Zhao Bin, they would only announce it to everyone after returning to SC, thus urging Fang Yu to maintain confidentiality. A simple phrase left her breathless. Su Rao's smiling phoenix eyes lifted slightly, her hand swiftly drawing the Jiao snake blade, which sliced through the ropes binding her with a flash of blinding light. It was now 9:30 a.m. Zhou Yun, in 15 minutes, the announcement of the patent application failure is to be made. Yu Ting decisively issued the command. As soon as the news broke, it heralded an immediate plunge in stock prices. The Juzhu Group, having acquired the company, now faced the daunting aftermath of its impending bankruptcy, a burden that would demand an exorbitant price. However, the formidable Coral Coalition diminished the value of faith for many, leading them to choose betrayal and retreat in this trying moment. Yet, as time wore on, the silence surrounding area only deepened Yining's foreboding. The strength he possessed was hard-earned, every ounce paid for with his life, as well as that of his friends and family. Driven by emotion, he seemed to have embarked upon a regrettable path, arranging an already awkward position for Lin Xiaowan. Nevertheless, Yining would not resolutely refuse dialogue with Sun Jinian unless she was scheming something, perhaps something that pertained to her directly. Adjusting the blanket snugly, Wei Yefen rose, preparing to depart with reluctance. Yet, as he turned, the frail silhouette behind him rendered him momentarily rigid. Moments later, Zhang Jing returned, a smile gracing her face, a long-awaited expression of joy, suggesting that her uncle's troubles had been resolved. You are robbing us, aren't you? Lin Xiaowan asked tremulously, seeking solace in her own words. Do not blame it. Yonggu pressed gently on his shoulder, confessing his own frustration over the situation. In truth, this was merely an excuse. She simply wished to prolong their time together, even if only for a few extra minutes. Zai Weiqin recognized that Yi Shaoxian was merely putting on a brave front, yet she could not divulge what she knew. Are you from the Prime Minister's residence? Su Ranhua inquired, only to retract the question immediately. This cloaked figure could at best be associated with the Prime Minister's house, yet appeared to stand alone, for otherwise he would not have brazenly nearly bullied her in the jungle. Cheng Yunyan stood stunned, as did the various beauties of Beiwa Palace. Clutching her head, she swore upon her crystal ball that she was merely passing through, yet that cunning and darkly charming man had only spoken half the truth. Jinmi, come with me. With me, you have nothing to fear, Lei Yu declared emphatically, grasping the trembling jade hand of Junmi. In reality, it was all instigated by Lei Yu himself, and one could argue that Junmi was quite innocent in this affair. Upon hanging up the phone, she did not hastily pack her belongings but wandered about the room, desperately imprinting every corner in her memory, each place she had shared with Pei Jun, and every moment they had cherished together. Chapter 29. The Princess of Yang'el, upon returning after several days, had undergone a transformation so perplexing that it was no wonder Shui Huiran had shouted before his demise that she was a creature of the dark. Had it not been for Su Qin's recent completion of his 6th physical enhancement, his spine would have crumbled under the sudden pressure. Having ascended to the 5th realm, Su Qian understood that while the total energy emitted by the Sniper's energy bullets remained unchanged, their quality differed significantly. Even so, that audacious goblin, bold enough to confront him head-on, stood no chance of success. His attempts at levity bore some fruit, as Shen Yuanjing did not linger long before taking his leave. Remembering to take the atomic lubricant jar with him, he had consumed fire spirit fruits in the southern cave of the back mountains, wood spirit fruits in the southern continent of the spirit realm, and gold spirit fruits in the cave of the rock. Now, after consuming water spirit fruits, he had amassed 4 of the 5 elemental energies in his danshan. If he could find the earth spirit fruit, he would unify the 5 elemental energies, paving a flawless path to the golden core stage. Indeed, the money is still with me. Zhang Min and Wang Dazhuang chimed together, leaving Wang Xianxian with a pounding headache. You err, this is business. Do not act foolishly, Bai Rui admonished as Ri pulled the fuming Shen Yuer down to sit. Zhu Cixi leaned against the doorframe, watching ASU ascend the stairs, pondering the significance of the soul-calling pendant he wore. It surely held some secret. Should Yuan Zhao truly expel all the northern Liang merchant fleets from southern Chun, the losses to southern Chun would pale in comparison to those of northern Liang. Noticing Bai Zhen gazing at him with a puzzled expression, the burly middle-aged man frowned slightly, displeased. The sudden explosion had rendered the demonstration utterly chaotic. With the continuous blasts echoing from the neighboring street, Yang Buer deduced that it was the result of explosives detonating on others. Just at that critical juncture, a golden light surged forth, with a resounding crash akin to thunder, sending the Fang Tianhua halberd flying, thereby neutralizing the threat looming behind Yan Xianke. Wiang Nanyan continued to converse with Gu Yan, yet made no mention of recruiting her into his team. Observing the wary glances directed at him, the sword immortal remained unfazed. He had anticipated such a reaction, which was why he had withheld this information for so long. Had it not been for Guchin's impulsiveness disrupting his plans and causing Sikong Changjai to flee, he may never have revealed it at all. Now, Nie Tian's desperate desire to join the Jinlan sect indicated that the method of entry through the sect's grand competition was no longer feasible. Though the Bayou Demon Crane lineage was connected to Yu Qianran's maternal family, they held disdain for descendants like Feng Ming, whose bloodline was thin. When the Dragon Pearl transmitted a message, it provided no warning, simply stating that their energies must be input within 15 minutes. She wished to deceive Nie Tian. Yet as her lips parted, the truth slipped out involuntarily. Upon hearing Yin Long's words, the prince joyfully departed without hesitation. Understood. The fact that he was not brought down was within my expectations. Heidong City is temporarily safe, which puts my mind at ease. His formidable strength and backing do not concern me, and the more time he grants me, the more advantageous it will be for me. Zhang Tianyi nodded in agreement before turning to leave. What did you say? Watch me not tear your mouth apart. Liao Ruxiang exclaimed, ready to strike. Only to be restrained by Hong Yu. As he continued to defend himself, he also accumulated power in his fists, poised to seize the moment and reverse the tide of battle. His attire bore the semblance of someone prepared for outdoor activities, yet also suggested a readiness for a fashion runway. Nothing about him hinted at a professional demeanor. Questions abounded as to whether Yin had found a boyfriend, with inquiries about the man's profession and jovial remarks about attending a wedding. Yi Liana's cheeks flushed slightly. She was not angered by the earlier events, but rather felt resentment that Chu Xiu had not sought them out in months. And when he did reach out, it was only to converse with her father, Zack. How could she not harbor some bitterness? The death corridor? Fear not. We shall proceed with caution. The death corridor shall yield a breach, Wang Yuan chuckled. Moreover, this uprising was not spontaneous but orchestrated by Zhang Tianyi. Since merging with the Dragon Soul, he discovered that his ability to communicate with the Ghost Valley Divine Sword had greatly enhanced. The mysterious powers of the Ghost Martial Divine Sword would not only manifest in life-threatening situations, but could also emerge during a stalemate. Does the prince mean that Li Da is in the Medicine King Valley? Qi Ying expressed disbelief, as their men had been stationed at the valley's entrance. Had Duan Feng led people into the valley, they would have reported it immediately. With this strike, Wang Yuan showed no mercy, his murderous intent palpable. Aimed squarely at ending his opponent's life. The gravely injured second elder, Chao Changsheng, succumbed to his wounds, leaving only 4 accomplished Qi refinement practitioners within the clan, including the clan leader, along with the Grand Elder at the 6th stage of Foundation establishment, and the recently successful 6th generation Chao Yuandong. Yang Anru glanced at her dear friend's face, her smile brightening as she remarked, Dali, your discernment remains remarkably sharp. It seems that fate leads us to formidable individuals at every turn. However, as the disturbances intensified, Yi Xiao discerned that the source of the interference lay beneath. At the very heart of the Antarctic region. Chapter 30. Embedding the Songlong demon core within the body of an alien race is an exceedingly arduous task. It was only after years of diligent research that the Grand Master of the Great Zhou successfully achieved this feat through a stellar chart. The bodyguards Gu Jingyun procured were no ordinary individuals, yet Zhou Xiaoan failed to perceive any extraordinary attributes in them. Jing Si maintained a stoic demeanor, cautious not to draw attention to herself, fearful that the flames might engulf her. Such immense kindness and grace surely warranted a profound reciprocation. Yet Ji Chu lamented that he had not even had the chance to learn the other's name. Yen Ryu found herself amused by Zhuo Chun's thoughts, for their contract allowed her insight into Zhuo Chun's innermost musings. Criminals have their own moral codes. Those who engage in brawls and show bravado typically go unchallenged. However, rapists are viewed as the lowest of the low, scorned even among their peers, thus their treatment is easily imagined. With that, he swiped his hand, unleashing a thunderous palm strike towards Yen Ryu's face. Before his palm could reach her, the force of the wind it generated caused her pain. Yet her expression remained unchanged. Although the Daorist arts contain spells capable of restoring burnt items, such techniques are of a high caliber, and most practitioners lack the ability to wield them. She had yet to master such skills. Gu Jingyun cherished the original host as if she were a precious gem, ensuring that the bodyguards she gathered were far from mediocre. Her gaze was resolute and calm, akin to the most radiant star in a winter night, steadfastly shining her light amidst the darkness. After her previous encounter with the Wild Rose from the Special Department, she realized that she could not eliminate her opponent within just a few moves. The surveillance footage, viewed from above, did not provide a clear image of the face, leading to her hasty glance failing to reveal the identity. The rosy hue on her cheeks resembled makeup, adding a vibrant allure to her already enchanting visage. Yet, the presence of 2 additional light bulbs rendered the atmosphere among the 4 somewhat awkward, especially considering that they had parted on less than pleasant terms the previous night. only to find themselves attending school, dining, and strolling together today. Her ethereal beauty shone in the sunlight, her hair exhibiting a deep blue hue that danced between black and azure, reminiscent of the clouds at dusk merging into night. The text mentioned that Shimura Danzo had once mobilized the route to encircle the Uchiha clan, commanding them to remain on standby. In this arena, those familiar with Chun-Ji's prowess were few, yet it was Wu Xie's first encounter with Chun-Ji's extraordinary abilities. Grateful for the kind reminder, she took the invaluable hint and departed with Su Yuxin. However, Yu-Gi-Oh! Knew that Xinyu's hostility towards her had never waned. Every encounter on the road was met with Xinyu's haughty demeanor. They must be questioned, for perhaps they aim to divert our attention? After all, there should be more hidden compartments within this relic, right? The prodigy innocently remarked. This was of great significance to Roger. If he were to be extracted for a managerial role, it would not align with his strengths, but rather render his existence even more tedious. He held no enthusiasm for management, detesting the machinations that consumed mental faculties. The era's film industry, valued at $10 billion, sought to acquire 70% of the shares for a mere $500 million. For a sniper, the side they eliminate is inconsequential, as long as they emerge victorious. Therefore, the promises made earlier could easily be discarded at the last moment without a second thought. The two continued hand in hand, gracefully exiting Mo Zixie's office, their laughter ringing like silver bells, leaving Mo Zixie in a state of bemusement. Lon Hyken found himself perplexed. The situation was so bizarre that it defied any logical explanation. No matter how one approached it, there were inconsistencies aplenty. Xiao Lufan made no attempt to resist, allowing her to strike him repeatedly. The physical pain paled in comparison to the anguish within. His gaze remained fixated on Duo, kneeling on the ground, wishing only to observe her in silence. Among them, the camera of the honey snake was crucial. When Xing Yi and Dexiong appeared on the honey snake's phone, she struck first at Dexiong. Indeed, achieving this was commendable. We mustn't ask for too much. Nyohan nodded slightly, harboring little regret. The workshop maintained a constant temperature of 37 degrees Celsius, so upon entering, one was immediately engulfed in heat, soon drenched in sweat. Bai Liniyun felt a sense of doubt arise within him. As Fu Jun and his party passed by, Zhou Mingxin seemed to sense something and tossed a piece of meat to Su Tanying, urging him to eat. This was not an act of sudden altruism from Zhou Mingxin. Perhaps she recognized Fu Jun's group? She thought this, but had no opportunity to inquire further. Of course, don't you think they bear a resemblance? That's what they call a couple S resemblance. Bai Niu was entirely untroubled, brimming with confidence. Feng Wange felt an impulse to lift her foolish nephew and give him a good thrashing. Must he suffer before he learns his lesson? All of this was orchestrated by me, intended to ensure that the deity would naturally distance himself from the mighty dragon tower, lest he suspect my involvement. It now appeared that the plan was proceeding smoothly. The deity was merely troubled, not attributing any blame to me. These 5 formidable attacks were all fire-related, their destructive power overwhelming, leaving me momentarily stunned, realizing how challenging it must be for the tiger to defend this hill. What inhuman torment must they have endured? I found it hard to fathom. Chapter 31. The blood-red flames engulfing the infernal wing armor revealed sharply defined muscles, while the crimson patterns on Luo who became even more pronounced. Under the divine might of Yingsheng's spiritual realm, the myriad divine patterns of Luo who were laid bare. Upon seeing Wang Dingtian awaken to the 5th level, he appeared as though struck by a blow. Daoist Wang was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with short hair of about 2 centimeters and a shadow of unshaven stubble on his face. Seated upon the mat, Han Ziken's lips curled slightly upon hearing the words of the Yi family. According to their previous agreement, the first to return with a living monster from the mist would gain control of the military fortress. Though they claimed it was a place of rebirth, it merely suggested that since they had been purified, they must have ascended to the realm of rebirth, right? On this day, Jingja sorted through the herbs delivered by a jiang in the shed, faintly hearing a familiar sound of camel bells. It was rumored that the one called Xiaoyu had acted recklessly, becoming pregnant before marriage. In the tea room, discussions erupted among the crowd. She recalled that he had once claimed to share her surname, Lin, and called himself Lin Nan. She could hardly fathom how he managed to deceive her for so long and still approached her casually. Was this the so-called social anxiety that had become quite the trend lately? A discerning observer could easily detect from his furrowed brow and weary demeanor the toll of excessive toil and the weight of unfulfilled aspirations. Just as he prepared to speak, a series of footsteps echoed at the entrance, heralding the arrival of a middle-aged man clad entirely in black. He was of modest stature, wielding a finely crafted steel hook, his face adorned with a sinister, mocking grin as he stepped into the dilapidated temple. With a swift motion, he showcased his formidable prowess, emanating an aura of overwhelming energy that filled the chamber, leaving no one unscathed. Niao Wushuan appeared to catch the sound of Mo Qingyu's voice, turning around. He found her gaze fixed intently upon him, yet within him, a serene calm prevailed. After listening to Li Qing's explanation, Lu Qing comprehended that Li Qing was merely testing the waters in the capital, lacking the steadfast dreams of a true wanderer from the north. Upon arriving at the dormitory that evening, Jiang Chao noticed Shi Huafeng and the others lingering in the courtyard and greeted them. This venture proved fortuitous. Shun Yin closed his eyes, golden energy coalescing into a torrent that surged into his forehead. The only treasure he could carry away from this world was knowledge. After gesturing dismissively, Niao Wushuan inhaled deeply and declared, "Put it away," as he extended the jade vial before him. When Yuan Song spoke up, Shui Yunhui swiftly pulled Liang Xing aside, narrowly avoiding a collision with an individual bursting forth from the rear courtyard. The crimson sky outlined the upright silhouette of Erebus, leaving Shun Yin in a daze as he gazed upon her. Similarly, Yu Bume had made it clear, those who dared to act recklessly in the presence of the demon saint, who remained silent, would face dire consequences. No one could fathom his temperament. Perhaps he merely intended to teach the demon race a lesson? With a turn of his body, he bid farewell to Feng Xiangming and waved his hand, departing. "There's nothing to worry about, sir," Fei Erglif calmly stated before drawing his weapon. "No, I mean regarding Lisa. You need not concern yourself with her. I am weary and wish to sleep." With that, Mu Yang closed his eyes, turning away from Gu Qinyi. An arrow suddenly shot from the shadows, aimed directly at the back of Xiao Feng's heart. The faint sound of its flight was lost amidst the howling snow, and Xiao Feng remained oblivious, reaching for Lin Xiaoxio's hand. This name was inextricably linked to bloodshed and massacre. Much like the last incident with the Shushui gang provoking the storm's wrath, resulting in the slaughter of several villages, with even innocent bystanders not spared. Additionally, the surrounding factions insisted on tribute and protection fees, threatening multiple untimely deaths should they refuse. "Who dares to defy me? Let him in." Su Feng roared in fury from within. In the cauldron, flames surged wildly, rendering it impossible for outsiders to discern the turmoil within. Yet, Yi Han and Lian Zhuxiao wore grave expressions, for a fierce battle was unfolding beneath the seemingly tranquil surface of the cauldron. Unquestionably, these rumors had been disseminated by Li Beidian to bolster Yi Han's standing. Should Yi Han emerge victorious, it would undoubtedly create a stir in the imperial capital. Indeed, Chen Xiao responded with an unmistakable smile to the blind old woman before turning to follow. It was time to witness the spectacle. Not far away, a contingent of over 400 soldiers stealthily approached, splitting into 4 groups to conceal themselves around the granary. Wu Fashao nodded, casually retrieving a fire fork from the storage room and advancing menacingly towards Zhu Yingtai in the corner. Xiao Baoyin's greatest fears came to fruition, a turn of events he had not anticipated, to be used as a tool for assassination. Xiao Baoyin had no choice but to send a letter of apology to heir Zhu Rong, while also gathering rare treasures to present to heir Zhu Qi Hu and Luoyang. As Li Zhen parked his car and entered the villa, Sheng Gu was descending the stairs, holding a glass cup. Within less than half a month, Gu Qingliang faced expulsion from school, primarily due to his inability to settle down, and the stark contrast with Gu Qingyun was too pronounced. Despite having just undergone a surgical procedure, she felt uneasy and rose to check on him, only to be restrained by Rong Jin. Both entered the hospital room together, and Lin Xiaomo was taken aback by the frenzied state of Han Jiaying, clutching in Jin Shi's arm in alarm. As the torches receded, her surroundings gradually fell into darkness. The night wind stirred, and her pale attire resembled a peach tree rooted in the mud, embodying an eternal and timeless elegance. Chapter 32. Wu Liang vividly envisioned the shape of a rope, then summoned his magical energy to gently push forward, reciting incantations as a gentle breeze, propelled by his magic, formed an invisible cord. Wu Liang maneuvered the rope to connect with the paper airplane thrown by Luo Luo AI, crafting a simple kite in an instant. Han Dong exited the room, only to have 2 fully armed individuals forcefully pin him down. No need. Shen Qi stood tall and proud, though no one offered a solution to satisfy Navier's equations. Yet, every time a tangible fluid flowed, nature resolved the NS equations anew. At that moment, both observers noticed Xia Bei's star beast crouching low, silently advancing, as it was about to enter the detection range of the nearby wind element giant. Its form began to shimmer with transparency from its head. Although both incidents were equally shocking and severe, they attracted vastly different levels of attention in disparate environments, suggesting that to obscure a peculiar occurrence, one merely needed to place it in a more bizarre context. "I apologize, teacher. I may have lost my temper earlier." "Of course. You may rest," the teacher softened, contemplating how to help Luqiao remain calm. Yet now that Xia Bei had proven himself and resolved such a significant issue for the team, Zhao Yanhang would not allow any ambiguity regarding this matter. Nancy felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through her body. Though she could not fully align with her primal spirit, it felt akin to floating in the air. Nevertheless, it was enough to ignite her enthusiasm. This Hong Kong real estate magnate exhibited a keen interest in the scientific endeavors across the three regions. Having invested substantial funds alongside his father in the mainland and Hong Kong for decades, yet yielding no tangible results. Quite normal. We had a clan member who slept for over a decade last time. Huang's experience was evidently quite rich. For the immortal Chaz clan, sleeping for decades was merely a common occurrence. They believed that 4 of them would easily suffice to deal with a young master lacking any martial foundation. 10 minutes later, she ceased, placing her chopsticks down, as the copper pot contained little food left. The footage captured by the all-encompassing camera alone was enough to extinguish Qin Wanrong's hopes for the future, plunging her into a life of perpetual intimidation amid terrifying darkness. Indeed, when she approached that sea region in that realm, an overwhelming sense of dread overcame her. However, as the crowd's gaze fell upon Xia Lu, many faces betrayed a smirk. Not to mention the demon-slaying staff's techniques. Even the other combat methods of the Buddhist sect were familiar to him, aside from their esoteric secrets. Alas, the individual was abruptly knocked to the ground, clutching his rear and staring up at Bai Xiaochong, who loomed above him with disdain. The meaning behind Drunken Cat was to have a private conversation with Tang Yanjiao, but it appeared that Chu Yi had no intention of leaving him with no choice but to proceed with the 3 of them. Bai Xiao disdainfully uttered a remark, then pivoted to grasp Mo's hand, leading him around the emperor and toward the exit. However, their efforts proved futile. The wild boar, with its coarse hide and robust flesh, received only a superficial wound from the sharp crossbow bolt, failing to penetrate its vital areas. To seize it and advance along its trajectory was sufficient to vanquish foes. Without pausing, Lon danced through the moonlit night, his figure fluid. The weapon in his grasp shimmered with a silvery sword aura, enveloping the remaining adversaries within its embrace. Although Xianxiu was not as taciturn as his master, who practiced the silent meditation, he remained a reticent youth. He merely whispered, "I beg your pardon," before commencing the intricate patterns of his creation. Lines of arcane symbols emerged around him, intertwining and weaving with fervor. The rapidity was an esoteric technique of the North, never fully disclosed to the public. Thus, Su Yan found himself unable to comprehend some of the core formations within. Nonetheless, he went on to create a pseudo-version of the Godspeed formation, which he dubbed Swift. It was their first realization that beyond the official scrutiny, there existed another set of eyes perpetually observing the court officials. As Ding Chong struggled within the illusion, toying with the novices, the commanders stationed outside were rife with anxiety. They harbored a sense of foreboding. "I may have to disappoint you. Unless the Yun sect encounters insurmountable calamities, it shall remain closed," responded Kong Lu with gravity. The general of the Japanese forces, leading this army, would undoubtedly exercise utmost caution, ensuring that these frivolous scions did not wreak havoc. Indeed, the world's martial prowess has its limits. No matter how formidable an individual's strength, it is exceedingly rare for one to possess the power to annihilate the world. "Very well," Komodo Sakura muttered, lowering her head to bite into something indescribable. As the seasoned commanders were ensnared by Gung Shiro and his allies, the remaining forces stood no chance against the formidable trio and the catastrophic sea pirate crew. The scene appeared surreal, as if Fan was, in truth, a being woven from dark threads, now revealing his true form. Young Master Wang achieved his objective, although it did not fully align with his expectations. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed. Zhao Qingcheng sat helplessly at the table, watching as the police escorted her son and husband away, feeling utterly powerless. She never anticipated that a celebratory banquet would lead to the disintegration of her family. Chapter 33. Yi Feng, Dier said, looking at him with concern. After all, this desert giant felt no fear of physical attacks, while the opponent was a formidable physical assailant, yet this still failed to inflict any substantial damage upon the giant. However, Ning Dao wasted no time. His punch struck directly at the chest, shattering both lungs and heart in an instant. The sheer force propelling through the body and transforming into a transparent stream that soared into the distance. Xia Mo scrutinized the bow, a chill creeping over her as it emanated a captivating gleam from the man's grip, compelling her to step onto the arched bridge. To conserve his strength, Bu Hui made a swift turn, retreating into the grass near the G0 highway, where he could remain concealed yet vigilant. From his vantage point, Xiang Ti observed 2 figures outside engaged in a fierce struggle, seemingly Blood Hawk attempting to take advantage of the moment to harass the Jade Queen, only to be met with her fierce resistance. Upon hearing the commotion, An Ening realized that Qin Mo had emerged, her eyes widening in shock, tinged with a hint of confusion. A month later, the turmoil surrounding Lin Hao showed no signs of abating, yet the central figure remained elusive. Heh, you don't expect me to be taken away and still count money for you, do you? Are you members of the Midnight Organization? Li Hai raised an eyebrow. His tone amicable. What is happening? Queried Yin Luo, as well as others, their heads adorned with large question marks. Master, no matter your transformation, I shall ensure your safety, Jing Dian declared, lowering his head slightly, his eyes radiating fervent light. As he felt a fragrant breeze brushing past, it stirred a peculiar sensation within Yi Xing, causing his cheeks to flush. He momentarily drifted into fantasy, shaking his head to regain composure, then clearing his throat to alleviate the awkwardness. He resumed his pursuit of Su Simiao. Yunchang hastily waved her hands, exclaiming, "Please, no need to call me senior, it makes me seem ancient. You have somewhat reversed the roles. The ethereal mirage you speak of is not your original invention." With that, Yunchang gestured, conjuring an identical illusion beside her, which promptly dispersed into the air moments later. Uncertain whether it was the blush from Hongdo's slap or fear of her, he hesitated to return and face his sister until Hongdo had finished tidying up and took his hand to lead him out. In a moment of infatuation with his sister's bow, she found herself wishing to slap some sense into herself. Xianyuan Hanmo tossed aside his sword, withdrawing his foot from the person he had been standing upon, letting his left hand fall casually while retrieving the prince's jade pendant with his right. Sa Jin, intrigued by the tale relayed by the matron of the Karga clan, sought to uncover any potential solutions. Chen Shou remained unfazed, for these words had been spoken directly by Li Lingfeng, albeit their credibility was questionable. Watching the vehicle speed away, He Jungsuan instinctively rubbed his brow, his emotions tangled. Upon receiving this news, the prince broke into a joyous smile, prompting the imperial advisor to join in. Ultimately, under the incredulous gaze of the advisor, the prince plunged a dagger into his heart. Jiang Xinmu scoffed coldly, then retrieved the jade flute gifted by Shui Linglong from his kinkan ring, twirling it in his hand. Luo Shun Lei's beautiful eyes fluttered shut, her delicate form shimmering with countless azure glimmers, which coalesced into a singular point. Suddenly, she swallowed the spirit dragon's gall, and in an instant, her aura surged, exuding a terrifying pressure that hinted at the might of a Yunyu realm. The morning demonstration atop the mountain, while appearing a successful performance, in truth, only invited greater troubles upon oneself. Chung Chung realized he was now aboard the vessel, unsure of its true purpose. However, should he have any intentions, they would surely manifest. A chilling voice echoed, as a man clad in a conical hat leaned against a crimson stone pillar, exuding an aura of terror that was frigid to the core, his eyes gleaming with lethal intent, resembling a specter from the depths of hell. Believe it or not, I have laid out all the pros and cons, Gao Yi declared, disinterested in further discourse. What other tricks do you intend to play? Unleash your full abilities. Long Sun bellowed. Yet in their perception, Li Xing's mere cultivation at the spirit origin realm seemed akin to that of an ant, easily extinguishable with a single breath. Ning Fuken, having encountered only a handful of cultivator realms, had gradually begun to undervalue mortal existence. Increasingly convinced that nothing was more paramount than the enhancement of one's own cultivation, Zhou Yan, having gleaned the essence of the 5 virtues from Mencius, cleverly packaged it with the principles of yin, yang, and the 5 elements, finding himself aligned with Confucianism in this regard. However, following the brilliance of the golden light, a curse echoed from the clouds, as the desolate king of the great Xia nearly cursed the ancestors of Shi Jin's lineage. Lu Gujian believed he had lost his sanity. However, Yu Yuxin remarked that no amount of inquiries in the southern lands could compare to the rare opportunity of actually ascending the sacred Mount Yili. Those mountain bandits, who boldly claimed to be righteous thieves, would likely spare his life, as they did not indiscriminately slay the innocent. Could this affair be intertwined with the ancient sins of heaven and earth? Mr. Yu Jian discerned the deeper implications of these words, fixing his gaze upon Lu Tianxing. Come on, stop pretending. If you have matters to attend to, we can reschedule, Zhang Busan interjected. A Yun approached the window, overhearing his words. Upon glancing outside, she became acutely aware of the situation. A faint smile curved her lips, as she prepared to depart. A glance at the man standing opposite her caused her to instinctively take a step back, her eyes narrowing in caution as they fell upon Xing Zizhu. It should only be a matter of days. Noticing Chu Zizi diverting the conversation, Chun Yubai released a sigh of relief, silently vowing never to jest in front of him again, especially while his cousin remained ensnared in the capital. Chapter 34. Discovery of a male corpse? Brother Zhang. Could it be? The heart of the scar-faced man sank like Zhang Yang's had moments before. At such a juncture, even fear was futile. It would be better to take a companion down with him, at the very least, to preserve some semblance of a good reputation. This was not the first time he had encountered such an ordeal. More often than not, it was the result of traversing starry realms riddled with horrific battles, which led to the shattering of the transport passage. Despite being a century old, Guan Jinlin remained steadfast in his desire to engage in another battle against the Japanese. Yet, that shadow was of demonic lineage, and in his lexicon, there had never been a notion of direct confrontation. The great sword, imbued with formidable powers of molten lava and lightning, pierced through the assault directed at the Lord of Mount Sixian. Might we request an audience with Mr. Su's wife? The crowd pressed insistently. According to the route we had taken, there remained a considerable distance before emerging from the damp forest. A particularly memorable spot was not far off, where the vine-sweet juice was lauded by both myself and the Vietnamese. Dr. Hua, astute in reading expressions, sensed Su Jingxia's discomfort and simmering anger, promptly ushering Granny Hua out. The immense power contained within tore through flesh and shattered souls, in the blink of an eye. Those dozen or so immortals from the Pinglay Wonderland left no trace behind. Brother Shun, feel free to speak. As I mentioned before, whatever you say, I, Smith, shall comply. Smith declared earnestly, his expression so devout that anyone with discerning eyes would likely be swayed by his facade, except, of course, for Shinfeng, who was not so easily deceived. Moments ago, he had merely swung his sword casually while immersed in the statue's essence, without exerting his full strength. I shall handle this matter. You first see to the tasks I assigned. The Tianlang gang will be arranged by me, so there is no need for you to worry for now, Lier commanded. A mere 150,000 gold coins was not an insurmountable sum for Su Yang, yet he was loath to allow this individual to dominate him so thoroughly. As for Chung Yejin and Li Tai, they too were presently in the dark, unable to discern the situation. Thus, they dared not spread their forces too thin, opting instead to move in groups of 10 and 5, gradually advancing. Upon realizing that all his recent attacks had been effortlessly thwarted by Qin Mubai, yielding no effect whatsoever, Zaya Ding's countenance darkened, harboring resentment towards the suddenly aggressive Qin Mubai. Suddenly, a smoking pipe wobbled and came crashing down towards the two elite individuals. Long Hao grasped their armor and yanked them from harm's way, his demeanor serious as he surveyed the surroundings. CCG was truly blinded by their own authority, failing to anticipate that ghouls would employ human tactics. What about outside? Have you forgotten how you behaved yesterday? Wu Jie prodded Zheng Linlin's forehead. Although his face remained obscured beneath his crown, the commanding gaze he cast upon those below was palpable, rendering them unable to straighten their backs. Taking a deep breath, as he beheld Liek's son drawing closer, Chu Ming managed a rueful smile. The trio of Polteros transformed into the forms of the Holy Axe, Holy Staff, and Holy Spear, united in their assault against the minions of King Ya. Jiao Qua, what are you scheming? As the words of King Jiao faded, Jiao Qua struck suddenly, aiming a swift blow at the unsuspecting Jiao Ning. Reacting instinctively, Jiao Ning dodged to the side, only to find a shadow descending from above, landing squarely behind Iluo and ensnaring her. Afternoon tea. Upon entering the office, Li Qiaqiang placed the package before Zhou Siyuan, simultaneously uttering the announcement. Inside the residence of Shu Han, a collection of precious artifacts lay displayed in the hall, all of which had been gathered by Ruanzone, her most cherished possessions. For the sake of this plan, she had no choice but to relinquish these treasures. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Dimitrov's eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief. However, Ma Lingyu had resided in the temple for over 2 months and frequently entered and exited, clearly leading to misunderstandings. Esther swiftly stepped forward, her right foot striking the ground, propelling her through the air as her sword sliced through the air, claiming the lives of several soldiers with a single stroke. At 9:33 a.m., in the private villa of Zhan and I Wang, seated on the couch in the living room, he watched the police statements and Liski's responses on the television, his expression inscrutable. Although Zhang Yiming's wound had yet to heal, the cleansing of Xianyuan Qi had staunched the bleeding, and even the pain was gradually fading, bringing him to the pinnacle of his condition. Qin Wanru appeared somewhat reserved. After all, she was a stranger to Niu Zhongtian, and the thought of sharing a room with Zhang Yiming that evening filled her with apprehension. Observing the two obstructing Niao Yujin, Zhuge Lai trembled in the shadows, pondering. Qin Jushin, Zhu Zianjiayu, you two old geezers, why are you stopping Niao Yujin from seeking his demise? Due to the inability to communicate with other teammates following this round of deaths, Su Hui remained unaware of how Gu Fan had perished. It was only after this round of attacks concluded that she could inquire about the circumstances of his demise. Once the great sage arrives, he shall certainly thwart this marriage. For now, you must placate the Prince of Gazi and avoid inciting his displeasure, Lord Gao advised. In the next moment, a mysterious light suddenly penetrated Tang Zheng's consciousness. Akin to a film projection, imbuing his mind with 9 sword techniques, each rich with variations. Mengpa was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the bone spirit's words, realizing that this visit was unexpectedly linked to matters of the divine and the Buddha. The war armor had originally been employed by Zhang Yufan, and he had used it several times during competitions, thus the legendary war god was no stranger to it. Yet, unbeknownst to them, all of this was orchestrated by Wang Hao, aimed solely at eliminating the two figures of Jideo and Zuni. At this moment, he gently rose to his feet, the snow on his face beginning to melt away, revealing a most pleasant smile. Both I and Zayashi's eyes lit up simultaneously, as we realized that the not-so-bright Xing Ao had inadvertently granted me a chance at rebirth. Belial was not merely boasting, as his words fell. The grand hall seemed to heat up once more, with more demons emerging from the flames, surging forth like an unending tide of crimson. Chapter 35. Although his strength was only slightly superior to that of the deceased, the aura of death nonetheless enveloped him. The Five Directions Daoist was evidently caught off guard, engrossed in a cheerful discourse with the venerable monk Feun regarding their recent acquisitions, for it was indeed a rare occasion to encounter such a plethora of celestial treasures. Many cultivators might never witness such wonders in their entire lifetimes. Earlier, as he ascended the stairs, Sikong Hao had already briefed Gu Feng after receiving a call from Dewey. In the distance, several powerful surges of vitality soared into the sky, with figures continuously interweaving and colliding, each impact resonating like thunderous booms. On their way back, Du Yi selectively recounted Gu Feng's contributions to Xiongtian, expressing that Gu Feng had been of great assistance and possessed formidable skills. The duo continued to meander through the fourth layer of the city, where they observed numerous uneven battle scars etched into the city walls, surmising that these were likely the remnants of the beastly siege. After all, if she failed the assessment, she hoped to join the ranks of the Misty Hua Peak as a diligent demon hunter. The profound energy transformed into swords of 4 distinct colors, one of which struck the ground, unleashing a force that sent the 4 individuals flying. He had never imagined that Yi Kai would become so enigmatic, even losing touch with his own senses. This was a visage she had never encountered before. Initially, she believed that Yi Kai had regained himself, and once there was progress from Ziji's end, the courtship game with Feng Wu Fei could gradually conclude. Little did she know that Yi Kai now appeared utterly devoid of autonomy. Were it not for the poison, how could Miaoshan find herself imprisoned here? This thought ignited a wave of fury within her, and just as her ire surged, the Serpent King entered the room. Bang! The Kuei Nyo leaped, its massive foot pinning Feng Yao beneath it, the ground trembling violently with each thundering impact. The enormous footprint sank several feet into the earth, smoke billowing forth as Kuei Nyo's boisterous thunder echoed once more, seemingly in celebration of its victory. There was nothing to gain, merely a desire to prevent benevolent thoughts from being tainted by malevolent ones, as Dong Huang Tai Yi remarked to Shihi. Shadows, black demon, evil spirit. How dare you harm my brother? Prepare to pay with your life. As Wiang Ju broke free from the bindings of blue flames, he charged toward the black demon evil spirit, bellowing furiously. Lin Rong, after receiving the ancient artifact, cast a curious glance at it before placing it into his spatial ring. Although he did not comprehend why old Master Lin had chosen to acquire such an item, he was certain there was a rationale behind it. All the sprites erupted in joyful cries at this spectacle, as if the distinction between genuine and counterfeit had dissolved entirely. Wait, Siener, when we meet again, I shall take you away openly and honestly, Mui mused. After 7 kills forcefully tossed the equipment to Optimus Prime. The rest of us chose to disregard the ecstatic Optimus Prime and redirected our attention to the remaining 2 golden chests. The first was the thunder summoned by the awakening of the bloodline, and this multicolored thunder was the sole manifestation of the heavenly tribulation that Xiao Yin had currently awakened. Otherwise, even if the Sky Eagle were the soul of an emperor of the 3 realms, devoid of the emperor's corporeal form, it would still be incapable of sensing its existence. Meanwhile, Qin Mu Yi and Zhu Xia glared furiously at Lin Yi, their eyes burning with wrath. Had their glares possessed lethal force, Lin Yi might have already been subjected to 1,000 cuts. Even in a state of mental exhaustion, Ming Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. She was a hybrid, her gaze endowed with unique talents. Another number 3, let us call her military uniform number 3. Speaking of which, what exactly did she wish to convey to us? Mary Sue murmured, having already given a nickname to the girl clad in military attire, yet still failing to grasp her meaning. Die! With a thunderous roar, the god-slaying heavy sword crashed down upon Su Xingbei's blade, producing a resounding explosion. Under the tremendous impact exceeding 15,000 pounds, Su Xingbei, along with his sword, was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby tree, blood spurting from his mouth. With a punch and a palm, the generated air currents formed blades of wind that shot forth, Such power could nearly rival the ordinary attacks of a martial king. This was undoubtedly a rising star, if one did not act preemptively. They risked being outpaced by other competitors, which would spell trouble. When Chushio soared to Dragon Head Peak, with gunpowder in tow, he was met with a scene that starkly contrasted with the previous one. However, this second spiritual attribute seemed to be rendered unmanageable for Lin Shi due to its exceedingly aberrant power, rendering him incapable of guiding it while utilizing the second spirit heart, forcing him to rely solely on celestial energy to wield it. This tombstone represented her in this parallel world, a version of him, who had been treated as an experimental subject by his childhood sweetheart, intended for noble purposes, yet ultimately becoming a sacrificial experiment. Zichuan had already begun to plot, his demeanor indicating he would not utilize the invisibility skill before himself. If he were compelled to act first, he might miss out on that dramatically significant moment. Nonetheless, at the time, to avoid exposure, he did not upgrade the chassis, leaving it in its shabby state. Such missions often yielded substantial rewards. Just the experience, gold, and training points were enough to incite envy, not to mention the high probability of receiving gear as quest rewards. She jumped up suddenly. Had it not been for Lian Xianger discreetly pulling her back to signal restraint, she would have already sworn sisterhood with Lu Jianming. Once she was conquered by special means, she would become like a loyal dog, impossible to chase away. Upon hearing Jiao Jiao's words, Lin Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Cold sweat trickling down as a sense of crisis washed over him. Bai Qing'ai abruptly turned around, glancing at the fallen Gan Ning, then at Jian 30. Suddenly breaking free from Feng Fifei and turning to leave. Chapter 36. In this state, the ability to develop thought was lost. Yet the most fundamental thoughts had already been acquired. Save me? Are you certain you are not here to harm me? Although Lan Fengqi was a notorious scion of the capital, he was far from blind when it came to discerning character. Mu Fei stepped forward, and the moment he entered, Wang Shui's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of Mu Fei vanishing into thin air before her. Although the wounds at the conclusion appeared ghastly, most were merely superficial. Only 2 struck critical areas, requiring specialized medical tools for extraction. When one mentions the name Qianqian Xiaozhiguang, the average person might feel indifferent. But the instant one mentions the demon blade Muramasa, a cascade of formidable descriptors like sharp and sinister flood their minds. When they find themselves hindered in their cultivation, they will come to understand the allure of Li Yuan's charm. At that moment, they will realize how naive they were. Indeed, that scoundrel Pu Shuoling, had he not forced her to learn horseback riding, would she have been so eager for superpowers? The burly men showed no intent to cease, raising their swords once more and charging at her. The sooner she was summoned to the palace, the more people could be spared from assigning her any special tasks. The reason was simple. Jian Yu observed the 3 assassins huddled together, their jaws already dislocated by Shan. She found herself in the bustling commercial district of Cloud City, a place she had never visited before due to her financial constraints. Yet today, she resolved to indulge in shopping. How do you know she harbors no feelings for me? He Zhizhou's dark eyes clouded slightly, yet his tone remained nonchalant. Jing Rong gestured towards my abdomen, and the expression of pride on her face was truly beyond my ability to describe. With a sharp clap, Shen Muqian abruptly slammed his chopsticks down on the table. The sound of the chopsticks striking the surface piercing and jarring. Chu Wonking had sequestered herself in the eastern wing for 3 days. Throughout this time, she had not received a single visitor. I had initially thought that Zhu Qingtian was merely ruthless in pursuit of his own ambitions. However, I was taken aback to discover that he had committed such a shameless and despicable act. The specifics elude me. My master merely conveyed that, before the impending calamity arrives, one must either seek a means of survival or find a glimmer of hope amidst the disaster. This, too, elucidates why all major factions have congregated here. For this locale is the principal battlefield of the impending tribulation. Lu Junru pondered aloud. Although Princess Taichong is a woman of formidable means, swift in action and possessing a heart of iron, being He Zhizhou's own aunt, Mingyu remained resolute in her belief that Princess Taichong would not dare to openly provoke He Zhizhou, nor would she risk severing ties and becoming his enemy. The very first act of He Zhiyuan upon entering the city was to summon the border townsfolk, executing the old white-haired man in full view from the city walls, all to instill terror in the hearts of the populace. At this moment, Lady Pei had already retired for her afternoon nap, disinterested in the affairs of Pei Moshin and Mu Anking, as long as no complications arose. Rest assured, however, the condition is that you must be able to cure him. Upon encountering the girl who was bargaining with him, Pei Moshin felt a peculiar discomfort in his heart. He was willing to withdraw, having already set aside his dignity. Yet unexpectedly, Jing Guangxian still refused to allow them to leave, insisting instead on executing them all right there. Suddenly, from the primordial treasure of chaos, A manifestation appeared above the head of the Tong Tian sect master, gently swaying, unleashing boundless power that shattered the ripples. Over a decade ago, He Xiangu unexpectedly received enlightenment from a wise one, gaining some degree of spiritual attainment, and she assisted numerous villagers, thereby causing the incense at the nunnery to flourish. Since Lin Hai fell into a coma, Lin Yao seemed to have been struck by lightning. Upon witnessing Lin Hai awaken completely, she finally regained her senses. Standing at the entrance of the mutton restaurant, Gu Nanzhen donned his armor, gripping a long-handled knife as he stood sentinel at the door. Despite all attempts to persuade him, he refused to budge an inch from his post by the prince's side. Passers-by, upon seeing the soldier clad in Beixian armor, displayed expressions of sheer terror, scurrying away like startled rabbits, fearful of provoking misfortune. Fortunately, she had long ago uncovered the true whereabouts of Ling Qingqian, so when her past identity was revealed, she promptly placed Ling Qingqian under the watchful eye of old Master Chang. Qing Rong, please summon the second young master. I had prepared a feast earlier, so let us invite everyone in the courtyard to partake, as a means of compensating for their hard work. CFA instructed while setting the table. A gleam of gold sparkled in Jin Cheng's eyes, tracing a golden line through the air before darting towards the horizon in the blink of an eye. Time is of the essence. Let us first partake of our midday meal, and afterward, we can engage in further discourse. What do you think? Wang Hao inquired. Nezha's face instantly flushed crimson, as the patience he had just exhibited had vanished into thin air. Should you withstand 3 of my strikes without faltering, I shall immediately escort my disciple back to Wudang Mountain, never to set foot in the Lu family again. Wu Jing spoke with great urgency, to which Yuncheng responded promptly. Lu Guangbo nodded in agreement, utilizing the machinery here to relay Feng Lin's words to everyone in this world. Sister Wang is the savior of my bold Niu, thus I have decided to settle in Jianyi City. It has been a span of 15 or 16 years. Niu lamented. In this place, he transformed into an infant, bereft of the capacity to confront that demon. Feeling unsatisfied, he internally vowed, no, I cannot simply sit idly by. He immediately scrambled down from the sickbed. At this moment, the engine of tank number 3 roared to life, having crossed our controlled line, charging towards the British soldiers on the opposite front. Looking around, the swordsman and Yoda boldly observed for a while before reluctantly making their way from the East Sea Dragon Palace into the Crystal Palace. Chapter 37. Chun-Yi unwrapped the paper around the steamed bun and took a bite. She was taken aback. The soft texture and slight sweetness were incomparable to those she had tasted before. Thus, without hesitation, she reached out. Chao Sen noticed the villagers' panic and fear, speculating whether this place had once experienced the ravages of war, causing such tension among the locals. Wait. Chao San had initially intended to clarify the development plan and other matters to his brothers, but seeing their trust in him, he chose not to elaborate further. The moment father announced that time was up, I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, unwilling to rise. After the third roar of the tiger, the 2 experts were astonished to witness the leading special police officers placing their long guns down on the ground. Were they surrendering? Surrendering to a tiger? Of course. That was preposterous. Since she had arrived, it meant that no matter what identity or background Li Wang possessed, it could not alter the essence of the peril he posed. Moreover, once captured, what reason or means could the Li family muster? How long would he be detained, and when would he be released? It would all depend on the Safety Bureau. Xia Linlang was also smiling, her chestnut waves cascading, exuding an irresistible charm. It reminded me of her former self. If you remain silent, I shall take it as your acquiescence. Yang Pu tenderly embraced Tong Jing, gently patting her arm. Lin Qing chuckled softly. She remarked that Chun Yi and Yu Qinzhou were indeed amusing, acknowledging their many shared personality traits. The existence of generals is defined by their mastery of military strategy. Nearly all efforts are directed towards enhancing the combat effectiveness of soldiers. All tactical maneuvers, geographical considerations, timing, and the morale of the troops contribute to this singular, straightforward objective. Lan Yingying, please remain calm. If you release Qian Sun, I can guarantee the safety of your entire family. Look at your parents. They have raised you to this age. And they are now elderly, their hair turning gray. Can you bear to let them suffer alongside you? Tang Ziwei had no choice but to appeal to her emotions. After Zhang Aotian sat down, he stylishly snapped his fingers and whispered a few words to the waiter, who nodded and then withdrew. Had it not been for He Ji's robust physique, the sword wound aside, the 2 deep, bone-deep gashes alone could have claimed his life. Shen Fan discerned that those wounds must have resulted from some formidable sorcery. Otherwise, He Xiang would not have been left in such a state. Be good, listen to me. I would rather not return home to find a panda. Hurry and go to sleep, he cooed. Within the scarf, images of Jian Sanjiu being discovered in a villa, alongside photographs of disordered earth scattered around a large pit, surfaced. No need for further explanation. Everyone understood that this was the site where Jin Sanjayo's body was found after her tragic demise. Upon lifting her gaze, she spotted a burly man in a tight black outfit staring at her expressionlessly. Tang Zy was unaware that her son had become bashful. She rushed over to kiss him, wished him good night, and lay down on the bed. Such a tactic could perhaps only be executed by one in the divine transformation stage. On the rooftop, Hee-seong gently closed her eyes, letting out a soft sigh. Whether it was by being burned alive or buried alive, either fate would cause Jin Sanjayo's family to suffer immeasurable anguish. Otherwise, you may rest first. I will keep watch here. Ultimately, Gu Zi is indeed my own brother, not Jinjio's. I am already immensely grateful that he has been able to accompany me thus far. Quan Wanji became the tutor of the king of Wu, yet he chastised the king severely, imprisoning him. Li Shiman declared with ferocity. It was this gentle collision that roused Lu Li, who had been momentarily lost in thought for nearly 10 seconds. He hastily rushed forward, collapsing onto the ground beside Lu Hong. From noon until now, my sister has remained aboard this main ship of the Crown Prince. I had specifically instructed Fu Ling to prepare her favorite dishes, yet I have still not laid eyes on her. Descending from Qi Mountain, Su Feng rerouted to Hongwu Avenue and continued along it, where he observed numerous players leveling up. From their conversations, he learned that not far behind him lay the mangrove forest, where the monsters were weak and many were competing for kills to gain experience. Shun Yi was diligently applying medicine when, with a sudden bang, the door was flung open, and several of Kai Li's rowdy friends burst in. The elimination rate gradually declined, and the crowd began to adapt to surviving in the Tianshu secret realm. That night, Long Chun and his companions, as usual, sought refuge in a ruin. And as night fell, 3 other teams of elite students arrived at the site. Despite being a newly appointed game GM, Ying Long possessed the authority to connect with certain celestial beings and glean detailed information from them. Wu Yi, you cannot go, Xin Shi said patiently, glancing around. She was confident in her ability to dive underwater, but Wu Yi was not. Under the threat of the soldiers' long knives, Yi Ningxiang and Mu's eyes slowly rose, only to see the Prince of Duan, who had been lurking behind, approach them with a triumphant expression. Both Old Lung and Lord Lu were taken aback. My goodness, the he sure by? What does that signify? Throughout history, countless nobles have fought fiercely over such a piece of jade, shedding rivers of blood. Mei Lanza smiled faintly, acknowledging Celia's correctness. Whether dark elves or nature spirits, their abode seemed like a dreamlike existence to humankind. All of Li Yang's previous words had been perceived as mere jest by these individuals, yet from this moment forth, the expressions of some monks crossing their arms shifted considerably. What? The surrounding disciples were startled, taken aback by the old sect master's sudden ruthlessness. Chapter 38. Play? Of course, we shall play. The Russian's tone was laden with anger, and without a moment's thought, he acquiesced. Zhu Xin's claim of bias did not quite convey what he intended. Tonight, you accompany our mother, toast to our father, and chatter endlessly with the children. Yet, in front of cousin, you merely raise a cup and toast, and fall silent. The king of Namping, like his second son, engaged in similar calculations. Humans, it seemed, bore no significant pressure. For these undead, the human body was the most susceptible to rebirth amidst natural disasters and plagues. This was also due to the fragility of the human soul. Others dared not respond to this statement, as the doctrine of bloodlines still wielded some influence in contemporary times. Many venerable noble families, akin to the ancient founders like Lucifer Long, often looked down upon the newly ascended nobility, let alone the common folk of humble origins. Wang Hao's remarks profoundly impacted Shangwan Yunqing, compelling her to reassess the nature of their teacher-student relationship from an entirely different perspective. Regardless of which among them he wed, or even if he took any woman in the world, would there be any essential difference for me? He produced a cigarette, lit it, and sat on a stool, leisurely inhaling while exhaling a thick plume of smoke, which gradually filled the air with a delightful aroma. As he landed on the branch, a series of soft rustling sounds emanated, and 12 figures clad in blue, with white peony embroidery adorning their garments, encircled him from all directions. Could you all refrain from embarrassing yourselves? Huang Ziking derided several habitual miscreants. At that moment, Lin Ming was solely preoccupied with the old drunkard's life and death predicament, neglecting to consider Ren Si's feelings. Reflecting now, Ren Si must have felt considerable guilt as well. Outside the teaching building, all the Shinigami and students raised their zanpakuto, or wooden swords. Huayan, your heart is injured, St. Pu Si remarked, directing Lan Jinger to look at Xian. It was not due to an inability to wield the swordsmanship, as Yi Yi's skills were sufficient to serve as a model. Rather, it was simply a matter of disinterest. His entire being, infused with divine power and mirage energy, swelled to an impressive size, continuously expanding. Hua Yin gazed at the law source in his hand with disappointment, abruptly realizing that Lan Jing'er was, in fact, a rather unreliable source beast. Brother Can, have you had too much to drink? How about a glass of yogurt? Someone tugged at his collar from behind. Without needing to look, he knew it was Axion. Within that massive palm, there swirled enormous spiral spikes. Their terrifying might capable of reducing even a peak Do Huang to mere blood mist in an instant. From perceiving the spiritual pressure on the surface to feeling it appear above him, it took only a few exchanges of words. Lin Ming was somewhat astonished. The Vashitad level was indeed different, having covered such distance in such a brief time. The official kiln, due to its high iron content, had a weighty texture, with the clay appearing a deep black brown, later referred to as purple mouth and iron foot. The glaze was heavy and lustrous, thick as piled fat, warm as jade. The glazed surface underwent multiple meticulous scrapes, its sheen deep yet not glaring, with patterns laid out in a regular and orderly fashion, and the shape was solemn and generous. Gu Duo furrowed his brow slightly, finding it difficult to accept that he had not noticed the change in the other person's expression earlier. Upon hearing this remark, I was suddenly struck by the realization that, at some point, the sound of the big, buck-toothed snorer had ceased. This fragrance seemed imbued with some enchantment, compelling me to follow in the wake of the celestial Chang'e. Perhaps it was due to nerves at the concert, but upon returning to Minuan, Jiangtan began to feel feverish. Bai Qi also wished to assist, yet without his third-tier speed, he was utterly unable to intervene in this battle. Countless bizarre entities, with enormous and fearsome jaws, surged towards him from all directions, dripping with birthing fluid. Old Ten, what conditions did you discuss with Tubo today? Li Shiman casually inquired after taking a sip of tea. Lord Xiao, I do not know when my whereabouts were leaked. Alas, in such a critical moment. I can hardly care about anything else. I will hide in your secret chamber for a while, Lu Yujia said as he prepared to rush inside. The past few days in Chang'an City have been exceptionally lively, whether in the marketplace or the brothels and pleasure boats. Discussions of the story in the Tang Daily were rampant. Hua Qing, upon hearing this, exclaimed, "Who instructed you to pull at me, to tug at my robe?" His handsome face now resembled a boiled shrimp. Tian Ci fell silent, having no recourse but to sit there offering them some advice until they completed their tasks. Only then did Tian Ci begin to change clothes, and now they were even blaming him. How could he not feel overwhelmed? Han Wanzhang and Pan Shi collapsed to the ground in terror, desperately kowtowing and begging for mercy, their faces etched with fear and dread. Gong Qianzhong was taken aback by this series of causal relationships, while Lung Yuxiu cleared his throat beside her, reminding Yun Luo that her last word choice was rather unrefined. Shang Lin's expression darkened, a cold smile spreading across his face. In a fleeting moment when Shun Yin was not paying attention, Shang Lin discreetly gave me a thumbs up with one hand. Among them were the second senior sister, Dong Sueking, whom Zhang Teibei had encountered before, as well as the first meeting with the seventh senior sister, Winnie, and the eighth senior brother, Rex. This also indicated that the fortuitous opportunity had not been seized by his disciples. Could it have been appropriated by the Heavenly Emperor? If that were indeed the case, it would be far preferable to falling into the hands of the Buddhist sect or the demon race. Chapter 39. Might he be a spy for the Qin King? An attentive confidant, overhearing their conversation, could not help but inquire. In the same courtyard, the eager Apollos stood at the gate, craning his neck to gaze towards the village, until the sight of Abeni's vehicle came into view, prompting a mischievous grin to spread across his face, revealing a countenance full of lewd anticipation. Suddenly, more than 10 figures surged forth from beneath the bridge, brandishing weapons. The buyers and the night eagles fled like the wind, while a mouse tripped over a horse tether and was captured at the house of Ximen Qing. Pan Jinlian followed closely behind him, noticing nothing amiss, her heart calmed. As Kang Jie led them back to the pawn shop they had just visited, they soared through the skies on their swords, their speed indeed remarkable, and they reached the entrance of the Spirit Beast mountain range just as twilight began to fall. A wicked smile flickered across Chen Ziwai's face. He had a premonition that this one-sword decapitation would prove formidable, and the police would likely be unable to locate him. I gazed into Zhang Yu's earnest eyes, contemplating the life within me, and gently nodded. I was uncertain if we could safely venture out tonight. If it came down to trading Zhang Yu's life for mine and my child's, I feared I would be unable to do so. Lord Zhong emerged, followed by the sorcerer, who, still holding incense and candles, capered about on the stones as comically as the day before, causing Wu Song to chuckle with arms crossed. Observing Xia Hao's frantic demeanor, I rushed into the adjacent hospital room, twisting the doorknob with a vigorous twist to gain entry. Under the gaze of many, I rose from the ground, Fortunate that the security of the five-star hotel was well-mannered and did not trouble me. I staggered a few steps, only to be met with two simultaneous voices. Within the southern Ming's Li Hua ceiling formation, after sacrificing a minor degree of damage to his life spirit artifact to displace an iron-armored corpse from the formation's focal point, Chu Wangsha drew upon the flowing cloud spirit sword to lure another, even more formidable iron-armored corpse closer, thus alleviating pressure on the temple's presiding offerings. It was akin to a top scholar who, through many years of diligent study, had calculated a remarkably intricate superformula. Yin Hanshui sighed. You are now on the continent of Azeroth. Once she uttered this, Garona found herself at a loss for words. Approximately 100 meters from the tunnel's exit, two enormous bas-reliefs spiraled around the stone pillar's cliff. You are overly concerned with my identity. Besides being a prince of the Khatan, I am also your brother Xia. Henceforth, do not regard me as a prince. Simply remember that I was once your brother Xia. Qiu Xiao spoke earnestly. Yang Hao exhaled deeply. Although the Russian's swiftness and ferocity far exceeded his expectations, this series of unforeseen events ultimately left him quite satisfied. Moreover, in Lu Xia's hands rested an ancient longbow. Upon seeing Lu Xia grasp the bow, Yin Hanshui and her companions noted that the flesh on her hands had withered away. Yet, the radiance of the arrows intensified ever more. At that moment, a team of armed police descended the slope in pursuit, with a multitude of officers approaching from the distance. I too have lost my memory. I cannot recall when I returned to the room, Du Ruokyu remarked, massaging her temples. Yet, what posed an even greater dilemma were the Russians. It was said that the notorious St. Petersburg hacker group, renowned in the global hacking community, had suffered a severe blow at the hands of this malevolent force, losing vast sums of illicit funds and credit card information, marking a significant loss. Take, for instance, certain regions in the southwest, where the original timeline saw Penguin and Walmart sign an exclusive agreement for WeChat payment only, prompting cries of monopoly. To which Penguin retorted with a notion of freedom of choice. This included Penguin's series of plans to acquire supermarkets, seemingly striving to advance offline, a step ahead of Alibaba. Now, before it culminated in tragedy, an opportunity for a fresh start was presented to you, benevolent yet simple, resulting in a commendable outcome. Subsequently, Zhao Huan naturally endured an anticipated beating, as Lin Qiudong's violent persona flared, leaving Zhao Huan bloodied. He even brandished a pistol, rising to alter his appearance and attire. He grasped the remaining precious materials and departed the dwelling. Wales could not ascertain, but his foremost thought was that this matter must be swiftly communicated to Lord Senes. In truth, Ling Qingrui's words held no semblance of intimidation for either of them. Ling Xiao had visited Ling Qingrui's boudoir countless times, and though Qian Kengyu was making his inaugural nocturnal intrusion, he was acutely aware that the maidservants under Ling Qingrui's employ were significantly inferior in martial prowess, incapable of obstructing them. During his years of external cultivation, Zhang Tian often employed the soul-calling technique to refine his spiritual power, feeling immensely benefited in terms of mental strength. Now, even a month without sleep posed no challenge for him. Wang Buer was a quintessential commercial film director, whose guiding principle was always aligned with market trends and financial gain. He possessed the most authoritative voice regarding audience preferences. Mu Qingqing followed Yi Han, observing him as he buried some remarkably fine materials in the grounds surrounding the Yi family manor. Upon witnessing Yi Han's completion of this task and his subsequent retrieval of a formation flag, she understood that he was once again setting up a formation. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao merely shook his head slightly. Such playful antics, as long as the three remained together, he would witness almost daily, having long since grown accustomed to it. Ultimately, the words lingered on her lips but were swallowed down, as the truth behind the great fire became an everlasting secret. She ultimately lacked the ruthlessness of Ling Yuan. Zhao Taizu's voice boomed, nearly inciting public outrage. No program, just moving houses and dining at duos. What, do you have a program? Zhao Taizu inquired. Reflecting on this, Shun Guanyu's brow furrowed sharply, and his gaze towards the tranquil Lord Anning suddenly turned piercing. Long before, during the Iran-Iraq War, Rafsanjani, then the commander of Iran's armed forces, had forged a deep connection with Mr. Ben. It was through Mr. Ben that Iran acquired numerous weapons, including urgently needed spare parts for the Tomcat fighter jets, which allowed Iran to maintain aerial superiority in its battles against Iraq. Chapter 40. Gu Baiken self-deprecatingly mused that perhaps the recent events had been too overwhelming, rendering him somewhat irritable and hypervigilant. Initially, the new technology company had been flourishing, reaping profits hand over fist, only to be blindsided by such a monumental upheaval in the world. The eyes of Xia Xiu and Su Qingshou sparkled with intrigue, their lovely faces illuminated by enchanting smiles. Exiting the Pingyang Marquis' residence, Lu Ling mounted the carriage by stepping upon the back of a servant, reflecting upon Yang Xin's ambiguous words while gazing towards the Vying Palace. A cold smile gracing her beautiful features, with a glimmer of malice flashing in her eyes. In the vast expanse of the myriad realms, each world appeared ethereal and boundless. Some resembling celestial paradises teeming with countless immortals, while others embodied the realms of thunder, fire, ice, water, and so forth. The Cloud Riders and the cavalry of Shangjun were tasked with intercepting the rear guard, while the Yulin cavalry pursued Li Shi, ambushing the Huns emerging from the valley. Coincidentally, the royal scribe arrived at the military camp to deliver a batch of armor, and upon witnessing such a formidable display of troops, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. At this juncture, Yang Tianming did not linger, promptly extending his hand towards the luminous orb. Qin Tianshan noticed a peculiar force emanating from his body, drawing the stars closer. Hearing this, sure you couldn't refrain from a cold smirk. Followed by a moment of profound silence. After what seemed like an eternity, he suddenly spoke. At that moment, Xiao Gong returned, and the sky had darkened, suggesting it was time to rest. Horan discerned that beneath the seemingly straightforward words of the old man lay an unspeakable sadness and resignation. This was the original trajectory of the story, yet with Vlad's interference, one would expect the initial unfolding to be wholly transformed. However, Enilla still encountered those robots on the moon, a testament to the whims of fate. Upon He Qingchuan's entrance into the room, Liang finally regained her composure. And amidst her surprise, bewilderment loomed larger. "Who are you, and why do you harbor such animosity towards me?" "I don't believe we are acquainted," Lu Ping remarked. Wang Xingzin, being quite astute, was instructed by Li Er to report to Zaicheng soon, deliberately avoiding Shui Watch, aiming to mislead Cheng Yaojin, for capture would spell disaster. Although some at the school were aware now, as long as she remained indifferent, it was of little consequence. Cheng Dafeng wished to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous noise from below, followed by a cacophony of shouts that caused him to change colors and hastily descend. The initial battle's events remained somewhat unclear to them, yet in the end, they distinctly witnessed the ascent into the sky, heading towards the oceans of the Land of Harmony, culminating in a colossal explosion that marked the end of all. Given the wealth and resources of the Shin family, Shin Tianhao was not sent to the hospital but remained at home for treatment. Su Ming always felt something was amiss. The major families and groups in City X could not possibly unite to thwart a conglomerate without reason. Watching Wang Lin depart, a flicker of regret unexpectedly surfaced in Song Hanyin's heart. Su Ming had an instinct that within the Lung family, where Lung Qi resided, there might be a Yuandan realm expert stationed. "Do you often come here?" Zhao Yun observed her earnest demeanor and thought she seemed considerably more robust. The number of those in agreement grew, and ultimately, Yin Shuo found himself unable to refuse their requests. In the apricot grove where they first met, Zhao Yun felt he resembled a celestial being, untouched by worldly affairs. It was only much later that she discovered his desires, schemes, and ambitions. To utter this matter would indeed be quite embarrassing. After all, the truth that parents are genuinely in love while the child is an unexpected occurrence is not easily expressed. Su Ming smiled, choosing not to respond, for he possessed immense confidence in his allure. Even without employing his sinister gaze, few could resist. He was uncertain how to provide comfort, yet he hoped it would have some effect, regardless of whether her facade of indifference was merely a pretense or genuine. At that moment, he longed to offer solace. Fong Yuan, brimming with excitement, took a step forward, leaving a deep footprint on the wooden planks below. However, the trio of Tang Tianbao possessed strength far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. While he thought it easy to kill, capturing them alive was no simple feat. The fire frog monster was formidable, and Gao Fei dared not withstand its might directly. He took a step back, feeling a serpentine force coursing beneath his skin, gathering immense power in his fist before launching a sudden strike. Behind him, Mu Nanzheng disregarded Wang Baobao's cries, approaching Mu Dangdang directly, crouching down, and scrutinizing him with meticulous attention. At that moment, under the dimly lit sky, Beiyin Fortress faced a life-and-death crisis. Jiang Ling decisively spoke, leaving him no opportunity for rebuttal. In such matters, she would not hold back. "No," I inquired among the others present, and before she suddenly collapsed, she exhibited no symptoms. Flanda asserted with conviction. The grotesque serpent's head suddenly twisted violently to the side, sending its massive body crashing into a building, reducing it to rubble. The son of the village, who served as the captain of the trading team formed within the village, indeed matched this description. "We also assess that your position within the management might provide you with greater opportunities to engage with the criminals," a man jested. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The footsteps halted at the door, and Su Hao's nerves were taut to their limits, as if they would snap with the slightest touch. He could almost hear the doorknob turning ominously. Just then, a hair-raising scream abruptly shattered the suffocating silence. Nearby, Dao Yuming and Lei Wu nodded slowly in response. This Gong Ryu was not only familiar in appearance, but also amiable in demeanor. Moreover, he had saved Li Ling's life, earning the goodwill of everyone in the Tianji Dao. Chapter 41. All right, those ferocious beasts are glaring red. They look quite menacing. Let's attack them. Yang Shui declared as two stars, cultivated from her essence, instantly transformed into arrows, launching towards two dinosaur-like beasts. Zhang Deli rolled his eyes in silence. The young master was like an unfathomable deep pool, revealing his depths only with caution. Speaking too much might expose his own insecurities, and it was better to seek answers from his father at home. Just then, Wiang Xiaoxiao summoned her spiritual power, attempting to regain control over that celestial seal. That evening, to express her contrition, Su Jin stealthily crept into Yan Baiyun's room, intending to offer some comforting words, but was promptly dismissed by Yan Baiyun, citing a headache. Tong Ran raised her hand to massage her temples. Her last memory was being loaded into a sedan chair before losing consciousness, gazing at the retreating figure of Lan Wanting. Chi Zymo touched his crown, his inscrutable gaze lingering long after. With a long blade and flowing beard, he rode atop his steed, exuding an awe-inspiring aura that could instill fear. The very fabric of space was contorted by an endless pull, on the verge of shattering, black fissures appearing continuously, merging with the tumultuous thunder and lightning, creating an eerie spectacle. As Lin Tian approached the Tree of Destiny, he discovered many individuals seated reverently on the ground, facing the Tree of Life, engaged either in prayer or deep meditation. The two gazed longingly at the distant horizon, envisioning a flourishing world in 3 to 5 years, and were inevitably entranced. Han paused, only to see a purple orb crash not far behind Guerzen. Yet you are perfectly fine. If others were to use this excuse to abduct you, your father would undoubtedly reach out. Just pay the ransom, Zhang Yu suggested. As soon as they dashed into the Yiyang 1000 household, within a mere 100 steps, they were suddenly ambushed by a pitfall, and from the grass-covered ground, dozens of scythe-tipped spears erupted, severing the left cavalry's horse's legs. Immediately, 2 rows of gunmen advanced from the flanks, firing their matchlock guns at him. Even at midnight. If we cannot produce so much, I will strive to make it up during the day. She originally believed that her lifelong fate was irrevocably tied to this rebellion. Fortunately, at this juncture, Fong Hong emerged, leading to the dissolution of the White Lotus sect, thus granting her liberation from its clutches. Why? Not only were the Blood Emperor and his ancestors perplexed, but even the Heavenly Dragon shared in their confusion, collectively inquiring. Nevertheless, it was evident to all that Ling Hongzi had now firmly concluded that the Tianyan Qin had been swapped by the Tao family. If my observations are accurate, tonight you are likely to be haunted by vengeful spirits. The anger of those you have wronged is too potent, and retribution is surely forthcoming, Zhang Yu remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, all members of the human faction turned their gazes toward the temple's entrance, where Wu Ming and 2 companions from the demonic faction strode in without a hint of disguise. Chen Jia was unaware of this turn of events. Having been summoned back from school by her great-grandfather in a state of confusion, she did not realize that Li Ziyuan, whom she met, was the fiancé her great-grandfather had predetermined long ago. Lin Yan did not arrive at the convoy empty-handed. Each time she visited, she brought fruit for Wang Ji's colleagues. In the sweltering summer heat, the ice-cold watermelon she procured from outside was particularly well received, and by the time Wang Gu returned, only the rinds remained. The gray-clad, formidable figure wielded a long sword, its blade unadorned and simple, yet it exuded an inherent aura of lethality. At that moment, Nangong Yuchen astonishingly discovered that the map was counting down from 1 minute. Could it only display such a brief duration? During dinner, the hundreds gathered at the Bao residence lamented their plight, expressing disdain for the chef's incompetence and their own mediocrity, realizing that such exquisite delicacies would forever remain mere memories. He had ventured south to the Jiangnan region multiple times, and on each excursion, he brought along a painter. At every destination, he would have the artist capture the local beauty on canvas. It was precisely for this reason that the Yuan Minji Yuan featured paintings of various landscapes. Get out. Who let you in? Looking for a fight? Mr. Sun, distracted, lifted his head and, upon seeing David, not only refrained from temperance but rather coldly shouted, while his hands continued to tug at Yi Li's clothing, followed by a dull thud and a few drops of warm liquid cascading onto Yi Li's face. Before them lay no trace of mist. The sunlight gleamed upon the sea beneath the ship, transforming the surface into a dazzling gold. No matter how far Luca gazed, he could only behold the same tranquil waters. The Madagascar oceanic chalcedony agate, combining the elegance of mutton fat jade and the vibrancy of yellow dragon jade. embodies both artistry and aesthetic appeal. The agate cup provided by this system underwent material refinement and meticulous polishing in terms of appearance. However, he had not anticipated that he would find himself in such a predicament at the pinnacle of his glory. In truth, the police had been monitoring their company for quite some time, and prior to his detention at the precinct, they had already prepared to use another company elder as leverage. Chapter 42. The young man beside him turned back, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing in his otherwise smiling eyes. It was this hesitation that caused Chao Peng to delay contacting Zhang Wanyan, as he could distinctly sense her feelings towards him. However, he was uncertain whether she had fully contemplated the ramifications. Yang Bian had also heard of this casino, recognized as a legitimate establishment by the 6 great nations, and was quite renowned in the underworld of the Scallop Kingdom. The 2 8th-tier magical warriors could no longer tolerate the ice dragons in action, thus they followed closely behind, intending to converge their powers and decisively shatter the starry formation. Even with 9th-tier magic, after partially destroying a section, the remaining areas would also be affected, making subsequent attacks easier. The elders' expressions softened significantly, and the 5 elders, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of satisfaction. However, upon witnessing the inner disciples kneeling in disarray, their expressions soured once more. Yang Bian unsheathed the Grim Reaper's scythe and delivered a powerful strike, cleaving a large opening in the bronze door. As he stepped inside, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, for the scene before him mirrored the previous one exactly. At that moment, upon hearing a familiar snap of fingers, an ethereal figure materialized, standing between Yang Bian and Yang Aotin. What my father spoke of was rather mundane, merely detailing some left and right paths and such, with talk of ambushes, all rather chaotic. In response to Yin Tiankai's scorn and disdain, Zhang Yin exhibited no signs of anger, merely offering a resigned smile. As he spoke, Zhang Yin leisurely approached the desk, sat down, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and then raised his gaze toward Chun-Li. After recognizing each other, Jun Yuxiao's spirits soared, only for him to notice Yu Huan watching him with a bemused expression. Tisk, so early in the morning, and both of you look so flushed. What happened? Mo remarked, sipping on her milk while casting a teasing glance at Arrow and Nisi. She was not only physically injured, but had also suffered disfigurement. Burn injuries are among the most challenging to treat, as they are not only difficult to heal, but also cause persistent pain even after superficial recovery. He should have been elated, yet the emergence of the blood sword left him feeling restless. A flicker of terror and anticipation danced in his piercing gaze. The late emperor had once cautioned him about a matter that required further investigation. Given Hong Peng's temperament, if I fail to provide news in due time, he would undoubtedly storm into the ghostly mists to seek me out. Gu Chang'an, cease your slander and defamation. Feng Xing, who had remained silent until now, erupted in anger. He could allow Feng Jinglan to be besieged by Gu Chang'an and others, but Bai Li Yi was different. Who did not know that Bai Li Yi and young Master Rome were the only 2 who could freely enter the Nine Heavens Palace? She had departed from Huaying for 6 years, leaving this circle behind, but upon her return, she found everything changed, and she was unwilling to concede defeat. Therefore, upon receiving definitive news that Lu Xiaoxiao had been assigned to her, she swiftly sought out some solid connections to present Lu Xiaoxiao before those influential individuals. The true test of the golden coffin lay ahead. With this thought, I immediately steeled myself, widening my eyes to once again fixate on the unfolding film. It is worth noting that among the more than 50 masters from the White Wolf Martial Arts Academy, over 20 were of high-tier status, including several top-tier experts of 7th and 8th rank. Unlike before, when he had gently separated her fingers, allowing her time to react and refuse. This time the boy's actions were particularly forceful. Before she could comprehend, their fingers were once again intertwined, their palms pressed tightly together. Kai, come here. Bai Yu gently beckoned, and in an instant, 2 little ones appeared beside him. Such speed. At the entrance of the farm, Chen Mingyuan, astonished by the suddenly opening high-voltage electric gate, murmured in disbelief as she cast a wary glance at Chen Tao. Meanwhile, the roots of the plants inside the cave, extending from within to the outside, became encrusted with a thick layer of frost, instantly freezing them to death. Possessing ambitions as vast as the universe and bearing the responsibilities of the cosmos, he toiled quietly in the mortal realm, awaiting the day his mission would be fulfilled, destined to shine across the world. But I do not see them, do I? Su Qin inquired with a smile, walking towards the dye workshop's office with his hands clasped behind his back, his thick eyebrows arched upwards, resembling 2 steel blades thrust into his temples, while his unusually deep-set eyes held round pupils that were slightly yellow, akin to a venomous snake coiled in the snow, cold and fierce, instilling a sense of dread. Upon hearing Su Kuan's disparaging remarks, Kai Yunong's countenance remained unyieldingly somber, betraying not a flicker of relief. Lu Zudeo remarked, yes, father, as he cradled Yuchangji, presenting her to Lu Bo with an awkward yet gentle motion. It was difficult for her to fathom the dire consequences had that cauldron of boiling oil cascaded upon her head and face. Ji Liao astutely seized this opportunity, transforming his Danli into demonic energy, deftly exploiting an unaware Li Zibai's momentary lapse to scrutinize the intricacies of his swordplay. Two voices resonated amidst the deluge of blood, their force propelling the elder of the Zion He clan through the air. Among the four supreme rulers, the life sovereign, Vivaya, remained the most enigmatic. Having never engaged in direct combat with another, yet her prowess was beyond reproach. The clandestine meeting of the 24 solar terms was situated in the town below the mountain, a location that no one would suspect to harbor a hidden sect beneath the very nose of the Four Seasons Manor, precisely because it was inconceivable. Even if someone discerned the existence of the 24 solar terms, they would be unable to locate the roots of this mysterious organization. Zhu Yuning, observing Kai Yuanja's demeanor, chose not to dwell on it, offering a few more details before returning home to await news. "You scoundrels, how dare you slander General Lu? You must be courting death," Lu Yamping exclaimed, rushing over to slap the faces of the two culprits upon seeing the photos. Chapter 43. Ultimately by Manny, akin to other leaders of the Bailian sect who had lost their virginity throughout history, was ousted from her position atop the sect and subjected to public scorn. During that period, her existence was akin to that of a wretched beast. Yet, she persevered, driven by the life burgeoning within her. In the afternoon, Wang Shengli, accompanied by Lu Guangzhu, made another visit, this time offering 2,000 for a turtle. However, Lu Junhao was resolutely unwilling to part with it, steadfast in his refusal. "Regardless of the myriad of experts within the divine realm, I must journey there." The animosity harbored by the Yuandao sect, the resentment from the Xianling sect, the plight of my parents, and the vendetta against Wang Lang. The burdens upon my shoulders feel exceedingly weighty. I am uncertain what flowers to choose. Yet I believe that witnessing as many matches as possible would undoubtedly provide a delightful experience and a cherished memory for the future, Lu Hui remarked. As for formations, I am comparatively more acquainted with them than the others. However, upon observing the intricacies of the formations here, I felt a profound shame regarding my prior understanding. The disparity is indeed vast. Nevertheless, the knowledge I have gained is substantial, marking me as the one who has reaped the most rewards among the trio. I am confident in my ability to set up some formidable formations. It seems as though they are urging us to catch up. As their spirits lightened, the couple realized that the grass raccoon was not merely frolicking around them. Huiyanhua's current outbursts could more aptly be described as a state of collapse rather than mere venting. Lu Baddao, steadfastly maintaining his true essence, abruptly sensed an unusual force of attraction, an allure emanating from the surrounding space, compressing around him. He immediately felt his internal celestial energy surging forth like a torrent, spilling outward. Is this truly the case? Yu Ming had little choice, yet leveraging this topic to exit gracefully proved quite advantageous. On the narrow stretcher in the treatment room lay a robust man, hands shielding his lower body, moaning in low anguish. Nearby, two young police officers clad in uniforms engaged in hushed conversation, occasionally casting sympathetic glances at the man on the stretcher. Zhang Ro, unable to sleep, fortuitously turned on her phone. The dimly lit room revealed Xiao Zhu fervently tapping away at the keyboard, immersed in a game, while the other two sisters had already departed for their internships, often leaving no trace behind. Then, a gentle breeze swept through the window, and the colossal skeleton that stood still at that moment vanished like sand in the wind, leaving not a trace behind. In that instant, his aura seemed to transform him into a venerable monk, radiating an unrestrained, resplendent light from within. She could comprehend Wang Jierin's busyness and the ambition of men. However, her heart ached profoundly. She had contemplated relinquishing everything, yet she believed she might never encounter another man as exceptional as Wang Jierin. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yanghui felt a tumult of emotions. He gazed at the tattered cover of his diary, recalling the painful farewell he had just bid to a beloved, causing his heart to ache anew, and tears streamed down his usually dry eyes. Subsequently, due to the family's refusal to tolerate the existence of a bastard child, they dispatched individuals to eradicate him. However, Liang Ming's mother, possessing a tenacious spirit, escaped to this village. Shi Fei spoke, her eyes betraying a complex emotion. Perhaps her attitude towards Yuan Yinchinj had indeed been unduly harsh. What happened? Phoenix inquired, pocketing his lighter and focusing intently on Ryan's words. Sean, what has transpired with you lately? You were never like this before, Yang Fan asked, uttering a rather thoughtless question. Yancheng gently wiped away her tears with his fingers, bestowing a tender kiss upon her lips, causing Yingzhu to blush deeply, shyly closing her eyes. Lin Fan was aware that the peak demon general could comprehend his words. Thus he deliberately provoked it, channeling his thunderfire essence to its utmost, a brilliant silver light igniting upon his left index finger. As the space around him began to warp violently, shredding the encroaching cold into nothingness. Just then, the office phone rang suddenly, causing the security guards to momentarily halt their steps. Yet, unlike the agony experienced during the initial awakening of his abilities, this transformation was gradual and serene, imperceptible in the short term. Moreover, the types and quantities of sensations remained confined within the realm of human capability, unlike the enhanced perceptions afforded during the use of abilities. The disciples of the Xiang Sword sect exclaimed in astonishment, simultaneously relieved that they had not offended Lin Fan earlier. Otherwise, the bones strewn upon the ground would have been their own fate. Our strength remains insufficient. If it were Lin Fan, he would undoubtedly dispatch a third-tier demon general with ease, Xiao Yun remarked. Rest assured, Father, I have gauged his strength sufficiently. He cannot possibly be my match. Li Xiantong declared confidently. Luo Xiao chuckled. His skeletal structure differs entirely from yours. How could you possibly learn from him? They, as a group, were unwilling to tarnish their sect's reputation due to a poorly executed performance. Lin Fan appeared unfazed, as the fire and dark essence within him swiftly merged, black flames erupting outward, enveloping his body. Initially, the flames extended only a few feet, but as he pushed his cultivation technique to its zenith, the black flames surged forth, rapidly expanding to cover a distance of several meters. Chapter 44. The Eternal Guardian, clad in crimson gold battle armor, appeared as a fiery cloud from a distance, poised to engulf the world in flames. Qing Yu led them in the wake of the mythological legion. This was the final line of defense, and a crucial one at that. I do not know. Li Minju yearned to boast of the fact that Zhu Mu-yi was already hers, yet upon reflection, he lacked the courage to do so. Observing Chu Qinja retract her hand, Xiao Lu paid her no mind, merely rubbing his nose as he prepared to knock on the door and enter. If that is the case, then a mere fox should not be dealt with using simplistic methods. I am indeed unfamiliar. Consult with the strategist, and we shall fully cooperate with your actions, Han Luo stated. After a lengthy banquet, Mo Xing escorted Mo Xian back to Han Mei Peak. Here, Mo Xing reigned like a local emperor. A ferocious roar erupted from behind the knightly order, causing them to instinctively part ways as a magnificent crystal knight surged onto the battlefield. It was no wonder that Qin Wanrong had donned her professional attire to drive both herself and Yuan Bingning. It seemed she had intended to take them directly to class afterward. However, lamenting about the current situation was futile. To successfully maneuver this colossal contraption beneath her, she had to assume command and shoulder her responsibilities. So that was it, Yu Chengfeng murmured, recalling the peculiarities of that day with Cabin and Moyang, and the glimpses of brutal savagery and bloodlust that occasionally danced in Cabin's eyes. She was still submerged in rising waters, which had gradually crested her knees, while someone tugged at her arm, attempting to pull her back, yet she was resolute in her stance. What? The dark-faced bagman turned out to be a black sorcerer? How had he managed to infiltrate the ranks of the white sorcerer's teaching staff? Yi Tian disembarked, opened the door, ascended the stairs to retrieve 50 bottles of infinite vitality, stowing them in a cloth bag before descending once more. Compared to the daytime skirmishes, the tranquility that enveloped them as night fell did little to assuage the anxiety of the brother and sister duo. Upon Yu Shuang's command, the Beggars Guild swiftly prepared the venue and bridal chamber that very night, adorning the surroundings with vibrant decorations of red and green, emanating an aura of festivity. It was one thing that Qin's Hija was absent. It was perplexing for Yu Shun, who, upon inquiring, discovered that only a select few were privy to this information. And even he was kept in the dark to avoid any complications. He understood that if the light star did not depart together, humanity's exit from Earth would equate to a loss of their digitized capabilities. While they would not be rendered entirely powerless in space, they would undoubtedly face formidable challenges, with countless obstacles likely obstructing their path. The following morning, Yi Tian promptly visited the city bureau, hoping to inquire about certain matters concerning Japan. Fear not. When the time comes, I shall allocate personnel to you. As long as you create this, I assure you, you shall remain here in peace. Han Ruoxiu and Zhang Xia both wore expressions of delight. After suffering the loss of countless descendants, Wang Jia felt an unexpected resurgence of fighting spirit. Truly, his combat prowess was unyielding. Yet, upon witnessing Li Shishi's condition, he was compelled to cease his efforts. Nevertheless, with Wang Jia plunging into the ranks of the Jin army, a certain degree of chaos finally ensued. A disciple of the Beggars Guild shouted, "Mr. Dongfang has arrived." Dongfang Han appeared, accompanied by Ma Erhua, with attendants bearing a plethora of gifts, radiating warmth and smiles. Under the personal guidance of Song Haoshan, Song Ming made rapid progress, exhibiting astonishing changes almost every moment. Achieving such feats was indeed a rarity throughout history. The formation appeared deceptively simple, merely 4 props gradually advancing forward. I lingered in the training room for a while, only to find that Luke had rather audaciously suggested I serve as an instructor for a few days. I believed he had lost his mind. The hefty fellow cast aside his coat onto a nearby chair, sweat glistening on his brow as he sat down. Emperor Yuan, your justification for slaying Chu Yen is utterly absurd. The Grand Priest, wielding a wooden staff, expressed his disdain. Tian Mo passed by a cave that struck him as familiar. It seemed to be the location of some previous encounter. I shared breakfast with Zhu Sha, advising her to rest well, before seeking out the captain of the guard, Base Hire. To my surprise, I learned that Base Hire and her team had accommodations on every floor. Originally, she resided on the 12th floor, but had moved to the 4th floor last night, facing Rena's room. When the hard approach faltered, one must resort to softer methods. Wei Jian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom in this statement. Thus, Brother Grape, please reach out to our comrades. Let us venture out for a stroll. Li Changlin's mind raced, quickly conjuring up an idea. A bittersweet smile crossed Wei Jie's pained visage. Indeed, they had become mere pawns in Xian's game. The intelligence gleaned by Tian Mo through his informants suggested that the number of experts was not as extensive as initially anticipated, and had even diminished compared to 2 days prior, whether among the 10 Kingdoms officials or these so-called martial factions, which were merely masquerading under such labels. Discarding the skull, he sprang to his feet, surrounded by decaying corpses and skeletal remains. More horrifyingly, numerous flesh worms, 2 to 3 meters long, scuttled through the bones, while the air was thick with colossal flies. Chapter 45. Jing Air. Yao Zonghui struggled to leap off Wu Haikeo's back, lunging toward the cliff's edge, desperately reaching out to grasp something. Behind her, the sounds of wailing filled the air. That night, some had lost sons, others fathers, some husbands, and many had lost everything. He was frantically searching for his companions, unaware of the void beneath his feet, and suddenly found himself stepping onto a soft object. Instantly startled, he steadied himself and slowly turned his head, attempting to discern the identity of the mysterious entity in the darkness. Director Wang Fugui's words resonated throughout the entire production team, and clarity dawned upon them all. Afterward, he expressed his bewilderment. It is peculiar. His Majesty has been insistent on investigating the matter surrounding Xiao Hui's miscarriage. Over the past year, Wire had diligently imparted practical combat skills, fulfilling his responsibilities and maintaining amicable relations with the other disciples. Who are you? Why do you bear such a striking resemblance to me? The man's voice was hoarse and feeble, each word seemingly extracted from the depths of his throat. The soldiers instantly lit up with joy. Hurry, hurry. These individuals boasted formidable physiques, prompting passers-by on the street to cast curious glances. In the future, when pursuing demon lords, it would be a fight to the death. Should this dear friend intervene, he would not yield an inch. Initially, I attempted to distance myself from you, yet it bore no fruit. The moment I laid eyes upon you, I was compelled to draw closer. It is I, Miao Miao. Lu Mingfei touched his nose, intending to say long time no see, but felt it inappropriate to do so during a phone call. This was also an opportunity to delineate boundaries with Zhou Nianwei, preventing any strange rumors from surfacing following today's events. The middle-aged man spoke earnestly, particularly emphasizing the first and second teams, as their combat strength was formidable. Though reluctant to admit it, they all recognized that aside from these 2 teams, the others were somewhat lackluster. After dating and marrying for so long, she felt this sensation for the first time upon seeing Li Minglei. Over the years, she had honed her culinary skills to perfection, earning the admiration of Commander Fong at home. Observing Wu Lu, Yu Qing, and Pei Lan in their clumsy attempts, he shook his head inwardly. These individuals needed rigorous practice. Only Zhang Ye managed to hold her own, skillfully wielding her hiking stick to dispatch zombies without hesitation. As darkness descended, everyone began to scale the walls to return to the glass factory. All had worked tirelessly that day, prompting many to opt for an early rest. Yet, before the 2 could exit the assembly hall, they were met with the sight of Mo Swecking, who burst into the assembly hall like an arrow released from a bow. Even the director, a middle-aged man disinclined toward gossip, found himself captivated by the tales spilling from her lips. Fortunately, the lake's waters were not excessively murky. In Hengziu spotted a man sinking in the center of the lake. Alternatively, the abilities exhibited by Yao Guang might pose a threat to Zhong Wengxian in the future, prompting him to resort to measures to suppress her. It was evident just how ruthless Pei Wuvong was toward himself. Each incision he made was executed with precision and decisiveness. This is the 200mm heavy naval electromagnetic coil gun that we are currently developing, originally designed as the main gun for the Type 059 destroyer. The research and development had entered its final stages, but with the North American DDG 1000 Future Destroyer project being shelved, our project also saw a reduction in investment. A gust of wind caused the aircraft to jolt violently a few times, and the engine sputtered with a few gasps, nearly stalling before returning to its normal operational sound. Although Chi Tua sometimes harbored doubts about Enyi, he did not believe that Enyi would pose a threat to Chiyu. The essence of life has no second, and the mother of the world is singular. These phrases imply the uniqueness of the mother nest. Following this line of thought, the replicative nature of the mirror salamander is in stark contrast to the mother nest. Could this be the reason why the mirror salamander card bestows upon her a staggering 14 pollution points? Furthermore, with countless requests for guidance from various temple masters, they could no longer afford to bicker. If memory serves him right, Li's lifespan was 150, and now less than half remained. That's enough. Can you not comprehend what I am saying? I said I want to leave this place, leave you all. She exclaimed loudly, a hint of impatience evident in her brow and eyes. Currently, in his heart, there exists but one notion, a fear that in the future of alchemy, the color of the elixir might still be a concern. However, at this moment, everyone felt a surge of relief. The fact that the dragon beast could calm down indicated that as long as Long King Sun was present, they would no longer have to worry about dealing with the dragon beast. Honeyed fruits and fruit wines, along with jams, are no longer exclusive to the capital. They are sold elsewhere as well. Wherever one goes, there is no shortage of affluent individuals who seek novelty and delight in the uniqueness of these items. Although the Baron is the lowest rank among the 5 nobility, the Black Qing Kingdom still holds a considerable degree of prestige. Thus, when news of a marriage proposal to Ji Rian surfaced, Chu Lanqian was particularly attentive, eagerly endorsing it with both hands and feet, wishing for an immediate acceptance. Luo Tian gently kissed Wan Xiu's forehead and softly said, "You should sleep. I will meditate for a while." With that, he entered a state of meditation. Can leopards climb trees? Can they? She could barely recall, observing the leopard before her. It seemed to harbor no intention of harm. So why had it come in? It was merely a gold ring or something of the sort. The only piece of gold Zhao Shan had ever seen was a gold ring meticulously preserved by his mother, with all other knowledge confined to descriptions from television and newspapers. The words of Ice Concubine emerged, each syllable seemingly aimed to pierce into Queen Wei's heart. Ma Chong shouted while running, "Open the back door, open the back door. These people are laboring for me." The individual at the back door finally reacted, hastily opening it for Ma Chong. We exchanged a few more sweet nothings, and Mu Miking then ascended the stairs. While I thought to myself how wonderful it felt to have a wife. Mighty human warriors, on behalf of all the people of Narnia, I extend our heartfelt gratitude for your assistance. From you, I once again sense the aura of the saints, Aslan remarked with a smile. Chapter 46. Su Xingqian, concealed in the shadows, transformed into a slender ghostly figure, seizing a suitable opportunity to manifest fleetingly. The assassin crocodile, having just feasted, remained oblivious to this development and was preparing to embark on a new mission. However, Minjiayu sensed the disdain of the system but paid it no mind, continuing to inquire about other matters. Shun Yun Qiao looked up to find the window empty, the imposing iron mask no longer illuminated by the night pearl. To support its own weight, the exoskeleton possesses a significant density, providing natural defense and even allowing survival in the vacuum of space. Simultaneously, Lu Zhangjian's hatred for Li Jueyu reached its zenith, vowing to flay Li Jueyu alive and shatter their bones. Wang Jing, upon hearing this, could not help but exchange a glance with Shun Yi. Not long ago, Shun Yi had suggested that the other 2 military camps were certainly under the watchful eye of the Liangshan water bandits, which proved to be accurate. Everyone had enlisted around the same time, holding similar ranks, naturally fostering a sense of competition. On the arena, Zhu Anan was indeed struck down by Lu Yinghua, rendered incapable of retaliating. Shui Bai rigidly clutched the radish in his hand, staring incredulously at Chun Jia, his head buzzing. Thus, while many martial generals are formidable fighters on the battlefield, should one ask them to expound on martial arts, they'd simply scratch their heads and reply with 3 words, "I don't know." His pupils narrowed slightly, the brilliance of psychic energy flickering, as Roland first manifested a 6th-tier ability, Dimensional Hand, creating a platform that transcended dimensions to strike at Constantine. The first line is sung by Fusey, standing to the left of Yiji, gazing at Liulai as she extends her right hand toward her. The second line is sung by Liulai, mirroring Fusey's actions as she extends her left hand. Reflecting on the past, why was it that as soon as the queen announced joyful tidings, Li Muir was demoted to the inner peace hall under the pretext of a plague? Though Zhenjiang spoke only the truth, Yun Er's way of winning Yuan Lang's favor was disgraceful, and she had long felt guilty towards Zhenjiang regarding this matter. Another fruitful season had arrived. Following an unexpected championship in the previous season, this season's 76ers were undeniably fierce, with all the Philadelphia fans eagerly anticipating the team's successful defense of their title. Yet, his thoughts were shaped by the fact that he had become a human puppet. Had he been in good standing, he would surely have sought revenge for his past life's grievances. Me? Wang Nanbei felt increasingly bewildered. He had no desire to involve himself in this matter. Yet so many sought him out. The queen, who had remained silent until now, was jolted back to reality by Zhang Yanling's call, furrowing her brow as she rose, slowly pacing while contemplating her strategy. However, much of her past actions had been orchestrated by Zhang Jinlian's schemes. And now that Zhang Jinlian could not fulfill her desire for a consort position, their transaction had long since ceased. I admire your rhetorical style. Yet how shall we expel this great pest from its peach pit? Astrid's thick eyebrows knitted together with determination. Yen Qingqing paid no heed to the hesitant Mo Chuxi, instead guiding He Lily into the room, intending to observe together and unearth her innermost questions. Otherwise, I'll strip him bare first, then step outside. And you'll do the same to that gentleman. Afterward, we'll just wait for their screams upon waking, Xiao Zexiao said as he removed by Yanbei's coat. Remembering he couldn't let Yen Qingqing see, and tucked him into the quilt. Have they fortified this boundary? Shui Qing inquired in a hushed tone with the Qing Yo King. Then let us complicate the maze within even further, he declared, forming seals with his hands above his head, quietly reciting the incantation. The machine gun is also a piece of Russian equipment from the former Soviet Union, not the later shoddy products. Its reliability remains quite assured, yet its true potency is the paramount concern. Is there truly a fire spirit that I cannot endure? The master of the magic peach struggled painfully within the bottle. Initially, the great gate had suddenly swung open from the heart of the northern cultivation realm. The aura of evil spirits nearly annihilating all the cultivators within, with only those of profound cultivation able to resist its corrupting influence. Perhaps it was the influence of the stake, but that night, Lancy left her feeling overwhelmed. Only when she was utterly exhausted did Lancy finally relent, and the two embraced in sleep. So, does that mean the final ninth tribulation is far more formidable than these heavenly lightning strikes? Tang Yingxiu inquired, her understanding wavering. He Liyai has always been known for her amiable temperament, yet the one person who can provoke her ire is Yen Qingqing. Whenever she asserts her capabilities, claiming the other cannot measure up, Liyai finds it impossible to restrain herself, only to be firmly grasped by Yen, casting her a puzzled glance. This is due to the insidious methods employed by Qi Tian. When he targets someone, they seem to be possessed by a malevolent spirit. An utterly terrifying ordeal they are unwilling to endure a second time. Nanfan instructed the green caterpillars to return first, while he cradled EV in his arms. Having grown accustomed to the comforting presence of EV by his side, Li Dehua took a piece of the fatty intestines, taking a bite. The flavor was rich and savory. Indulgent yet not greasy. After a few chews, it was delightfully tender and flavorful, lingering on her lips and teeth. Was this truly the pig's offal, just cleaned? It was simply exquisite. With a faint explosion, his body vanished from the cramped, filthy room. The live stream was now enveloped in silence. As they faced the commentary of Master Gu Yi, everyone gaped in astonishment. Although he had perished and become a corpse, for reasons unknown, he had returned to life, endowed with the beguiling ability known as corpse charm. Upon hearing of the delectable dish, Qian Lu nearly blurted out his intention to join. But upon realizing it involved the revolting ingredients, he quickly dismissed the thought of mooching a meal. Yet, thoughts of his loyal comrades, his horse maiden, and his several sons fortified his resolve. Although he had yet to reach the innate stage in martial prowess, his current abilities could certainly be described as at least second tier. Regrettably, the aspirations of Zhizhang remained unfulfilled as the Bodhi seed shielded Li Ji's spiritual realm, preventing him from empathizing and thus escaping the torment of reincarnation. Even if old Zheng had never articulated it, anything discussed in class was etched clearly in his memory. Chapter 47. With Qiu Ruofeng's identity unveiled, it was no longer suitable for her to accompany Yang Shui to Lijiang City. Consequently, Fang Mingjing arranged for her return to Venice, where Yang Shui saw her off at the airport, and they bid a heartfelt farewell. Yet, the black scarf appeared impervious to pain, displaying an alarming indifference to its own wounds. It simply poured alcohol over the injury and tightly bandaged it, dismissing the matter entirely. In contrast, it scrutinized me, circling around twice and pondering for a considerable time before finally speaking. Upon hearing Lu Ruofeng's laughter, Yang Shui's furrowed brow relaxed, and she climbed up the pole. At that moment, the flames in the trench began to gradually extinguish, yet the lingering heat from the prolonged fire rendered the vicinity unbearable. Those fortunate enough to survive the Qing soldiers' onslaught found themselves thwarted by the oppressive heat. Undisturbed, It appeared that even if the master could triumph over the ancient dragon, it would only be by a narrow margin. Otherwise, such caution would be unwarranted. Indeed, the X Foundation relentlessly pursued the three major financial conglomerates, seemingly intent on total annihilation. Dressed in resplendent phoenix-patterned gold attire, he exuded an aura of nobility. His profound energy surpassed that of the southern phoenix cicada S, revealing him to be at the pinnacle of the divine king realm, yet he had consistently remained in the shadow of the southern phoenix cicada. Upon hearing the Black Scarf's words, I was taken aback and turned to Uncle Cat, who appeared somewhat embarrassed, averting his gaze. However, this very action confirmed the truth of the Black Scarf's claims. The spirit of the three Yin ancestors was already profoundly twisted and agitated, and Yunche's words, the greatest mockery over the years, struck at their most vulnerable points, undoubtedly pushing the three Yin ancestors' fragile psyche to the brink of madness. Lu Yun's thoughts aligned with those of Hu Qing, but unlike Hu Qing, she could not engage in self-soothing. Her master lay before her, and under such immense tribulation. Could anyone survive? She fixated on the fragmented remnants, her brow furrowing deeper, her expression darkening, and her cheeks suddenly felt a familiar sting. Slap. Approaching Xia Shiming, she delivered 2 resounding slaps. After that, Xian Jinyeo proudly raised her head and prepared to spit on her hands for a second round. She would reveal whatever was asked of her, with an unwavering transparency that laid everything bare. Yet, knowing another's tactics, one finds themselves powerless to counteract, disrupting all subsequent plans. Sheng Tian felt somewhat disheartened. The young master of Ling Mountain was indeed an enigma. Still, the sentiment remained. Everyone is the same. Jian Wuhui's tone was resolute, showing no signs of wavering. After being pushed back by the energy clash from both sides, Luo Yu regained her composure, only to find a pair of pale hands before her, and before she could react, they struck her chest. Even if there were oars, other matters remained lacking. Did they not? Fear not, for I shall eventually refine both these items. There is no rush. As Luo Tianking's voice faded, she ascended to the 4th level, where an overwhelming aura of spiritual artifacts greeted her. The man in white, initially at ease against Yin Nangkong's onslaught, soon wore a grave expression, his countenance paling. Shen Kangji and Shen Shuming were both young and spoiled, lacking in capability. Having spent little time in Ziliang and never experiencing warfare, they held no authority or foundation there. Their previous respect stemmed only from their familial ties. Gong Manlu extended his hand, and a radiant halo burst forth from his being, dispelling the spatial confinement. Meanwhile, Qingsong opened his eyes, glancing at Bai Li Zhuoyu, then at Gong Manlu, a flicker of wariness crossing his gaze as he swiftly positioned himself before Bai Li Zhuoyu. Recently, the Immortal Sword Sect had been somewhat agitated. Previously, to suppress the brilliance of the Absolute Sword Sect, they dispatched 30,000 disciples to participate in the battle. Although most were mere auxiliary and registered disciples, it represented the largest force the Immortal Sword Sect could muster to salvage their waning reputation. Upon hearing this, not only did Yun Qingfeng display a look of shock, but all present were equally astounded. As 2 extraterritorial demons approached with grotesque, twisted faces, the individual was struck with terror, desperately attempting to retreat, yet restrained by the 3 humanoid figures that utilized their full power to suppress him, rendering him immobile. A chill flickered in his gaze. How he adored this residence, prompting him to contemplate life. Sometimes, rather than pondering existence, it would be more fruitful to clarify everything. Did he truly believe there was anyone in this world who had not considered his plight? Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, the crowd was once again taken aback. The knight's visage was dark, indicating that matters were far more severe than she had anticipated. The Wolong clan, led personally by Zhu Jingtian, was accompanied by a middle-aged man in a green robe, evidently a formidable demon king, who had also arrived. Uncertain of the details surrounding the prior dispute, why not inquire with the chatting guest? Lu Niang suggested. As she spoke, Lin Yi pushed one's psyche inside, then swiftly entered and locked the door behind him. It was evident that he had never anticipated such a day would arrive, nor considered that others would take such risks. My existence is indeed of little consequence. Yet there is no justification for you to continue mocking me in this manner. Chapter 48. Upon ascending the mountain, there was no need to deliberately seek a path, for it was not long before dark, ominous bloodstains came into view. Thus, given his current level of mental fortitude, it was virtually impossible for him to sustain such high-intensity energy output. Wang Yin had contemplated revealing his true identity, but upon reflection, he realized that without substantial evidence, such exposure would be more detrimental than beneficial. Luo Hao scoffed. Lian Yu's audacity had exhausted his patience, prompting him to show no mercy. She sensed the ethereal essence of the world nearby and, to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, resolved to enter a temporary slumber. Is this all the people from our class? Sean glanced around, noting that a significant portion of the seats remained vacant. Hal Dickens had expressed himself quite delicately. His implication was clear. He believed that Luo Hao could not afford it. The most perilous places can often be the safest, and conversely, the seemingly secure can harbor great danger, concealing numerous deceitful and cunning beings. This world imparted a refreshing sensation to Wang Yan. The spiritual energy felt as if it had been purified, devoid of any taint, with not a speck of dust visible under the sunlight. The eyes of the two Blood Guard soldiers shimmered with a fierce and relentless intensity as they swiftly approached Li Xuanyi and the others wielding their machetes. The scene resembled a strategic assembly of the three divisions of the security office, plotting against the production division too, transforming Feng Bin's office into a makeshift command center. In the morning, as dawn broke, a ray of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Yi Jinzhen's bright eyes, which sparkled with clarity as she had long been awake. Jiang Chu noticed the shift in atmosphere, and his heart sank. He forcefully suppressed his tumultuous thoughts, awaiting the verdict of the myriad demons. Gowling Capital, as a top 10 global venture capital firm, meant that even a branch director was more than capable of managing any small public company, let alone Guhong SLD Capital, which could only be deemed an emerging enterprise at present. Ding Fiang hesitated to refuse. After some contemplation, he recognized that the matter was likely true and could not disregard the elder's sincere intentions. Upon returning home, Xie Yankayu discovered that the lock on the door was missing, and her heart instantly relaxed. At that moment, a familiar acquaintance introduced him to Mingshan Garments, which offered a price more than double what he had previously been quoted at Xianzi. Upon hearing of the Bamboo Basket Heavenly Monarch's banquet, Gu thus made his way there to extend his congratulations. How could deist Dongquan not offer a warm welcome? Gu Wei still wore a smile on his face. Fortunately, he could no longer harm himself. Yet, he was troubled by the uncertainty of how to procure evidence of their connection. The crowd's eyes lit up, especially those of He-Jin and his companions, for they had witnessed Donkin's treasure refinement skills. Any dismissal of such expertise was utterly unfounded. As a practitioner of demonic cultivation, one could hardly be affluent, and a weapon craftsman was a treasure wherever they roamed, preventing them from descending into the depths of the Sumi Sea as a wretched demon cultivator. Zhou Zhang was already designing garments for next year's Spring-Summer Fashion Week. She had just finished a dress that aligned perfectly with Mu Tianyang's specifications, so she sent it over to Wangqing. The heart of the first year lay in ashes, the second year's resilience igniting a new determination, and by the third year, she had become somewhat more placid. Although the desire to escape this cage grew stronger with each passing day, she understood that haste would yield no fruit. The quality of life, a profound soul. As I gazed upon my own visage, I beheld a soul I did not recognize. How must one navigate through life? And what fate must one embrace to traverse the river of existence? As they advanced a short distance, they beheld a scene of devastation ahead, likely the result of Enchi's whimsical command for the tree stump to take flight. Faintly, they could discern limbs protruding from beneath the massive trunk, suggesting the ninja had met their demise under the tree's weight. The cave's opening was situated above, a full 3 meters above Wensu's head, with steep walls surrounding it. Without adequate tools, it was nothing short of a fool's errand for Wensu to attempt to crawl out of the opening. A cavalry unit responded in unison, reins taut, as they turned and broke away from the main group, charging toward the enemy who were poised to regroup, amidst the envious and jealous gazes of their comrades. In truth, you remain a novice in matters of love. I genuinely worry for your future. Yi Feng shook his head, letting out a heavy sigh. The two of them were filled with concern. Does mother have other babies? Will she love them more? I, the one with nothing, live in this state of emptiness, unafraid of all that the world may bring. Tu-Sin knew his boss had been restless these past few days, but with the game just released and not yet in beta testing, there were bound to be numerous bugs. The formation shattered. Remnants of third-tier spells still lingered in the air. For foundation-building practitioners, it would be wise to tread carefully around these residual forces, as their speed would be hampered. He shut his eyes, striving to redirect his thoughts, wishing the silhouette in his imagination would dissipate. Yet, the ultimate outcome was that the swallow, in her haste to aid the prince, missed the season of departure, kissing the statue's lips in the frigid winter, only to perish at its feet. Yi Yishun gazed tenderly at Song Jiuyu, his eyes radiating warmth and a hint of indulgence, causing goosebumps to erupt across her skin. At that moment, Steve's phone buzzed. He retrieved it to find a text message reading, "She passed away in her dreams." Therefore, when encountering the ignorant and mediocre, one must endeavor to elevate their perspective, liberating them from the confines of limited thinking, thus allowing them to discern the true nature of the world and live a life of quiet simplicity. Of course, a minority among public opinion questioned these superhuman entities, expressing concerns that they might adversely affect society, the nation, and even the planet. hoping that the government would intervene in these matters. Chapter 49. The various European leagues finally approached their climax, with Inter Milan rightfully crowned Serie A champions by a 5-point lead, while their top scorer, Adriano, shared the title of top scorer with Zhongling. In the provincial capital, Fengquan Fish Restaurant's decor closely mirrored that of the renowned Sang family fish restaurant. Yet the office appeared spacious. This season, the nori drying factory relocated to the front hill, merging with the fish feed processing plant, and, as per usual custom, symbolically collected some of the villagers' electricity fees, with any shortfall covered by the village committee. She had accompanied Qinlan for several years. She was familiar with nearly everyone Qinlan knew, and given Qinlan's status, those acquaintances were prominent figures in Bahai. Thus, when this man claimed he sought General Qin, she was left with no recollection of him. 2 insider journalists had also visited that lawyer, who recounted the events of over 20 years ago when Lin Yongxing had come to his firm. Upon observing Di Na's weakened state, Doro could distinctly tell that Di Na had recently engaged in some good deed, or perhaps had only partially completed one before rushing out upon hearing of his arrival. Lu Dafa's heart brimmed with hope, and when disappointment struck, the impact on him was immense. His mental state could not withstand any further blows. Upon hearing Wu Kai's words, Chun Ying indeed fell silent, allowing him to remove her hand as she lay there with closed eyes, submissively permitting him to dictate her actions. I had yet to voice my thoughts when my mother, after a brief pause, dismissed the maidservant attending to her in the room. The ECG connected to his chest issued an anxious alarm, startling Eric into rising to summon a doctor. If the Queen of Blades, unarmed, feared nothing, how could one fear this? Suddenly leaping forward, she believed that pushing aside these blades would allow her to rush into the courtyard. However, the guards were well prepared. Unlike those easily dealt with outside Kuanning Palace, the queen exerted all her strength to push forward, yet she could not withstand the formidable resistance posed by these guards. Meanwhile, Zhulan had remained utterly silent, her temperament now restrained and markedly different from her previous impulsive urgency. At this moment, they stood so close. Yet just 2 words separated them by a chasm of distance. She was the queen, and he, merely a kneeling subject. Her personal guards were obstructed by the Huawan soldiers outside the military tent, leaving only Jian Wei and Murong Fu to accompany Zhao Yi into the tent. Zhao Yi surveyed the several generals within, gesturing for Jian Wei to release Batu. This time, she was summoned to the crown prince's residence because there was no one more suitable than her. Hence, she was brought in to assist. At this juncture, her task was to restrain herself, rather than recklessly charge ahead. In the glass house, there was a set of tea utensils. Although Su Qinji had a habit of drinking tea, it was only after relocating to Beijing that he truly began to appreciate it, often gathering with his grandfather. The elderly Yin couple, and some local dignitaries for leisurely afternoons, spent brewing tea. Impossible. I intend to challenge Lei Mingxian. What say you? Mingxian, do you dare accept? I provocatively glanced at Lei Mingxian. This was also the reason for her late return. She had only agreed to come back to sleep, not to continue her training. The second client assigned by the Metaphysical Research Society took the stage, directly sitting before Zhang Ziazi. Though the reason behind the change in the sect leader's voice and appearance remained unknown, the Sword Immortal elders all bowed in respect, leaving no room for error. As the years slipped by, she adhered to her promise, healing the sick and saving lives, only charging a few days of lifespan as payment for her services. Within the council chamber, discussions were underway regarding how to respond to the deteriorating situation when suddenly, news arrived that Ling Chun from the Xinjiao Consortium requested entry. Many faces were pleasing to the eye, yet when hands extended, there was often a hint of regret. However, one pair of hands resembled jade, with long, elegantly shaped fingers, perfectly defined knuckles, slender yet powerful. Through the wide windows, one could see pear blossoms swaying outside, their fragrance carried by the wind, though the blossoms themselves were tasteless. The breeze merely bringing the faint scent of Sichuan pepper from the mud walls. According to the established order, naturally, the eldest son of the 3 kingdoms would choose first, followed by the others. However, he had just learned a secret from the sect leader, making the significance of the obliterated stronghold extraordinary. He understood he had struck a hard wall and dared not continue the fight. Grasping his axe, he turned to flee. Old one, your presence is of no use now. Let me handle this, Su Ningxuang exclaimed, slapping her forehead in exasperation. But when he heard that a DY short video news blogger was present, he halted in his tracks. Yen Fengjia listed over a dozen traditional Chinese herbs, though one of them was unknown even to Su Ningxuang, a master of traditional medicine. You must believe in science. How can ghosts exist in this world? Qin Xiao stated earnestly. As the administrator mentioned, only the 8th to 6th floors had paintings, all others had been removed, leaving only empty frames behind. As time passed, The rich aroma of tomato beef tendon began to permeate the entire kitchen, while the rice cooker, not to be outdone, released the fragrance of rice as the water boiled and the grains slowly cooked. After putting down her phone, Tang Tang lay on her bed, inhaling the lingering scent of roses from her arm. Of course, this was merely a warm-up. The Lingzong auction did not expect to fetch high prices for these trifles, as there were many more exquisite items yet to be presented. Techniques, combat skills, secret arts, weapons, armor, and treasures galore. Tang Guanxi seemed to sense this, offering him a light smile. Yet at that moment, she appeared remarkably calm. Lu Wushuan did not respond, boarding the RV with her eyes tightly shut. Yet her mind was filled with the image of the youth in the passenger seat beside Yin Feixiu. Chapter 50. A few sudden thunderclaps erupted, leaving all the netizens and fans concerned about this matter feeling as if they had been caught in a whirlwind of internet fame, completely bewildered. Bu Yao immediately spotted Gao Boyai lying on the bed, hands crossed over his abdomen, perfectly positioned. She trembled uncontrollably, not daring to glance at Sheng Hongai, as if a heavy pressure weighed upon her, crushing her bones gradually. Faced with Luo Hao's transformation, despite it being a positive shift, Wang Yao's immediate reaction was one of panic and unease, even kneeling to implore him to spare her. Since his emergence, the Wasteland continent had gained historical documentation. It seemed that from this moment on, the Wasteland continent truly began. With a sudden movement, Su Wang stepped back, while Su Yungzi collapsed onto the bed. Falling into a deep sleep, Su Wang felt his lips burning uncomfortably and hurriedly exited the room. In any case, the subsequent apocalypse would harvest resources from the entire world. The cards would certainly not be lacking. Today, Sheng Ping seemed to have activated his sharp tongue skill, and after berating Sheng Hongai, he felt a bit of the fire in his heart subside. Liang Wan's mother, seeing Wen Yueying fixated on her, refrained from acting hastily and signaled Liang Wan's father to take pictures. After all, this matter had long been discussed and agreed upon by Liang Wan's parents. Moreover, second sister, there's no need to be so picky. It's just an ordinary parents' meeting. After all, Wen Chuanan earnestly suggested. Wang County Lieutenant's eyes resembled those of a hawk, firmly fixed on Su Zhe, his right hand resting on his broadsword, tapping lightly, producing a rhythmic sound. It was during this time, with lights ablaze and the sunset painting the sky, that they drove onto the congested East Third Ring Road. The visitor was none other than the foremost figure of Beiwa continent, the leader of Tianyuan immortal sect, Yang Jinjun, also known as Yang Woody. According to the planned timeline for the public offering and the roadshow itinerary, Sohu's global roadshow would take approximately 15 days. The morning had begun with bright sunshine. Yet now dusk had settled in, an inexplicable anxiety weighing upon my heart. A handsome young man clad in pure white formal attire danced gracefully under the moonlight, holding her hand, a scene she had envisioned countless times in her dreams. The initiation ceremony for the Xiantian sect required registered disciples to pass tests to compete for a chance to become formal disciples. However, given his qualifications and his relationship with old Zhang, he still held considerable prestige among the veterans at Sohu. Looking at the several Korean men bowing at a 45-degree angle before him, he listened to Su Jingxuan's clear translations. First and foremost, His Majesty abhors any infringement upon the law. Secondly, he always enforces strict penalties, leaving no one unpunished, not even his own uncles or nephews. As Wang Jiyuanting returned, he passed the ball to Wang Jiyuan Perkins. Perkins, with a powerful sweep, sent the basketball warrior Don Yuan flying, unable to withstand Perkins' robust physique, and successfully dunked the ball. First, we must once again congratulate the team on their outstanding performance in the last season, the demon god rambled. Wait, isn't a volcano supposed to spew fire? Why is it erupting with cold air? And why is the planet's surface covered in ice? What is the structure of this planet? Xuan moved his arm, feeling quite unaccustomed to the sudden chill. Before long, Lin Yu sensed someone approaching, opened his eyes, and saw Lei Yang and others approaching with varied expressions. Zijin's heart is beset with more questions than anyone else. She remains oblivious to the true significance of the myriad scenes she continually experiences, with no one to elucidate their meaning. Despite the formidable defense and vitality of the Xiangui clan, they cannot withstand the onslaught of so many metallic bones. Thus, the first option was also declined. Fade disregarded the gazes of others and responded directly. What? In an instant, Lianxing summoned the 8 great deities to encircle him. As a yellow energy sphere charged forth, resulting in a violent explosion that rendered Lianxin's garments in tatters, leaving his ears ringing and blood surging. The city walls stand majestically, yet there appears to be no grand entrance, making the ascent exceedingly arduous. Still perplexed, Jianya ceased her internal struggle, elegantly tossed her hair, and casually cast aside her doubts. Miaiza gazed out the window in frustration, The streets bustled with passers-by, showing no indication of apprehending those who spread rumors, rendering her 200 taels of silver seemingly squandered. Are you prepared to meet your demise, greedy tomb raiders? A Fu stood atop the stone coffin, an ethereal blue aura emanating from his hands, forming chilling frost. Li Xiaoxiao felt a pang of regret, sensing she had likely misspoken, though she could not pinpoint which remark had been amiss. With such favorable family circumstances and a handsome visage, a match like this is rare indeed, a treasure hard to find even with a lantern in the Tenli countryside. You would not slay him, at least for now. However, should I act rashly, Hylian, you would undoubtedly ensure he does not survive until dawn. Upon stepping outside, Su Ruohan nearly shivered from the cold. Facing the expectant man before her, she spoke. Did I inadvertently manifest the aura of the sage's realm, awakening him unwittingly? Go ahead. The meal will be ready shortly. I have prepared lighter fare due to your recent poor appetite. Song Ziming turned away, continuing to simmer the kanji. The two competitions in the county were held around April and May. Now, in mid-March, taking Jiang Duo to Qingqing should be timely. Otherwise, it would be too late once all the contests concluded. After completing the hospitalization procedures and entering the ward, his chronic condition flared up again, his fingers trembling incessantly. Mirong Chenexai and Xinjiao are also among the most exceptional talents within the Blood Clan, not only in terms of intelligence, but also in their abilities. Chapter 51. As Zional witnessed Hua Weiyu hurriedly flee, clutching Fa, she felt a surge of jealousy and resentment, her beautiful visage twisting in anguish. Reflecting upon it now, Li Fulan felt woefully inadequate as a master, unworthy of his disciples. With this protective item in hand, he could buy some time to devise a plan. One could only imagine the chaos should the Dark Court suddenly launch an attack. Wielding 20,000 forbidden troops and collaborating with various factions within the city, what fate would befall Minjai City? Everything follows this pattern, from simplicity to complexity, and then back to the essence of things, simplicity itself. However, the Emperor since no longer posed a threat to him, he need not regard him with any concern, for he could wait for an opportunity to settle the score in Beiqi. Initially, when I heard your summaries, I sensed that this individual could undoubtedly serve as the student representative, possessing remarkable qualities that you have underestimated. It seems he truly is extraordinary, prompting hidden admiration. Yet, he understood one thing. Should he, like Feng Wei, allow distractions to divert his focus, his cultivation would see little advancement. Dedicated training is the true path. Indeed, our manpower is insufficient. If your team could lend their assistance, we shall encounter no issues this time, remarked Dongfang Jian. The pain finally elicited a response from the man, who languidly opened his eyes. His first instinct was not to examine the wound on his arm, but to rub the back of his head, clearly more uncomfortable there. What is the second method? Wei Song expressed his disdain for Wang Bo's villainous tone that tantalized his curiosity. Digitization does not equate to vagueness. Rather, it entails a comprehensive view of the city. Surveillance monitors the city. Under the lens of data visualization, all barriers dissolve. Only while seated on the coaching bench did Wang Bo's countenance lose its typical smirk, his eyes seemingly penetrating the very essence of the game. The pilgrimage, was it Wang Bo? Hands clasped in reverence, bowing before the statue, or was it the 100+ individuals bowing to Wang Bo? Yes, Commander. The aide, typically not lacking in competence, found himself momentarily overwhelmed by the stunning performances of Storm and Hurricane, rendering his mind sluggish. Miao Renfen, with a grin that stretched from ear to ear, was deep in thought about which items to sell and which to invest in when, after months of waiting, the Emperor's secret envoy finally appeared, bearing only a piece of paper inscribed with the word good. Among the guards in this prison, the majority possess relatively mediocre strength, which I do not regard with much concern. However, these 3 wardens are indeed beyond my solitary capabilities to contend with. Glory sighed deeply, revealing a profound sense of helplessness. Tobit is not foolish. He possesses a clear sense of self-awareness. Although Mitchell suffered severe injuries during the academy competition, likely due to his close camaraderie with Roy subsequently exacted revenge on Mitchell in the semifinals, settling the score. As Meng Feng observed, the tournament within the martial arts arena was specifically organized by the Tao family as a means of amassing wealth, akin to a fundraising gala. They convene every few days, with participants primarily being individuals covertly sponsored or dispatched by the Tao family. Carney's countenance shifted between shades of red and white, his mouth agape. Yet he could not articulate a single word. The wild monkey ascended in status overnight, transforming from a once derided weakling into the heir of the clan leader. Surely this is a jest? Yu Yueji's delightful smile faded, replaced by an air of tranquility. Su Keimu released her grip from around his neck, intending to rise from beneath him, only to be seized by the wrist. Though both were approximately 35 years of age, How could he appear so excessively aged? As if already in his 40s? Suddenly, the entire undying cave began to tremble violently, as if something beneath the ground was forcefully colliding, each impact reverberating with great intensity. However, Wukong felt no trepidation. Rather, he reveled in the sensation, for his foundation had been solidified beyond compare, unlike the Wukong of the original trajectory, who had been stunted in growth. Only by breaking through to the golden immortal realm can one attain true immortality. Otherwise, even a Xian immortal is subject to the limitations of lifespan. Upon seeing the grand vessel, she initially believed she had encountered a spacecraft from her homeland. Yet, upon entering the cabin, she realized it was not from her home, but from another planet. After their marriage, he changed considerably, yet in some ways remained the same, still gentle and considerate, albeit with an added air of dominance and assertiveness. On this day, the surrounding merchants gathered at the prefect's residence to witness Lu Wuzhu's speech, while Sun Gui adhered to his daily routine, quietly seated behind the counter, awaiting customers. Sister-in-law, the doctor says Han Han can return home in 2 days. Please don't be upset, Lin. She comforted Yuan Lily, who sat beside her. Upon witnessing the arrival of that scoundrel Chu Yang, both Xiaoyou Yu and Xiaoyou Jia felt an intense irritation, secretly pondering what merit this fellow possessed to warrant such extravagant hospitality. For his sake, Xiaoyou's sect had toiled for a considerable time to arrange the palace, even depleting a significant portion of their treasured wine reserves. Subsequently, he placed the seeds into the flower pots that had been meticulously prepared in advance. The growth habitat of the gem bird does not require excessive spaciousness, nor do its roots flourish abundantly. It is a delicate spirit plant. After Mo Ran came to this realization and was about to play the yin-yang flute, she was suddenly startled by the sound of footsteps. In this vast and secluded place, any sound resonated with exceptional clarity and echoed hauntingly, causing her to turn around and gaze warily at the cave entrance. Upon seeing Yi Tian's awkward demeanor, Lu Fan smirked and said, "I'll take my leave now. Remember to give me a call." Lu Fan remarked playfully. On the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, Lin Feng received a call from Yu Manli, who informed him that Xiaoqiu's father, Xiaoshan, had passed away. The phone immediately fell silent, yet the call had not been disconnected. Yu Hao gasped for breath, suddenly changing color as he recalled that there should be no signal in this area. It was impossible to receive any reception here. Blood Madman was not new to this tactic and knew of its effectiveness. He condensed his blood cells to envelop himself, forming an impenetrable defense against the onslaught of the sword storm. Tang Chi sneered, "Did you hear that? They promised to transfer me 50,000 for hitting a kid. Damn it, if I could, I'd rather do it once a month." Haha. Tang Chi resembled a madman, almost as if he harbored a deep-seated grudge against the world. Chapter 52. Bai Yu Liaxi and Wei Ruxi walked ahead, leaving Tao Xiong to follow behind, unable even to tend to his wounds. His hand instinctively reached for where it had once been. There was nothing left. Once, it had been so close, intertwined with her flesh and blood, her only kin. Now gone. How could one not feel heartache? How could one not be sorrowful? Cheng Jin typically led a busy life, but today was Valentine's Day, and he would surely set everything aside to accompany Mo Yoluo, cherishing their sweet world together, likely with his phone turned off to avoid interruptions. Ru Hai Mu watched Wei Ruxi depart step by step, realizing that she had lost the courage to cry. Tears were inauspicious, and she did not wish to bring misfortune upon them. This remark effectively silenced Wei Ruxi. Indeed, she had not even married the prodigy. Who else possessed such capability? As the door to Yi's room creaked open, Mu Xiong heard Yi exclaiming in a hurried tone. Upon raising her gaze, she was met with the sight of an unfamiliar man. No, this is too terrifying. Her subconscious was desperately shaking its head. She could not forgive her parents for this action. How could they treat Yuxian this way? How could they be so selfish? As she passed by Jin Yang, she was unsure whether it was due to nervousness. Her legs buckled involuntarily, and her body collided with Jin Yang's chest. Zining had not anticipated Li Meng would suddenly leap at her, and being unprepared for it, she was knocked to the ground. Quickly embracing Li Meng in her arms to prevent her from falling, both tumbling onto the ground in an embrace. When Li Rue encountered Guo Sahai, the director was leisurely seated on the sofa watching television, cradling a teacup with an air of contentment. I, along with AIMO, have plotted murder. But that was only after they had moved the bomb. No one would risk an entire galaxy. Ada settled into winter, the vibrant red pattern striking against the backdrop of the white snow. A Jew leaned against a robust wooden post, seated on the wooden planks, her light pink skirt lazily dangling, nearly touching the water. She paid it no mind, idly tearing at the petals in her hand while lost in thought. Simultaneously, everyone looked on with concern at the golden dragon's aura, particularly at the vanishing white shadow. Liking someone does not necessitate being together. Simply gazing from afar and secretly cherishing them is also a form of affection. There is no need for clarity, nor for entanglement. When Zhang Riyun and his companions exited the cave, they beheld a fierce battle unfolding on the hillside where the celestial herbs had once been planted. Even though one side consisted of merely 2 individuals, their swordplay was formidable, akin to divine lightning. Conversely, the other side, though numerous, had already seen 2 of their members fall into a pool of blood, while the remaining 3 struggled to withstand the luminous onslaught. Phonic launched a grappling hook to the second-floor platform, swiftly pulling himself up and rolling onto the ground. Inside, shouts of rage and wails of grief echoed. With a hum, as Qin Yubai spoke, the radiant light of his true self suddenly extinguished, while a newly emerged light of the Tao grew increasingly resplendent, ultimately dazzling and radiant, transforming into a myriad of colors before gently entering Qin Yubai's forehead. Feng Yushin could not discern the expression of the soul-seizing bell, yet from its tone, she could sense its attitude. I felt somewhat perplexed, unsure of how I had offended the family opposite me. I thought to myself, they are merely family members. They cannot possibly be my rivals. Lu Yu sighed, lamenting the remarkable influence of an old classmate, who, knowing her inside and out, could effortlessly expose her most embarrassing secrets, rendering all her careful preparations meaningless, driving her to the brink of madness. As he finished speaking, Seilut raised his left hand, signaling Leikato, who immediately understood the intent and firmly grasped the ropes and blankets binding Li Xiaoyu. With the sound of rushing wind in his ears, Leikato's lenses flashed, and in an instant, he was propelled forward like a cannonball alongside Seilut, struggling to sit up from the bed. Zhong Lai experienced a moment of panic but quickly composed himself, presenting an image of a well-behaved son sitting at the bed's edge. That way Taekyong had invested considerable effort in dealing with Wan Ziliang. Yet despite the combined forces of the 2 Tiao Bridge and Chao Jiao, Wan Ziliang's esports club remained unassailable. No one could triumph over Wan Ziliang. Chairman Mo, please rest assured that we will uphold the law impartially. I, Old Zhang, assure you that we will not engage in any illegal activities. Zhang Nanzhen felt compelled to assure. Landmines. Clearly, Seilut was unfamiliar with landmines, a common defensive weapon in the world of goblins. Wow, you're not here to kill me too, are you? After enduring various extraordinary experiences over the past 3 years, Li Xiaoyu had long since developed immunity to supernatural occurrences. For now, focus on healing your injuries. I will observe for a few more days. Lao Wu also felt powerless. Today, if she let this matter slide, her authority in the military would be utterly obliterated, and no one would heed her words again. Clouds gathered in the sky, and the desert began to cool. Behind him, the sun descended closer to the horizon, resembling a yellow balloon descending from the heavens. Before long, a radiant moon appeared in the sky. In the next instant, a resounding bang echoed. No one understood what had transpired. And disciplined committee member A collapsed to the ground with a twisted neck. Xiao Sei felt a jolt in his heart, and that indifferent gaze suddenly flashed with intensity. But it was fleeting. They had departed, and only then did Zhong Nanhao step out from the shadows, gazing at the sword embedded in his sleeve, his expression shifting repeatedly. On this planet, the newly emerged humans possess exceptionally high intelligence. Yet, some healthy individuals inexplicably perish. Upon reaching adulthood, they discover that the substances associated with the ethereal blue light, when placed in a particular location, give rise to a mysterious realm. At the mere thought of this, Mikura Kataro can only hope that Fujita Renaru may lead the reserve team to seal the breach in the city walls, which is poised to be bombarded by the artillery of the new regiment led by Wang Chenzu. Su Lu glances at Bubu. Although his mother appears despondent, he remains entirely indifferent to her sorrow, shedding tears not from empathy, but for reasons unknown. Each time their predecessors assert that Jiang Ruokuo is too young and inexperienced, Jiang Ruokuo invariably manages to perform miracles. Particularly, the concentrated assault on Hunyuan, orchestrated by Tian Junliu, was repelled, resulting in the death of at least 3,000 enemy troops from that direction. Chapter 53. Upon hearing the word hospital, a shiver runs through him. Could it be that the teacher intends to personally conduct the lesson? The prospect excites him. He harbors an unyielding disdain towards Ding Rihuan, whose haughty demeanor emanates an air of superiority, which he finds exceedingly irksome, deliberately probing the other's vulnerabilities. Such a person, according to ancient beliefs, possesses a malevolent aura so potent that even spirits dare not approach. However, this individual is shrouded in greater mystery and power, wielding profound mastery over the arcane, far surpassing the might of the primordial heavenly monarch. This is, of course, due to the seizure of the primordial heavenly monarch's sacrificial altar, leaving him reliant solely on his self-crafted strategies in the face of adversaries. Master, let us disregard this individual and return to discussing our techniques, Sun was eager to suggest. Show me who this practitioner is so I may assist you and broaden my horizons, Taisha remarked, extending a courteous offer, hoping to establish a favor in return. Taiyuan had long understood the significance of Eames Hyping's journey. At this moment, he merely inquired casually. The sword, aura, golden tower, and vital energy were all shattered under Taiyuan's strike, leaving Li Meng and Huang Qin's treasures dimmed and severely depleted. As these words were uttered, the barrage of comments erupted once more, all informing Huang Zijiao that this was not merely a devoted fan, but rather the foremost admirer. This statement left the crowd astonished. Members of the military pondered its implications, questioning whether Lin Gu had committed some transgression. When his parents named him Lin Ping, the intention was straightforward, to wish him a life of peace and safety. Lin Ping, exuding integrity and fearlessness, instilled a sense of calm in the previously anxious Wanro. As Fong Lang contemplated, an item in his system inventory began to emit a peculiar fluctuation. Others, too, had their interests piqued, and the entire process unfolded rather swiftly. The heir of the Xiang clan, Yong Huang, knelt in shock, trembling as he picked up the scattered longevity tokens, unable to believe his eyes. It was akin to nurturing a venomous serpent. Its utility in critical moments renders it invaluable. Ma Guangliang, a practitioner of the 5th tier of Qi cultivation, was one of the 3 deacons dispatched from the Wind and Thunder Sword sect to Jiangling City. Indeed, he possessed nearly $1 trillion in assets, ranking among the top 20 on the national rich list, but that was contingent upon the valuation of all his possessions. Anhua sure vividly recalled the robust figure of Gong Gaianzi, with his thick mane and unwavering posture. If Lin Xiao harbored any concerns, it was the apprehension that the pastor might be directly targeted by some of the enemy's ranged troops. After all, his prior exchanges with Orochimaru were focused on the future. Having served as Hokage for so long, he understood that some matters could not be rushed, although he could not be entirely certain of their stance. Uchiha Zong had certainly made his intentions clear. We exchanged glances and proceeded through the wide-open city gates, entering the city of the departed. In his previous life, Duan Hanyu often visited temples to express gratitude, recounting his past during his later years. The family of 3 sat in silence, each engrossed in their own activities, as time slipped away unnoticed, oblivious to the subtle changes unfolding around them. In the northeastern corner, where the mountains meet the sea, a house perched atop a peak offered stunning vistas of the mountains, the ocean, and the plains below. In a similar vein, what were Lanlin, Li Er, Balin, and Yun Mo Ken's intentions? Why did they engage so extensively with humanity? At that moment, only Zigwa, Bibi, and Gigi remained in Su Yang's livestream. After much contemplation, I surmised that the root of the matter lay with Zhen Lehua, which inspired a new idea. The legitimate heir of the Hu family, Yu Jianfeng, hailed from a lineage of high-ranking officials. His father was the head of a prominent peak, a great sword immortal in the realm of divine wandering, while his grandfather was a revered elder on the cusp of transcending to the stage of creation. Qin Miao remained silent, her expression revealing not just anger but also profound sorrow and helplessness, as if the notion of divorce was her Achilles heel. Yet, I struggled to comprehend, with her attributes. Could she truly fear divorce? Lost in thought, I finally emerged from the alley, instinctively scanning the street for an empty taxi, for time was of the essence. I needed to find that girl, Xiao Ai, at South Arts, ensuring her timely presence at the client's wedding. Fong Hui wished to inquire further about the rank of the 3rd-grade Yuanyang lady, wondering if she truly held the same status as a 3rd-grade official. Meanwhile, Mo Shixing and Mo Tianfeng awaited their arrival, waving enthusiastically upon spotting them. Unbeknownst to Luo Ming, who was calculating his next move, he had unwittingly fallen into Lin Xingxin's trap. Chun Yi, too, had never doubted her goodwill towards me, yet inexplicably, an uncontrollable force seemed to pull us further apart, as if she were grains of sand slipping through my fingers. Sun Jian nodded in agreement and promptly ordered preparations. Although his forces were limited, they comprised seasoned warriors from Jiangdong, and Sun Jian excelled in military training, maintaining strict discipline among his troops, whose combat prowess was ferocious. Yet, Mu Yuan had encountered figures whose strength surpassed the pinnacle of the 3rd transformation, achieving legendary status. Yi Fanlu was at a loss for words. With Bai Shaoqing as the injured party, outright rejection would be excessively cruel, especially with his parents present, making it imperative not to provoke their ire. Li Xiao erupted in fury. Despite the 46 million being mere gross income, not net profit, he had gained considerable insight into commercial affairs during this period. Chapter 54. But aren't you the leader of the Bixi lineage? Have you been concealing your identity all these years to lurk here and monitor me? Lu Kikeo asked, astonished. Lu Batong gestured for silence. then turned to Deju, whose sunken eyes and purple lips bore witness to his affliction, glancing down. He noticed his fingers stained in dark hues. Yang Ling, too, observed this, sensing that Deju had been bitten by a zombie. Regaining his composure, he hurriedly approached to rectify the situation after listening attentively to Su Mama's impassioned narrative. At that moment, Chun Sujin suddenly felt a frigid hand resting abruptly on his shoulder. He turned back in alarm, yet beheld neither a soul nor any malevolent entity. What did you say? Seeking death? In an instant, a fiery wrath surged within Yi Tian, rendering him incensed. At this juncture, he had vanquished the last vestiges of guilt, transforming sorrow into fury, and began to grow chill and resolute. Breakfast need not be a grand affair. The outside sky appeared dismal, hinting at the prospect of rain. Alas, it was unfortunate that it lay grievously injured. No match for us, and there was no one present who could rescue it. However, just as the middle-aged man stood in a daze, Wanzuru, with a swift and decisive action, snatched the purse from Wei Chi-Yi's waist and casually tossed it to him. Following that, a flurry of activity ensued. As they hoisted Wei Chi-Yi onto the cart and drove away with a flourish, the flames danced in sync with the jubilant cheers and roars of the crowd, leaping and bounding like the most exquisite dancer upon this desolate plain. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiang and the others exhaled in relief. As long as the family servant did not betray them, but rather clung tightly to the affair between him and Wanzuru, even in the absence of concrete evidence, it would be utterly impossible for Wanzuru to extricate herself unscathed, with each careful step. Although she avoided the fate of being struck in the chest by a tranquilizer dart, the sedative still lodged itself in her robust forearm. The stark contrast between lifelessness and vitality, the disparity between few and many, the scattered formation in a single line and the arrow-shaped charge, the cumbersome and the agile, each perspective seemed to depict two opposing cavalry forces colliding. That night, I conversed with Lei Mingxian for an extended period, sharing an abundance of thoughts, as if we had returned to days of yore. The reason was not solely that Lu Xiaoling was their direct superior, but more critically, Lu Zia had yet to unveil her true potential before the assembly. Looking for someone. Pray tell, what does this person resemble? Perhaps we have indeed crossed paths before. Having lingered in this region for a month, remarked the gold mage. Your brother is fortunate to have such a splendid sister as you, Alexander consoled. Alas, we have fallen into an ambush. Follow me as we break through. Hua Rong, upon witnessing Lu Jun encircling them, immediately halted and commanded the troops to turn and charge forth. After battling for the better part of the day, the walls of Yi City trembled but remained unyielded, and Cao Cao had no choice but to sound the retreat. In a swift motion, he drew his sword, slicing through Yang Kuen's waist. With a swift hiss, Yang Kuen was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth as his severed halves plummeted from the air. Lord Cheng Lu did not continuously accompany Cheng Qing and the others, for no one could support another for a lifetime. Unless they ventured forth to engage with the court officials, they would never truly learn the art of adept navigation. When she turned her gaze towards Bai Li Shei, he had already released her hand, vanishing into the night. Finally, Dao Wuyu soaked in the elixir for an entire day and night, and the spiritual essence ceased to permeate his pores. Yet at this moment, Dao Wuyu felt his body growing significantly stronger. After the two exited, Feng Xiaoshuang sat on a nearby chair, retrieving a leaf from her possession, recalling the words of the Elder of the Rising Sun. In her eagerness to seize this opportunity to gain favor with Gu Zhijiang, she had shamelessly conversed with the director for an extended period. As for her claim regarding the difficulty of locating the spatial rifts, it was not entirely unfounded. Nevertheless, they had traversed from the densely clustered spatial rifts of the Blackwater domain, and perhaps a passage back was nearby. Having known each other for so long, having witnessed numerous feigned smiles from Liang Lai, the current smile was indeed a rare sight. The sword sect of the enlightened realm. This individual had finally shown signs of being moved. The sight of the swordsman clad in white, suspended in midair, resembled a gleaming sword. Merely the aura of his sword was enough to instill trepidation. Lan Kuan contemplated that although he was also participating in the recording, it was particularly effortless, devoid of any pressure. After several interactions, Liang Lai had added qualifiers, grandiose and multifaceted, a self-righteous, cold-blooded maniac. After hanging up the phone, Long Xiang felt a tumult within his heart. Thus, he refrained from immediately calling home. He intended to calm himself, to meticulously gather his thoughts before making a decision. The sounds of laughter and merriment in the garden crescendoed, with everyone adorned in sticky paste, not particularly comfortable, yet all were filled with joy. For merely observing the colorful mess on others' faces elicited uncontainable laughter. Some reasons remained difficult to articulate. All one needed to know was what they currently understood, Ningxiao remarked. As the stream flowed from the purple gourd to his lips, The intoxicating fragrance lingered in his nostrils, leaving an endless aftertaste. Chapter 55. These sacred laws had already consumed 40 million spirit stones, requiring 2,000 individuals to be transported for cultivation to break even. Fairy Muyen, with wrists as delicate as frost and snow, gracefully lifted the wine jug, filling 2 cups to the brim, before raising her own cup and downing it in one go. Upon hearing those words, his profound gaze dimmed suddenly. He swept her up in his arms and strode towards the grand bed. At that moment, he desperately needed to engage in actions that would divert his attention, and the soft warmth cradled in his embrace was his most effective remedy. With only one eye remaining, the other was with the Hydra. Grant me a century, and I shall assuredly slay it and reclaim the other eye, or else you shall be cursed. Gradually becoming a stone statue, a voice echoed in Xiaolong's mind. Later on, whether out of guilt or ulterior motives, Li Bai ultimately accepted this identity. Loose the arrows. There were also shouts from below. Li Mu had not retreated to safety, but rather stood perilously at the forefront, witnessing the army above struggling mightily, and could only shout words of encouragement from below. With Zhang Yu's furious roar, a colossal 3-headed dragon slowly emerged from the molten fire. In his heart, he vaguely pondered whether it was Su Yun, but upon reflection, how could Su Yun possibly find her way here, to such a secretive location unknown to the general populace? Celebration had entangled him for so long, and he was finally to be rid of her presence, never again to be bothered. Reveal all your tricks. I shall meet them head-on, Zhuo Bufin stated with a casual demeanor. First, it was Han Yifeng, then Bo Lingmo, and now this headline emerged, indicating it was Sun Zongmin. Jian Launa listened to Lin Kingman's words as if plunged into an icy abyss, her gaze fixing upon Yu Zixin, the entire situation exuding an air of peculiarity. The sudden appearance of Xia Shi and the support of Yu Zixin, who was truly the puppet master behind the scenes. Jian Launa felt as though she had jumped into a whirlpool, unable to find an exit, yet could not simply spin along with it. My mother-in-law and I once confronted Meiling at the alleyway, hurling accusations. She remained silent, not emerging in response. Even if her silence was not due to honesty but rather guilt, did her husband not share in that guilt? Why not direct her ire towards him instead? After running for a while, the three were preparing to pause for breath when a shadow suddenly darted out before them, startling them. As they initially feared it was Zhao and pursuing them. Over there, Sun Yu also spotted her, a flicker of surprise crossing her face, soon followed by displeasure. Wu Ziyukin was momentarily stunned, touching her flushed cheek, her dark eyes fixed on him. Is it wrong for me to like you? Is it wrong for me to love you? Some thoughts, once formed in the mind, are difficult to untangle, no matter how one contemplates. Mom, I wish to discuss the matter of Shisheng and Qinshi with you. Indeed, Jian Luna observed as Yen Haiking's previously joyful visage abruptly turned cold. The ability to devour the heavens and the earth can consume demonic beings and even practitioners of the dark arts, absorbing their vital essence, magical prowess, and demonic energy to enhance the sacred scripture of demon suppression, thereby augmenting one's power. This interpretation belongs to the golden-robed war god regarding the divine ability of devouring the heavens and the earth. Let us depart. Lightning. All present were momentarily stunned as the figures of red and black vanished before their eyes. Song Qinghao, do you believe you will end your days in solitude? Song Jingjing's gaze towards Song Qinghao was perpetually tinged with impatience. After all, what kind of blood-soaked mission awaited the two of them next? Stay tuned for the next chapter. Even the officials would turn a blind eye, too weary to voice their opinions. Indeed, no amount of words would suffice. However, even at this moment, Lin Yi and Yi Zixi had already exhausted their strategies in the preceding battle, faced with the demonic creature before them. Though it was not of the type suited for direct confrontation, the outcome remained uncertain. Let us go. I have found the path into the heavily infected zone. We shall return to gather Dr. Dong and Big Hu, and then we will set off. No matter what you discover, you must not raise your voice, understood? Lu Huanong lowered her head, her beautiful, crystalline eyes fixed intently on Lightning. They communicated daily, sharing conversations, exchanging messages, and making phone calls. Occasionally, they would meet and even share kisses. Lu Bing, obeying orders, sighed in relief. Any further pressure would have been unbearable, and he had managed to preserve his dignity. Thus, it seemed that the suspense had dissipated, as many gazed enviously at Luo Tinyi, though jealousy lingered in abundance. She wept helplessly and despairingly, a scene that stirred a familiar pain within Chun Bai, who had previously held no affection for her, but now felt as if his heart were being mercilessly twisted. As the overwhelming flames dissipated and the ancient realm appeared unscathed within their view, they stood in a state of confusion, both bewildered and dazed. Yet, it seemed that fate was unwilling to allow their family any semblance of fortune. On a stormy night, while inspecting a transformer at the factory, his father was struck by electricity and rendered paralyzed. 1 second, 2 seconds, an eerie silence enveloped the air, as all present were taken aback by Mayenyan's actions, with the most astonished being the nanny. The high prices of drugs rendered the removal of those substances comprehensible. Before Dingma could finish her sentence, she felt her grip on the microphone loosen, and in an instant, it was in Mayenyan's possession. This was a vegetable garden that the Wu family had already tidied up. One could only wonder how the Liu family had ravaged it in search of pork. Chapter 56. The mermaids embraced their female offspring as they entered the cave, using their tails to clean the ground, taking a considerable time to clear away the tears and arrange the cave to resemble its former state. In the presence of the children, Xiaonan's patience was always exemplary, akin to a playful demeanor, as she gently addressed the incessant inquiries of the 3 children without any hint of annoyance. No need to rush. I will prepare your meal first. Once we reach the desert, it will be difficult to find anything tasty, Parker said, waking by Qing before turning to leave the bedroom. Yet, she found herself genuinely happy in his company, experiencing a sensation she had never encountered before. Gushi brought her brother inside, where Wenwan and several students who had just finished class approached to greet them. This was the Ice Wolf Wilderness, and faced with the delicious offerings presented to them, the Ice Wolves were anything but polite. They had hardly ventured far before one was swiftly felled by an ice wolf that severed its neck. Shan Keshin, vexed, chastised himself. How could he have overlooked such a simple truth? Rarity begets value. This was akin to the spices and gems of the South Seas, just like the ginseng of Korea. Previously, Zai Shengguang had yearned for children. Now, with a child in hand, he found the quality of life for the couple seemingly diminished. Xing Lu held 2 porcelain vials still warm, the sound of Ji Fengjian's laughter echoing in her ears, the familiar aroma wafting from her, encircling him and beguiling his heart. Zhao Zihao felt a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. No wonder her complexion had been poor earlier. He had criticized her culinary skills in her presence and felt the need to atone. He nodded silently. Incredible. Absolutely astonishing. I must purchase one, exclaimed a young man who had just experienced it, hurriedly descending from his seat, fearing the items would be snatched away. In response, a golden fist met him. The realm of divine harmony was beyond his current capabilities to evade, and he was struck solidly in the chest, carving a trench over 10 meters long into the ground. Unfortunately, Gu Qing and Ning Dunru found themselves precisely within this poisonous circle. Outside the circle, not a trace of purple toxic gas lingered. This was a conjecture made by Tang Jun. Recalling the initial warning of this deadly world plunged him into involuntary shivers. Indeed, should they manage to escape from this perilous situation, they would certainly ensure that those who launched the arrows would be met with retribution that would leave them unrecognizable to their own parents. Ling Tianyun clenched his fists, speaking fiercely, yet beside them, Su Pengqing wore a knowing smile, offering no reply. It seemed he wished to uncover the identity of the mastermind, but remained silent. The 4 uncles had secluded themselves on the mountain, living like deities, holding the highest familial rank. Although his master, as the sect leader, was of the same generation as the other 4, he still held a slightly elevated status. Who would dare call the sect leader their junior? This person was indeed intriguing. Qin Bai's expression was tranquil, though his once erect stature had become somewhat stooped, and his black and white hair had turned entirely white. The top 30 from the blood trial would actively select their sects. As for the remaining 90, they would be chosen by the elders of my 9 major sects. The first is Gu Qing. Xianyuan Wu continued to preside over the proceedings. A massive bronze door loomed before them. Lin Shen stepped forward, attempting to push it open, only to discover its incredible weight, requiring considerable effort to gradually part it. However, now that he was on the operating table, the patient Xiong Ba was akin to a lamb led to slaughter, left at the mercy of Qin Shou, the lead surgeon, who wielded his scalpel like a butcher. Could Xiong Ba possibly voice his disdain for the anesthetic, wishing instead to emulate Guan Yunchang's method of scraping bones to detoxify? Although he understood this logic, Chun Feng chose not to articulate it. Since there was no malice intended, he merely reciprocated the kindness bestowed upon him, an exchange of equals, where neither owed the other, thus finding some solace in his thoughts. Currently, their children were always at risk, as just in the past couple of days, 2 children had already succumbed to illness in the children's hospital. Through the internet, everyone learned that other cities had also lost children to this influenza. However, after hearing Nangang Tian's words, Jiang Xinyu shot him a glance. I understand. Rest assured. I want to disgrace Sister Xiu. The consequence of disgrace would mean enduring torment at the hands of Nangang Tian, and she was not foolish, even if she harbored no affection. She knew precisely what was appropriate and what was not. In years past, was it not Wei and Han who, after being defeated by Qi, resented Chu for failing to assist them and thus allied with Qi, leading to a crushing defeat of the Chu army at the Battle of Chueisha, seizing the land of Wan? Although they had made painful preparations in advance, such intentions were predicated upon obtaining the Ascending Dragon Order, which was an acceptable price. However, that was not the case here. Without acquiring the Ascending Dragon Order, lives were being extinguished one after another. Do you not hold us accountable? It is a wonder we do not blame you. Do you know when we were attacked? It was merely 5 or 6 minutes ago. And yet you have just now realized. The earlier speaker retorted with irritation. Tian Yi's sword suddenly transformed, shifting from masculine to feminine, his figure becoming ephemeral and elusive, akin to the wind, omnipresent. After the envoy of the weasel withdrew, the night had deepened, and under Gong Sun Long's explanation, Ping Yuanjun grasped that he had nearly fallen into a trap. At his side, Rong Mama was about to ask for something when she noticed Nangong Tian, having concluded his sneezing, extend his hand to silence her. To eliminate the elderly and the weak, is this not tantamount to severing our sustenance and demanding our lives? An elder soldier with graying hair exclaimed in righteous indignation. Then why do you not light the lanterns? Chao Shigi retorted. Unwilling to concede that his sluggishness was due to fatigue, he merely attributed it to the dimness of the horse lantern, which obscured his speed. Finally, as Yuan Shaoyi's figure vanished from sight once more, he bent at the waist, raising both hands from the ground, fists clenched, and struck out simultaneously, targeting Wu Qian's left chest and abdomen. With the first accusation, the second followed suit. Voices arose, claiming Liu Bei was responsible for the deaths of his father, brothers, sons, and nephews. Chapter 57. Yun Fiu remained silent, which could be interpreted as a tacit acknowledgement. The elevator doors then closed, and the trio felt the descent of the lift. They remained mute, unable to utter a word. Li Dongsheng and his companions found themselves in a position where they had to bow their heads beneath the eaves. They dared not dissent, raising their palms in unison to slap their own faces. Yang Rin was consumed with anxiety, shouting hoarsely to his surroundings. Yet there was no echo in response. The bustling street was filled with passers-by, all casting curious glances, but they circumvented the wheelchair, unwilling to become entangled in this blood-related incident. To everyone's astonishment, the recovery abilities of these two far exceeded that of ordinary warriors, resembling two immortal monsters. Have there been any new discoveries? Liu Yaoxi inquired of the other two, taking another sip of the beer in hand. Is that true? Han Lianyi looked up at him, her hopeful eyes shimmering with moisture, glowing even brighter under the light. Yet the light beam trembled twice, remaining unscathed. While the swordsman who had unleashed the attack was instead injured by the rebounding sword energy propelled away. She silently retrieved the soul condensation pill, quietly returning to Yang Ren's side, her breath still held. Despite LVCU's repeated attempts to converse, she dared not risk exposure, having achieved a breath-holding duration of 10 minutes, rendering her immune to the noxious fumes emanating from the darkness. Get lost. Yun Qingqing felt nauseated upon seeing the weasel, wishing to distance herself immediately. She scolded the creature before turning to leave. Should you not explain to me why you are here? Wei Jilin retorted. Regardless of whether it was a contest of skills, treasures, or influence, Lord Jushin declared, I do not target anyone. In my eyes, you are all but worthless. Above the clouds, Master Zudge confronted 3 adversaries alone, 2 of whom were fellow transcendent beings of equal rank. Presently, all eyes in the venue were fixed eagerly on Zongjian Jushin, anticipating the most intense and exhilarating moment of the game. At this instant, Wang En had emerged from the 8 Desolations realm, his aura not only emanating from his own spiritual pressure, but also infused with the power of the 8 Desolations world, alongside the force unleashed from that realm. At this juncture, it was imperative not to allow either side to appear excessively weak. Thus, Yangai decided to inject capital into the Ministry of Revenue. Fortunately, the portal arrived as scheduled, shadowing him closely, unaffected by his rapid movements. The beautiful moments in life often last but an instant, akin to a fleeting bloom. Yet even so, that was ample. Before the heavenly demon could react, Zongjian Jushin boldly thrust the purple dawn divine thunder into his back. The flame lion king of the demon clan, accompanied by a retinue of kin, was the first to arrive at the Xian city, embodying a union of man and beast, where the strength of humanity could protect the demons. Thus, the Flame Lion King brought 10 combined demon lords to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The 2 children, having not seen each other for several days, were engrossed in their play. Even though they found the 2 adults peculiar, unlike other ants who merely stayed together, they raised their voices in animated conversation. Don't you dare move. Lu Chong raised his double-barreled shotgun, slowly approaching Yang Shizu, the barrel pressed against his forehead. Just as Chun Yun felt he was nearing his limit, he noticed Song Chi's forehead veins bulging, sweat accumulating, and the speed of his attacks noticeably dwindling, which presented a glimmer of opportunity. It seemed this fellow was beginning to tire. Nevertheless, Hao Chun downed the entire cup of liquor, and thereafter, under the persuasion of Shun Wiqiang, Shun Kuei, and Honger, he continued to drink several more cups. Duo gazed at her hand, unwilling to relent, once again reaching out towards Schwerer with determination. Upon this realization, Xian Yuanqing's eyes ignited with fury. How dare he? If he were to coerce Yuanxi into becoming a concubine, he would not let him off easily. The cave was brightly lit, with candle sconces illuminating the stone walls on either side. The group had not traveled far when the terrain began to slope downward, revealing a set of descending stone steps. They proceeded down the steps for approximately half an hour before reaching the bottom. Caesar brandished the iron sword that had nearly claimed his life, aiming it at To's head as he declared, "This brother, I declare him defeated. What do you think?" A young man approached slowly, unexpectedly uttering these words, leaving Chen Yun and the others perplexed. In the ancient history of the Moon Rabbit clan, prior to the Black Rabbit, only 3 individuals in a generation could be bestowed with a divine-grade weapon. Hearing the Snow Domain Demon King claim there were no divine artifacts, Su Cheng, though mentally prepared, still felt a tinge of disappointment. However, if there were no divine artifacts, he could still accept diamond gear. Su Cheng unleashed several meteor fire rains, and in an instant, the monsters across the vast grasslands of Hulun Bir were decimated. He then began to strip the corpses of several monsters, but regrettably, none contained energy crystals. Following this, Wu Ming, with a look of regret, pondered if being shot in the head would also lead to repair. Su Cheng looked around, discovering the hall was filled with corpse king monsters, crowded in heaps, with an estimated 1,000 present. Among them was a silver BOSS. Damn it, if I do not teach him a lesson, I will write my name backward in the 7th class of beauty. The handsome Lu Alei cursed vehemently. Chapter 58. Anger begets impulsiveness. When hard power is nearly equal, impulse may yield distinctive strength. However, when there is a significant disparity in hard power, impulsiveness can easily lead to demise. How could such a despicable servant exist in this world? Does he not fear the punishment of hell after death? Does he not fear the wrath of the divine? The name of the butler, Raphael, bears the same name as an angel, yet his deeds are far more diabolical than those of the devil himself. Indeed, he is a veritable incarnation of Satan. Let us return. She caught sight of the tall and handsome youth, whose eyes blazed with a fierce, aggressive intensity, and could not help but smile in satisfaction, daring to cast a flirtatious glance in his direction. A newcomer to the foreign land of the capital city, having earned a modest sum, it seemed only reasonable to take the opportunity to witness the bustling life and grandeur of the metropolis. After all, who knows what the future holds? Perhaps, a year from now, the capital may no longer exist, making it all the more imperative to seize the moment and explore. Yet, fatigue overwhelmed her, as if every cell in her body was protesting a strike. With her hands resting on the hilt of her great sword, Lin Yun shut her eyes, her nostrils gently flaring as she succumbed to slumber within mere seconds, utterly exhausted. Lin Xiaofan dialed Wei Kuin's number, the ringing echoing for an extended period before ultimately falling silent. After several attempts, it was not until the 4th call that the line was finally connected. Lin Xiaofan found herself, much like Wei Kuin, relegated to the role of a mere bystander. In the beginning, Li Yifei had taken a keen interest in visiting the film set to watch them shoot, but after a few visits, she grew bored and ceased to attend. The aide escorted Alan to meet the alchemists, led by one named Cronenbow, a mere silver-tier alchemist, yet an elite in the art of world transformation. He had overseen the alteration of 3 worlds, rendering him relatively experienced in the field. The astonishment on Altair's face revealed his awareness that Douglas had made a resolute decision. He turned to survey his surroundings, and in that moment, a powerful surge of magical energy erupted, radiating pure white holy light. He had consistently protected her, aiding her at the expense of his own safety time and again, now, trapped in an unknown location, she was consumed by a sense of urgency, desperate to return to Floating Mountain. Initially a bit shy, he gradually became more at ease with the interaction, even managing to engage in light banter. This method might seem clumsy for those with sharp memories, but Gu Qingyun had no alternative. He was not particularly clever, and if he wished to rise above others, he must endure hardship. Huanantian, could you grant me a favor? Jin Man turned her face to regard Huanantian, seeking a privilege that might provide her with a fleeting sense of peace. In moments of such decisions, no one could ever comprehend the anguish that felt like a knife to her heart. No one would ever understand her unbearable pain, nor offer solace for her fears and anxieties. And Meyer, witnessing this, could not bear it any longer. She stood and gently tugged at Yen's sleeve, signaling him to be less severe. Rumor had it that those individuals hailed from noble families, and it would be illogical for them to forge ties with someone of lesser status. However, Fei Hu spoke in vague terms, as he was merely a bodyguard, possessing limited knowledge of business matters. Banhua pieced together a narrative, imagining discontent within the Lin family towards their daughter-in-law and the disdain of Rong Dalan for his unrefined wife. Following Rong Dalan's untimely demise, Yangshi suffered a miscarriage, and in her haste to remarry, others would perceive it as a loss of her own child. Engaging in poetic discourse and romantic musings was acceptable, but here, singing about not allowing the horses to traverse the Yingxia Mountains was merely stirring trouble. Lu Yi and the others each showcased their swordsmanship, summoning their respective treasures. None could inflict harm upon Zuoxian. All assaults were swiftly crushed beneath his formidable spiritual power. At that moment, a surge of blood mist erupted from the demonic form, immediately attempting to flee upwards, as if seeking to escape the locale. However, in the next instant, they felt an overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Dijia. The entire reincarnation array twisted in an eerie manner, resembling a monstrous maw intent on devouring the three of them. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through, as two dark figures lunged towards her, fearing that He Wang was using himself as bait to lure her into this ambush. Lu Xiao reluctantly relinquished the opportunity to severely injure the enemy, her delicate swords meeting the two shadows with a swift flick of her wrists. In the serene realm amidst the chaos, the only rebellious spirit in Class B, just about to leap forth to taunt, was swiftly subdued by Qian Tengyi Jia, who anticipated his move and brought him crashing to the ground, dragging him along to follow Zhihong. Realizing his plans had fallen short, He Wang pivoted his body, his shoulder colliding with the other side. Though resisting a blade with his flesh would yield dire consequences, sacrificing an arm would at least safeguard the box in his remaining hand. As the two formidable adversaries were locked in a stalemate, Feng Zhuling took the initiative. Unleashing a powerful roar, a radiant light enveloped her form, and 9 extraordinary void whirlpools emerged around her, resonating with the 9 orifices, shrouded in an air of mystery. However, Long Yi remained vigilant, pondering the circumstances under which one could draw a formidable being from the void to aid the threefold of Wenshang. The purple mist swirled, dark light flickered, and golden radiance dazzled. The sounds of blades clashing, the humming of sword light, the impacts of heavy objects, and the whipping of long whips resonated incessantly, as the spiritual energy surged in all directions, visibly demonstrating the intensity of the battle. Yet, this could very well erupt into chaos in the 16th year of Zhengning. Should she speak of it now, and the events unfold as she predicted, would Chuiying not recall her words today, leading to yet another calamity? Those wounds were torn open, repeatedly oozing blood, never truly healing. Meeting Adam was the most valued point for Yang Yong and his most cherished gain. For talent was a rare commodity. The barcode memory project undoubtedly tested visual observation skills, though this was of little significance. Another international judge remarked, Qiuyang? What does this have to do with Qiuyang? He was well acquainted with Qiuyang, having heard his songs and noting that Qiuyang frequently appeared in the headlines, thus making the name resonate with him. Chapter 59. Humph, so there is still a 0. Bai sneered, addressing his companion. I'll deal with him. You assist the others. With that, a pair of butterfly-like wings sprouted from Bai's back as he soared towards the rooftop of a nearby building. At that moment, the elder chuckled and made a remark, before shifting his gaze directly towards the motionless Qin Shao. Tu Ming did not join in the frenzy. Instead, he opened his broken illusion eye to gaze into the depths of space, only to find an abyss of darkness. Seeing nothing at all, this treasure truly appeared to have materialized from thin air. This is a top-tier spiritual grade. What, is this Xin grade? Holy grade? What tier is this? Zhang Ling's voice quivered slightly, doubt clouding his mind as he pinched himself fiercely, the pain confirming that he was not dreaming, and he erupted into exuberant cries. Each beam of light, when considered as a singular attack, rivaled the full-force strike of any 6th-level creature. Lu Shanmin imitated her actions, clumsily laying the napkin across his lap. Zheng Yaqian smiled, flipping the napkin on Lu Shanmin's lap and instructing, the creases should face you. This way, it won't slip off easily. As long as they could ensnare Lei Do, he could continue to experiment, perfecting his 5 thunders, and ultimately bring about their demise. The power of time and space ruptured, causing the flesh and blood of the bone ancestor to begin to explode. Yet even now, the bone ancestor did not relent, channeling his spiritual force to take shape once more. The group settled at the sunshade by the cliff's edge, and the guard, Zhuang, opened the supplies to toss jerky and wine to Xiegongbao. Such audacity from the Langyun terrace. Jiang Han appeared to have plunged into an exceedingly perilous predicament, as if he were on the brink of being refined at any moment. With the sound of a cannon, the earth trembled, and the fierce battle caused the barrier to flicker. Anzi awakened, rubbed his face, glanced around, saw nothing amiss, tilted his head, and resumed his slumber. The ones who arrived were indeed the Minotaur and Flame Demon led by Locke, with George conspicuously absent. Subsequently, Lu Yu spared no effort in expending his spiritual energy, meticulously probing Zhao's body piece by piece, gradually simulating all the injuries within Zhao's physique in the realm of his consciousness. Once every injury was replicated, it indicated that Lu Yu had finally completed his examination of Zhao's condition, which astonishingly consumed 15% of his spiritual energy. Before Wang Chun could utter a word, Lung Bing spoke first. However, her words, emerging from her lips, inadvertently rendered the atmosphere somewhat awkward. For a moment, the three individuals gazed at me in a daze, enveloped by a sense of oppression that stemmed from the superior, leaving their hearts naturally ensnared in an indescribable feeling of repression. Alas, my lord, dawn has arrived. The beggar-like elder had circled thrice without opening his eyes, and in Ping's courage gradually swelled. Do not be so reserved, relax a little. We are all on the same side. Why the haste to fry? Anzi remarked, finding his words increasingly fluent. The Toad King Dao Ling suddenly struck the giant toad beneath him, unleashing a wave of toxic gas that engulfed the surroundings, swiftly devouring Su Xilan. Anyone who came into contact with even a trace of the poison let out a wretched scream, transforming into a puddle of pus. Only a soul master wielding a sword soared into the void. No amount of calculation could have predicted such a rogue behavior from the bandit, who would undoubtedly flay and debone his captives, eternally sealing them in the Tai realm. Elder Mu, this is my apprentice, Meng Zeifun, whom I accepted 3 years ago but did not have the opportunity to inform you. I introduced to Elder Mu. My voice carried a sense of infinite regret, devoid of any mockery, yet it somehow elicited amusement. She squinted her eyes. Her movements were not a secret. If she ventured outside in the past few days, she could sense the probing gazes, yet none dared to approach her vicinity, especially with such a strong scent of blood lingering. Amidst the fog enveloping the entire town, a vehicle moved slowly yet resolutely towards a certain direction. As the mission concluded, Lin Nanchong began to rescue some of the hostages, while he himself started to clear the battlefield, gathering the arrows he had shot. Her complexion changed abruptly, her face contorting with rage. Wishing to shred Qin Nian's face to pieces, yet in the presence of so many classmates, she had to maintain her graceful demeanor. Beside her, GMO and Ji Qi were utterly perplexed, merely staring in disbelief before turning away, covering their faces, claiming they had seen nothing. The training session was not particularly lengthy, lasting a total of 7 days, with the final 2 days reserved for examinations. This was crucial for determining who would participate in the international competition. The shiny scaled serpent's tail instinctively swiped, as if it had eyes, effortlessly coiling tightly around anything it touched. If one day she were to fulfill her desires, and then look back at everything that transpired, would she harbor regrets? Very well. Zoe stuck out her tongue, her fingers dancing across the screen. This time, she intended to earnestly persuade her brother not to miss this opportunity again. Just focus on your own performance. Whether we achieve victory depends on everyone's efforts. Xiaomo is not a babysitter. The fox from years past was indeed the Holy Sun. A truth only she seemed to know. Unexpectedly, Yi Xinglan, the head of the Yi family, showed no fear towards Zhu Lizong's actions against Han Zhou. When they arrived at the villa, the already sleeping Cheng Cheng had surprisingly awakened, sitting on the living room sofa waiting for Su Qian. It was merely because Zi Jin had grown accustomed to such behavior that she unconsciously hung the pipa and ornaments at this angle. Thus, Feng Yin hanging the guqin in this manner was likely also a matter of habit, Knight Linghan remarked slowly. Chapter 60. Casting a cold glance at those whose expressions were somewhat unnatural, I secretly scoffed. They were all adults yet still capable of such shameless acts. No wonder their sect had fallen into decline. Due to the suddenness of the event, even Gung Jingzhong could not shield the Prince of Longevity from the onslaught, rendering him utterly defenseless against the barrage of crossbows. In midair, a colossal sword shadow, nearly spanning the entirety of the Kuan clan and Luoshan sect, rapidly took form. In an instant, all cultivators and mortals beneath raised their heads in astonishment, bewildered by this anomaly, unsure of what was happening. Very well, then, I shall take my leave. You should also depart the sacred land and prepare for ascension, Bai Ling said before turning to leave. Regardless, the two of them had temporarily established their reputations. Such matters bore both advantages and disadvantages. However, the aberrant aura in the Qi Sea continued to rampage, albeit this heat was limited and could not be sustained for long. Quite well, much better than before. Is this not a response to the reform and opening up? Everyone fears that business is merely speculation, but I am unafraid. So I shall proceed. The Su family's boldness is hereditary. Let us go out and meet. She has awaited this day when Zijiayu personally led people only to return empty-handed, which speaks volumes. Those powerful figures and celestial forces who have been observing should also be compelled to act. Wang Su was further perplexed. How could true energy possess such formidable power? He climbed to his feet and rushed to the elder's side. Oh, it appears this item is indeed extraordinary, Zhang Lingyun mused inwardly. 4 heavenly sovereigns, 8 immortal sovereigns, 16 battle generals, 32 celestial officials. These are the established rules, and no one may think to disrupt them unless they can wholly supplant another's position. Once arrangements were made, Xiao Mo led his personal guard away from Xiao Town towards Wu Village. Xiao Mo lamented that his talents were far too few. If it were merely to maintain the status quo, it would suffice, but any intention of expansion posed considerable challenges. Yet such matters could not be rushed. One could only await the opportune moment. However, the unkind deist misinterpreted the meaning of this statement, mistakenly believing that Xiao Nen was genuinely assisting him in seizing the Kongtong seal. To win Xiao Nen over, he feared he might change his mind and deliberately allocated an extra portion to Xiao Nan. Not only him, but nearly everyone present was smirking, their gazes towards Xiao Nan akin to that of a dead man. To them, Xiao Nan was merely an ant attempting to shake a tree, utterly deluded. Upon receiving the order, Zhouzong set off with his soldiers. Having experienced several jungle operations, they encountered little danger along the way. In an instant, Duan Shizhen knelt before the master, using his knees as feet, deeply bowing his head, the sound of his forehead striking the ground echoing. Upon entering the realm of the celestial beings, cultivators are required to communicate with the forces of heaven and earth daily, refining and compressing the yin and yang powers within their bodies, gradually merging them into a new form of energy. However, this process demands a considerable amount of time, and many cultivators find themselves stuck at this stage for 10 or even 20 years without a breakthrough. I want tomato flavored. Min Long's silver eyes brimmed with rage as he tossed the chips in his hand to the ground, suddenly standing up. It's nothing significant. Kangzi can merely turn a blind eye. Slipping away is also an option. Going on my own can be considered a form of training. A long, 100-meter black fissure materialized in midair, exuding an insatiable gravitational pull that prompted the surrounding formidable entities to retreat in a flurry, fearful of being drawn into its abyss. The colossal Tizat warship descended, and the leaders of various sects, including Lu Guangting, emerged from its depths. Hai Ge felt his cheeks flush and his heart race, recognizing that this overwhelming excitement must mirror the feelings of a fan meeting their idol. After attending to his mother's funeral alongside his master, he found his mentor inconsolable, perpetually mourning at her grave, impervious to any words of solace. Ling Feng, upon hearing this, could only nod in acknowledgement, yet Ling Ryu discerned his thoughts and, with a frigid expression, turned away, drawing the attention of the martial artists around them. However, Wu Tung took 2 steps back, his face a mask of astonishment, unable to fathom the tremendous force of the bench moments ago, as a fleeting numbness enveloped his arm. Han Changsheng, with a sagging left shoulder, had also rushed out from the valley, gnashing his teeth as he surveyed the world outside. Where are we? Is this still the subterranean kingdom of Flora? Hai Ge gazed around in wonder, his eyes wide with astonishment. The thought crossed his mind. Should she transform into a human and then revert back shortly after? It would indeed be rather awkward. Yet Liao Shishin remained unfazed, filling a jade pot with water before pouring a cup for Yuqing. Everything has been arranged. The decree will arrive in a day or 2. When the aristocratic families witness the unexpectedly severe losses, their reactions are bound to be profound. Father has already said about implementing preventative measures. Hui Yamping, however, fixated on the duel outside the window, wore an expression that betrayed his unusual thoughts. Oh, it comes back to me. It seems that in my previous life, at this time, my brother sought my assistance for a similar matter. Then, he watched as Rongzan set down the fish food, cleaned his hands, and joined them in the elegant seating area, his demeanor unchanged from when he had been feeding the fish. Chapter 61. The perplexed Qin Yubai attempted to approach the enigmatic statue with his divine sense. As he drew nearer, he was startled to hear countless wails of anguish emanating from within the statue's form. Mr. Shun, we shall take our leave for now. Please notify us immediately should there be any news regarding that heretical individual. Huang Sheng received a most satisfactory response, eager to depart and pursue the matter. For each day without capturing that heretic meant potential tragedies, an outcome that was utterly unacceptable. Oh dear, I've told you time and again, nothing at all has occurred. Lin Shi, adorned in white silk, paused to catch her breath, hands propped on her knees, bending over as she gasped for air. Her cheeks flushed, enhancing her already exquisite beauty. Then you shall accompany me at all times. Wherever I go, you shall follow. That should suffice. He stole a moment to pull her close and kiss her forehead, offering comfort. The Silver Wolf leader cast a mocking glance at Feng Yuqing. For a beast would always be a beast. When its primal fury was ignited, reason became a rather laughable notion. Lin Zinying, Li Ma, and Xiaoyong stood utterly dumbfounded, as if they had just awoken from a vivid dream. A large black crow flew past Lin Shi's forehead, cawing incessantly, as if waiting for a foolish donkey to take the bait, and now that the donkey had arrived, why should Lin Shi still offer more? Without uttering a word, she returned to her seat, opened her fan, and directed her gaze toward the old courtesan on the stage. What say you, old Master Zhang? These two have been so audacious. If we do not teach them a lesson, they might truly believe themselves invincible. Yet Yi Chen replied with indifference. No one understood how this fellow had suddenly emerged. After thorough investigation by the astute, it was discovered that Li Yan's capabilities were rather average, his cultivation unimpressive, implying a lack of education and experience, not to mention his family background was one of destitution. How had he suddenly risen to prominence? Consequently, Sun Yufan felt he had little experience to impart, relying solely on Dan Shui for guidance. Only moments ago, Zhu Deshan had been braggadocious, seemingly intent on annihilating them all. Yet now, in the blink of an eye, Zhu Deshan had been toppled by Xia Luo, with even his limbs bones crushed underfoot, a sight that had greatly unsettled them. Hua Cheng tossed a candy into his mouth, but this time, he missed his mark, and the candy tumbled to the ground. Affluent families often excavate numerous cellars to store ice, food, and wine. The Liu family, being immensely wealthy, had naturally dug several such cellars, around 10. They searched in vain, finding no one. Her words jolted me awake. I bit into a few pieces of wild vegetables from the mountains, accompanied by some cured meat. Indeed, it was toxic, but it has been purged. You have been in a coma for 5 days. It is only natural to feel a bit weak, Han Beimo gently clarified. Chu Xiaoxiao hurried to the hotel after work, arranging for 2 clients to dine out. Her reasoning for this was that Dr. Zhao was on duty that night. Long Ju led me to the night market, and upon seeing the culinary delights, I cast aside all thoughts of Luo Anga and his stomach aches, prioritizing indulging in the food. Suddenly, an assassin lunged at Xia Qingxiao. Her expression darkened as she deftly kicked out, unhesitatingly plunging a dagger into the assassin's arm. Blood gushing forth. This was not Moscow. Countless eyes were upon them, especially regarding Mu Yingchen's conspicuous license plate, which was far too ostentatious. What news agency in Ran City was unaware of it? The connection between Lu Sanyang and County Magistrate Tong remained shrouded in mystery, as did the enmity with the monks. He glanced at Mrs. Zhou, only to find her equally perplexed, her gaze flitting between him and the machinery above. Just as Xia Lu reveled in her anticipated success, a sudden cacophony erupted. Before Chu Xian could speak, Zhao Tianqing erupted in fury upon hearing Li Wanrong's words, unleashing a barrage of invective. Rest assured, young master, everything has been handled as per your instructions. However, this matter is far-reaching and will require some time to resolve completely. The man in black stated, these materials are likely not inexpensive. We may need to use the name of Yang Industries. Chen Chong recalled his father's semiconductor company. The oppressive ambience of terror not only imposed immense pressure on the investigators, but also fostered a mindset of communication breakdown, causing them to forget that they were in a scientifically advanced era rather than a medieval time reliant on shouts for communication. After listening to Feng Xiaoking's account, Yin Ling fell into silence, reflecting on how she had merely stumbled into a temporal rift, yet was now burdened with the accusation of collusion with demonic forces. Elder Yu remained silent for a moment, observing Li Shanzi as he slowly concluded, his gaze inadvertently drifting to the documents on the table. I glanced at the goblin ships, noting a considerable number of goblins aboard. To my astonishment, I realized that the 2 distant vessels remained steadfast and unyielding. Upon entering the barrier, Tian Ming immediately sensed the vastness of the area, surrounded by towering mountains stretching endlessly, devoid of any hint of dawn, illuminated only by the faint glow of the moon. Chapter 62. At present, the chaotic divine embryo remained in a state of stupor, incapable of assisting the 6 petals, while Xiao Lingyu was likewise engrossed in cultivation. Unable to act freely, merely observing the fierce struggle between the 6 petals and the 6 poisonous heart lotus seeds with his mind's eye. Indeed, Hu Minglin gradually discerned that these individuals' marksmanship or staff techniques exhibited no more than 20 variations. Although the forms differed, they fundamentally derived from over 20 martial arts transformations. How could Hu Minglin possibly fail to gain the upper hand with such familiar martial arts skills? Indeed, this monkey wine possesses its own unique qualities. If brewed with the celestial fruits from the heavenly court, its flavor would undoubtedly be even more exquisite, and its effects would be greatly enhanced. Taizang Lejun could not help but exclaim in admiration. Furthermore, the might of the sword Dao wielded by the CZ continues to ascend, as the 9 secrets of Taoism seamlessly integrate into his swordsmanship, compounded by the power of the primordial Dao principles that he summons. Each strike unleashed is capable of devastating the heavens and obliterating the earth. The primordial emperor gradually articulated his teachings, and Sun Li, along with Sun Wukong and others, listened intently, finally grasping the sequence of events from the primordial emperor's narrative. Qin Feng, upon hearing the furious roar of the figure in purple, a peculiar glimmer flickered in the depths of this mysterious being's eyes. I inwardly scoffed. Yet my demeanor remained unchanged as I hastily used a steel pipe to halt Qin Yi's movements. Although the second Emperor Qin was aware of the secrets hidden deep within the Kindling Mountains, neither he nor Zhao Gao had ever ventured there. Each year, either Qin Shi Huang or Prince Fusu would attend the sacrificial rites. Moreover, given the escalating fervor of the peasant uprisings at that time, the second Emperor Qin chose not to pursue the matter further. Moments later, he fixed his gaze on a patch of emptiness ahead and unleashed a barrage of techniques into the void. The elderly man nodded and said, 80 yuan a day. Pay according to how long you stay. If you have no objections, follow me to register. As he spoke, the old man led me towards the main hall directly opposite the courtyard entrance. Mr. Zhou? Yang Zairuo was genuinely taken aback, standing there uncertain of how to react. Instantly, every patron in the restaurant ceased their meals, staring wide-eyed at Mo Long, whose face was smeared with remnants of food. What? A dragon? The five bears sprang up in unison, exchanging glances before rushing towards the door, eager to uncover the truth. I fail to understand why you inflict such harm upon yourself, Wei Junzheng remarked, observing the bandaged Su Miu. The following day, upon rising, Yi Tian busied himself with packing his belongings. After a day of rest, Zhang Zhe walked with considerably more steadiness today, his complexion much improved. However, his mood was somewhat bleak, as any father would feel reluctant at the thought of his child embarking on a journey. Who wouldn't he desire to present a flawless image before their beloved? Bai Miexu was no exception. Yet, she was acutely aware of her own imperfections, which led her to prevent Xiao Ziqian from getting close to Enyo. Believing that Enyo surpassed her in perfection, regardless of any other contenders, Enyo alone was superior. Although the fine jade seedling of shallow water green could be considered a decent jade, if it yielded a sufficient weight, the investment of 1,080,000 should be recouped. Regrettably, Zhou Yu, utilizing his spiritual perception, discerned changes within the jade, which had become more vibrant and valuable. The slender waist, accentuated by a perfectly tailored short split skirt, made her figure appear even more slender, evoking the desire to embrace. Her long, elegant legs lent her an air of graceful poise. In the chamber of Yunfei, now able to rise from her bed, she was appropriately attired, seated on the edge of the bed, gazing at the Empress Dowager with a warm smile illuminating her features. After I called her, she received my number, and together we stepped out, purchasing breakfast for Xinyu. I did not return, as I felt assured with Lulu watching over her. The sensation evoked by the handgun contrasted starkly with that of the sniper rifle. This handgun must surely be associated with fire, mused Yang Jian, stroking his chin. As he regarded the man claiming to be Xianyuan Huiguang, Qin Feng sensed a terrifying killing intent emanating from him, indicating that his arrival was not one of goodwill. His eyes scrutinized the imitation immortal palace, which seemed to have existed for countless years. The items within the grand hall were either damaged or had long since decayed, creating a desolate and empty atmosphere. At the forefront of the hall, a jade disc radiated brilliance, illuminating the entire space. Talent, elite warrior, all attributes 5. Becoming a goblin warrior is a symbol of strength within the Goblin Empire. Has that child been brainwashed? Nikaido rolled up his sleeve, unwrapping the bandage from his left arm, and flexed his muscles slightly. In another courtyard of the Xia residence, Uncle Xia Haiqiao and Xia Mingyuan sat in a pavilion, sipping tea and engaging in conversation. So, this object has been here for thousands of years. No way. Could there really have been televisions thousands of years ago? Yang Jian exclaimed in astonishment. Xia Mingfeng and Wang Zhu remained airborne, having flown from the south to the north from early morning until afternoon. Just as Zhao Ming began to descend, the mansion in the air before him vanished without a sound, disappearing silently from his view. Startled, Zhao Ming nearly lost his balance on his sword and fell from the Tsangming. Stabilizing himself, he looked around, but the mansion had completely vanished. Zhong Mushin and Zhuang Zongren were both dumbfounded, never expecting such magic to exist in this world. Lu Tao gazed at Lin Pingting's departing figure, his mind swirling in confusion, as if a pot of porridge had boiled over in his thoughts, leaving him with a bitter smile and no desire to contemplate her any further. With nothing else to occupy her time, Ruoshi decided to begin refining this magical artifact atop the back of the Suanhe. Even in such circumstances, one still strives to appear strong. Jiangfi, it gently grasped Tang Pianpian's head, affectionately stroking her hair. News of the battle reached Zhongdu, and Wan Yin Yong was taken aback, never expecting that the Red Jacket Army, which seemed on the verge of quelling, would suddenly resurge, prompting him to hastily summon the ruling ministers to discuss countermeasures. At this moment, Ruoshui was performing a spell to gather the Xianhuang Wuji soil, and upon witnessing Zhouli's expression, she could comprehend why this ironclad man, unafraid even in the face of the demonic wolf's fangs, would reveal such a look of terror. Chapter 63. Let us temporarily shift scenes to the live broadcast of the Emperor's War Dragon leading out of the boundless abyss. Having departed from the Misty Stone Array, focusing on the situations of Zhanqi, Qianjun, Qinyu, Guihai, Yubudong, and Baiting, Xie Chongming spoke with certainty, not for any other reason, but because in the original work, Zhui Qingchuan held profound feelings for Zhui Yuan. In an instant, multiple gazes fell upon Su Yin, who frowned. She had merely acted on instinct, not realizing her actions would hold significance, and was grateful for that arrow from Shen Wu, her partner. Observing the current state, Ling Fengyu refrained from making further moves, as aside from that earlier individual, the others posed no threat to Murong Yanran, alleviating her concerns. At this moment, Zhui Qingchuan tore off his human skin, questioning with a fierce tone, while Xie Chongming observed from within the carriage, resembling an extremist, laughing maniacally. The surgery officially commenced. Hua Xiong was keen to see which surgical knife Yi Fan would choose, eager to discern his surgical prowess. A look of panic crossed Shun's face, but Xie Chongming paid no mind, pulling Hong Li onto the carriage. Upon seeing her son injured yet alive, Lin's Hongyan felt a sense of relief. However, upon learning that Lu Leida had been captured in the mountain leopard's chamber and was being humiliated, this fiery grandmother's eyes turned blood red as she pulled out her twin pistols and rushed towards the courtyard. As he spoke, Li Mackay swung his whip, striking the dog across the face, causing it to yelp in agony, as if it were being slaughtered. From his expertise in business management to the informational resources he could extract from his knowledge structure, Ning Chang'an's awareness continued to take shape. Qing'er furrowed her brow slightly, evidently surprised that Jin Yu had proactively suggested leaving, and hurriedly followed the carriage, shutting the gate behind her. At once, focus your mind and spirit. Embrace the essence of unity, and prepare yourself mentally for the impending onslaught of divine retribution, even if it comes like a thunderbolt from the heavens. An overwhelming wave of drowsiness suddenly assailed Su Bai, as if his eyelids were burdened by the weight of 1,000 pounds, rendering him nearly unable to endure. To the right, as Jiyu spoke, the dark flames swiftly spread towards the carnivorous flowers, with the crimson lotus fire closely trailing behind. The entire forest appeared to be engulfed in an apocalyptic scenario, as the formidable force of the thunderous tribulation fell heavily beside Mo Yunhao. Whether it was the towering trees that had been uprooted and flung away, or the ancient trees deeply rooted in the earth, they were all pulverized, sending wooden splinters flying like green and timber-colored snowflakes. It should be reliable, but as the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. One must still try their luck. Yi Shikai remarked with an awkward smile. Mr. Yi, are you about to depart? Upon reaching the entrance, he encountered Shinruya along with several attending servants. The speaker was none other than Major General Sakai Koji, the commander of the Independent Mixed Brigade, which had been completely annihilated by the 8th Root Army during the battle at Wildman Valley. At the highest point of the Grand Hall sat 3 figures. The 2 flanking individuals appeared relatively unremarkable, merely at the 8th level of the Spirit Monarch realm, yet the elder in the center exuded an aura of profound stability, unmistakably having entered the realm of the Spirit Sovereign. Only an army that never abandons or forsakes any of its brothers can become a truly victorious force. The Grim Reaper and the Annihilation Master are natural adversaries. It is evident that once the Annihilation Master is fully resurrected, the first to suffer will undoubtedly be the Soul Society. Mo Yin retreated to a safe distance, loading an explosive round into his weapon, aiming for the gaping maw of the foreign entity, and then pulled the trigger. As Hu Li's words left her lips, the onlookers cast increasingly hostile glances, even beginning to whisper and point fingers. Regrettably, the Luo Tianhuan of yore is not the same as the present Luo Tianhuan. The Elder Gao of the past is not the Elder Gao of today. Otherwise, the decline of the Chu family might have been averted. Until now, Wu Yu has controlled 43% of the stocks, with voting rights soaring to 59%, surpassing the majority. Even if all the other board members were summoned to cast collective opposing votes, it would be futile. Luo Tianhuan planned to recruit a subhuman army willing to follow him on Yolin Star, while also hoping to chance upon higher-level companions. This marked the 4th time he had sought her out this month. Yi Miao, who had initially asked him to refrain from visiting, now only reminded him to be cautious on his journey. Lu Zhenjin, as a designer, you should understand the distinction between inspiration and plagiarism, correct? Yu struggled to suppress her anger, fearing that she might strike Lu Zhenjin across the face. The guests circled around, with Li Jiao, standing amidst the relatives of the Duan family, accompanied by her parents. Lan Yayang and Zhuakai arrived with their families and greeted Li Jiao. As Duan Wiki was turning around, he encountered a security guard and inquired if he had seen an old box near a certain parking spot. The guard replied he had not seen anything, but upon noticing Duan Wiki's dark expression, he nervously asked if there was something valuable inside. Anxiously tense, Yanxi arrived at the salon, lacking the focus to converse with Tony, preoccupied with the officer's insistence on what style to cut. Xia Yuxuan's previously radiant smile faded. Her delicate fingers tightly interlaced within her flowing sleeves, the well-manicured nails digging into her flesh without her awareness. Huajun was clearly intent on provoking her to the point where she would genuinely consider divorcing him, although it was shocking and unprecedented. He believed she was capable of such an unfathomable act. After Xianyuan Yuhan spoke, his mind was suddenly filled with memories of the previous night spent in intimacy with Chu Qian. Surprisingly, upon hearing his words, Yin Shu did not deny it. Instead, she responded quite openly and generously. Observing Li Yi's heartbroken expression, Baby's face twitched, clearly struggling to suppress a laugh. Ma Yun's plan aimed to address this issue in the long run, potentially resolving it in 5, 10, or even 20 years. However, finding a short-term solution proved exceedingly challenging. Bartolomeo remained stationary, retracting his smile before gradually raising his hands. Thus, he had almost succumbed to death earlier. Fortunately, the emperor had summoned Dr. How to assist before arriving at the Chi-Wang mansion, successfully stabilizing the lord's body against the rampant poison. The old monkey finally felt a weight lift from his heart, his expression relaxing to reveal a smile, his snow-white teeth glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Although the Song dynasty was an era governed in partnership with the scholar officials, when the Emperor Zhenzong beheld his vision of establishing an unprecedented flourishing age that would endure for a millennium, he was filled with ambition. Chapter 64, A Fine Sword. It must be rated above level 3, remarked the corpse collector noncommittally. The two ceased their conversation and began searching for the entrance to the heavenly ladder atop the building, only to discover it was locked from the inside. He how examined the door and found no guards. Indeed, it was rare for anyone to set up defenses in such a location. Lin Yin hurried to the grand entrance, forcefully pushing open the twin sandalwood doors. Immediately assaulted by a wave of the metallic scent of blood. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Lin Yin was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground. He would not flee, nor would he retreat, not because he had rediscovered the former leader's formidable spirit, but because of Zhao and his two poignant inquiries. Do you know how much my sister loves you? Do you understand how deeply you've hurt her? I smell fine wine. Kong Xian sniffed excitedly, settling beside Bei Ming Lei and reaching for the wine jug next to him. Consulting the map, he noted that this cave heaven was roughly divided into 4 regions, with 3 surrounding a central circular area in a fan-like formation. Lai Xiong was among the few granted free access to the palace, and he was the only non-royal permitted to fly within its confines. However, since Mang Chao bestowed this privilege upon him, he had never utilized it. Today, however, was an exception. The supreme bounty order from the Tang sect offered an exceptionally generous reward, prompting Yulinfin to approach Lin Yin with a grin. With a sandstorm imminent, failing to depart now could lead to genuine trouble. Even with his mastery of refining essence into qi, he was merely a tiny insect attempting to shake a tree before the might of heaven and earth. For now, there should be no issues. Do not forget my medical skills are quite competent, and I have a good understanding of my own condition, Lin Dong said with a smile. Lucio looked at me with confusion, asking, Brother Hua, what exactly is your plan? Please enlighten me so I can have some clarity. Within a radius of several thousand zhong, chaos reigned, as Yuan Bei was swept away by a strand of murderous intent before he could even utter a cry, instantaneously disintegrating into ash. Meeting an English teacher unexpectedly was somewhat embarrassing. I had not intended to conceal anything and simply stated, I got into a fight with classmates after school, and now I'm in a lot of pain, not to mention my bruised face makes me reluctant to return home. It was indeed where I had once captured Zhang Sanfan. Currently, dust swirled as numerous individuals gathered, with dozens of experts from the celestial realm arriving alongside Bai Qi and the 12 golden saints. Fortune resides within calamity. Calamity emerges from fortune. Where there is benefit, there is harm. Both exist in tandem, with no absolutes to be found. In fact, this testing yielded some gains, albeit at the expense of Monkai alone, my esteemed predecessors. Please do not mock. Faced with the duality of the Qing and Hong specters, Monkai boldly interjected in defense. The powerful warriors inwardly cursed, yet could only issue commands to gather energy stones. The prices of energy stones in Huangquan City and surrounding locales surged significantly, with a plethora of stones being amassed in the market. even leading to the exchange of many stones from the hands of formidable warriors. I find the Imayan boxing technique rather commendable. Today, on the arena, we shall discern which nation's martial arts reign supreme. Nearby, other individuals of Asian descent rallied in support. It's nothing. I was merely bitten by a friend, Lin Xiang replied, enduring the pain with calm composure. Lu Zihan, taken aback, ceased to hesitate and summoned the divine radiance ring once more. At this juncture, she was resolute in her intent to decisively defeat Lin Yi. It's merely a misconception. So, Waterlord, why are you fixated on him? Zyrna remarked, having untied the ropes, her earlier jest in bringing him over devoid of any intent to consume him, presumably. With his considerable prowess, Wang Chong immediately discerned the nature of the dark light, a seemingly unremarkable black spear. Yet, the velocity and force accompanying it were astonishingly formidable. Lao Gan was a close comrade of Jiang Cheng during his tenure in the Special Forces, adept in piloting various vehicles. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that even if handed a mere van, he could maneuver it to perform like a Hummer, let alone an Apache. However, just as Ling Ai's expression grew increasingly grave, Li Sun spoke with unsettling calmness. This is your duty. Should you fail, half of the military merits accumulated by you as the faction commander will be forfeited as punishment. General Binjian smiled. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. No one anticipated that Lu Kai would raise the stakes by a full 100 million, leaving all present momentarily bewildered. You? Lu Dehua shot her a glance. Scoffing, where do you reside? Surely, this girl does not believe that possessing over 200 taels of silver grants her the liberty to squander it at will. Yet, who was Xin Fei? He felt not a trace of the oppressive aura emanating from others. A cold smirk gracing his lips as he pondered whether this foolhardy individual would dare confront him. This signified that returning to the Shining Academy would afford no respite. It would be wiser to enhance his strength within the Demon Flame sect, thereby eliminating any fear of retaliation from the Knife Soul sect and facilitating his departure from the Sea of Demons. Lu Xian trailed behind Su Qing, navigating through the Flower sect until they arrived at a vast canyon, where a venerable and towering ancient tree stood majestically at its center. Shinju held both his and Zhao Zhu's medals aloft, placing them together over his heart, closing his eyes, inhaling deeply, as tears cascaded unbidden down his cheeks. The sound of tightly clasped fingers echoed clearly within the thatched hut. At that moment, Zuck gritted her teeth, consumed by uncontainable rage towards Rin Feng and Rin Shui, who had undoubtedly incurred her utmost ire. A journey spanning thousands of kilometers, nearly traversing half of China, demanded immense human, material, and financial resources. To ensure a nation's strategic supplies remain ample amidst war, the logistics and transportation costs alone are staggering numbers, difficult to fathom. Chapter 65. Wang San felt a tumult of anger and frustration, yet found himself powerless to act. With a sullen expression, he prepared to leave with his subordinates, acknowledging that today's outcome had resulted in his loss. Ying Qian, the son of the Qin king, was valiant and resolute, seasoned in the chaos of battle. Upon surveying Dongliang City, he recognized that Shaoyang had adequately prepared to resist the advance of his Qin army. Wang Mu fixed his gaze upon the peony, as if attempting to pierce through the seemingly average prowess of this celestial being, questioning whether she would truly sacrifice the laws of time for the sake of a mere flower. The leading jonin issued commands, and the ninjas of Sunagakure swiftly mobilized, determined to reclaim what rightfully belonged to their village. I suspect someone is plotting against me. Moreover, they must have already subdued Old Zhua, Wei Xiao speculated. Concealed within a cave, the hidden Wang Mu stroked his chin, having conceived the idea for this makeshift creation society. Listening to the analysis, Li Mu gained deeper insights into the steel, yet the choice remained firmly in his hands. It is crucial to understand that while his Qin army might currently be at a disadvantage against the Wei forces, their defeat was not yet conspicuous, allowing them to sustain for a while longer. However, should he command a retreat, it would spell their complete demise. Qi Yong, though the proponent of the relocation strategy, was reluctant to assume the role of overseer, even if he understood that supervising the construction of the new capital would serve as an excellent opportunity to bolster his credentials. Yet, his mindset had shifted drastically. Now, he was laden with gravity, as the weight of a Deluo was not to be compared to mere vanity. Meanwhile, Songsong City had succumbed long ago, having fallen before the enemy forces' reinforcements arrived. Chun Shi, commanding the troops, charged forth, annihilating the beleaguered reinforcement battalion, leaving them with no choice but to break through, ultimately escaping with fewer than 2,000 souls. His expression fluctuated repeatedly, shifting from one of focused diligence to confusion, then to perplexity and nuance. For a fleeting moment, a thought flashed through her mind. Would there be salvation? In that instant, it vanished beneath the acrid waters. If these weren't Lin Ju's parents, she might have acted decisively. Such blatant bullying. Milk powder and formula could never compare to fresh milk in terms of nutrition. The most crucial aspect is that they contain no additives, truly pure cow's milk. Why must we fall for the tricks of this girl? If she refuses to allow us to join forces, shall we not unite? What is this notion of solitary combat? Let us band together and eliminate this girl, Yang Jun. And her ilk. Where's the chancellor? The armored military officer bore no letters, only a short dagger strapped to his waist. Yet, his tone was urgent, prompting the surrounding officials to gather and inquire about the unfolding events. Ruan Kiyoshi merely informed the county magistrate of his acquaintance with the miraculous doctor, Shin Taizu, prompting the magistrate to summon him forth. As Jasmine luxuriated in the hot spring, she couldn't help but smile faintly, enchanted by the rising steam and the scent of sulfur. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing all eyes to converge upon the entrance. Li Yuxin's lips curled into a subtle smile. Her gaze at Mu Zun a blend of amusement and elegance, as she stated, "What I say is indeed the truth, without exaggeration." Indeed, the previous demise of Li Yuxin made her current existence all the more miraculous. In the next moment, the mist in the bamboo grove seemed to respond to some unseen command, gradually coalescing. Helan Lingzia's eyes shimmered with moisture. After enduring such inhumane treatment at the Zhua family, finding Feng Yuhan once more and hearing his sweet words made her feel that all her efforts were worthwhile. "I don't know. However, I possess a feeling that today I shall encounter him," Qi Tong declared confidently, continuing onward, while Ma Yin shook her head in resignation. Su Wen and the others hastily leapt down, fiercely protecting him as they vanished into the darkness. As the group of assailants approached, their faces betrayed a flicker of astonishment, for it seemed that the opponent had the uncanny ability to anticipate their coordinated moves and deftly evade them. What epitomizes the weight of Mount Tai? What embodies the stature of Mount Tai? And what signifies the grandeur of Mount Tai at this moment? The divine warrior emerging from the valley perfectly encapsulated the essence of the term Mount Tai. Mo Mei had endured the cycles of withering and flourishing alone. Yet the world had entirely transformed. That innocent and unassuming youth from the western Rome appeared as though he had never graced this realm. Pei Qingzi and Jing Yi quarreled openly, utterly oblivious to the presence of onlookers nearby. After Zhao Fuxin spoke, he turned away, not wishing for his mother to witness the tears welling in his eyes, nor did he want to cause her any worry. To illustrate, within a radius of 10 zhang, even the flight of a mere mosquito could be sensed by Qin Xing, provided his focus was unwavering. Today marked Wang Jinzhen's birthday, and he Yukayu had made a special effort to attend and celebrate it. After dining, Chao Ping informed Song Shui and Sister Dao, who then took their identification cards and drove to the airport to pick up Ing Bao. Song Shui did not pry further. Although she had heard whispers of the boss's gossip, she understood well what was appropriate to inquire about and what was not. Before them, the bald old monk, with hands resembling claws, executed a series of movements that evoked the image of a gray dragon soaring through the skies, showcasing the Buddhist martial art known as the dragon claw technique. In contrast, Zhang Wuji appeared utterly defenseless against this technique, forced to evade and retreat repeatedly. Chapter 66. There exists no issue at hand, and these Pokemon are indeed fortunate to be in your presence. I trust you will not fail them, Doctor. Kongmu remarked with a bemused smile, seemingly unconcerned. What should have been an event drawing attention from the three realms had instead seen countless eyes fixated on Beiju Luzhu, dismissing the game of familial play that was Qinxiang. Over the course of an entire day, more than 600 participants in the course saw over 50 eliminated. How shameless. After all, they had once been spouses. It would be beneficial to inform her, allowing her heart to release a burden. To gather tales of the sea, one must seek out materials from that era. The speaker was Li Qiuping, a man in his 30s with a somewhat rotund physique. His venture into the sea was driven by the desire to find a formidable devil fruit. Yet, per the original narrative, it seemed no such fruit from the West Sea had appeared during this time frame. Today's data revealed a total of 86,588 entries, with an increase of over 800 today alone. After Wang Hua spoke, he appeared hesitant, as if he had more to say. The clash between the ethereal forms of the door to eternal life and the Pangu axe resonated with a thunderous sound, reverberating through the primordial chaos, subtly stirring the very essence of one's soul. During the attempt to use the pre-login handshake confirmation, the operation exceeded the timeout period. This might be due to a failure in the pre-login handshake or a delay in the server's response. Although the Meteor Auction House boasted numerous seats, they proved insufficient, as over 100,000 attendees had gathered, many without seats. Yet, unwilling to depart, they sought out spots, bringing forth benches to sit and await the commencement of the auction. After walking for scarcely a quarter of an hour, she discovered that the pathways here were meticulously arranged in a formation, A misstep would lead one to endlessly wander the tree-lined paths for miles. Yanglan's interest was piqued, her large eyes sparkling with excitement. This was the first time she had witnessed such formations since descending the mountain. A war poised to erupt at any moment was quelled by Jeff Van Gundy, yet once training commenced, certain matters slipped entirely beyond his control. Just as Shui thought to relinquish her aspirations, Huang Ziwa unexpectedly underwent a transformation. What had turned them into mere passers-by suddenly took a dramatic turn. Confronted with the dark underbelly of the massage room, Lin Feng could scarcely endure. The practices clashed violently with the morals instilled in him since childhood, shattering the values he had long cherished. After perusing the materials, Yang Tian instructed Ding Dang to shut down the system and retreated to his room for slumber. That organization was specifically opposed to the Wan Yao Association, led by the very Fei who had been slain by Lady Jinhua. However, I could discern the essence of his predicament. He had consumed the souls of countless individuals, yet his own strength was insufficient, resulting in a distorted perception. As for his body, it was likely a vessel crafted through preordained witchcraft. Huh, you truly are beyond redemption. Had it not been for my subordinates gathering you all here, I doubt this camp would host so many individuals. The third prince halted his steps, gazing at the newcomer, a middle-aged man with a black beard. One of the elderly men Yang Lan had encountered previously. It's not that I won't teach you a lesson. It's that you're forbidden from addressing me with the tone of an elder. You are but 2 years my senior. Lu Fifei expressed her dissatisfaction with Lin Feng's evasive remarks. Emphasizing her point, he intended to seize the moment to ensure a prosperous life for his family, allowing them to live in stability and comfort. Zhao Bo, having been reprimanded harshly by his father, dared not retort, stifling his indignation. After casting a glance at Zhao Wangqing, he returned to his room, clutching his backside. Li Mu also refrained from withholding anything. Whether or not it would be absorbed was another matter, but he had said all he could. During the meeting, Bai Xian remained silent in the corner, her gaze sweeping over the faces of those in the living room, missing not a single shift in emotion. In the distance, a slender figure approached, accompanied by an oddly pitched song. Clad in a black dress adorned with a red belt, her long legs and flowing hair cascading over her shoulders, Lu Yifei exuded an air of cold elegance, shedding some of her youthful innocence. Perhaps it was the inherent knowledge that everything within the illusionary game was fictitious that ultimately prevented Uchiha Fugaku from crossing that pivotal threshold, even when the barriers were broken. His Sharingan merely spun in a state of excitement, failing to evolve into the Manjikyo. In the morning, the kitchen of the rented apartment was nearly filled to capacity with the crew. This reservation was made possible due to a previous meal with a manager from the Pang Group, who were regular patrons here. Distinct from the previous chaos, this time, Lu Chun could distinctly sense the shackles that had long plagued him beginning to break under the impact of this newfound power. We are all sisters. To speak thus would be to create distance. Yin Nong took Ma Erya's hand and suddenly recalled something, smiling as she remarked, "No wonder you inadvertently struck that flower-adorned rotund monk yesterday. It seems your time of the month is approaching." This diversionary tactic, attacking political adversaries in such a manner, would later be termed a conceptual switch in history. Yu Rou and the others were equally astonished. How was it that Guyi acted without hesitation? And how could such a move be so alluring? Chapter 67. Yet, the moment she stood there, the previously cacophonous voices abruptly fell silent, as if they had reached a silent accord. Jiang Huai's gaze flicked over the peculiar expressions of those officials, suppressing the urge to roll his eyes. However, concerning the events of last night, let us consider them as belonging to the night. Now confined within this enclosed cavern, who could say whether it was day or night? Hua Junnan felt a rush of embarrassment at the recollection of the previous night. What? Are you afraid I might consume you? Jin Yatong, knowing Su Dong's amiable disposition, spoke without much caution. How pretentious. Dragon Girl glared at Zhou Yang, while Su Xn beside her concealed a smile at the corner of her mouth. The sheep has just returned to the pen on its own. Grandma Zhang reached out to pat the dust off her grandson's clothes. If the situation becomes unmanageable, one must escape to save oneself rather than make futile sacrifices. Run towards the northwest, in the direction of the national border. Remember this well. Hu Jun reiterated to the group. I know something is terribly amiss. Just say what it is. Chen Yi interrupted Yang Cheng's whiny cries, stating. With 28 minutes of gameplay elapsed, Chen Yi successfully took down the first and second towers in the top, middle, and bottom lanes of the purple team. Although he could not match the explosive power of the Reaper, his prowess in tower pushing was undeniably superior to that of his opponent. With the aid of the electric blade, in the blink of an eye, Yasuo had already reduced Akalai's health by half. Subsequently, the waiter departed normally, as if he had entirely forgotten the events that had just transpired. The fusion of physical strength and cultivation made it possible for him to confront even an Earth Immortal. and the odds of triumph were significantly in his favor. Wei Dong was approaching the two, and upon seeing them engaged in hushed conversation, his brow furrowed deeply. General Jean, filled with shock and fury, still felt a lingering dread from the earlier incident when he lost control of his body. The development of industries has inadvertently led to rampant deforestation, overharvesting, toxic gas emissions from factories, and exceeding automotive exhaust standards, all of which are devastating the environment upon which humanity relies for survival. The original owner had never seen another moon or sun, believing that the moon and sun were simply as they ought to be, perfectly normal. He did not require the aid of the spaceship galaxy to reach the moon in an instant. However, traveling to Neptune and Pluto would still be quite a challenge. So what if you know we are commoners from the Tiandu Royal Academy? You still cannot discern our identities. The masked man's tone had noticeably weakened. Guakin clasped his hands in greeting, asserting that General Yu would not easily allow them to return, as the intention was to weaken the strength of the Western Chang Kingdom, rendering it incapable of resisting the Han Dynasty. King Yingyi was seriously injured during the siege of Guangming Peak by the 6 major sects, and his wounds have yet to heal. At that moment, a robust man clad in sturdy attire unexpectedly emerged from the nearby inn. He even left a few jars for Beijia Bank to conduct experiments. Augustine appeared utterly unconcerned. Fourth brother, do you look down on others? Even the emperor has praised my writing. Yin Xiang protested indignantly. Guan Yu, the foremost of the 5 tiger generals of Shu Han, has truly perished here. After all, the head of Guan Yu's eldest son, Guan Ping, had appeared on the battlefield. That severed head atop the earthen mound was likely indeed that of Guan Yu. Consequently, for the reasons mentioned above, Tim decided to establish this industrial city here, which is shrouded in secrecy from the outside world. Apart from the military, technical workers and engineers are the only ones permitted entry. No other outsiders are allowed near. The following morning, Yuan Tiangang returned, merely informing Li Quan that once the plague in Dawan village had passed, Wang Goei would bring his family and son to make their acquaintance, and then he cheerfully followed Dare's Sunday. The group was left even more puzzled, as the innkeeper clearly was reluctant to elaborate on this county magistrate, yet he remarked that the magistrate was benevolent towards the people, leaving everyone utterly befuddled. Aenier tumbled to the ground, rolling a few times before fixing his gaze on Kaido's chest wound, convinced he had struck the heart. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted as over 200 divine artifacts tumbled at Zhang Su's feet. It was then that a red string indeed pulled forth a pale blue soul from Linta's body. Upon catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, Song Ji felt relieved enough to take a bite. Was this not the true flavor of roasted meat? At 9:50, Xiao Xiao placed breakfast in front of Han Qian, a cup of iced coffee and 2 hamburgers. When these items appeared before him, Yu Shisai panicked and turned to angrily scold Chang Xiao, as Sima Xiao seemingly pointed out the Sima family crest tattooed on Ling Yuan's neck. He did so with an air of casual intention, for he suddenly noticed that his hand had become slender and smooth, as beautiful as tender green shoots. Wang Ying then accepted 2 packets from Wang Qiushui and stuffed them into Li Shang's pocket. The moment the man's feet touched the ground, Li Shang's knees crashed down upon his shoulders, toppling him instantly. By 7:40, Xia took out a wet tissue and handed it to Zilia, encouraging her to wipe her hands. Then they sat together to eat rice balls. Wang Giwen nodded slightly. Since Ling Han had spoken to this extent, there was no need for him to say anything further, and he turned to enter the barrier's entrance. Everyone boarded the spaceship, first initiated by South Palace Jinjun, and once the vessel ascended to a certain altitude, the speed stabilized. The god of Zetian was not aboard, leaving one to wonder where he would observe them from. As Gu Qingcheng helped Kong Mo ran into his room, she immediately sensed something was amiss. However, since Kong Mo ran was leaning on her, Gu Qingcheng could only feign ignorance and assist him toward the edge of the bed. I bid 1,000 taels. A sudden proclamation startled the crowd, who turned to see a flower-adorned figure gracefully approaching. Little did he expect this task to be so much easier than his previous job, with virtually no difficulty involved. Ling Tianlai had intended to visit Long Shao Kaiyu. Ever since the elimination rounds, he had lost contact. In mere flashes, Ling Tianlai found himself outside the Wolf Fong mercenary corps, only to be taken aback by the disarray that suggested a fierce battle had recently occurred. Chapter 68. Chu Yuan had already appeared on the highway, with cars continuously passing by. He hailed a taxi and climbed inside. Unexpectedly, when Feng Yangwang spoke these words, the car emitted another mournful cry, abruptly coming to a halt. And Feng Yangwang felt a pang of sympathy for the vehicle. 14 should have come in after us. They must have been sent elsewhere, Jijan remarked, frowning. After a brief discussion, he omitted the encounter with Gaia, not because he was unwilling to share, but rather because he did not know how to begin. As everyone saw Nian's low spirits, they took their leave one by one. However, for reasons unknown, The figure of this king of Hades emanated an aura of malevolence. Unmistakably a villain. Fong San described the characteristics of the car that was about to collide with Su Kiki and recounted the license plate number he had noted. As he gazed in the direction where the sun's golden wheel had vanished, he transformed into a beam of white light, pursuing it. While Lu Xing and Hui Xing soon discovered there were 3 other lights racing towards that direction. They exchanged glances, no longer daring to be careless, and unleashed their respective powers to follow suit. However, as that figure darted swiftly, 3 enormous dark shadows relentlessly pursued from a distance, revealing only their massive forms and agile movements. Yet it remained unclear what fierce beasts they were. Hodge's muscles were indeed well-toned, yet at this moment, they appeared as mere refuse in Chu Yuan's eyes. Nan Nan, the midterm exam results are out. Let us head home together. Zhu Shu walked up to Xuan Nan, her smile concealing a dagger. With a sudden leap, the king of Hades charged towards Yan Wushuan, but do not misunderstand. He merely landed beside Yan Wushuan. By the way, since you can smash through walls directly, why not simply demolish everything in your path? Mu Chan suddenly inquired with a puzzled expression. At that moment, the skeletal leader, whose whereabouts remained unknown, suddenly unleashed a mental assault of unprecedented ferocity, far surpassing his previous attempt, directed straight towards Yifeng, who was embroiled in a fierce battle within the sea of skeletons. Yet, could Yifeng, already ensnared in this skeletal maelstrom, withstand this life-threatening blow? Then he turned her gaze towards the door, yet the person knocking showed no inclination to speak. In an instant, she deduced the identity of the visitor. What? You are the Yifeng of the Xian clan? Jason exclaimed, his expression one of astonishment, his eyes now reflecting a newfound reverence for Yifeng. However, at that moment, the young man slowly opened his eyes and regarded everyone present, devoid of any tension or unfamiliarity. It was hard to fathom that a stranger could display such a lack of emotion. What? Korduk, Vera, and Anilis gasped in unison, all aware of the story between Regner and Aaron, understanding the significance of that name to Regner. As she posed her question, Guyu's already furrowed brow tightened further. He gazed into Nanhe's eyes, which instantly glistened with tears. Nanhe was momentarily taken aback, and then she heard Guyu's voice resonate. Lowering his head and closing his eyes, Lehigh bore a faint smile before soaring into the air. No one anticipated that this fellow would frighten someone to tears before even going live. What would happen then? Lin Shi, upon glancing at the expectant gaze of the ninth prince, found his emotions growing exceedingly complex. If he were to become the ninth prince's mentor, he would be on the same boat, and should Zhao Jing'ai truly aspire to accomplish something in the future, what choices would he have to make? Unexpectedly, the key seemed to be drawn into the lock as if by an invisible force. I hardly exerted any effort, yet I heard a click, and the lock sprang open instantly. Ultimately, Wang Chongyang had no choice but to concede, realizing that he could only enter his own dreams for now, unable to alter anything within them. Wang Huaipeng, possessing commendable martial skills, coupled with the significant enhancement from the jelly core, allowed his strength to reach remarkable heights. Consequently, the city lord complied without hesitation, summoning his most trusted confidants, emphatically reiterating, "Did you hear? The task I entrusted to you must be executed flawlessly, understood? Absolutely no violence. Do you comprehend?" A prince's consort, who was likely to ascend to great heights and was greatly favored, could not be treated with indifference by the marquis's estate. And thus she was welcomed into the grand hall. Zheng Feng declared, "I have a condition that Liu Bei must agree to immediately, otherwise, I will not deliver the two ladies." Yet, what astonished Wang Chongyang the most was his complete inability to sense the other's cultivation level. While the clearly less capable Nyakalu could, the scene shifted abruptly as the doors of the Fengchun police station swung wide open, flooded with brilliant light, as Song Shengsheng and Xiang Yi emerged from within. Fortunately, the currency credit system in Yin City remained robust, allowing their paper money to circulate widely and thoroughly within the city. However, these currencies were only valid within Yin City. Beyond its borders, they would be rendered worthless. Listening to Ding Ling's voice, which resonated with a near-magical tone, Feng Wangxiu's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. She gazed intently at Ding Ling, astonished that she would use such an approach and words to persuade Lin Mingyuan. Conversely, if Emperor Suen suspected Li Yuntian of harboring ulterior motives to seize control of the Ming dynasty, then Li Yuntian would be deemed a treacherous minister. It is worth noting that Dugumu Yang was a figure of renown nearly a millennium ago, and thus his age must be close to 1,000 years, while Shui was merely in her teenage years. At this moment, Jun Wushuan had completely shed her previously naive demeanor. The bloodstain on her shield, shaped like a human figure, emanated a tyrannical aura, as droplets of blood dripped down, filling the air with a metallic scent. Chapter 69. He dared not meet the gaze of Lord Shun, fearing that his meager thoughts would be laid bare. Rest assured, Sister D, everything is under control. There will be no issues, Zhao Zilong said, scratching his head sheepishly. Flattering words surged towards Su Fan, and in an instant, the earlier tension and murderous intent vanished without a trace. The wasteland transformed into a court, where powerful emperors took turns to perform. Some wept bitterly while others composed poems in praise, creating a lively spectacle. It seems that the lady will no longer have the chance to bear another child. Niesi Niang's words were chillingly calm and devoid of compassion. Watching Chun Kailan's departing silhouette, Zhao Zilong fell into deep contemplation, still pondering her recent statement. His face etched with confusion. Within 100 meters, Su Fan treaded with extraordinary caution, even with a keen awareness of his surroundings. He remained apprehensive about provoking any unforeseen events. Then let us proceed, Shen Yin mused. Knowing that her parents had likely guessed most of the situation and were refraining from asking further questions to maintain everyone's composure. In the capital, perhaps it was previously unacknowledged that the Nanhai Prince's residence held significant status, yet now, although Qianjun had stepped down from his position as chief minister, successive officials upon taking office would visit the Nanhai Prince's residence, seeking Qianjun's support, as though his lack of a warm smile would incite disquiet among them. Yi Zheng's opponent was a domain-level expert from the Glory Alliance's M District, and conversing between the two posed no issues. Luo's Hickson merely sought a reason for Ling Yun to accompany her, while also making an appearance at school to assert her relationship status, thereby discouraging the persistent advances of male classmates, which had become quite bothersome. The Great Tree advised, "Child, please do not be disheartened. If you were to fell all my branches, it would be enough to construct your home." The child, feeling uplifted, proceeded to chop down the branches and set off to start a family. Lin Meisen remarked, "Very well. Let us first procure some vegetables. After that, we shall buy some meat." In the forest, the daytime chill was already intense, let alone at night. The sensation was truly invigorating. Yenru was about to instruct his subordinates to act when he suddenly felt a large hand pressing down on his head, forcefully slamming it onto the desk. At Lanhua Tower, amidst the vibrant blossoms, the flow of wine and the melodies of strings melded harmoniously, rendering the scene anything but incongruous. After finishing his tasks, he returned home, sitting alone until dawn. It seemed he would need to purchase a new blackboard again, as the web of relationships had become so intricate that his mind was overwhelmed. As Ziru sipped the rib soup, her gaze inadvertently drifted to the bowl of hot and sour soup on the table, which appeared quite appetizing. As the pole of energy manifested, Daoxuan Shinjun's spirit transformed into a stream of spiritual energy, flowing into Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen's expression brightened as he manipulated the embers forward, swallowing a pure white dandelion into his belly. Just then, as Chun Kumo opened his mouth to request a pause in the match, Jiang Fengzhen's foot was swept from under him, sending him crashing to the ground. Kai Yang had disguised himself adeptly, as usual, chatting and laughing while escorting Zhe back to Aegean Castle. However, the unsuspecting Jing had no inkling that this would be Kai Yang's final time picking her up from school. Yi Zifeng noticed that the trading volume in the market had shrunk to its nadir, with individual stock prices nearly reaching the point of no return. As the majority of stocks traded only a few hundred shares throughout the day, with fluctuations of merely 2 to 3 cents. Yungzi suddenly felt a pang of jealousy towards her nephew. Although her bond with Shizi Lang was sincere and beautiful, their relationship was untouched by the mundane affairs of the world. It lacked the tumultuous highs and vivid colors of life. As the chilling incantation of Wu Qing Xia echoed, the Zuxi sword erupted with brilliance. Simultaneously, the ghostly entities summoned by the Onmyoji surged forward, the stench of blood assailing the senses. The middle-aged man before her exuded an aura of murderous intent that was almost palpable, instilling a tremor deep within Hohei, who had claimed the lives of at least a dozen souls. "What has happened to my lady?" Zhang JK inquired anxiously. Zhou Sifang's fragmented speech only served to heighten the urgency felt by those listening. This old fellow had ventured to America for schooling at a tender age, remaining there for years after graduation. It was only in his 50s that he returned to Taiwan, his thoughts and demeanor thoroughly westernized. Zhang Zongmu's direct approach to work lacked the subtlety typical of Chinese culture, which left Chen Kumo feeling quite uncomfortable. The crowd followed closely behind Zhang Sanfan, including Zhongling, who was nominally his superior. I observed that the people from the Yao family show no signs of movement. It seems they consider Eanes Hixie's injuries to be minor, and thus do not regard the situation as serious, Een Hexing remarked. Zhang Dian mused that there was no need for him to point this out. The dragon armor and gloves were both questionable, and there was no way these items would be returned to them. Let us hope so, Wei Chun replied with a smile that concealed a chilling undertone. His gaze drifted towards the foot of the mountain. The strong individuals drawn by the rumors were plentiful, causing him some trepidation. After all, the elusive spirit fruit had yet to be found, and engaging in a struggle with the Luo family at this juncture would be decidedly imprudent. Song Rulong had the bodies within the room temporarily stashed in burlap sacks, commanding 4 officials to transport the remains back to the county office. After the iron-tailed blue-eyed cat had been devoured, the remaining 8 beasts appeared even more ferocious, blood dripping from their jaws as they lunged at Ningfu. Zheng Dian and the fire spirits soared over the city walls, vanishing from sight, leaving behind only the muffled sounds of violent clashes and the breaking of bones, interspersed with distant laughter. Cheng Wuliang found himself momentarily dazed by her radiant smile, his thoughts turning blank, struggling to articulate his future aspirations. Chapter 70. Lin Xiao remained unaware of the collective thoughts of those around him. He continued his leisurely pace, having identified over 20 promising youths along the way. Of course, these were not solely the achievements of the Corpsine sect, yet it was undeniable that their efforts had played a crucial role in ensuring humanity's survival. Consequently, the Corpsine sect was permitted to endure from ancient times. However, as time elapsed, their dominance inevitably attracted suppression. It was precisely this individual who had been determined to be the divine knight of the Yu clan, known as the Supreme Heaven, outside the ruins of the Feather clan. It was then that I realized I had retracted my soul's aura. I hadn't even restored the disguise on my face. No wonder Wu Tong regarded me with such an expression. Another massive funnel of spiritual energy emerged, even larger than the previous one. At its apex, Li Qing stood suspended in the void, continuously absorbing the influx of spiritual power. Sima was equally taken aback. It was no wonder Holland could escape the heavenly net unscathed. After some time apart, he had become terrifyingly formidable. Ha ha ha. Enjoy the gradual peeling away of your will. The booming laughter of the towering man echoed in my ears, making Xue Feng feel as though his head might explode. It felt as if his soul was being slowly extracted, leaving him in agony. Doubts arose, intensifying his curiosity about the Eye of Chaos. Given that no one was around and his 4 disciples were on guard outside, it was indeed an opportune moment to study the Eye of Chaos. Duan Yunfen nodded. His resolute face bore no emotion, only fatigue, having sustained severe injuries the previous night and being relentlessly pursued until dawn. Emoli, what is it that you truly long for? Do you hope that Mo Yuxiang will come to rescue you? When did I become so naive? After the commotion at the entrance of the church, Jian Ru Jiao's days at the Martial Servant Academy became increasingly tranquil. Liao Shantang seemed to be frightened into silence. Having not shown his face for over 10 days, Mu Zhengchun held Jing Qingran in his arms, finally falling asleep after a long while. At this moment, it was 6 in the morning, and surprisingly, Jing Qingran had yet to awaken. Her voice carried a sense of indifference, a resolute finality devoid of hope, imbued with a sorrow that suggested that dying would be a welcome release. Brother Han, I know your intentions are good, but I truly do not require assistance. Ji Fei shook his head in refusal. After the initial novelty wore off, Jian Ru Jiao began to feel a sense of boredom. He was uncertain how much longer it would take to reach their destination, so he sat cross-legged to meditate. The moment he spoke, his companions seemed to regret their words, hastily bowing their heads and covering their mouths. The ironclad camp was filled with transient soldiers. Every year at this time, the military camp took on an emotional atmosphere. Each year, the season became superfluous as veterans packed their belongings, bidding farewell to comrades they had grown close to, and departed on their journey home. Following that sound, I saw a drunken man kneeling at the intersection, lamenting his plight. Instantly, Li Tian felt as though he could not cleanse himself even by jumping into the Yellow River. To resolve the entangled situation, he had no choice but to turn his pleading gaze towards Li Huar. Not only was the unmatched battle spirit of the 8 desolate flying dragon spear affected, but even Zhang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. At times, after being scolded by old Zhao, he could barely eat, only wanting to sip soup. As the weather grew increasingly hot, an ancient yet commanding voice resonated. As the crimson blood dragon horse lowered its head, its legs already trembling, allowing the dazed Wang Tian to mount. Meanwhile, the soldier stationed outside, upon picking up something that had fallen, immediately dashed inside, as if fearing to miss something crucial. Deputy of the 8th Squad, where are you going? I felt a surge of anxiety. This encampment was nestled deep in the mountains, and this checkpoint was at the exit of the camp, shrouded in darkness. If the deputy were to leave, I would truly feel apprehensive. In reality, the military district's courtyard had originally been the location of the Jiangbei provincial military government during the Republic of China era. After the founding of the nation, to facilitate operations and maintain local stability, the military district's courtyard had remained established here. This time, Long Piaoxiu offered no response, and Yang Bufin did not linger any longer. Stepping into Bianzai, those paparazzi would not let him escape. Now Ace and those reporters were at an impasse, neither willing to yield. The scenery outside was splendid. Lu Yu sat in the carriage, gazing at the blue skies and white clouds beyond the window, suddenly seized by an urge to ride. Voicing her thoughts, Gongsun Yanling and the others were equally stirred. They too longed to ride horses, having grown weary of sitting in the carriage. After executing the first strike, Achilles, having just landed, leaped again, gripping the gun barrel tightly as he thrust forcefully towards the right side of the ancient demigod. The ancient Celtic druids, who advanced in their mystical profession, preserved and chronicled their people's origins through poetry and myth, fleeing from the cataclysm of Ragnarok, the forsaken denizens of the northern paradise. Once matters were settled, Lu Yu sat by the window, gazing at the cerulean sky, her heart brimming with uncertainty. Would she truly succeed in her covert mission tomorrow? Would Ziyeching yield before the evidence she possessed? All of this remained a mystery to Lu Yu. Khulud was a man of profound scientific acumen, with a family history steeped in intrigue. Years ago, during his tenure as a senator, he had forged clandestine agreements with the radical invaders of the time. Chapter 71. Not far from the camp, for shadowy figures lay silently upon a boulder, peering in this direction. Reynold unabashedly uttered words that could be deemed treasonous, disregarding Minerva, who paid no heed to his arm. Yi Xian's voice, cold and piercing, escaped her lips. In the next instant, a gossamer star blade shot forth, aiming for the brow of the sky sorcerer's young lord. This was why the investigation report contained only traces of herself and Sun Feng, alongside that of a food delivery person, as the perpetrator had never actually entered the premises. How could they possibly leave traces within? Is he the target you wish to eliminate? The horned demon cast a chilling glance at Lu Xing, addressing Shui Feng Tian. Of course it is true. Do you wish to face me or turn your back? Lu Yifei inquired with a cheerful demeanor. Simultaneously, aware that he stood at the precipice of life and death, he refrained from holding back. With a swift motion, he drew a long sword from his waist. Here is a contract. Peruse it for suitability. If it meets your approval, do sign. Lu Yifei spoke with a nonchalant tone. The son of the Dark Lord was also named Lei Hao. Just as he began to speak, his words abruptly halted, his gaze locked onto Lei Hao. The cave's collapse grew increasingly severe. July recalled the luminous wings behind the mech and attempted to flap them, causing the wings to tremble. The base had completed the construction of the Ghost Military Academy and unlocked several ghost agents within the barracks, with numerous agents now assigned according to their numbers. Do not kill me. There is a fortune in gold here. You may take it all. Spare my life. Godan cried out in terror, his fear of death surpassing that of anyone else, hoping to barter his wealth for survival. His mouth gaped wide, revealing sharp fangs that glimmered ominously. He was clearly not one to be trifled with. Li Yongle turned his head away, unwilling to meet his gaze. Old Gio was evidently taken aback that Mo Fan could produce such a rare vintage, his eyes widening in astonishment. Silence enveloped the crowd, as they observed Nail and Zaishu's struggles and hesitations, while Ryan Fell, who understood the situation best, did not press him unduly for a decision. Indeed, my offensive capabilities may be temporarily diminished, but I can still withstand 2 attacks. Qinli, regaining his wits, recalled that the Sun and Moon Splendid Bull not only possessed extraordinary offensive power, but also formidable defensive strength. After all, the scale of the beast tide was unpredictable. Should they act prematurely, they might find themselves ensnared, unable to secure even basic points. His strength was astonishing, matched only by his unwavering loyalty. Ultimately, to defend the Yinyang Hall, he perished alongside countless Azuras. Mo Fan also felt a chill, realizing that the pills they had ingested could significantly enhance their combat prowess. Time passed incrementally, and Shinfeng found himself uncertain of his exact location in this seemingly endless abyss. Were their intentions not to have the Shanji vanish without a trace? With no one to verify Jiang Xiu's collusion with the bandits, it was as if he had never existed. This time away from Tian Yu has been immensely fruitful, Deng Jiugu remarked. The matters that once tangled my mind like a mass of threads are now becoming clearer. I know what I must dedicate my life to. This cause is worth every ounce of my effort, even at the cost of my life. They all understood that, barring exceptional circumstances, operatives typically remained in hiding for extended periods. However, the search for this senior agent could no longer afford them the luxury of time. The panicked messenger stumbled into the Lanzhou government office, exclaiming that the eastern city gate had been breached, and they were currently repelling the enemy. The Lanzhou garrison commander, not awaiting Li Dezi's signal, charged forth immediately. Wu Ziyu feared she had misinterpreted the situation and turned to Kixingzi for assistance. He, seeing through her thoughts, nodded affirmatively. At that moment, the tension between them was palpable. The astute guard, always adept at timing his interruptions, disrupted the rhythm of the moment. Are you truly going to gift him to me? Yi Qing extended her arm, finally feeling less apprehensive as she scrutinized the docile Heidonking. Han Ying's voice trembled slightly. Though she did not believe Yi Qing would truly rebel, the recent rumors had gained traction, and Duke Rong, Zhao Shikui, had indeed visited Chang'an. Having witnessed the jovial exchange between the Emperor of the Jin and Yi Qing, Duke Chu pondered, what is she doing here? Am I truly not mistaken? As he rubbed his eyes, the northern chaos showed signs of encroachment southward. He hoped that they had not truly overstepped their bounds. After perusing the documents in his hands, Nangong Chu's eyes flashed with a cold light. He could not help but recall her blooming beauty in his embrace last night, his palm warming slightly at the memory of her velvety skin, a sensation so exquisite he found himself reluctant to let go, gently caressing her. However, it seemed they had several hundred-man teams nearby. It appeared they could only engage in a game of delay until reinforcements arrived. Periodically, the hexagonal palace would descend upon this realm, introducing new beings, sometimes humans, at other times, magical beasts. As soon as he alighted from the vehicle, several individuals greeted Chen Cheng, clearly indicating that he was a familiar face here. Chen Cheng responded with a smile, demonstrating his good rapport within this community. Threats require leverage. In this world where strength reigns supreme, the most effective leverage is absolute power, and the leader of the Jingyun society possesses just that. Chapter 72. Now, Yi Luo entered the auction house, where the rules were self-evident. Enough of the chatter. Linger, you shall reside with us from now on. Let Chu Xian escort you to freshen up, rest well, and we shall dine together as a family tonight, Chu Kanghai declared loudly with a wave of his hand. May I inquire your name? Kilyua's voice, filled with excitement, asked once more. Cluck suppressed his mounting frustration, launching a barrage of questions toward Kita at the other end of the call. Luo Bingzu's beautiful eyes narrowed, and with a flick of her delicate hand, she shot forth over a dozen sharp ice swords toward the practitioners of the Divine Flame Sect's law enforcement hall. It is my fault for carelessly passing through the human realm without gathering intelligence before returning, Li Tianba remarked, feeling a twinge of guilt. Should the 100-man Imperial Army continue to pursue the scattered forces of the Central Plains, they could easily become lost in unfamiliar mountainous terrain, potentially falling victim to an unexpected counterattack by Vuchenghua. Chu Ling's gaze was as icy as a demon's, regarding the whereabouts of Qiantian Nu. He had to extract every piece of information he desired from Elder Yu. The esteemed members of the Su family and the venerable elders of Donghai City dared not take their seats at the head table. Li Qi rubbed his eyes and, upon recognizing the dilapidated motorcycle, his gaze shifted just in time to see Xiao Yu entering the Xiaomo Entertainment Club. Initially, Jing Jian was indifferent to Hu Qin's invitation. However, after jokingly expressing a desire for hot pot and receiving Hu Qin's enthusiastic agreement, Jing Jian felt compelled to attend. Recalling the formidable ability he had just restrained, Lu Qinglong understood that if he continued to draw upon Chun Feng's dragon power, he would need to expend considerable effort to prevent its complete dissipation. In the presence of such masters, even a momentary distraction could result in the loss of his life. The overwhelming assault engulfed the path ahead, obscuring the truth, leaving only a myriad of spectral spears that trembled the very heavens and earth. Ron was taken aback. Could it be that when Lailuo returned to Lailuo town, he truly fell victim to the machinations of his so-called close friend, Alan? Cheng Tingyu solemnly vowed to introduce his good friend to Jian Ning, who, in turn, trusted him far more than Fu Tian's or Gu Jingshan. In her quest to save her mother, she sought to discreetly find a suitable psychiatrist. I have finally come to understand why others deem emotions to be an intricate affair. Indeed, they are profoundly complex, rendering one uncertain on how to navigate them. After conversing with Jing Jian, the Soviet side swiftly agreed to collaborate with him following discussions. Naturally, the specifics of the contract would require further deliberation, and Yevgeny would represent the Soviet side as he joined the company in Hong Kong, ultimately becoming the deputy general manager of the automobile factory. Disappointment washed over me as I exited the room. The surprise I had meticulously planned had evaporated, leaving me bereft of enthusiasm. Ron, can you help me and my mother escape? Cece inquired once more, her beautiful eyes glimmering with hope, tinged with a hint of pleading. Thus, Yi Yura had long dispatched someone to follow her, well aware of Hua Qi's affections for her. Not only did he accompany her for meals, but he also joined her at the entertainment venues. Grandfather, Babana is very unhappy. Why must you show weakness before this young man, who is evidently nothing more than a lackey of the Yujian sect? Upon reaching the door, Lu Jianping sensed an unsettling silence in the corridor. Peering through the peephole, he discerned nothing amiss. Frowning, he retrieved a set of keys from his pocket, brandishing the sharp end outward, and abruptly flung open the door. Lu Qinhao held Nancha close. Having traversed such a considerable distance today, it was time to return and rest. He placed a gentle kiss on Nancha's forehead and turned her around, stating, I will not allow you and your son to leave me. He had entered this marriage with no intention of separation. Alternatively, Shen Tuanchuan's emotions may have successfully placated Shin Chenzi, soothing his morning irritability. Wasn't he merely a bastard child of Yun Kamo, cast aside? How could he not be of the Yun family's bloodline? With a sharp whistle, the previously restless lion fell silent. Fueled by rage, Yi Qinglan sought out Madame Xianyang, urging her to properly manage the household, lest he be compelled to intervene personally. Who exactly is he? How is it that he can produce such items? And regarding his relationship with my sister, if there were truly no intimate ties, why would he exert such effort to rescue her? Following Qiu Yang's studio's announcement on Weibo, it came to light that Dongfang Satellite TV swiftly contacted Qiu Yang to demand compensation for losses incurred following his ban. Almost instantaneously, as thunder cleaved the clouds, Lu Pan's sword emitted a delicate chime, followed by a powerful strike that sliced through the air, sending a finer and more concentrated sword chi racing toward the thunder. Director Qiu, I realize my mistakes. I will stay to work overtime and reflect on my actions. Zhang Jiang lamented as he entered. Nonsense. When have I ever been deceptive? Very well. Since you say so, I shall grant you a peace, Wang Ning replied, tinged with a hint of inquiry. Manager Lu, having overseen the 72 businesses in Jiangnan for many years, was indeed astute regarding worldly affairs. To speak frankly, various local governments have been unable to gather sufficient funds and resources. I intend to borrow some from Manager Lu, and upon the conquest of Liao, I will repay it from the military provisions, along with interest calculated at that time. What say you, Manager Lu? Zhao Huan chuckled. Lu Pan's eyes sparkled with curiosity, for it was his first encounter with a spaceship. For a reclusive man from Earth who had never even boarded a plane in the 21st century, witnessing such a colossal creation soaring through the sky was a marvel indeed. Li Mu embraced Lu Yume, gazing at the bashful beauty before him, particularly captivated by her curves constrained by her bikini, seemingly on the verge of breaking free. Who else could it be but Duan Hun Dao Fong Xiaoming? As Fong Xiaoming cried out, he wielded his steel blade, while simultaneously hoisting up his trousers, clearly intent on pursuing. Chapter 73. More importantly, there was no need to worry that Luoluo Company and GE Company would one day abruptly cease supplying engines to the commercial aircraft. Baiyu hurriedly arrived and noticed that Lan Ranjiu bore a slightly grave expression, causing his heart to sink. He understood Lan Ranjiu well enough to know that whatever had transpired to elicit such a countenance must be of great significance. This simply won't do. Young Master Mu, you are our esteemed guest, and must be treated with utmost hospitality, lest others claim that the Han family lacks decorum. Therefore, I entrust this matter to you. You must ensure young Master Mu Yi is well taken care of, understand? Han Lingzi asserted, insisting that Han Minger accompany Mu Yi attentively. The leading giant crab let out a call, prompting the others to retreat, after which it advanced to mock Shinji. It appeared that this giant crab had likely faced many trainers, regarding Shinji with disdain. With the increasing number of martial artists in Shenzhou, the demand for alloy weaponry by the Seven Legions has risen correspondingly, making the second battlefield, this source mine, particularly vital. The captain of the four-armed clan sacrificed his foundational bones and the opportunity to advance to the 9th rank. He spared no expense, burning through his meridians and supplementing with medicinal pills, ultimately crossing the threshold into the 8th rank. It indeed drew attention, and his subordinate would investigate further. The driver, Tianju, suddenly interjected, "Are you implying that there are treasures within that valley?" Hong Ling also paused her action of tossing stones, inquiring. However, Lin Peng mused that if there were a more powerful turboprop engine, the performance of the Y-9 could be significantly enhanced. Of course, the Chinese side also welcomed Pakistan's choice of the brand new FBC-1A fighter jet, as this aircraft was not only a mature product, but also exceptionally suited to the needs of the Pakistani Air Force. The Divine Dragon did not receive the two, and Qin Shishin and Qin Huang were at a loss. Fortunately, Qin Shao later appeared, though he harbored deep resentment toward Qin Feng and his grandfather. He had not descended to the depths of a heart of stone. The members of Huaxiong were truly the most astonished. They experienced firsthand Qin Feng's ferocity, having had no opportunity to retaliate, with many collapsing before they even had a moment to react. This sentence was understood by Amu, who also noticed the seemingly lifeless sunset beast stir slightly. Chirp. Amu's voice did not disturb those below. If he were to face an opponent, unless the adversary's internal energy and techniques were significantly inferior to his own, he would never resort to employing Tai Chi. The realm of sword presence is not a manifestation of divine consciousness. It cannot perceive the surrounding environment. What it can discern is the intent residing within all living beings, while it remains oblivious to inanimate objects and ethereal energies. Thus, Fong Yang's exploration of the formation relies on mere hints and traces. The registrar, with an impassive expression, uttered 2 words for the name. It is no wonder that one must repeat these 2 words thousands of times throughout the morning, leading to a sense of lethargy and psychological deprivation. What is this? What an exquisite fragrance. Someone took the initiative, and being the sort who revels in chaos, others naturally joined in. Upon hearing this, Wang Zong's countenance changed, but with words once spoken, he could not retract them. He could only proceed with simmering anger and an exceedingly complex expression to listen as Wang Saiqian completed his statement. Li Longji had a penchant for melodies and dances, and the palace was always equipped with musicians and dancers, occasionally even descending to partake in the revelry himself. What? The prodigious talents of the Eastern Guangnan were collectively astonished. He Mingzhen was evidently a genius of a higher echelon, yet he lacked the strength to even break into the top 5. After hearing Zhu Lingling's response, He Mingzhen felt a tinge of disappointment, as he had initially believed his cultivation would at least secure him a position within the top 3. However, a dilemma now confronted him. Meng'er possessed the mental capacity of a mere 5-year-old. It was akin to separating from a 5-year-old child, where surviving beyond 2 days would be nothing short of a miracle. How many people have been dispatched? Zhou Shisheng inquired with an unchanging demeanor. It would certainly be advantageous for the Fuan Bureau to bolster their manpower. After all, the circumstances surrounding Zhou Yu's departure from Liubo City had been kept under wraps. And even though Yun Luhe had consistently stationed observers in Liubo City, they could not immediately ascertain such matters, let alone the intricate details. Like the 6 Desires demons, there was no need for Su Qishuang to keep watch, while also bearing the risk of having their divine spirit injured, yet they could launch an assault. Once successful, it would certainly place the opponent in a perilous situation, exhibiting tremendous ferocity. The sinful immortals were merely prisoners embroiled in the internecine strife of the immortal sects. Their numbers were vast, yet many were injured and lacking in cultivation. The refreshing morning breeze was like a bubbling stream, flowing through his restless heart. As for this battle, one could surmise that many who dwelled on Qianan Street were observing from the shadows. However, those residing on Qianan Street would inevitably be aligned with the Zhou family. As long as Wei Minghui could not escape, there would be no issues. The ensuing disputes between the 2 clans were merely commonplace. Indeed, he heard the immortal saint let out a soft hum. Though faint, it resonated in Chen Jinan's ears like a thunderclap, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Enough, enough. Stop weaving your illusions, Chen Xingyu chuckled while waving his hand, though his face betrayed an irrepressible delight. Under normal circumstances, a gifted martial artist with unwavering determination and successful soul tempering would require a year to ascend to the 2nd stage of human origin. And transitioning from the 2nd to the 3rd stage would necessitate at least 2 years. Your Majesty, I believe this is ill-advised. Hanzhuan's words had scarcely left his lips when someone stood to oppose him. Though she hailed from the Sunfire tribe, who could truly predict the internal matters of the Sunfire tribe? After all, having acquired so many explosives from the military headquarters, the warriors would naturally express concern for the rightful owner, Qing Shili. The court was indeed quite lively, perhaps a consequence of Yang's reforms. Regardless of the issue, there was always opposition. You speak nonsense. Sali, refusing to grant Lair an opportunity for a comeback, shouted in fervent agitation. After speaking, Qing Shili instinctively glanced at Chen Xu, silently inquiring if he could return to the ranks. Under normal circumstances, unless there was a significant relationship, one would never kneel in reverence to any object for an extended period, let alone for a mere portrait. Chapter 74. It is settled then, we shall meet at noon. I have other matters to attend to with Shen Ziwei, so I will take my leave. With that, Wang Xinhan and Shen Ziwei rose and exited the editorial office. Upon seeing Zhu approach, the wet nurse refrained from saying much, merely nodding and instructing, take Inger downstairs to rest, ensure she is well groomed, and let no one mention today's events. After patting Inger's head, she turned and entered the room. This statement holds truth. Conquering lands requires aggression and ruthlessness. Yet governing a realm cannot solely rely on violence and cruelty. Li Yunbei promptly retrieved a bundle from his spatial storage, crouched down, and spread it on the ground. He then produced various items from his space: food, medicines, bandages, candles, fire starters, and more, filling the large package. Lacking the formidable physical prowess of beastmen and the exceptional cooperation and learning abilities of humans, their lifespan was also shorter, often regarded as harbingers of misfortune, leading to their ostracism. At the Qingtian sect, the radiation from the uranium stones could be entirely resisted with a modicum of cultivation, yet even the depths of Yunmin Marsh, known for its great transcendence, were not exempt. If necessary, you may directly contact the Sea Serpent for assistance. The intelligence personnel of the Sea Serpent, while slightly weaker in combat, are all elite members of our military intelligence division too. Li decided to let Feng Chun and others directly participate. Thus, during this period of idleness, I began to indulge in a lavish lifestyle alongside Alice. This statement covertly set a trap, clearly attempting to instill negative thoughts in Li Shimen. Outside, the planetary defense weapons and formations awakened, roaring with fierce flames, while the Yomi train advanced calmly, unperturbed and silent. He aspired to ascend to the pinnacle, awaiting challengers. Defeating them one by one, this was his ultimate goal. No worries, they must have their reasons for not continuing their assault on us. Let us utilize this time to construct barracks beyond their attack range, and then decisively eliminate them in the woods, declared the chainsaw murderer. Yang Wan remained silent. Having dealt with Mrs. Zhang a few times, she was not surprised. She lamented the misfortune of such a remarkable child being burdened with such a mother, fearing she might truly be led to ruin by her own progenitor. Despite wearing a black robe still tailored in the style of the fierce wolf empire, the long-hidden Klargan, evading the pursuit of the gods, was no longer the dignified noble he once was. Indeed, how could one enjoy anime without the barrage of comments? Upon this thought, Du Zuan immediately contacted Lord Luo Yuntian. Whether engaged or indifferent, the registered users on Weibo began to surge dramatically. The second avenue involves absorbing skills from other beings or self-learning, acquiring evolutionary elements that can interact with various aspects of the first pathway. Grilled silk? What silk are you referring to? Squid silk? Shi Huangxing looked at Du Zuan in confusion, unable to decipher the meaning behind his recent words. Due to the relationship with Lu Man, Han Zuolai naturally remained concerned about the unfolding events and thus accompanied Lu Man home, intending to stay there. How is this possible? My attacks are utterly ineffective. What is going on? Kong Tianhao gazed at Qin Shan in disbelief. Master, how is it? Yang Lin anxiously circled around Dr. Bai, as there were already infected cases in the village. By any chance, have you sought assistance from young Master Guzhan to uncover what sort of poison Empress Nya has administered? Gu Qinjian pretended to be oblivious to Wei Chijiang's intentions and directly broached the topic. Then, Jenny, alongside some relatives and neighbors, transported several carts of grain to the city of Milton, situated dozens of kilometers away, in exchange for a plethora of daily necessities and metallic farming tools. Previously, the Gu residence felt like a home to her, where she could move freely and enjoy a warm atmosphere at all times. However, with the arrival of Gu Bohua, Chen Pairu, and Ailin, she found herself an outsider, unable to blend into the collective, and, of course, not a particularly welcomed one. Although this was the slum of Milton, where the majority struggled to afford meals, one could still uncover items worth a few copper coins, provided one was not overly discerning. Lin Hao harvested a few more Lingyuan fruits, to be used when injured. After all, in this mountainous terrain, the unpredictability of events loomed large. My wife is wonderful. I treat her exceptionally well, sharing with her everything delightful, replied Dumu Xiao with clear eyes. At this moment, the once upright posture of Governor Hu gradually slouched, the goosebumps on his skin having faded, replaced by tremors brought on by sheer dread. A young man from Huaxia approached the hand that had discovered something, following the direction of his finger to gaze upon the lifeless body. Human beings often exhibit a herd mentality. A past experiment demonstrated that when individuals in a bustling square looked up at an empty sky and pointed, eventually, the crowd followed suit, gazing at nothingness. After the demise of the late emperor, the brothers met in arms, yet only the 5th Prince Lin Han and the 9th Prince Lin Luo remained unscathed. Chapter 75. Cherry. As Yi Qingqing spoke, she heard someone call her name. Indeed, it was Lan Yudao, devoid of any suspense. Muz Haihan sighed, extending his arm to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Xiao Sheng instinctively recoiled but did not manage to evade. Upon receiving a call from Jin Xian about camping over the weekend, Mu Tingdong's immediate reaction was to decline. Shi Yang found himself at a loss. He recognized that if he did not express his thoughts, the conversation would stagnate, and his objectives for the evening would remain unfulfilled. To salvage his company, he had to swallow his pride. In that moment, Muz Haihan found it difficult to discern whether she was genuinely happy for him or had ulterior motives. Who else could it be, except for my disappointing sister? Yu Wanyan locked her phone screen and tossed it aside. Jin Zhonghuan was indeed a person of considerable audacity. However, in the current circumstances, he could not press further. To do so would not merely be shameless, but rather akin to theft. Perhaps I could seize this opportunity to visit the Bai family, cleverly extricating myself from Zhong Li and Lu Yuding's grasp, and gracefully depart from this place. She initially planned to leave immediately, but the thought of potentially running into Lu Yuding, who had just departed, prompted her to linger in her room for a lengthy few minutes before finally turning the doorknob and stepping outside. Su Hui watched as Mu Tingdong's car drove away before turning to enter the Su residence. The family was still awake, gathered in the reception hall. The moment she stepped in, the air fell into a sudden, eerie silence. With a swift motion, the red dragon vanished in the blink of an eye, completely disappearing without a trace. Following along with Along, they soon arrived at another closed doorway, from within which resounded fervent cheers and raucous noise, as if a spirited match were unfolding inside. Yang Feng inadvertently caught sight of Shun Baiao's black lingerie against her fair skin, creating a striking contrast. Somehow, his body began to stir with primal fervor. This Shin Baiao was undeniably stunning and radiant. Han Yujia chuckled softly. In that fleeting moment, she had even considered whether Tang Yuchen had come to offer her compensation or a way out. Staring at the ground beneath him, Shinyu Wizuo could not fathom the possibility that they had buried his cousin within this very soil. Laughter erupted around him. This fellow was indeed amusing. Though his words were jest, the recent precision of Lin Yu's statements confirmed their truth. After finally returning, Suze Himuo resumed her routine life, with her only outing being a visit to her father for a meal together. As he walked ahead, he grasped Cheng Weiniing's hand, while subtly channeling energy to ensure she felt the warmth she needed. Their abilities differed by more than one tier. It could be said that the master could easily crush Cheng Li with a mere finger. After a day of boredom, he began to feel somewhat stifled, mainly because none of the dishes he prepared had sold, forcing him into endless socializing, particularly with the overtly ambitious Huang Jiao, making Lin Wan feel rather uncomfortable. He preferred the freedom of home. With a 7th-tier physique, he could slay a 1st-tier level 9 beast. Now that he had reached the 10th tier, he should have little trouble defeating a 2nd-tier level 1 beast. Su Qing pondered for a moment, recognizing the validity of Du Chenzi's words. After graduation, they did not necessarily need to pursue careers strictly within their fields. He had long wished to seek counsel from Lord Lin, but work had kept him too busy until now, when he finally carved out time to request Lord Lin's guidance. Jiang Shaoqian spoke in a deep voice, directly addressing Lord Lin. Quan Jing'ai unconsciously grasped her hand, wanting to say something, yet unsure how to express it, her gaze tender and filled with emotion. Were it not for the throng of people in the shop, He Qing would have undoubtedly declared, "Business is exceedingly simple for me." Having even shared a cup of wedding wine, Fong Tang felt a wave of inadequacy wash over her for the first time, pondering whether the entertainment industry's standards differed from her own. Alas, what could they do, being in the service industry? Let Manager Chen come to the company shortly. This matter is best left to him. Tian Hao chuckled, noting that Manager Chen was their project manager, making him the most suitable person for the task. The dandy young master mused daily over his precious darling racing down a twisted path with the antagonist. Consequently, Jiang Qin abruptly shifted the tide. Qiu Zishan stepped down to apologize, and the two families dissolved their engagement. Each of these developments was intricately linked to the man before her. All who stood before him fell beneath his sword. It was an unavoidable fate. In that moment, Lu Yun's silhouette grew increasingly desolate, even as blood stained his ethereal robe. His commanding yet resolute words, coupled with gentle yet forceful actions, caused Li Xian's heart to race, her cheeks flushing a delicate hue, her head leaning further against Chen Su's chest. "I have always struggled to comprehend why you extend your hand to assist me. Is it a sense of justice?" I chuckled. Sighing, I remarked, "Today, I subjected you to a brief trial, gaining some understanding of your capabilities. I must also impress upon you that certain words should not be spoken lightly." At this, Lei Fei wore a sinister expression. He could not ignite a fire. For once smoke billowed, it would herald an unending pursuit. In such a scenario, Lin Yong could only undertake 3 actions. Upon this proclamation, Fan Yu shuddered. Facing Mu Zhaifei was akin to inviting torment, a futile endeavor he wished never to repeat in his lifetime. Du Xianyuan, upon observing Su Huai's anxious demeanor, became increasingly convinced of her suspicions, breaking into raucous laughter. The slender man concluded his remarks, yet the hall remained enveloped in profound silence. After a few moments, the crowd began to react to the news he had delivered, engaging in animated discussions. At that instant, the slender man suddenly furrowed his brow, retrieving a jade slip from his bosom. A mere glance at it caused his expression to shift dramatically. Thus, the formidable Blade Chi battle tiger before them, in terms of sheer strength, merely equated to the 3rd level of the spirit martial realm. As time passed, Sun Cheng dedicated an entire morning to practice, growing increasingly adept in the nuances of his footwork, yet the tangible results were not substantial. After laboring for over half a month, he had only managed to gather the genes of ordinary mimetic extraterrestrials, with little else to show. The other 2 secondary tasks, collecting the cerebral genes of mimetic extraterrestrials, seemed indefinitely distant. Su Ming reflected on the recent days, filled with numerous obligations, be it one matter or another, coupled with a trip abroad. He had indeed neglected to prepare meals for Qin Xian for several days. The waters of the Reincarnation River, within a radius of several dozen miles, suddenly surged upwards with a gurgling sound. The reincarnation lord's expression calmed, his hands clasped behind his back, his purple-black eyes deep and unfathomable, while the edges of his black and white robe fluttered in the air. This sounded perilously risky, for White Cedar's offensive capabilities were insufficient. Should White Cedar lead the charge, the Spurs attack would indeed be fraught with danger. My name is Hongwu. After introducing himself, Hongwu first placed his digital watch on the table, followed by his backpack, which was so stuffed with the ears of magical beasts that it landed with a resounding thud. Conversely, the Crimson Flame Wolf King, initially poised to unleash a massive fireball, felt a sudden overwhelming pressure at its very soul, inexplicably frightened, causing it to falter. The fireball lost control and dissipated instantaneously. Such a pity, lamented old Luo. I have a premonition that this flower, once mutated, will be exceedingly rare, likely yielding a sacred orchid. He understood his old friend's character well. His passion for flowers was paramount, thus extinguishing any thoughts of purchasing one. The slogan of the next convention was to raise the proletariat's hammer high, to obliterate every blacksmith in existence. Indeed, should all the blacksmiths be annihilated, the hammer itself would become a unique relic, worthy of being held aloft. Humph, this wretched creature deserves its fate, remarked a distant observer, a celestial warrior, with a cold smirk. Ah, I know this well. At this moment, Li Zufeng chuckled. He must be practicing with his left-handed blade. Indeed, the initial intention was simply to catch a glimpse of her. Just to see her, he had told himself. As long as he could behold her safe and sound, his heart would find peace. Leaping from the bed, Ziling cradled a potato in her arms and exited the prince's residence. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall build a dam. I must see what mischief the little rascal is up to this time. What do you say? Asked Shindani. Having overheard her mother's words, she too sensed the tension in the air. Where is she? Bring her to me. Wei Qiyin looked intently at Yu, whose back was turned, her voice icy and devoid of warmth. Instantly, the ruffians began to fawn, clamoring that they would undoubtedly follow his orders, which delighted Hao Ge, who sipped beer while narrowing his eyes at Yang Suero. Xiao Yaishan gently pressed his hands against Hu Weiguo's jaw, deftly flicking his fingers to detach a thin, paper-like mask from Hu's face. After placing the mask delicately on the table, he finally revealed Hu Weiguo's true countenance. Gai Lai Chi's eyes glinted with malice as he departed the command tent, instructing Captain Dichuo, immediately put the troops on high alert. Should the Weirate camp descend into chaos, you shall lead a 10,000-strong battalion to guard against that old fox, Alyatai. I will take another 10,000-strong battalion to the Weirate camp and act accordingly. A calm, serene voice resonated as the domain gate opened, and Yin Shizhen stepped forth, accompanied by the likes of Lai Jiaoyong and others. Boom. As the dragon vein energy surged into his body, an unimaginable force violently coursed through his meridians, an endless torrent of masculine energy rampaging within him. A mysterious figure? Su Qi echoed, a look of confusion crossing his face. Yet deep down he understood that matters concerning Fan Mo and Song Jun could not be disclosed to Professor Wei at this time. However, his own repeated disappearances would undoubtedly be discovered by the Flying Tiger Regiment. Even vague responses could arouse suspicion. Su Qi's spirit was under relentless attack, revealing vulnerabilities. Seizing upon this fleeting opportunity, the celestial demon plunged into Su Qi's soul. Although the connections remained unresolved, with his master meticulously untangling the threads, Xiaoheng no longer felt the same vexation as before. His confidence swelled, and his resolve solidified. An almost tangible gaze silenced the chattering crowd. As Lu Xingzhou sprang into action, his speed rivaling that of a roaring gale leopard, astonishing the ever-quiet and contemplative Xiao Nu. He did not doubt her words. But Guqin could not believe that Xiao Yu could still escape his grasp, as long as Xiao Zhu was oblivious. Killing Xiao Yu would ensure Xiao Zhu remained forever ignorant. He gazed at the onlookers in the water, their expressions a mixture of anger and astonishment, being swept away by the waves. With a hearty laugh, he extended his fingers to pluck a jade tablet, stepping into the light of the exit portal. Upon picking it up, Mo Lu was taken aback to find numerous rusted holes in the battle attire. Should it be exposed to sunlight, it might well create a dazzling spectacle. Since the passage was wider than before, Xiao Hang and his companion could easily traverse through the purple smoke gauze. However, with 2 disciples from the Star Luo sect guarding the entrance, how could they possibly conduct a rescue? This is Senior Hai, once the esteemed Master Xian of the 10 Witches, and this is Senior Gong, your maternal grandfather. Xiao Hang introduced the two to Yushi. Yuan Ling seized the jade stone, scrutinizing it from all angles, exchanging glances with Lin Xianger, who also produced her own piece of jade. Gradually, Yuan Ling brought her hands together at her chest, as the 2 energy spheres began to repel each other, releasing powerful waves of energy. Yin and Yang can both nurture and overcome each other. This time, Yuan Ling utilized the ability of overcoming, maximizing destructive power. While a hotel was hardly an ideal venue for cultivating martial skills, it did not hinder the scholar from devising and familiarizing himself with techniques. By evening, Chun-Li and the others returned to the hotel. Will we still be visiting the Wen family today? Tang Kiffin, after breakfast, stepped into the courtyard, playfully teasing the goldfish in the lotus pond. At this juncture, the weather had grown quite warm, prompting the Han family to arrange 7 or 8 tables in their courtyard. Everyone gathered around, awaiting the arrival of the meal, resisting the urge to touch Luo Qingrong as he admired her sleeping face. This half hour felt like an eternity for Liang Yuanxin. Now that Luo Qingrong had awakened, he would not delay any longer. Qingfeng sect, Yao Beibei. Yao Beibei smiled amicably, her resistance to handsome men waning. What are you pondering? Her brother, noticing her silence, inquired. Ji Rian's gaze flickered slightly as Luo Shunshin's brows knitted tightly, indicating he seemed to have gleaned something. The inquiry posed by Anbo sent a shiver down Han Jingsuan's spine, while the ever-expressionless Du Muhao's eyes glimmered with a newfound chill. I am contemplating how long it would take for Sister Yelan to insist on returning, Du Maishan murmured softly. At that moment, Yu felt as if his hands had transformed into leaden weights. A bitter smile crept upon his lips, for he had no desire to play the villain. Yet it was his duty as the elder of rewards and punishments to reclaim the spoils of war. She was frightened, as if something precious had been irrevocably destroyed by her own hand. However, Du Muhao's intentions were solely rooted in love. It was out of affection that he disregarded her animosity in his quest to protect her. All right, second senior brother, leave this to us. You should step out and rest. Yao Beibei, aware of Lan Lianhua's unease around Changzi, hurriedly ushered him outside. Just then, a distant shout from Chu Haoshan pierced the air, and instantly, Baobao and Ziluo appeared at his side. The combined wealth of their family now exceeded $6 billion, yet mealtime remained a necessity, albeit their dinners were merely more lavish than those of others. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang, who had previously maintained an impassive demeanor, was momentarily taken aback. Was this a threat, or merely a manifestation of the haughty airs typical of the aristocratic youth? The Mo family, a dozen strong, fled in a panic. But Baiken had already cast a vibrant barrier that sealed off the heavens and the earth, a technique refined from the essence of the god general's armor, rendering escape an impossibility. Moreover, this spatial barrier interfered with their souls, leaving them disoriented and powerless. Defeated yet formidable warriors bore expressions of discontent, engaging in a cacophony of dissent regarding the decision made. Chu Haoshan reopened the proclamation, discerning that this decree was equally applicable in the outer realms. It was as if it had been penned to compel someone to submit their own surrender. All the arduous tasks fell squarely upon his shoulders. Indeed, the success of Aston Martin was attributable to his own efforts. Guo Jinshin had traversed the martial world for many years. How could he be unaware of his own detainment? He opened his mouth to protest, but a burly man jabbed him in the waist, silencing him. Yang Chun remained silent, his hand gripping the sword. After a decade, he finally reclaimed his grasp. The groove still bore remnants of last year's winemaking, not thoroughly cleansed. Xiao Zener observed that he did not appear to be lying and thus ceased her inquiries, slipping into contemplation herself. Will you or will you not comply? The police officer seemed to have lost his patience, having been embroiled in this brawl for far too long. He cared not for the identities of those involved, for such unlawful conduct was treated with unwavering impartiality. You truly have come to work? Mo Qing, upon receiving the call notifying her of her attendance, initially found it hard to believe. Yet, this time, an unexpected dog appeared, promptly snatching the fluff ball that Shun Yen had thrown outside. Naturally, the commercial association's profound roots and strength rendered it the unequivocal leader in Wanchinch. Several opted to believe it was merely President Yun's casual remark. She had attempted to prevent entry, yet what could she do when others insisted on entering the palace? Nevertheless, her uncle had always been exceedingly fond of her, and she would consider this gift in light of that affection. By the time she finished her grooming, the sun was already high, and a clamor arose outside the residence. Countless footsteps creating a lively atmosphere throughout the Yongning Marquis mansion. A powerful sword transformed into a beam of white light, seemingly merging with Gao Mo, its fierce aura threatening to shred everything before it. Lying in bed, he glanced at the wall clock, which read 11:30. After a long day's toil, Tang succumbed to a deep slumber. Any matter even remotely related to the White Emperor group was subject to his exaggerated emphasis. How would Nangong Ling react if he discovered she had not undergone an abortion? Surely, he would be driven to madness, demanding that she terminate the pregnancy. Would her child even survive then? Her child had narrowly escaped death once, and she dared not wager the child's life. It was far too perilous. In this day and age, how many martial artists had truly endured countless life and death battles? Almost no one bore the oppressive aura of bloodshed. As anticipated, the Taoist flatly declined my request. Odious priest. If you refuse to assist me, why then do you tantalize my curiosity with your flowery words? I silently cursed him. Yet I acknowledged that he had indeed offered some help. Gratitude was in order. Bringing the vial to her nose, she inhaled deeply, then picked up other elixirs to sniff. Before examining the yellowed ancient texts and the multicolored stones, initially, the numerous disciples could restrain their avarice. But as the treasures upon the floating stones grew more precious and rare, many could no longer suppress their desires. One could see a certain man leaning against the doorframe, arms crossed, his eyes shining with an innocent expression. Had he done anything wrong? Why did Shinya display such a countenance upon seeing him? He watched as the red signal flare exploded in the sky, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips before his eyes rolled back, and he fell into unconsciousness. I have never defied the Emperor's will, always dedicating myself to the prosperity of our great nation, daring not to harbor selfish thoughts, only seeking stability for the realm. As he spoke passionately, Jizei's voice caught in his throat. Wu Liang and Fei Yu exchanged glances, initially feeling at ease in their collective mediocrity. Yet they soon realized that even a 15-year-old desert could contribute in this battle, while they could only remain as bystanders, a source of great shame. You remain oblivious to my circumstances. I have just purchased a house for my son. Where am I to find such a sum of money now? The only friends I can think of are you two, so I am inquiring whether you might lend me a hand. I will repay you first when my salary and bonuses come through, Zhao Yushin stated. Chapter 78. However, Lin Fan's palm was not easily thwarted. His cultivation had reached the mid-stage of the spirit body, and his physical strength was formidable beyond measure. The first to receive the news were the citizens gathered before the Meridian Gate, who had not yet dispersed even at the fourth watch. They had initially intended to return home to sleep after the second watch, but the attentive Lu Fengxiang, who guarded the Meridian Gate, had thoughtfully set up several large pots to simmer bone broth. Can you handle this guy? Suke expressed concern, primarily due to his ignorance of the water ghost's true capabilities. Yet, whenever Aoi thought of the most significant matter, his timid brother, who could only whimper yet bore an uncanny resemblance to him, lingered unshakably in his mind. Once all the reporters had vacated, the previously cheerful Lin Xian's expression darkened. She glanced at Yuan Jinshinj, who approached her in silence, picked up her handbag, and departed with the staff. In Su Nianli's heart, Mrs. Yang was already a dead woman. After this banquet, she would undoubtedly not let her escape. This place had gained considerable notoriety in modern times, known as Pingxingguan. Situated at the confluence of Wutai Mountain and Yamen Mountain, less than 200 miles from Yamen Pass. Suddenly, the lead dog, Daba, halted, and Natasha, unable to stop in time, collided with his large backpack. Hizu followed suit, crashing into Natasha. Subsequently, Lin Fan commanded the Dark Demon to clear the area of corpses, ordering the remaining 300 soldiers, who were already terrified, to disperse and return home, forbidding them from causing harm. Previously, every night, he would secretly sneak down to feed it. Had Su Yinyun and the others known, they surely would have been startled into a few skipped heartbeats. The majority of the guests were old acquaintances, not particularly formidable characters. While they sympathized with Chu Feng, they wisely chose to remain silent. Chen Chu, given your close rapport with the mentors, could you perhaps mention my situation to them and have my assignment waived? Yi Fan, unable to endure the days of copying outlines any longer, rushed to Chen Chu's apartment that evening to seek his assistance. How can I break the deadlock when you suddenly leaped to the opposing camp? You even offered strategies to Wu Wei to refine the plan. Chen Xiao hastily lowered his head, as he was uncertain what might transpire, deciding it best to heed her words for the time being. The monk Longxing turned with an air of indifference, seemingly devoid of any pride for having intimidated his opponent, maintaining his usual composure. The rangers exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. After all, the sudden appearance of an emperor carried little credibility. In a drowsy haze, the sound of urgent knocking echoed at the door. Clearly insistent, a surge of terrifying energy rippled through the vacant space, and then a towering figure emerged, Chu Feng, having teleported directly. It was from the moment she kissed Zhang Yang that Ai, Yin Hong began to realize she might be bisexual. Yet, she remained perplexed by the bizarre weather, which not only obstructed visibility, but also slowed the progress of the pirate ship. No cultivator from Tianlan Void could fail to perceive the situation. As the master of Tingsu Mountain retreated, all practitioners of Tianlan Void began to withdraw as well. What? With 2 matches remaining, do you wish to switch things up? Gu Qing retorted, answering a question with another that struck directly at the heart of the matter. Regrettably, while the calculations were astute, the recipient showed no interest in engaging. On this front, the typically gentle and accommodating princess Zhangzu stubbornly refused to relent, even after the physician had declared her future fertility compromised. I heard that. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. This saying applies universally, the young man in the brocade robe said through gritted teeth, stifling his pain. Thus, with Pang Shi's support, Lu Chan ascended to the position of governor of Yizhu, appointing Pang Shi as his chancellor to manage various affairs. Of course not. It's merely a lamentation, for it signifies that you are a rational individual. I have faith in you. In the entertainment industry, rationality is of utmost importance, Lin Feng remarked. Shaking his head, silence enveloped the group. Although the situation was complex, action was imperative. Should Meng Er manage to unify the Miao people to participate in the assault on Shang, this faction would lose its chance to become the Miao's leader. Let us carry him over together. It should be a smooth journey. It's only a few steps. A gentle breeze shouldn't cause any harm, Lu Yong suggested, glancing at Guan Huan, who nodded indifferently in agreement. Shi Henning rubbed his nose and said, not at all. You've been so tired these past few days. Who would mock you for taking a nap? Both father and elder brother have been through this. They would never ridicule you. Father even specifically instructed to prepare soup for you, and Yao Air to nourish your health. Upon hearing this, Jun Mokshin nearly spat blood in her face. Caught between laughter and tears, only to see Shui ding-dang beside him, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at him with a mournful expression. Did he not love her? Could she not feel it? He was merely helping a person who had once saved her life, as a friend. Was that truly a fault? This birthday was no ordinary occasion for him, hence he did not wish to squander a single moment. The cries of the crows seemed to have foretold the arrival of this day, lingering on the eaves of the majestic mansion for 4 or 5 days. Their incessant cawing becoming quite maddening. Observing Jian Mofan's face dark as coal, Yan Yi found it increasingly amusing. He had never seen Jian Mofan so out of sorts and felt compelled to tease him thoroughly. As he donned his armor, the Suzanu's protection blocked the continuous strikes of the Straw Hat Man's finger techniques, while Ling Yun unsheathed the Three Suns' sword from behind, the blade slicing through the air with a hero's vigor aimed at the opponent's throat. I pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress, concubine, and approached the bed, slightly bowing to the seated Empress, but did not perform the customary deep bow typical of other concubines. Rosen cast a casual glance at Jiang Qingfeng's face, glowing with satisfaction from the delicious food, smirking subtly before ignoring the fragrant buns altogether and taking a piece of fruit upstairs. Ian clearly saw the spark in Ku En-ai's eyes. She yearned for affection. The allure and fear on her lips intensified the flames of desire within Ian's heart. Chapter 79. After such a prolonged retreat, the current situation genuinely worried him. Should the 9 heavens be breached, the landscape of the continent would undoubtedly be reshuffled. A mane of white hair remained undisturbed in the gentle breeze, save for the slight quivering of his long white brows. This elder's face bore not a single wrinkle and appeared even younger than Wang Xiaochu. Who would write to me? How peculiar, Xiaolin murmured. When she opened the letter, she found it remarkably pristine, resembling nothing more than a blank sheet of paper. Are you suggesting that a citizen of the White Wing Star does not wish to return to her radiant homeland, preferring instead to linger on Earth awaiting death? Shuang Yanhao asked, his expression contorted with rage. What of the Japanese? Are they permitted to act wantonly upon our land? Let us not forget that you are soldiers. Where is your valor? Chen Ning rebuked. The higher one ascends, the farther one can see. Beijiadao is Hong Kong's most renowned luxury residential area, where every resident enjoys an expansive view, even overlooking the entirety of Central and Victoria Harbor. Dihui, do you see who this is? Duan Ruru said, tapping Song Dihui on the shoulder as she entered the hall. Nanny, what brings you here? Did I not instruct you to take care of your health? Song Dihui replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. How could that be? Peng Hao exclaimed in surprise. He had seen that guard before, unremarkable in appearance, despite his burly physique devoid of any martial prowess. The silhouette of a dark-skinned youth seemed to emerge like a specter from the shadows, manifesting above the tea house. Dignity? This is the first time a doe has heard that carrying a weapon is not for self-defense, but rather for the sake of appearances. With a captivating smile blooming upon her face, Sima Jean reached for her hairline. Although she had not intended to employ this tactic and had not used it in many years, in the face of life and death, all else was forgotten. However, by the time Tang Anking finished frying the second scallion pancake, the first one had nearly vanished. Ignoring it, Tang Anking proceeded to prepare the remaining pancakes, adding more heat midway, reminiscing about the original electric skillet. This cycle of origin remains unbreakable. Even the mightiest heroes must ultimately return to nature, destined for the sea of suffering. Immersed within, they find eternal slumber. No, absolutely not. Bush was the first to voice objections. As a professional medical practitioner, her words carried significant weight. I do have a few skeletons under my command, but when have I ever claimed to speak the language of the undead? After finally extricating herself from his fervent embrace, seeing him with an expression of unfulfilled desire, she hastily splashed a bucket of cold water on him to cool his ardor. Zhang Kangxing, upon hearing Nie Xian's agreement to the development, proceeded to contact the other team members. Let's ensure everyone is prepared today. As soon as the server opens tomorrow, we will commence the instance without delay. Under the unwavering gaze of Ado, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Meng Huo's forehead. He swallowed nervously, an action deftly observed by the now-revived Ado. Meanwhile, in the garden beneath the Lingxing dormitory, two figures strolled side by side, Lingxing and Yunhao, having just concluded their gathering. This lifespan was roughly commensurate with that of a typical creator undergoing 7 thunder tribulations, clearly indicating the constraints and suppressions imposed by the world's rules, along with the entanglements of causality that rendered his spiritual incarnation comparable to a standard creator of 7 thunder tribulations. As for the matter of the great absence of response from Emoda, Wang Jin found himself at a loss for any further reaction. All attention now rested solely on 24. Approaching, he noticed Ji Liunian standing there, frozen and oblivious, which only heightened Shinchi's impatience, leading to an increasingly dark expression. Are you not aware that intruding upon another's residence is exceedingly rude? As a martial artist, do you not comprehend the nuances of etiquette? Lu Xian questioned him sternly. Yet with poise. Within this perilous path, it was uncertain how many souls might survive, given that none possessed steeds. Lingzi was well aware that there were serious matters to attend to that night, thus he welcomed the bartender's indulgence. Each time Yi Kailing contemplated this, she felt a flicker of hope. Her existence was not the torment it had become. Ling Beilu and Lian Rong lingered outside the kindergarten, observing the children engaging in morning exercises under their teacher's guidance. Very well, if you can cure this person's ailment, shall we split the medical fees evenly? Zhang Fiyu suggested, fully aware that one must be willing to make sacrifices to achieve their aims. All right, you may forego the drink. I had initially intended to treat you to hot pot in celebration of your birthday, but it appears that will no longer be necessary, Chi remarked, exuding an air of helplessness as Ling Beilu halted in his tracks. Ruoshu believed Muxiang was mocking her, causing her hair to bristle in indignation, her demeanor reflecting defiance. Many had already been subdued by Song Jiyuan and Jiang Wan, leaving only a few pivotal figures restrained. Upon hearing his words, Yi Wanlin and Rong Qi regarded him with pity, while Rong Yu remained blissfully unaware. Reflecting on this, Charlotte Lingling felt a swell of pride. After all, her bloodline was indeed more potent, overshadowing that of the fur-clad tribes. Su Xiane, a renowned obstetrician, found herself gripped by an individual clutching her collar, a visible handprint marring her right cheek. This man had spent a decade as a soldier, his intellect as rigid as a sugarcane stick. He had a tendency to drive daggers into wounds, and had it not been for his familiar temperament, he would have provoked her brother's ire, resulting in a lifetime of silence. In truth, Qin Feng's overconfidence was his undoing. A mere fluctuation could lead to erroneous judgments in the realm of dice. Others surged forth, while Sumo's form flowed like a fish through water, weaving deftly between the throngs. Some attempted to confine him, but the vast, supple force surrounding Su Mo erupted, sending them reeling in disarray. As Chapter 80 unfolded, Xiao Yunfei pondered the potential repercussions of the impending confrontation with the Xiaoyao sect, uncertain of the outcome that awaited. How could I be unaware of his demise? My desire to hold on to him stems not only from my accidental hand in his death, but also because he was the son of King Yuii. Mother-in-law, I harbor no designs on your family's wealth. Every word I speak is the truth. By the way, when they escorted me into your room, I encountered her at the door. The malicious matron pointed at a maid beside Lady Li. Come to investigate me? You are already privy to everything? He leaped several meters away, producing the soul charm chain. The garments reeked of liquor, an odorous burden I reluctantly donned. The shoes were ill-fitting, and as I tucked my hair beneath the cap, glancing in the mirror, I found the reflection almost laughable, truly a sight that was hard to behold. I could only rectify my visage as best as possible. On the surface, Lu Xinggao maintained an air of indifference, while secretly observing the figure before him, Bobby. Noting his unsteady gait, it was evident he had likely trained in martial arts of the 3rd tier, necessitating heightened vigilance in their next encounter. Thus, when the sinister elder's assault on Jian Wuking and his companions failed, it was not long before he was confronted by Wen Xian, Zhong Xiong, Qin Bufan, Ming Maoang, and Yun Yuran. A dull thud echoed as the iron hammer vanished, the egg remaining unscathed. The illusionary iron sword then materialized, its blade slicing through the air. The Hell's Dawn blade followed suit, its edge curling ominously. She speaks true. Do I not trust my husband implicitly? And what of brother Lu and Gao Jun? Do they not extend the same trust to me? Several elders noted that while half of the tea trees wilted, their roots remained intact. Here, Nan Gongfeng and Murong Pinger, both divine emperors, found themselves momentarily powerless to restore the tea trees. Chun Zhejian was utterly speechless. Fortunate that the grand sofa in the securities market's VIP room offered some comfort. A brief respite was welcome after days of intense preparations and meetings. Leaning back, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Indeed, the two leaders had accurately surmised the situation. These team leaders had incited the workers to strike for this very reason. The furniture factory and the plywood factory were mere neighbors. How could they remain oblivious? Were it not for Li Chuanlin and his associates' indecisiveness? Who would dare to oppose the boss? Director Hunter sat quietly in his chair, brows furrowed, his slate-gray eyes fixated upon the slender, graceful figure of the exquisite Eastern beauty on stage, feelings inexplicable swirling within him. Fortunately, having practiced, he managed to wipe away the blood from his nose and endure the moment. Though it was uncomfortable, the ancient deity's power cradled in his grasp was formidable. When the earth was yet to form, they had wielded such power to vanquish foes. What more is there to say? Conditions? I am amenable to any terms you propose. Enough of this chatter. Let us return home. I long to rest. Yi Yin remarked with a smile. The encounter with Jobs was mere serendipity. Their handshake was a fleeting exchange of barbs, quickly forgotten, regardless of whether they became friends. The rivalry between their companies would persist, yet the relationship between Li Jiaming and Yang Zaiwen required a thawing. Coulson, unwilling to dawdle, sped through the checkpoint, barreling into the military base. The newly stationed guards, aware of the previous attack, were skittish. Upon sighting an armored vehicle approaching, they hurriedly readied their weapons. As customary, he first paid a visit to Hu Linyu, the matriarch of a prominent family, whose demeanor remained consistently warm and welcoming. After a brief conversation, she predictably inquired about the youth spring matter. During Li Yaitong's time at the Yunding Ranch, he had often mentioned to Lu Li that life on the ranch was splendid in every regard, yet he always yearned for the city life, more accurately, for the life in Los Angeles. It was not the city's splendor or clamor that drew him, but rather the ease and spontaneity that Los Angeles offered. However, despite his usual amiable demeanor, Hu Yuja exhibited an unexpected firmness, a gentle yet unyielding stance that left my today with no recourse. Upon learning of this news, the people of the Dan Yuan sect did not rush to rescue their disciples, but instead vented their ire upon Yun Keong. At the moment Euro struck a signal, the valley was suffused with a dense malevolence, dark mists swirling in to extinguish the flames engulfing the wicked. Although his wrists were numb from the mechanism he had just withstood, Zhu Peng still utilized the nearby spiked gate mechanism, repeatedly activating it to assist himself in fending off the encroaching undead of the ancient Nord. The silver longsword in his right hand proved exceptionally lethal against these restless undead creatures. Lin Ling's remarks prompted them all to reflect on the events of the previous night. As dawn scanned the happenings in Ganquan village, the tale unfolded anew before the morning light. Yet, amidst such circumstances, Lingyun City executed an astonishing act that left everyone in disbelief. They brazenly dispatched troops for support. Wei Qingxiang, after a moment of contemplation, who resided in that palanquin, the speaker continued without courtesy, seemingly dismissive of the Wei household. The male half-dragon progenitor, who had remained inactive since the onset of battle, suddenly emerged on the battlefield, swooping down like a battle hawk, seizing the skeletal stone turtle and soaring into the sky. Chapter 81. This mask harbored the reverse scale of the black celestial spirit. Any attempt to touch it would enrage the entity, regardless of whether one is human or spirit. The possession of consciousness brings forth a spectrum of emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure. Should there be an overwhelming fluctuation in emotion, one may act erratically, revealing vulnerabilities. In one of the largest strongholds, Zhu Hongzhen circled the defensive structures, slaying the encroaching primordial demons, while the surrounding soldiers repelled the distant foes. The sounds of gunfire ringing incessantly, Li Xiaoxian offered a shy smile, reluctant to divulge much about her background. After all, her status as the Long Princess of the Star Sea Empire was rather astonishing. If revealed, it would likely leave everyone in shock. Observing this, Sun Tzu pivoted and charged towards the nearest tiger demon, unleashing a right punch, golden light shimmering from his fist as it lightly struck the creature's abdomen. Moments later, a massive high-energy particle beam erupted from the lunar base's Requiem launch silo, refracting through several relay stations before ultimately targeting Axis. This high-energy particle beam illuminated the outer orbit of Earth, leaving no ground unscathed in its wake, a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. Lin Shushan remained utterly bewildered, unsure of where to go or what to do. In other words, those who were thrown into the iron prison not only had to endure a harsh environment, but also evade the lurking beasts within. Upon entering Yong'an City, the first sound he heard prompted him to hasten towards it without hesitation. Thanks to AIZ's reminder, she smiled radiantly, retrieving a white dance fan from her prop slot. In the blink of an eye, the fan unfurled, and beside her, the wind swirled like snow, effortlessly captivating the heart. As silence enveloped the atmosphere, gentle as flowing water. It turned out that previously, Zhang Laohan's nephew, Zhang Jing, had visited his supervisory county home and, for some unknown reason, encountered an elderly man. Yu Qing had to concede that Kunpeng was indeed a handsome man, distinct from Liao Shishin and Yang Jiwai. However, she was too irate to appreciate his charm, suddenly recalling an important matter. The assembly held its breath, awaiting the envoy's speech. It was unfortunate that the individual had rushed, panting heavily, rendering his words a struggle to articulate. The so-called horse walking does not merely refer to leading a horse around on a rope, it also involves riding to allow the horse to relax, indicating that Yin Xuan could finally ride the coveted steed he had long desired. The monks originally held the upper hand, but as more citizens surrounded them, they nearly blocked the temple's entrance completely. The monks grew flustered, some attempting to resist outside, while others fled back into the temple. Additionally, 2,000 German K-98 rifles, 200 light machine guns, 2 armored vehicles, and 100 trucks were dispatched to Guangxi as a show of support. The negotiations with Guangxi were to be handled by Su Zuxin, who would leverage her connections to further cultivate relations in that region. Su Zuxin accepted the task with enthusiasm. Suddenly, a sharp sword pierced through the air, directly breaching the world membrane and entering the Tianbei realm. The atmosphere was exceedingly strange. Wei Yin felt that sharing a room with Zaya Zikin was far less preferable than being in the company of the capricious Puizai. It was utterly tormenting. Guo-chan realized that merely relying on this approach was not a long-term solution, and thus felt an urgent sense of anxiety. At that moment, Wang Dian arrived at the Hongjin Tower, posing as a guest but truly there to observe the situation regarding Shi Pin's activities in the establishment. Guo-chan's heart leaped with joy, and she quickly located Wang Dian, pulling him into her room. Wei U.S. military might was not as formidable as Yu Changming's. Zhu Nao had limited authority to recruit soldiers, many of whom were sent to him after being trained by Yu Changming. However, due to Wei Yu's exceptional talents, he had also cultivated numerous capable individuals for Zhu Nao, with his Special Operations Battalion achieving significant feats. The Tiangang Thunder Lion lifted its lion head, its emotionless gaze fixated on the advancing Jin Lei. As it opened its maw, a beam of thunderous purple lightning shot forth. Baigu stood before the Yujin Hall, persistently directing his subordinates in their tasks. Their master had returned the previous night and had promptly begun arranging this matter. Su, it won't be like this again. I apologize, truly, I am so sorry. Mu Wei felt like a scoundrel. One security guard glanced back at him in confusion, but with matters to attend to. He paid no heed and proceeded towards the conference room. Ling Muchen self-deprecatingly remarked as he reached for a nearby beer, popping the tab and tilting his head back for a swig. Had they known of Pei Ainan's lineage, they would undoubtedly see her as a more fitting match for Ling Muchen and would likely cease harboring any thoughts towards him. However, the continuous practice of martial arts was entirely different from the brutal reality of warfare. She, Yun Xian, tread upon countless corpses, drenched in blood, having faced death numerous times. As the words fell, on the city wall, hundreds of black cannons simultaneously activated, unleashing an unending barrage upon the distant alliance forces. Li Qingfeng followed the direction indicated by Fong Ran and located the door of the Fong brothers' residence. Li Qingfeng ascended the steps and knocked on the wooden door. At that moment, Baizhe was practicing taekwondo in his family's training ground when Xian Yu suddenly appeared, carrying a platter of fruits. With long eyelashes fluttering and those clear, shimmering eyes gazing upon him, it felt as if all the bones in his body were melting. The armored figure appeared to be a mere child, yet spoke with the wisdom of an adult. Countless times, she had contemplated leaving. However, the thought of potentially losing her means of survival, especially considering Andres, compelled her to stay. Moreover, as the future emperor, there was little room for affection. At least for now, his marriage would proceed according to his wishes. Meanwhile, Chang Yechun and Deng Yude exchanged glances, their bodies subtly trembling, immersed in contemplative silence. The figures of the two exchanging places were shrouded in black mist and radiant light, resembling the clash of night and day, each vying for dominance. Indeed, the situation was dire. Capturing Heilin would grant an advantage on the front lines. But in the long run, the conflict between the Ming dynasty and the northern Yuan would only intensify. Lan Yu nodded in agreement. Li Qingfeng's right hand, gripping the sword, trembled faintly, his brow furrowed in shock. Chapter 82. Watching the back of old Master Chu Tianming sat helplessly in a chair, feeling deeply conflicted. Most of the men had descended the mountain, allowing Xie Piazi and the others to charge into the heart of the stronghold with remarkable momentum. Yin Yunbei, observing Lin Hua's expression, felt his heart suddenly lift with apprehension. Just as he hesitated on whether to inquire again about Lin Hua's condition regarding the ice and snow ailment, Lin Hua's hand, which had been extended, released the pulse of ice and snow yet did not retract. This was a conclusion drawn by the versatile diamond system, synthesizing various existing clues, and it was likely very close to the truth. After all, the soldiers had displayed a fervent admiration upon seeing the Decepticon insignia on the red spider's chest, their eyes gleaming with a genuine reverence. Chu Tianming stood behind Yi Qiang, listening intently to his words, his face betraying an expression of excitement. A deep, resonant crash resounded, and in an instant, the young man let out a cry as he was sent flying. This was merely the result of Xing Fan executing 3 consecutive punches. The Wuliang Tianzan, adorned with a purple jade crown, descended gracefully from the pinnacle of the locking magic tower, his 8-trigram purple robe billowing as he landed before the tower. Had Xia Wuling truly wished to mend his relationship with Jiang Lingyu, he would undoubtedly have returned to the capital upon receiving the letter. There exists a false memory spell akin to the forgetting spell. However, the 2 incantations differ somewhat, with the latter being of a higher caliber. Emperor Yin gestured, and the black-clad soldiers understood, shortly leading Yin Yunbei into the grand hall. Lishan maintained his relentless pace, thrusting his right hand forward, the weapon in his grasp, the extinction, surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, propelled by an overwhelming force, striking fiercely at the nearest demonic cultivator. Lin Bei raised his brow upon seeing Chu Nian's puppet and the ethereal flame before him, yet he remained largely unfazed. Upon hearing Chu Nian's words, Long Qing found himself momentarily at a loss for rebuttal, staring blankly at his fingers, uncertain of how to wield a sword with merely 1 digit left. As the yellow mist fully dissipated from Ong, Wu, with one hand grasping the chakra extending from the summer star, seamlessly connected it to Ong's head without any error. Only then did Lishan, emerging from the woods, realize the vastness of the force known as the Nine Nether, for as he gazed around, exquisite buildings filled his view. The ground entirely covered in black stone, presenting a visage akin to a grand sect. He did not employ the Yin character technique to probe Su Shi's memories. Yet the undeniable guilt reflected in the latter's eyes spoke volumes. She is unscathed, Chen Zhen declared, extending a hand toward the void. A plume of black smoke erupted from within Wang Yuyan, struggling to escape, yet it was drawn uncontrollably into Chen Zhen's grasp. Having dared to list himself as the sole name on the leaderboard, Xiao Zishuan should be prepared to accept challenges from all law avatar cultivators. Your praise is excessive. I merely wish to be a carefree wanderer. Once I arrive in the mainland and have dispatched my followers, I shall relish in my leisure. In the face of such commendation, he would have once felt elated, yet at this moment, he did not. Crack. Trees splintered under the pincers of the iron beast jumping bug, maintaining their original ferocity with no discernible difference. Jiangda shook his head, stating that mere practice would not suffice. Those individuals would serve as our whetstone. Rest assured, with me present, there shall be no foe we cannot vanquish. The Buddha's palm had already reached the pinnacle of perfection, and with Chu Feng's current nascent soul strength, it became an embellishment. Han Wei chuckled and shook his head, saying, "Haha, has Z long forgotten? If we speak of the camaraderie among sect members, then should I not also withdraw from military discussions? There is no need for you to depart, stay." After all, as a descendant of the martial ancestor lineage, Han Wei's standing was not low. Being a senior uncle to Zhang Ren, this waist token felt akin to the system's attribute interface. But the distinction lay in that it solely displayed the identity information of sect disciples, without recording specific attributes or cultivation levels. He glared with 2 blood-red eyes, furiously regarding the Marquis, and with a surge of power, he lunged towards him. Simultaneously, as this sound echoed, a shadowy fissure appeared beneath the feet of the rock giant, splitting open instantaneously, and a colossal claw emerged, seizing the rock giant and dragging half of its body into the shadows, rendering it utterly immobile. Upon emerging, the Marquis addressed Captain Su, saying, "Captain Su, Li Yahui and I will proceed to rescue Quan Zimo. You keep watch here and ensure no further mistakes occur." Captain Su nodded, and the Marquis along with Li Yahui departed. For have already been successfully recruited, yet one individual has approached of their own accord. Though Li Mingshan appeared somewhat hesitant about this, the glaring sunlight flooded down, making it difficult for him to open his eyes. He endured the pain and tilted his head slightly, finally managing to squint at the scene before him, which left him in disbelief. It seems someone wishes to intervene. The eastern sunrise's gaze gradually turned frigid, an aura of killing intent soaring, as he swallowed several elixirs, his vitality surging. What nonsense are you spouting? Yet it is indeed not easy to meet him. Reflecting on their separation, coupled with their demanding schedules, left her feeling a wave of melancholy. A rubber plantation? Why in the Kingdom of Myanmar? To my knowledge, your company controls a vast expanse of idle land in Argentina. You could easily cultivate rubber there. Chun Zai-shing regarded the unfamiliar white man before him with wariness. With the furious roar of Castor Bluebeard Gillis de Rice, the ominous magic circle erupted with blinding radiance, rendering it impossible to gaze directly at. In Chapter 83, a socialite remarked, her eyes gleaming at the mention of a gambling match, revealing her familiarity with such matters. Following 2 punches, the remorseless figure waved his hand, sending his opponent's body flying, and with a decisive kick, struck him squarely in the chest. Spewing saliva as the iron-handed figure flew out over 8 meters, crashing into a marble slab in the garden, only to come to a halt in a disheveled state. Immediately thereafter, a fierce and chilling aura surged from the 18 divine generals and the 2 supreme beings, enveloping the entire divine and demonic cemetery in an instant. As long as Kugu could obtain the formula for this divine medicine, he could engage in mass production and trade, amassing immense wealth and becoming the wealthiest in the empire, perhaps even the richest among humankind. The prominent figures he mentioned were the most formidable in the current entertainment industry. Their works widely recognized, the foremost in the country. Sing without restraint this time. Pour your heart into it. Do not hold back for any living being. The 9 Nether Spirit King declared with resolute expression. The contributions of the 9 elders present to humanity are indisputable and cannot be overlooked. Yet they may also have drawn from the weight of their duty to protect humanity, instilling a relentless sense of mission that prevented them from succumbing to despair. The 7 great families and the 2 divine temples. The most ancient is the Guzong family, standing unwavering in this world for over 130 million years, while the youngest, the Li family, has endured merely 36 million years. This time, the abundance of resources allocated to public welfare by Du Yu is significant, prompting the formal acceptance of streamers before launching corresponding advertisements on Weibo and other social media platforms. This led Kiki Lin to begin to confront the reality that he was now a youth, and during their cohabitation, he found himself increasingly burdened with concerns. The popularity of Liu Xinyi's films is undeniable. Seats for couples are practically unattainable, and when Shi Zhanyu dragged Rong Lang to sit in the back row, resting his chin in his hand, he appeared quite engrossed as the lights dimmed. Ling Jiantong was utterly unprepared for the sight before her. A celestial emperor's chamber had been transformed into an eerie semblance of a funeral parlor. The implications of such an arrangement, should it be revealed, could tarnish the imperial dignity. Yet, could it be that Situ Qianchen bore this indignity? With no other recourse, Ing Ji led the way to a pond adorned with blooming lotus flowers. The 3 males spoke tender words to the pond for an extended period, and just as they were about to concede defeat, an elderly member of the frog tribe emerged from a distant lotus leaf, accompanied by Frog Bao and another male from their kin. They appeared as enigmas. For throughout this ordeal, only Xie Lu, the guardian of the continent, had made his presence known. Even the crucial selection for the Tian Bang was solely conducted by him. The relentless spirit of Chun saw her body twist, breaking free from Lu Ming's grasp. Lu Ming's nonchalant demeanor and arrogance only served to summon the depths of her fury. Ying Ming enveloped Luo Li in his embrace, feeling every quiver of her being resonate within him. With fervor, he sought more, but was determined not to harm his beloved Ollie. Simultaneously, the vital golden core shattered into 10 fragments, and upon the central colorless shard, a shadow of a mythical beast began to materialize. Rui let out a mighty roar, transforming into a tiger form, bearing the burdens of Yi and Luo Li as they settled upon him. Luo Li clutched Yi tightly, fearing she might succumb to slumber once more. Elder Yao urged Rui to hasten their departure. I too was uncertain. We could be considered his great-grandsons. The imperial records bore no account of any ancestor meeting an untimely demise. The one referred to as the Great Elder, a middle-aged figure, now furrowed his thick brows in concern. What? Such a thing exists. Upon hearing this, Adler's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite their close bond, they had never ventured to Shiwei Manor to meet Sun Rong's father, Sun Dekong. The 2 bespectacled youths observed discreetly, while our comrade Feng Lin reveled in a Japanese romantic film, his eyes glistening with admiration. Once Lao Dan completed his task, he eagerly seated himself, crossing his legs to enter a meditative state. At that moment, even the poet known as Mo Wucho could not maintain his composure. His gaze fixed intently upon Wang Ying, pondering when such a prodigy had emerged in Changhua. Falling from grace, Song Jio chuckled bitterly, his brows twisted in frustration. How on earth does one ascend? Unless she possessed an extraordinary and unparalleled system akin to a super flashy artifact, or like Piao Miao Yi, receive the most fitting inheritance. Both were striking beauties, capable and fierce, Although Fong Yolan lagged behind Zhu Kei in cultivation, her weaponry could easily surpass Zhu Kei, and her beauty slightly outshone her as well. The vegetation surrounding the wooden cabin was not overly dense, suggesting regular maintenance. When we entered, we observed that the cabin was free of significant dust, indicating recent use. It would be much later that I realized the forest was not so dusty. Indeed, the cabin had remained untouched for several months. Regrettably, as seconds ticked by, Master Huineng continued to flail about with his Zen staff, glaring furiously at Yin Quan, but failing to launch any substantial attack. Having said that, he turned and departed, not in haste, nor in solitude. With a gentle flick of his folding fan, he harmonized perfectly with his stride, as if he had merely paid a casual visit to an old friend. Now ready to take his leave without pretense, embodying an air of nonchalance reminiscent of ancient sages. Go fetch the body bags to Rap Li Hui and Tao Yuan for the helicopter. Do not allow Wang Chao Yang to see them again, Gao Fei instructed Chen Qiuqing. I shan't entertain you any longer. It's time to send you on your way. Nangong Chu's words were spoken with an air of indifference, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet an overwhelming sword energy radiated from him, enough to dim the very heavens. What manner of place is this? That these objects illuminate at merely a clap of the hands? Of course, Carol Ann was oblivious to the principles of voice-activated lights. Her mouth agape as she inquired of Lin Xia. Yet, lying in bed, she found herself unable to sleep soundly. Even upon his return, she remained half-conscious, not opening her eyes, but vaguely sensing his gentle kiss upon her eyelids. Upon entering the newly decorated commander's office, Dali took his rightful place at the head and gestured to the seats below him. The following day, news reached Luo Yuan Bin that the Zonghua army had successfully captured Enlong, and all members of the Yangli court residing there had been taken alive.